3 years into their marriage, Suhi had tirelessly worked to pay off his wife's debts, believing that once the financial burden was lifted, a life of happiness would await them. Little did he know that the very day he cleared the final debt would also be the day his wife demanded a divorce. Cast aside as impoverished and then forsaken, this time, Suhi resolved to live for himself. Unbeknownst to him, a casual purchase of a lottery ticket would lead to an astonishing windfall of 200 million. Chapter 1. Divorce Suhi, if your mother and I don't see a grandchild next year, don't bother coming back. Dad, I've told you 100 times. It's not Gu Tian's fault. I'm just too busy with work, and if we had a child, there'd be no one to care for them. Your mother and I got enough. I'm hanging up. With an exasperated click, Suhi ended the video call and sprawled across his bed. Reflecting on the past 3 years, he recalled how Gu Tian had immediately accepted his marriage proposal after her entrepreneurial venture failed, bringing with her over $1 million in debts. AS for children. Who wouldn't want a child? Suhi murmured to himself as he turned over. Yet, in 3 years of marriage, they had slept apart, with Gu Tian insisting, "Husband, this is just to motivate you. When we settle the debts, my heart and body will be yours." With a sigh, Suhi lamented, "If only I had settled for a one-bedroom apartment." He patted the bank card in his pocket, sitting upright and gently kissing it. "But now it's all good. The last debt is cleared, and we can finally live well." He slipped on his slippers and headed to the living room. Gu Tian, just out of the shower, her hair still fragrant, bore a serious expression as she immediately turned off her phone upon hearing his approach. Their eyes met, and they spoke in unison. "I have something to say. You go first." He placed the bank card on the table, sitting up straight across from her. "Wife, there are 130,000 in this card. Our last debt. From today, we can finally live well. Let's get divorced." Gu Tian pushed a divorce agreement towards Suhi. "I'm sorry, but I can't continue with someone I don't love." Suhi's smile slowly faded. "Don't love me? Then why did I marry you?" Gu Tian's arms crossed. She looked down at him with disdain. "Surely you know that I didn't love you back then. If I hadn't left debts for my failed business, he would not have walked away and would have agreed to be my boyfriend. Now, he's back, willing to invest in me and help me rise again. I want to pursue my own happiness while I'm still young. And I'm not asking for your consent. I will definitely get a divorce." Suhi felt a twinge of pain at her words, as the woman he had cared for so deeply now felt like a stranger. For 3 years, he had been attentive and considerate, believing that even the most frigid heart could eventually thaw. Yet, he realized some people would always remain venomous. Should a good man be bullied? Should a good man be exploited? Suhi clenched the bank card, slowly withdrawing his hand and returning it to his pocket. "Gu Tian, I haven't wronged you in any way, have I?" "Not really, but tell me, Mr. Su, in these 3 years, have I lived any good days? Besides being pathetic and inept, what else do you offer?" Suhi slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger. "Have I lived well? If not for your debts, what would our life have been?" Gu Tian was startled by his sudden outburst. He had never raised his voice before, but today he stood his ground as a man. "All these years, whenever my parents asked when I'd have children, I always said it was because I was too busy with work. What does that make me? A clown? Let's call it filial piety." Gu Tian replied flatly, "I worked hard to pay off your debts, working days in my job, then delivering food during peak hours and driving for ride-hailing services, all while exhausted, just to earn a little more. What does that count for? Let's say you're diligent." Gu Tian responded coldly, "I wouldn't dare spend more than 10 yuan on takeout, and my clothes are all from discount sites. And," so he pointed at the dog Gu Tian had, "even the water your dog drinks is the mineral water I can't afford to drink. What does that count for?" "Let's call it frugality," Gu Tian said impatiently. "Every time a colleague asked me why I endure all this, I explained that once I paid off Gu Tian's debts, we would have a daughter, and we would be a happy family. I thought they would envy me. But in the end, sounds like you're daydreaming." Suhi glanced at the cold divorce agreement on the table, reflecting on his sacrifices over the past 3 years. Despite feeling 1,000 pangs of resentment, he still signed the document. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Miss Gu, you are free." Gu Tian expected him to cling desperately, to beg for reconciliation, but she was surprised by his decisiveness, devoid of any lingering words. Not a single plea was uttered. "A month for the cooling-off period. We'll get the divorce certificate after that." "Fine." Suhi stood, packed his belongings, and pulled his suitcase toward the door. Miss Gu, see you in a month. My brother is getting married next month. Remember to come. Wait. Miss Gu, we're divorced. Do I need to attend your brother's wedding? Legally, we're still in the cooling off period for the divorce. We won't truly be divorced until a month later, but don't get the wrong idea. Even if you beg me to reconcile, I won't agree. I just don't want my relatives to know about our divorce. Not yet. Sui didn't respond, silently exiting the house, feeling like a marionette wandering the streets. Suddenly, rain began to pour, and he had no choice but to shield his head with his hands as he sought refuge in a small shop. The earlier confrontation flooded back to him. Did she say I was incompetent? Did she say I was pathetic? Did she imply that others could invest in her and help her restart her business? If it weren't for Gu Tian's debts, would Sui have lived such a miserable existence? Hey, young man, care to try your luck? The lottery shop owner called from behind him. Perhaps due to the lottery deadline being at 8 in the evening, many hopefuls were gathered. With nothing to do while waiting for the rain to cease, he decided to take a chance. After all, during their marriage, every cent he possessed was joint property. The odds of winning may be slim, but that did not mean it was impossible. Should he win, would he have to share half with Gu Tian? So he sent a message to his mother, "Mom, please transfer me 50 yuan. I wish to buy a glimmer of hope." With his mother's contribution, he casually placed 25 bets. Gifts, being personal property, would remain his own. Thus, even if Gu Tian sought a claim later, it would be futile. The rain seemed to cling to Su He, showing no signs of abating, drizzling persistently for over an hour. Lottery results are in. Someone shouted. The screen in the lottery shop began broadcasting the live draw. Dear lottery participants, please hold your tickets. According to the rules, we will draw 6 red ball numbers and 1 blue ball number. First, let us activate the red ball draw machine. 1, 5, 10, 13, 20, 28. Sui cast a casual glance downwards, but as soon as his gaze shifted away, he was irresistibly drawn back to the numbers. All the red numbers matched. Sui inhaled deeply, a surge of greed rising within him. Truth be told, at such a moment, no one could remain untempted. After all, if the blue number matched, it would signify the grand prize, a difference of over 10-fold compared to the second prize on the screen. Next, let us activate the blue ball draw. 9. Sui eagerly checked the blue number he had selected. 9. Asterisk, asterisk, chapter 2, a windfall, asterisk, asterisk. Sui felt his heart race, yet his expression remained unchanged. In that brief moment, his rationality triumphed over his emotions. Now, I must not squander this fortune, Sui reminded himself. Seizing the opportunity before the lottery center dispatched notifications to the outlets, he swiftly departed, striding along the damp streets, freshly washed by the rain, and retrieved his phone. Issue 202-40502, first prize, 25 winners, each receiving 10 million yuan. A staggering 240 million yuan. An ordinary person might toil for 50 lifetimes and still not amass such wealth. How to spend it? Sui had a penchant for antiques since his high school days, exhibiting considerable talent. However, after marriage, due to Gu Tian's debts, he found himself penniless, and his passion had been ruthlessly extinguished. Now that he was determined to live for himself, he resolved to resurrect his long-lost interests. If I had some money, I could start a collection. Perhaps it could yield profits now? Sui mused as he surveyed the surroundings, seeking a hotel for a temporary refuge. After crossing 2 streets and navigating the crosswalk at a red light, the sign for Santian Hotel caught his eye. He booked a room and called his supervisor to request leave. He worked as an investment officer at a firm, primarily engaged in market research, risk management, and project evaluation. Unlike many newly affluent individuals, Sui did not resign at the first sign of wealth. He feared boredom and wished to savor life. It was not due to his composed nature or concerns over losing money by resigning and purchasing property. As usual, his supervisor put him on the spot. "Xiao Su, you've been with the company for 4 or 5 years, right? Just the other day, I was discussing your promotion with the boss, but now you're asking for leave today and tomorrow. How can I promote you? If promotion were truly intended, it would have happened long ago. Why wait 4 or 5 years? I'm sorry, Manager Chunda, I find it difficult to work without a salary increase. Perhaps you could offer the opportunity to someone else." Reluctantly, the supervisor granted him leave. The following day, He went to the lottery center to claim his prize. As a responsible citizen, the 20 personal income tax was unavoidable. leaving him with 200 million yuan after taxes. He preferred to avoid the limelight and declined interviews. However, when staff inquired, "Sir, would you like to make a donation?" He readily agreed. While hoping to avert misfortune through generosity, he also wished to share his good fortune with others. After reviewing the donation projects, he opted to contribute to the Major Illness Charity Fund, donating 1 million yuan. What a lovely young girl. How could she be denied treatment due to financial constraints, allowing her life to reach its end? He reflected after making the donation. Initially, he had not paid much heed to the contribution. It was merely a casual act. Little did he know, this seemingly trivial gesture would yield immense benefits in the future. He had a habit of taking midday naps, but today he found himself restless. He researched properties in Ningyo District, ultimately setting his sights on the ultra-luxury development, Ningyo Jindi. He rode a small electric bike, weaving through Ningyo District. Ningyo District is renowned as a wealthy enclave, with accompanying amenities that require no elaboration. If you tell others you purchase property there, they will regard you with increased esteem. That he had delivered takeout countless times in Ningyo District, fantasizing about the day he might reside there. Before he could reach Ningyo Jindi, someone intercepted him. It was a sales representative, sporting a tidy ponytail and glasses, holding a folder that made her appear somewhat naive. Yet, her uniform accentuated her waist and hips, presenting a striking C shape, and her figure was undeniably alluring. He halted his electric bike. "Excuse me, miss, is there something you need?" The girl frowned, anxiously tapping her foot. "Sir, please, I beg you to help me. It will only take 2 minutes of your time." He blinked in surprise, and the girl held up her ID badge, explaining, "I am a sales representative at Ningyo Jindi. Could you possibly walk through the sales office as if you were a new client? It would count towards my numbers." He removed his helmet. "Do I look like someone who can afford a house?" The girl quickly shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Just ask a few questions inside. Sign a paper, and you can leave. I haven't brought in a client in 3 days, and my supervisor is going to terminate me. Please, can you help?" Her eyes gleamed with desperation, akin to a famished wolf spotting meat after 10 days without food. Suhi, initially contemplating a purchase, saw no harm in stepping inside for a look. "All right." The girl's face brightened, her slender figure hurriedly parking Suhi's bike. Suhi strode confidently towards the sales office, his head held high. With money in his pocket, he felt emboldened. The girl followed closely behind, thinking, although this guy doesn't dress well, he carries himself convincingly. My supervisor shouldn't notice. Upon entering the property, colleagues whispered among themselves. Has Xiao Xiao become so desperate? At least she should bring someone who looks the part to feign interest. This guy clearly can't afford anything. If the supervisor finds out, we won't be able to bring anyone through in the future. That's just her style. If it weren't for the minors being too obvious, I bet she would bring a primary school student to view houses. Our development is high-end. Even the wealthy take their time considering. Can she really expect a scruffy guy in slippers and a holy t-shirt to be believable? Xiao Xiao felt uneasy under the scrutiny of her colleagues. Perhaps having faced ridicule before he, however, was unperturbed by the gossiping staff, as he frequently encountered such individuals in his own workplace. What I can or cannot afford is none of your concern. If you can't sell properties, perhaps you should learn how to treat others better. You, one colleague, infuriated, pointed at Su He, rendered speechless. Xiao Xiao turned, stifling a laugh behind her hand, and gestured towards the model of the property. Sir, this way, please. Let me introduce you to our development. What you are currently viewing is the overall planning map of Ningyo Jindi, with the north at the top and south at the bottom, left west and right east, aligning with the actual orientation of the project. Our project is situated in the heart of Ningyo District, merely 100 meters from the intersection of Metro Line 1 and Line 2. The city's finest tertiary general hospital is just 500 meters away. It's a school district property, located 300 meters from Ning City No. 1 Middle School, renowned as one of the best junior and senior high schools in the entire city. This is our floor plan. Xiao Xiao spoke rapidly, almost covering everything Suhi wished to know. As Suhi listened to the introduction, he nodded in acknowledgement. Ningyo Jindi is famously known for its upscale residences, and to be fair, one cannot find fault with its geographical location, transportation, or nearby amenities. If it weren't for the exorbitant prices, with an average of 20,000 in the city soaring to a staggering 45,000, the sales rate would not have languished at a mere 35 since its opening last year. Just a few days ago, this was a property Suhi could scarcely dare to dream of, yet here he was at the sales office today. What about the price? Xiao Xiao replied with a wry smile. The price is indeed a bit high, approximately 45,000 per square meter. However, my dear sir, we currently have a promotion offering a 5 discount. This is the lowest price, truly the lowest. The onlooking colleagues began to chuckle. You know, this client performs better than the others. It's just that the attire is so exaggerated. Have you not noticed? Xiao Xiao has also improved her performance. She's so earnest in her presentation. Isn't it obvious? It's all a show. What are you discussing? The supervisor's voice interrupted their chatter, forcing them to disperse. The supervisor cast a glance at Xiao Xiao and approached her, speaking sternly in a hushed tone. Xiao Xiao, come here for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the supervisor would discover her pretense of bringing in a fake client. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Please take a look around. I will be right back. Xiao Xiao was led to a corner of the sales office, where the supervisor stood with hands on her hips. How many times have I told you? We primarily deal with high-end properties. Look at the client you've brought. Can you find even a hint of potential for a transaction with him? Xiao Xiao lowered her head, adjusting her glasses, her palms clammy with sweat. But I have brought the client in. Do I need to teach you? Just feign a little interest and let him go. Your time should be spent on meaningful clients. Otherwise, where will your performance come from? Isn't that akin to telling a wild chicken about the nests in tall trees? Can a wild chicken even fly? Can you not? The supervisor continued her tirade, and Xiao Xiao's face grew increasingly flushed, showing no signs of resistance. In her, Suhi seemed to glimpse a reflection of his former self. Suddenly, Suhi interrupted the supervisor's reprimand with a question. Can I use a card now? The supervisor and Xiao Xiao immediately turned their heads, seemingly not having comprehended, and asked in unison, Sir, what did you say? Chapter 3. The Takeout Prince? Suhi repeated the question. Can I pay by card? Immediately, right now? Xiao Xiao hurriedly rushed to Suhi's side. Of course, absolutely. Suhi remarked, the layout is quite good, albeit a bit small. Sir, it's 130 square meters. Do you still find it small? Suhi chuckled. I prefer something more spacious. He glanced at Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao instinctively placed a hand over her heart. Our largest unit is 150 square meters, but the price. I want the 150. Money is no object. Suhi, having grown weary of his previous life, now that he had wealth, felt the urge to indulge and revel in it. Such is human nature. The supervisor stood frozen, his legs yearning to move forward, yet his mind refused to comply, rendering him immobile, dressed modestly and possessing an unremarkable appearance. Riding an electric bike emblazoned with the words takeout, it was entirely believable that he could struggle to pay rent. Yet, he was evidently wealthy. Did it imply that affluent individuals often present themselves in humble ways? Or perhaps he was simply a prince of takeout? Or was he merely seeking a taste of life? The supervisor nodded lightly, murmuring to himself, yes, indeed. He must be experiencing life. In reality, he is surely a prominent businessman. Supervisor, could you please pour Mr. Su a glass of water? Xiao Xiao's reminder interrupted the dazed supervisor, who finally snapped back to reality. Huh. Oh, yes. Coming right up. The colleagues had never witnessed such a scene. A high-end property in a city, with nearly a month passing without a single unit sold. Who would have imagined that a delivery person would walk in and casually make a purchase? Those unaware might think he was merely at the market buying vegetables. At last, a colleague voiced a question. Wait, wasn't this impoverished fellow just a fraud? Shoo, quiet down. What impoverished fellow? An impoverished man could never afford a property here. Address him as Mr. Su. Wait a moment. I distinctly saw Mr. Su riding that electric bike. Xiao Xiao intercepted him. He can't possibly be a client she arranged, right? Did Xiao Xiao strike it lucky and encounter a major client? Aside from them, Xiao Xiao felt as if she were in a dream, dazed and confused. It is worth noting that in the past month, she had followed up with hundreds of potential clients. And I emphasize, potential clients. Yet, not a single transaction had materialized. She had randomly found a stand-in on the street, and now it seemed she might close a deal? Could it be that he was merely pretending to be a client? Tentatively, Xiao Xiao asked, Mr. Su, do you truly wish to purchase a property? Suhi extracted his bank card from his pocket and, with a decisive motion, slapped it onto the property model. What? Do you think I traveled all this way just to amuse you? However, Mr. Su, should you not consult further? After all, Purchasing property is a significant matter. Sui shook his head. There is no need, nor is it necessary. I have heard of the geographical location and living environment of Ning Eugene D. Mr. Su, I must remind you that the total price of the property you are considering is $6,800,000. Sui pointed at his bank card. Let me ask you a question. I am currently in the cooling-off period of my divorce. Does this affect my ability to purchase a home? Is property considered personal assets? The lottery tickets gifted to me by my parents won a prize. Do they count as personal assets? Of course, they do, sir. In that case, as long as it belongs to my personal assets, I shall proceed with the purchase. Xiao Xiao took the bank card, contemplating. Mr. Su's ex-wife is truly unfortunate. After their divorce, Mr. Su has bought such an excellent property. If she knew it was purchased with personal assets, wouldn't she be utterly infuriated? Mr. Su, this way, please. Xiao Xiao led Su He to the finance room, where, with a beep, the card was processed. She collected the invoice and receipt, then crossed the hall to the documentation room. Sir, here are your purchase contract, invoice, and keys. Please keep them safe. When can I move in? We offer fully furnished units, and the procedures can be completed within 3 days. If you are in a hurry, you may move in immediately. Since it is a cash purchase, the bank's approval process is bypassed, and given that Ning Eugene D consists of ready-to-occupy units, it is indeed available for immediate residence. After completing the card transaction, Sui said nothing, took the documents, and prepared to leave on his electric bike. Just as he reached the door, he encountered the sales consultant who had previously discussed him. At this moment, the consultant appeared somewhat embarrassed and apprehensive, unconsciously stepping back. Sui cast her a sidelong glance. Miss, whether I can afford a house is hardly any of your concern, is it? The sales consultant, constrained by her pride, found it difficult to apologize directly. Yet she lowered her head. The entire sales office fell into an eerie silence. The supervisor whispered, "Did the deal close?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "Yes, it has been finalized. The largest unit at 150 square meters." The supervisor gently patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder. "Well done." Xiao Xiao was acutely aware that her success was merely a stroke of luck. It was Mr. Su who truly possessed the strength. Had she not encountered him, she might have been at risk of being optimized out this month. However, with this transaction, the title of sales champion was hers. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps this is how the world of the influential operates. For us, a month of relentless toil yields only meager results. Yet for Mr. Su, bestowing us a bit of fortune allows us to stand out among our peers. Simultaneously, upon hearing of Xiao Xiao's successful sale, the entire staff of the sales office erupted in excitement. One cannot judge a book by its cover. When he entered earlier, I initially thought he was merely a casual viewer, but upon seeing the supervisor, she suddenly changed her tone. I thought he was just browsing, yet unexpectedly, the deal was truly finalized. I currently find him riding his electric scooter to be incredibly charming. I have long asserted that this client possesses a distinctive aura. Yet, you remain skeptical. Xiao Xiao, you must treat us. Xiao Xiao cast a sidelong glance at her colleague. Just a moment ago, did you not claim he appeared impoverished, suggesting he could not afford anything? Did you not insinuate that he was merely a plant I had invited? What has changed now? The colleagues lowered their heads in embarrassment. Xiao Xiao continued. Furthermore, while I may lack social experience, it does not imply I am a fool. With that, she departed in her high heels, contemplating. Father advised me to experience life. Today, I have come to realize there are numerous intricacies among colleagues. After purchasing his new home, Su returned to the hotel that evening, only to receive a message from Xiao Xiao. Mr. Su, I have some exhilarating news that I can hardly wait to share with you. Chapter 4. Whispers. Su picked up his phone and casually replied, "What good news?" Xiao Xiao responded, "The Freedom Mall is set to establish itself south of our community." Su replied, "I recall that there seems to be another mall in that direction." Xiao Xiao confirmed, "Indeed. It was originally a high-end shopping center, but due to a sudden financial crisis, Freedom Mall acquired it at a bargain. Mr. Su, you helped me achieve my targets today. I am not one to forget a kindness." Xiao Xiao added, "I remember you mentioning your work at an investment firm. I believe this news may be of great significance to you." Xiao Xiao sent a cute image. "How did you come to know about Freedom Mall's upcoming establishment near our community?" Su replied, "That's none of your concern." Su expressed his surprise. "I am somewhat taken aback. After all, Freedom Mall typically caters to the mid-range market. What brings them to the upscale Ningyo district? Could it be that they have recently altered their strategy?" Xiao Xiao stated, "No changes. Perhaps there are other reasons." Su had an inkling that Xiao Xiao was somewhat extraordinary. You seem quite familiar with Freedom Mall. Oh, my best friend works at their headquarters, so it came up in conversation. She mentioned that I should not disclose this to anyone. Mr. Su, you won't tell anyone, will you? Rest assured. Su replied, as he turned off his phone, staring blankly at the hotel television. How peculiar. Freedom Mall primarily targets the mid-range market. Why would they establish themselves in a high-end area like Ningyo District? Surely, they must have conducted market research. Such a significant development seems unlikely. A spark of realization lit up Su's eyes as he suddenly sat upright. Freedom Mall has always been a barometer of the city's trends. Could it be that alongside the upscale G&D community, there will emerge facilities catering to a mid-range demographic? And it should be substantial. As the morning sun rose, the streets became congested during rush hour, filled with the sound of honking horns. Su turned over in bed, rubbed his eyes, and after completing his morning routine, set off for work. Residing in a hotel near the office, he arrived in just a few minutes. Before entering the company, a few colleagues gathered in small clusters. Uncertain of what to discuss, Sui paused behind the glass door, listening intently. Have you heard? Sui is divorced. One exclaimed. I always told him not to be so kind to his wife, but he wouldn't listen. Now he is left with nothing. There was a hint of pity in their tone. He was so good to her all these years. Sigh. That woman doesn't know how to cherish him. What are they discussing? A flamboyantly dressed woman in a fitted skirt and high heels approached. Oh, they're talking about Suhi. What is there to discuss? A man without ambition will naturally be overlooked by women. If I were his wife, I would leave too. I heard she is the owner of a small business. As her status rises, she is bound to look down on Suhi. After all, who would want to be with someone delivering takeout every day? Humph. I heard she doesn't even let him touch her. The poor toad thought he was with a swan, only to find he was with swan droppings. Sui took a deep breath and strode toward the crowd, seemingly unaffected by their gossip. Still gossiping? He smiled faintly, appearing remarkably composed. Indeed, a calm individual would not easily lose their temper, even when ridiculed. Don't worry, Sun Qingqing. Even if I'm divorced, you won't have a chance. Sun Qingqing retorted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Me? A chance? Look at yourself in the mirror, Suhi. You're nothing. I wouldn't even spare you a glance, and you think I lack opportunity? If you don't want to get close to me, how come you know so much about my family? Sui glanced at the other colleagues. Asked them if anyone knows I was a small boss before. The colleagues shook their heads. No, we don't know. Sui raised his hands. See, that settles it. Sun Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration. I just heard. Indeed. You've also heard my wife doesn't let me touch her? If she doesn't why don't you let me? With your figure. I bet it would be quite alluring in the dark, right? Ha. As the secretary to the boss, Sun Qingqing, realizing she couldn't counter Su He and had lost face, fanned the air in front of her. Stop daydreaming. You reek of sweat. If my friends knew I had a colleague delivering takeout, they would laugh me to scorn. Sui smiled slightly as he sat at his desk, organizing his belongings while retorting, Indeed. It's not just you who feels embarrassed. I feel embarrassed for you too. So what now? I have a good idea. Everyone turned to look at Suhi. He articulated slowly, you should resign. Then you won't have any delivery colleagues. You. Sun Qingqing pointed at him, rendered speechless. What? It seems you are still willing to be colleagues with someone like me, a food delivery worker? Sun Qingqing's anger was ignited. Why should I resign? Why don't you resign instead? To my knowledge, your performance within the company isn't particularly commendable, is it? Yet, it's not entirely lacking. Just as her words fell, a stern voice echoed throughout the office. What are you all discussing so early in the morning? Shouldn't you be focusing on your work? The speaker was none other than Manager Chun, the leader of Su He. Colleagues dispersed, and as Sun Qingqing left, she cast a disdainful glance at Su He. We shall see about this, Su He. Manager Chun placed a stack of documents in front of Su He. Su He, has the market research from General Manager Wang's side been completed? Yes, it has. Well then, these are the materials I have gathered. In truth, there isn't much to research, Manager Chun remarked. Let us proceed with the necessary formalities shortly. General Manager Wang intends to establish a chain fast food restaurant, but currently, all the proposed locations are in high-end areas. Thus, the work Su He has done leads to a singular conclusion. The high-end locations do not align with the target demographic of cost-effective brands. Hence a recommendation for a change in location. However, with the news that Xiao Xiao shared about the free market settling down last night, it appears that everything may soon change. Manager Chun, I fear we may not be able to proceed with the formalities just yet, Among General Manager Wang's potential sites, there is one that suits his brand quite well. Which one? Near Ningyo Golden Land. Manager Chun, with his hands in his pockets, replied, Su-hee, you are an experienced employee. Do you not realize that the vicinity of Ningyo Golden Land is filled with high-end establishments? While General Manager Wang's restaurant caters to a low to mid-tier demographic. What kind of international joke is this? At that moment, Sun Qingqing happened to pass by. Thus, the underperformance of some individuals is not without reason. Just then, the receptionist hurried over. Manager Chun, General Manager Wang is looking for you. Manager Chun grasped Su-hee's arm. Time is of the essence. We must meet with General Manager Wang first. He pointed at Su-hee and warned, I advise you to speak cautiously. Should you cause any trouble, the consequences will be yours to bear. Chapter 5. Proposal Issues. General Manager Wang donned a rather ordinary white short-sleeve shirt. In his 40s, he favored the vibrant attire of youth. Yet it was evident that the burdens of recent years had begun to etch themselves in wrinkles upon his face. General Manager Wang, thank you for your patience. Manager Chun greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. General Manager Wang nodded softly and took a seat. I initially planned to come tomorrow, but since I had a free moment today, I decided to arrive early. Manager Chun, how prepared are you with the materials on your side? Manager Chun patted his chest reassuringly. Should General Manager Wang be concerned about my efficiency? The materials have long been meticulously prepared, awaiting your arrival. Manager Chun stepped to the door and called out, Sun Qingqing, please pour a glass of water for General Manager Wang. General Manager Wang gently gestured with his hand. Enough of that. When can one not have water? First, let me hear about your investigation report. Very well. Manager Chun skillfully inserted the USB drive into the computer, and after connecting to the projector, he opened the PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Wang, please take a look. He began. Our investigation reveals that your company primarily serves the middle to low-end demographic, emphasizing cost-effectiveness. However, Manager Chun paused with a smile. If I may be frank, the locations you provided us are all quite upscale. As Sui prepared to speak, Manager Chun coughed twice. Sui could only purse his lips and nod with a smile. Manager Chun furrowed his brow. Mr. Wang, your company is quite substantial. Surely you must have conducted some preliminary market research prior to this? Had it not been entrusted to our firm, such a hasty investment would undoubtedly lead to significant issues. Mr. Wang leaned back in his chair, resting his hands on his abdomen as he took a deep breath. It is precisely because the company conducted research, yet internal opinions were divided, that we engaged your professional investment firm for further investigation. Manager Chun replied, in my opinion, there is no need for extensive research. The target demographic and the brand of your company are fundamentally incompatible. What is there to investigate? Not a single viable location? Mr. Wang exclaimed in astonishment. Manager Chun shook his head. Not one. You may not realize it, but these are all high-end venues. Manager Chun. Su-hee attempted to interject again, but was interrupted by Manager Chun. Su-hee refrained from speaking out of turn. Manager Chun had already discerned that Su-hee held differing views, which seemed rather naive. How could he possibly think Mr. Wang's proposal was feasible? If a viable report were to be produced, and it went awry, the consequences would extend far beyond mere reprimands. If substantial funds were expended without success, the repercussions for your company would be minimal in comparison. Regrettably, Manager Chun regretted bringing Su-hee into this, yet there was no recourse, as this project was primarily under Su-hee's purview. Due to Su-hee's repeated interruptions, Mr. Wang's curiosity was piqued. Manager Chun, who is this? He inquired. Manager Chun introduced. This is the investigator primarily responsible for your project. Oh, Mr. Wang remarked. The youth often possess their own perspectives. Mr. Su, do you perhaps have a differing opinion? Manager Chun coughed once more. No, Su-hee replied with a smile. Manager Chun has the final say indeed. His experience far surpasses my own. Feel free to express your thoughts candidly. There is nothing to conceal, Su-hee encouraged. Mr. Wang, I wouldn't dare speak out of turn. Should I voice a differing opinion and you end up incurring losses, that is a responsibility I cannot bear. Mr. Wang insisted, what responsibility? Just speak your mind. After swallowing hard, Su-hee seemed to have made a decision. Very well. In fact, Mr. Wang, I believe there is one location where a store could potentially be opened. Oh, Su-hee extracted a document and pointed to a specific area. It is right here, adjacent to the Ningyo Jindy community. Manager Chun eyed Su-hee intensely, his expression peculiar. Seeing that Su-hee remained obstinate, He lowered his voice and said, "Soo-hee, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize that the vicinity of Ningyu Golden District is filled with high-end establishments? I mentioned this to you earlier, yet you chose to disregard it. A seasoned businessman possesses a keen instinct, and Mr. Wang belongs to that category." "Wait, Mr. Su, please continue." Soo-hee replied, "The Free Mall is about to establish itself next to Ningyu Golden District. It is widely known that the Free Mall emphasizes cost-effectiveness, which aligns perfectly with the clientele of Mr. Wang's dining brand. Indeed, is it conceivable that such a large mall would not conduct market research before setting up? Absolutely impossible. Furthermore, the reason Mr. Wang has consistently chosen high-end locations for his new stores might indeed be due to some insider information." Soo-hee's tone gradually slowed. "Otherwise, why would every location Mr. Wang has proposed to us be, without exception, in high-end areas?" Manager Chen interrupted Soo-hee. "Soo-hee, hold on. You just mentioned that the Free Mall is setting up in Ningyu District. Where did you hear this?" "A friend of mine told me." "A friend? Which friend?" Manager Chen pressed on. "Do you realize how significant a company the Free Mall is? Only the upper echelons would be privy to such information. How could your friend possibly know?" At this, Soo-hee averted his gaze. Truth be told, he was at a loss for how to explain. He couldn't very well say that a real estate consultant had informed him while he was house hunting. Could he? He was well aware that Xiao wouldn't deceive him. After all, he was one of their clients. But would Manager Chen believe him? Would Mr. Wang? Just then, Sun Qingqing entered with a cup of tea. "Mr. Wang, your tea." "All right, just set it down," Mr. Wang replied, tapping the table. "Let me make a call." Sun Qingqing placed her hands on her hips. "Oh dear." I was hesitant to speak while Mr. Wang was present. "But Soo-hee, how reliable is this friend of yours? How long have you known them? Such significant matters cannot be discussed lightly. If something goes awry, you will be held accountable." "Indeed. How long have you known them?" Manager Chen inquired. Soo-hee felt somewhat embarrassed. "Well, truthfully, just a day or two." Sun Qingqing burst into laughter. "Ha! You've only known her for a day or two, and you dare to place your trust in her words? It's utterly ridiculous. Soo-hee, let me remind you. Every report from our investment company could profoundly affect our clients. Therefore, please treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves." As soon as Sun Qingqing finished speaking, Mr. Wang re-entered from outside. He grasped Soo-hee's hand firmly. "Thank you." Then he turned to Manager Chen and said, "Manager Chen, your company truly nurtures talent. If it weren't for Soo-hee today, we might have genuinely missed out on a remarkable project." Both Sun Qingqing and Manager Chen were taken aback. "Mr. Wang, what is going on?" Chapter 6. Soo-hee has changed. When Mr. Wang re-entered, his gaze towards Soo-hee had transformed. "I had just made a phone call back to the company, and our marketing department had received the market research results a mere minute ago. They confirmed that a free shopping mall had indeed established itself beside Ningyu Jingdi." Not only were Manager Chen and his team surprised, but Soo-hee was also taken aback. Could it be true? "Initially, I merely believed that Xiao would not deceive me, and I took a risk to express my inner thoughts. Yet, who would have imagined that a free shopping mall would actually set up next to Ningyu Jingdi? Who exactly is Xiao?" Mr. Wang held his phone in hand. The clientele of the free shopping mall closely resembled our own. However, they always seemed to receive news ahead of us. Over the years, the chain restaurants we had followed, even if they could not savor the meat, at least got a share in the broth. Mr. Wang added, "Our team just left the company, preparing to secure the shop next to Ningyu Jingdi." He patted Soo-hee's shoulder. "Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. Our team only learned of this news a minute ago. Yet you appear to have had accurate information even while planning." Soo-hee chuckled foolishly. "Just lucky. I'm merely fortunate." Mr. Wang shook his head. "No, in other matters, you may attribute it to luck, but in this instance, if you claim it is merely luck, no one will believe you. My employee clearly informed me that only the top executives of the free shopping mall were privy to this information, yet Mr. Su knew it so early." Mr. Wang half-jokingly inquired, "Mr. Su, you are not here merely for a life experience, are you? In reality, are you a relative of some high-ranking official at the free shopping mall?" Soo-hee quickly waved his hands. Impossible, Mr. Wang. That joke is a bit too far-fetched. If I had such connections, I would have started my own business long ago." Manager Chen furrowed his brow intensely, fixating on Soo-hee. Where did this kid obtain such accurate information? He had been with the company for 4 or 5 years, known for his caution. And now he seemed to have taken a bold leap. Sun Qingqing was even more perplexed. Soo-hee had actually befriended a high-ranking official from the free shopping mall. "I wish to establish a connection too. If I happen upon some wealthy heir, Wouldn't that be splendid? However, just moments ago, Sun Qingqing's disbelief in Su He's claims left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Manager Chun, Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Manager Chun and Mr. Wang paid her no mind. After Sun Qingqing departed, Mr. Wang lavished praise upon Su He for a good 10 minutes before taking his leave. Manager Chun, thank you both. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Mr. Wang picked up Su He's report from the table and said to Manager Chun, I'll be taking this report with me. Very well. Allow me to see you off. Returning to his workstation, Su He soon found Sun Qingqing approaching him. Su Ge, how would you describe our relationship? Su He turned to glance at Sun Qingqing. Not particularly close. Sun Qingqing pressed her lips together. All right. If I have wronged you in the past, I apologize. Su He set aside his work, exerting force to swivel his chair towards her, his eyes narrowed with a disdainful glance. Sun Qingqing, what do you truly desire? Sun Qingqing flashed a charming smile. Don't you know the high-ranking officials of the free community? Could you introduce me to one? Su He chuckled derisively. Humph. Dream on. Just a moment ago, you were calling me Su He and lamenting your own lack of achievements. Now that you see my connections, you've switched to calling me Su Ge? Sun Qingqing, is it even possible for a change in the weather to occur as swiftly as you do? Sun Qingqing prepared to speak again, but Su He interrupted her. Enough. Sun Qingqing, are you attempting to latch onto another wealthy heir? With your stunning figure and appearance, why not work honestly and devote yourself to your job instead of indulging in trivial pursuits? Sun Qingqing handed Su He a note. Su Ge, this is my personal contact information. Please add me. He casually tossed it into the trash. Don't litter. In the following days, Su He continued his routine at the company. But his work approach underwent a dramatic transformation. For instance, just a few days ago, Manager Chun, Su He, please work some overtime. We have a few reports that need your attention. Su He, is there overtime pay? Manager Chun, come on, young man. You need to be ambitious. Su He merely smiled slightly and returned the documents to Manager Chun. I'm sorry, but without overtime pay, I won't be working extra hours. He raised his wrist to check the time. Manager Chun, it's 1 minute until quitting time. Please excuse me. Su He left gracefully while Manager Chun called after him. Su He, don't you want a promotion? Su He's voice echoed back. Old Chun, if you wanted to promote me, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Save your grand plans for dinner. And then there was yesterday morning. Xiao Xiao sent a message to Su He, who casually picked up his phone to reply, coincidentally noticed by a colleague from the HR department. Su He, handling personal matters during work hours incurs a fine of 100 yuan. In the past, Su He would have pleaded desperately due to family responsibilities, the need to save money, and to pay off Gu Tian's debts. However, now he did not. Who said you can't check your messaging apps during work hours? The company policy. I've been working here for 4 or 5 years, and this is the first time I've heard of it. What was in the past is in the past. The present is the present. The HR colleague extended a hand. Pay the fine. Su He retorted, I have no money. The HR colleague persisted. Fine, we will deduct it from your salary this month. Su He immediately stood up. An unreasonable fine, is it? Subsequently, he retrieved a stack of bills from his wallet and emphatically tossed it onto the table, declaring, here is 3,000 yuan. I invite all my colleagues from the department to indulge in leisure. He shouted to his co-workers, gentlemen, pause your tasks for a moment. I've already paid the fine for you. Today, you may enjoy yourselves without the burden of work. Su He, a colleague from the Human Resources Department, stomped her feet in frustration and, recognizing her own culpability, quickly departed. She pondered anxiously, what shall we do now? The leader insists on identifying 5 employees who violate regulations each month, and everyone knows Su He is considered an easy target. Who could have anticipated that he would transform so drastically? It is only natural. When one's pockets are lined with money, confidence in speech follows suit. Continuing to work here becomes merely a life experience. Should one desire to cease the experience, departing is a trivial matter. In fact, acquiring the company could very well be within the realm of possibility. Throughout that week, Su He's behavior was exceedingly unusual. Who among his colleagues would dare to believe that Su He could exhibit such audacity? By Friday afternoon, as Su He was leaving, his co-workers erupted in chatter. Chapter 7. Encounter at the restaurant with Gu Bin. Has Su He recently become remarkably bold? Who knows? Now, he even dares to confront Manager Chun. This fellow. Has he perhaps been suppressed for too long? How amusing. Previously compliant, and now he strikes with vigor. What was that saying? The meek fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. It seems Suhi no longer regards this job with any concern. Whom does he fear? A few days prior, Suhi visited a 4S dealership to inspect a vehicle worth over $1 million, and today, after work, his first order of business was to retrieve the car. It must be said, at times, human nature can be quite peculiar. Seated in the driver's seat, he caressed the sleek black steering wheel. I still feel that my little electric vehicle is more comfortable. Having acquired a new car, a celebration was certainly in order. Suhi had longed to indulge in a seafood buffet, yet for years, he had been financially strained while assisting Gu Tian. Furthermore, even if he desired a lavish meal, Gu Tian would never permit it. But Gu Tian, on the other hand, ensured their pet dog dined far better than he did. Now that they were divorced and with money in his pockets, when else could he afford to be extravagant, if not now? Suhi drove to a buffet restaurant called Azure Tongue, where the aroma of red wine wafted enticingly at the entrance. As soon as he stepped inside, a waiter ushered him in, saying, "Sir, please come this way." He traversed the hall and settled into a window-side seat. "Is it just you, sir?" "Indeed." The attentive waiter set down a knife and fork, along with a pair of chopsticks on the side, presumably recognizing that most patrons from the Dragon Kingdom are still unaccustomed to using cutlery. With an array of delicacies including beef, salmon, hairy crab, and lobster, the buffet offered an abundance of choices, and Suhi feasted heartily. After indulging, he stretched pleasantly. How has it been so delightful until now? Just then, a voice captured Suhi's attention. "Brother-in-law?" Slowly, he lifted his gaze. "Gu Bin, what brings you here?" Gu Bin is the younger brother of Gu Tian. When Gu Tian divorced Suhi, she casually reminded him, "Remember to attend my brother's wedding next month." This so-called brother is none other than the present Gu Bin. Gu Bin entwines his fingers with those of the girl beside him, and as he gently raises her hand, a pair of diamond rings glimmer under the light. "My fiancé, we are getting married next month. My sister must have informed you," he states. Suhi and Gu Tian were once a married couple. Yet the use of the term informed by an outsider suggests a significant rift between them. "I was informed. Congratulations." Gu Bin says, "We have matters to attend to, so we won't intrude on your dinner, brother-in-law." He quickly departs, returning to his seat while still muttering, "My brother-in-law comes to dine lavishly. Yet why wasn't my sister invited?" Furrowing his brow, he adds, "My brother-in-law has always been a thrifty person. Why is he indulging today?" "Isn't your sister a small business owner?" A girl interjects. "Indeed. The last time I saw her, she was impeccably dressed." She stretches her neck to glance at Suhi, adding, "But your brother-in-law's attire, my. It leaves much to be desired." Gu Bin casually remarks, "Though my sister is a small business owner, my brother-in-law," he lowers his voice, "is a delivery man, a pauper, if you will. So there truly are instances where a toad can feast upon swan meat in this world. Your brother-in-law must be living the high life." The girl retorts, "Indeed, he is utterly unworthy of my sister. I fail to comprehend why, when we needed funds for our wedding, he refused to lend us any. It's absurd. My sister shows him respect as her husband. Without her favor, he asks nothing." The volume of Gu Bin's voice rises, just as his words reach Suhi's ears. However, Suhi takes note silently and does not confront him. With such a disposition, he still aspires to be the head of the household? The girl inquires. "Perhaps a man unwilling to bear such responsibilities is not a good man," Gu Bin responds. "After we marry, you must refrain from frivolously spending. All finances should be entrusted to me for safekeeping." Gu Bin beams sweetly. "Darling, rest assured. What is mine is yours, and what is yours remains yours." Now that sounds more like it. After Suhi has dined to satisfaction, Gu Bin's meal is nearing completion as they encounter each other once more in the elevator. After all, Gu Bin is still unaware of the divorce, so he must maintain appearances. He presses the button for the basement level. "Brother-in-law, you are heading to the first floor to catch the subway, right? Allow me to assist you." No. I am also going to the basement level." Gu Bin replies, frowning. "But isn't the basement the parking lot?" "Yes." "Did you buy a car?" "Just acquired it. My sister is rather inconsiderate. Such a significant event, and she didn't inform me. She secretly bought a car." Suhi casually states, "It has nothing to do with your sister." Gu Bin dismisses this as mere background noise, not contemplating it further. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Gu Bin's vehicle is conveniently parked near the elevator. A car valued at around 200,000. Suhi inquired, "Is this car yours?" "Indeed." Suhi replied, impressive. Gu Bin feigned humility, responding, "What's impressive? It's just average." "Brother-in-law, with your hard work, I believe you too shall drive a car like this in the future. I will. Suhi chose to disregard Gu Bin, instead walking further away, retrieving the car from behind. As he passed Gu Bin, he halted the vehicle and honked twice. Beep beep. Gu Bin turned around, and upon realizing that Suhi was driving a car worth over $1 million, he was utterly taken aback. Brother-in-law, where did you rent this car? Rent? I just purchased it. Did you not see? It hasn't even been photographed yet. How could a rental company lease out a car that hasn't been documented? Gu Bin exchanged incredulous glances with his girlfriend, both equally astonished. I can't believe it. Gu Bin stammered, his previously upright demeanor now faltering. Work hard. I believe you will also drive a car like this in the future. With that, Suhi strode away. That night at midnight, Suhi was at the hotel when his phone lit up. The caller ID displayed Gu Bin. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The last time Gu Bin had asked to borrow money, he had declined, and now he was calling again. What other reason could there be? Brother-in-law, do you have time? I'd like to treat you and my sister to a late-night snack. What? Didn't you have enough at the buffet earlier? No. I just thought it has been a while since we last connected, so I wanted to rekindle our relationship. Suhi mused that what was destined to come would eventually arrive. Over the years, Gu Bin had frequently solicited money from the family. Under pressure from Gu Tian, he had refrained from demanding any. If Gu Bin dared to ask again this time, he would not hold back. After all, he was divorced from Gu Tian. Why should he concern himself with Gu Bin? My sister can't join us. How about, brother-in-law, then I'll treat you alone. Suhi paused for a few seconds. Very well. Chapter 8. You have wronged me. The night in Ning City was ablaze with lights as Suhi, Gu Bin, and his fiancée gathered at a late-night snack stall. Brother-in-law, take a look at the menu. Order whatever you desire. Just a few random items will suffice, Suhi replied, patting his stomach. You see, I'm still digesting what I ate earlier. I can hardly eat more. Gu Bin insisted, what was eaten earlier is in the past. We haven't seen each other in ages. This meal is on me, brother-in-law, please don't compete with me. Suhi chuckled coldly to himself. Just earlier, Gu Bin claimed he was unworthy of his sister, calling himself a pauper. What's this? Seeing me in a luxury car has suddenly changed your tune? Suhi remarked. Then let us just have a couple of skewers of grilled meat. All right. Waiter, 20 skewers of grilled meat and 20 skewers of large kidneys. My brother-in-law likes them big. Gu Bin called out, stretching his neck towards the waiter. The waiter, upon noticing the smile on Gu Bin's face, discerned whether it was he or his brother-in-law who desired the grilled kidneys. Gu Bin shifted his seat towards Suhi and inquired, brother-in-law, what have you been busy with lately? What else could I be busy with? Just the same as before. Gu Bin reminisced, brother-in-law. I still remember when you and my sister first got married. No one approved except for me. He patted his chest, asserting, I told my parents not to underestimate you. I knew you would become someone significant in the future. Suhi picked up a piece of food and remarked, Gu Bin, I recall that back then. All those suitors of your sister lost interest, didn't they? And you weren't exactly in favor of me becoming your brother-in-law either, were you? Gu Bin chuckled sheepishly. Brother-in-law, how could you say that? Initially, I too had my reservations, but I soon realized how truly remarkable you are. Hence, I eventually came around. Suhi responded, well, I appreciate that. What is there to thank for? We are family. There's no need for formalities. Gu Bin exclaimed, raising his glass. Come, brother-in-law, let us toast. They clinked their glasses together. Brother-in-law, may I boldly inquire something? Gu Bin asked with a smile. What is it? Have you recently come into some wealth? Where would I have made a fortune? Gu Bin retorted, but I see you drive cars worth 50 to 60,000. 112,000, actually. 112,000? Gu Bin's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Suhi continued to eat nonchalantly. Indeed. You still claim you haven't struck it rich? Suhi waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just a bit of extra money I've made recently. Gu Bin was incredulous. 120,000, and he calls it small change? What would qualify as a significant amount for him? Swallowing hard, Gu Bin noticed a girl beside him casting a disapproving glance. Look at you, and then look at brother-in-law. How can there be such a disparity? Enough. Suhi interjected. You surely spoke ill of me at the buffet, didn't you? Brother-in-law, how could I? Gu Bin protested. Although you spoke softly, I heard everything. Suhi interrupted. The girl smiled apologetically. Brother-in-law, I simply didn't recognize your stature. However, in the future, Gu Bin will still need your support. Suhi laughed. Don't rely on me. I'm not that dependable. At last, having enjoyed a hearty meal, Suhi turned to Gu Bin and said, Gu Bin, I can see that your invitation for dinner today harbors ulterior motives. Speak plainly. What is it? Gubin chuckled awkwardly as he lit a cigarette for Suhi. Brother-in-law, I'm about to get married, and I was wondering if you could Gubin. Though slightly embarrassed, gestured with his fingers, clearly indicating his intent. You're asking to borrow money, aren't you? Yes. Gubin affirmed earnestly, but rest assured, I will repay you within a year. Sorry, I can't do that. Gubin forced a smile and said, Isn't it strange, brother-in-law? You haven't even asked me how much I need to borrow, yet you refuse outright? Suhi took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling the blue smoke slowly. Regardless of the amount, I have none to lend. Just as Gubin was about to respond, Suhi suddenly fixed his gaze upon him. Let me make this clear. Even if you were to ask to borrow a single dollar, I would still be unable to assist you. Gubin's expression gradually darkened. Brother-in-law, that's rather unkind of you. Unkind? Suhi retorted, Let me ask you this. 2 years ago, when you expressed your desire to start a business, your sister lent you 30,000. Whatever happened to that money? That's because my sister said she wouldn't ask for it back, Gubin replied, lowering his head. She said she wouldn't, but does that mean you are absolved of repaying it? Gubin, this is marital property. And even if your sister doesn't demand repayment, my 15,000 is still part of it. Isn't it? Gubin insisted, brother-in-law, rest assured. I will pay you back soon. But this time, I truly have an urgent matter. Speaking of urgent matters reminded Suhi of last year when Gubin borrowed 20,000 under the pretense of an emergency, promising to repay it in 6 months. And where is that money now? Gubin, I have lent you a considerable amount, yet you have never repaid a single cent. But brother-in-law, this time it's truly significant. I'm getting married. After all, how often does one marry? Gubin argued. When I married your sister, did you lend me anything? Brother-in-law, that's rather unfair. I had just graduated from university and lacked financial stability back then, but you are in a position to help now. Gubin continued. If you refuse to assist me, I shall turn to my sister. Suhi nearly laughed in frustration. So if I don't help you, I become the villain? Brother-in-law, when you were short on funds, you didn't act this way. You were quite humble. Now that you have wealth, you've forgotten your roots, haven't you? Suhi shook his head in resignation. You truly have shown me your true colors. I don't care. You are still my brother-in-law, and you ought to help me. Gubin insisted. Suhi slammed his hand on the table. Bang. He pointed at Gubin. Let me clarify this. I am no longer your brother-in-law. Your sister and I are divorced. What? Gubin exclaimed. Indeed. Furthermore, your sister has expressed her desire to pursue her own happiness. Gubin, it is your family that has wronged me, while I have done nothing to deserve this treatment. Gubin smiled helplessly. I see now. You and your sister are cut from the same cloth, both relentless in your demands. Do you think others are fools? Gubin fell silent, bowing his head, unable to articulate a rebuttal. A mistake is a mistake. Gubin, I don't wish to exchange more harsh words. Please leave. As Gubin slowly stood up, he quietly said to the girl beside him, Let us go. Even on their way out, the girl inquired, Do you think your brother-in-law is aware of how wealthy he has become? Chapter 9 An encounter with an old classmate. If my sister were aware, she would have informed me long ago. How could I have been left in such an embarrassing situation? However, your brother-in-law truly is something. If he doesn't want to lend, why must he be so sarcastic? Gubin exclaimed in anger. People change once they acquire wealth. I cannot fathom what your brother-in-law has been up to these past few days. Suddenly, he has become affluent. He sighed, alas. He is my ex-brother-in-law now. He does not even acknowledge me as his brother-in-law anymore. Why should I be the one to approach him? As for what he has been doing, I truly have no idea. What sort of endeavor could lead someone to overnight riches? The two continued their stroll, the sound of the girl's high heels echoing with each step. Clack, clack. Could it be that your ex-brother-in-law won the lottery? The girl jested. Suddenly, Gubin's expression turned serious. Xiaoqing, don't jest about that. I recently heard that someone in our city won the first prize. A staggering 20 tickets. That amounts to 200 million. Could he truly be that fortunate? Why would luck favor him? Gubin spoke gravely. If it is indeed my ex-brother-in-law who won, then my sister is in for a tough time. Divorced, and then hitting the jackpot. Who could endure such a fate? It would drive anyone mad. The sound of high heels abruptly ceased as the girl, referred to as Xiaoqing, suddenly halted in her tracks. Wait. Gubin's gaze fixed intently on her, awaiting her next utterance. He and your sister are still in a cooling-off period. Every penny he possesses currently belongs to shared assets. In an instant, Gubin's eyes lit up with realization. Of course. How could I have overlooked that? His expression turned fierce again, fists clenched. Suhi, you have insulted me in such a manner. I shall not allow you to remain at peace. Little did they know, Sui had purchased the lottery ticket with personal funds, and any winnings would entirely belong to him. Subsequently, all properties acquired through personal funds would also be deemed personal assets, having no connection whatsoever with Gu Tuan. Meanwhile, Sui glared at Gu Bin's retreating figure, cursing inwardly. What a dog! What kind of people are in the Gu family? Just as he was about to rise and leave, the waiter called out, "Hey, buddy, you haven't settled your bill yet, have you?" Sui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sat back down. "How much is it?" The waiter tapped the calculator in hand. "A total of 560. What?" Sui thought he must have misheard, pointing at the receipts on the table. "You're charging me 560 for just 20 skewers of grilled meat and 20 skewers of grilled kidneys? Besides, I haven't even finished my meal." The waiter chuckled. "Buddy, your unfinished meal has nothing to do with us. You ordered it, so you must pay. What kind of age is this? Where such unscrupulous establishments still exist? Unprincipled establishment?" The waiter lifted the menu, displaying it before Sui. "Take a good look for yourself. Our prices are clearly marked. If you cannot afford it, you need not dine here." Sui's temper flared. In the past, when he lacked funds, he would have spoken submissively in such situations. But now, with nearly 200 million in hand, the cost of this meal seemed trivial, a mere drop in the ocean. His confidence surged as he spoke. "How do you speak, you waiter?" "I speak just like this. Go, call your boss over here." The waiter sneered. "Even if I summon our boss, the bill remains 560. Then, the waiter craned his neck and shouted, "Bosley! Bosley! Someone is trying to skip out on the bill." "Who is trying to escape?" Sui felt helpless and speechless. After a while, Bosley emerged, his belly protruding, and after grasping the situation, he glanced at the bill. He chuckled. "Oh brother, our waiter indeed miscalculated your bill. I told you it's not 560, but 650. Sui's anger flared instantly, and he abruptly stood up. "Extortion. This is blatant extortion." Bosley responded with a grin. "We also charge a table fee, 30 per person. The waiter forgot to include that, so it totals 650. I've never encountered a table fee anywhere I've dined. Furthermore, how can a table fee be 30 for one person? Are you implying that in order to eat, I must pay for a table?" Bosley remained unyielding. "You could indeed stand while eating. No one would stop you." "You." Sui pointed at Bosley, seething with rage. At that moment, several diners outside the restaurant cast menacing glances at him. Sui then realized that many of these patrons were likely in cahoots. Finding himself at an impasse, he reluctantly lowered his head to retrieve his money. Bosley studied Sui, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Brother, where do you live?" "What? Do you intend to invade my home?" No, Bosley remarked. "I just thought your demeanor seemed familiar." Sui retorted coldly. "There's no need for pleasantries. I'll just pay you. However, I must make it clear that the relevant authorities will soon find you." Bosley appeared entirely unbothered. It seemed he had thrived in this brazen manner for quite some time for a reason. As Sui rummaged through his wallet, his ID slipped out. Upon seeing the name Su, Bosley suddenly gasped. "Brother, did you attend Ning City No. 1 High School? What does that have to do with you? Is your name Sui? Who are you?" "I'm Li Xiaopeng." Sui distinctly remembered Li Xiaopeng from high school, who had bullied him frequently. "Is he trying to bully me again now?" Sui stood frozen. "Xiaopeng?" He scrutinized him carefully. "It truly is you." Li Xiaopeng burst into laughter. "Huh? I never expected to run into you here." Sui replied, "However, Xiaopeng, you're in the wrong here. Look around. There are quite a few patrons passing by. And for just 40 skewers, asking for over 600 is indeed somewhat extortionate." Li Xiaopeng laughed again heartily. "Ha ha." Suddenly, his laughter ceased. "Sui, how is it that after all these years, you're still as poor as ever?" "Sui, I have heard that you are now delivering food. In truth, I believe our server is correct. If one cannot afford it, they need not partake." Li Xiaopeng remarked. "No wonder no one invited you to the reunion next week. Having you there would be a disgrace. While everyone discusses projects, you drone on about which food deliveries are preferable and which security guards won't apprehend you. We simply cannot relate, can we?" Su had once hoped that Li Xiaopeng would have evolved over the years, yet it seemed that adulthood had only exacerbated his flaws. "Li Xiaopeng, this is rather excessive, don't you think?" "It is not I who am excessive. It is you who invites disdain." Li Xiaopeng extended his hand, demanding, "Pay up." As those words fell, a voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. "Who is this? How audacious!" Following the sound, Li Xiaopeng peered over and exclaimed, "Mr. Wang? What brings you here?" Indeed, it was Mr. Wang, the very individual for whom Su had crafted a business plan. Chapter 10. It turns out he is Mr. Wang's friend. Let us dispense with the trivialities. How is business today? Mr. Li inquired with a grin, not too shabby. The previously brazen Mr. Li appeared as a mouse before a cat upon seeing Mr. Wang. What is this chaos at the entrance? Xiao Li, last month's performance declined. And judging by the current situation, it appears we are headed for another downer. Let me be clear. If you can perform, then do so. If not, you may as well leave. Mr. Li's ire grew with each word. I can find plenty of managers who can walk on two legs. Yes, Mr. Li. No. He ought to be addressed as Manager Li now. Manager Li nodded and bowed, fervently hoping for Mr. Wang's leniency. Mr. Wang, I shall endeavor to improve. It is all his fault. Mr. Wang pointed at Su. This fellow is trying to dine at our expense. But rest assured, if he does not settle his bill today, I shall not let him leave. Su, exasperated, retorted, Li Xiaoping, do not make baseless accusations. You charged me over 600 for 20 skewers of meat and 20 skewers of kidneys. Even if I were a fool, I would not pay such an amount. You are speaking nonsense. Whether I speak nonsense or not can easily be discerned from the bill. Let us see it then. Who is afraid? Manager Li exhibited no trepidation as he retrieved the bill and began to peruse it. Mr. Wang, look. It clearly states 80 skewers of meat. Strangely, the bill had seemingly transformed entirely. It no longer indicated 20 skewers, but had morphed into 80. Su felt perplexed as he snatched the bill from Manager Li's grasp, noticing that the previous dining fee had vanished as well. What on earth is happening? Manager Li replied, Su, we have been classmates for years. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Although I am the manager of this establishment, I cannot be partial and allow you to dine without payment. I must answer to Mr. Wang. No, this cannot be possible. Su furrowed his brow, recalling how they had just presented him with a bill, yet such expenses were non-reimbursable, leading him to casually discard it. Perhaps Manager Li had seized upon this very detail, emboldening him to manipulate the bill at will. As for witnesses, the majority of those present were merely hired by the rotund Li Xiaoping. To call upon them for testimony would be tantamount to presenting counter-evidence. And as for Gu Bin, there was no need to elaborate. He likely harbored a deep resentment towards Su. It was not a matter of finances, but rather a desire to avoid being wrongfully accused. Surveying his surroundings, Su suddenly snatched the bill from their hands and wiped it with his hand. To his astonishment, the ink had not yet dried. He displayed the document before Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, take a look. We've been arguing for quite some time, yet the ink remains wet. Is this conceivable? Clearly, this was hastily penned by Manager Li. I distinctly ordered 20 skewers, and in the blink of an eye, it has transformed into 80. Furthermore, there's an additional 30 yuan for a table fee. I must inquire, Mr. Wang, is this reasonable? You represent a chain brand. If one store encounters an issue, it could lead to simultaneous problems across a dozen others. Can you withstand the ensuing public pressure? Mr. Wang, do not heed his nonsense. Manager Li interjected, but was swiftly silenced by Mr. Wang's reprimand as he pointed at Su. Do you know who he is? Of course, he is merely my high school classmate. Li retorted, I must inform you that to offend Mr. Su is to offend me. Manager Li was momentarily taken aback, pointing first at Su and then at Mr. Wang. You know each other? Know each other? I'll tell you, Manager Li, a person's capability and character are often proportional. I have witnessed Mr. Su's abilities firsthand. We have been acquainted for several months, and he has been a significant help to me. To show disrespect towards Mr. Su is to belittle me. Manager Li immediately wilted under the weight of such revelations. Mr. Wang, I truly did not know he was your friend. After a brief moment, Manager Li regained his composure. Yes, Mr. Su is also my friend. Su smiled lightly. Li Xiaoping, rather. I should say Manager Li. What puzzles me is why you are charging a table fee. Mr. Wang inquired, is such a thing possible? Manager Li, you have never mentioned to me that you were collecting a table fee. Su interjected, Mr. Wang, I assure you, I am not instigating trouble. If this continues, your brand may be irreparably damaged. Manager Li, feeling helpless, sought to explain himself, but could he expect Mr. Wang to believe him? At this moment, his only hope lay with Su. Su, we were classmates after all. Surely you wouldn't want to see me lose my job? Su replied slowly, Li Xiaoping. We are all workers here. As diligent employees, should we not focus on our tasks rather than engage in petty antics? Yes. I trust Mr. Wang is seeking an explanation. Even in the absence of explanations, an apology is still warranted, is it not? Upon hearing Su's words, Manager Li hastily began to elucidate. I sincerely apologize. I deeply regret my actions. Manager Li exclaimed, Mr. Wang, this is entirely my fault. I was momentarily blinded. Mr. Wang took a seat on the bench, while Manager Li stood before him. Manager Li, Mr. Wang remarked, I recall that your family circumstances were quite favorable. How did you find yourself in this predicament? Manager Li lowered his gaze. Indeed, Mr. Wang, my family situation was once quite stable. However, my father fell gravely ill, and all our resources have been allocated to his treatment. I find myself in a dire situation. If my performance does not improve, I risk being let go next month. In such a case, I will be unable to afford my father's medical expenses. The human heart is tender, and upon hearing these words, Mr. Wang felt a pang of sorrow. Mr. Su, what do you think? Su inquired, Li Xiaoping. Is this truly your justification? No, it is not, he replied. Even so, you cannot deceive others, can you? Indeed, Mr. Su is right. Just because your family is facing difficulties does not justify pretending to be a boss when you are merely a manager. Manager Li responded, Mr. Su, I acknowledge my faults. Furthermore, I was not a model student in high school. I beseech you to show leniency and not hold this against me. Primarily, I am anxious about the upcoming class reunion. If I admit to being nothing, how will my classmates perceive me? Su sighed deeply. Alas. Eventually, Su decided to refrain from further involvement in Li Xiaoping's matters, leaving it to Mr. Wang. However, he was curious about the class reunion Li Xiaoping mentioned. Why had no one invited him? Su pondered. Having won the lottery, perhaps he ought to make a donation to his alma mater. Chapter 11. What you possess is within my grasp. As night fell, the crescent moon hung in the sky, and the air was cool and refreshing. Su collapsed onto the soft, plush sofa. One must admit, a good home is indeed a treasure, warm in winter and cool in summer. He had not needed to turn on the air conditioning, yet he felt no discomfort from the heat. Having won 200 million, Su had enjoyed the spoils for the past few days, purchasing a car and a watch worth over 500,000. However, money, after all, is finite, and Su had no intention of idly spending it all, primarily due to boredom. Another reason he had not resigned was that the investment company offered numerous opportunities. Over the past 2 years, e-commerce had become a relic of the past. Everyone was now engrossed in live streaming, which subsequently evolved into short videos. Su harbored a bold idea. While you all engage in competition, I shall profit from your endeavors. For instance, as they delve into short videos, Su would capitalize on the financial gains of these business owners, providing copy, references, and more. Outside, a gentle breeze wafted through, prompting Su to frown. This method of earning money is rather slow. Why not create a website? Just as Su finished his thought, a call from General Manager Wang came through. Xiao Su, I sincerely apologize for today's matter. General Manager Wang, you are far too courteous. After a brief pause, General Manager Wang continued, Xiao Su, I would like to ask for your assistance. We are launching a new store and require promotional materials. I heard that your wife is involved in a materials company, and I would like to inquire about pricing and technical aspects. How does that sound? In truth, Gu Tian's company, being relatively small, has struggled in recent years as larger firms have dominated the printing industry. Consequently, their orders are quite limited. Otherwise, they would not have accrued such significant debts after their initial failure. It's my ex-wife, General Manager Wang. Divorced? General Manager Wang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, just a few days ago. Well then, just as General Manager Wang was about to end the call, Su interjected, wait. General Manager Wang anticipated Su's next words. Actually, their company's standards and quality are quite acceptable, Su remarked. Xiao Su, you are recommending her despite your divorce? Many assumed that after a divorce, Su would seek retribution. After all, Gu Tian's treatment of Su over the years could hardly be described as fair. It was nothing short of outrageous. Even one's dog would not be treated so poorly. Yet, Su remained unfazed, simply wishing to live well post-divorce. Moreover, he aimed to let Gu Tian know that everything she possesses today was earned through his own efforts. If he could provide for her, taking it away would be equally effortless. Su inquired, General Manager Wang, how much material do you approximately need? Quite a bit. General Manager Wang calculated, with summer approaching. We have an event involving 18 upscale restaurants, around 20 barbecue establishments, and 10 hot pot venues throughout the city, all of which require new posters and roll-up banners. Additionally, each location will need a substantial amount of flyers. Oh, and we need to refresh the storefronts, as well as print logos on plates and walls in numerous places. You know, we have a significant new store opening, and the required materials will not be trivial. Our finance team has roughly estimated that we will need over 500,000. It seems General Manager Wang is aiming for a significant update. We are getting old and can hardly keep up with the pace of you young people, but we must try our best. Have you put it out to tender? We did recently, and there are a few companies that are quite promising. If they are promising, then simply choose from them. General Manager Wang suddenly chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather embarrassed. Suhi remarked, General Manager Wang, are you trying to do me a favor? In truth, there is no need for such formality. On the other end of the line, General Manager Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing that Suhi had, in that instant, seen through his thoughts. The young man is acquainted with those at the free market and possesses a keen intellect, capable of discerning the true nature of individuals at a mere glance. Quite remarkable indeed. Mr. Wang's interest continues to grow. Xiao Su, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to befriend you. Suhi responded, moreover, Gu Tian's company should have participated in the bidding as well, correct? Mr. Wang was even more astonished. How did you know? Just a guess. Xiao Su, your analytical skills are truly impressive. It is a pity that you are merely a junior staff member at an investment firm. I apologize, Mr. Wang, but I currently have no plans to change jobs. Mr. Wang initially thought he would be seen through. Yet little did he expect that Suhi had discerned his intentions 3 times over. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Mr. Wang mused inwardly. Suhi continued, in truth, Gu Tian's company is quite decent. Compared to the other bidders, they could be considered a small firm, yet their pricing and quality are quite acceptable. Mr. Wang, given your substantial material needs, if the price could be reduced even by a few cents per flyer, it would amount to a significant saving. Mr. Wang replied, indeed. You are correct. Their pricing is remarkably low. Xiao Su, having said that, I shall assign this task to Gu Tian. Go ahead. Rest assured, their quality is reliable. All right. Mr. Wang was about to hang up when Suhi hastily interjected, wait. Mr. Wang, could you please refrain from mentioning me? Why not? If it weren't for the reassurance you provided, I certainly would not have entrusted them with this work. Suhi smiled. After all, there are some past grievances, and I prefer not to let her know about this matter just yet. When I need your assistance, I will certainly reach out. Very well then. Suhi seemed to harbor a long-term plan within his mind, a grand strategy. After freshening up, Suhi lay on his bed and scrolled through his social media. Xiao Xiao posted a photo of herself in a form-fitting, low-cut dress, her silhouette exquisitely captivating, evoking a plethora of thoughts. The gloss of her lipstick tempted one to indulge. Suhi found himself increasingly curious about Xiao Xiao's duality. During work hours, she appeared as a naive employee, oblivious to anything beyond her tasks, yet transformed entirely after hours. Moments later, Xiao Xiao shared another post on her timeline. The omnipotent social media. Is there anyone knowledgeable about antiques? My father has recently acquired numerous pieces, and it's quite overwhelming. Accompanying her post was another photograph. Suhi glanced over it. He had always held a passion for antiques. Yet the chances of stumbling upon genuine items were exceedingly slim. Most treasures found at flea markets are likely to be mere replicas. However, as Suhi shifted his gaze, he was once again drawn in. No. It seems there is something genuinely old in that collection. Chapter 12. The term antique refers to genuine relics of the past, in contrast to the new. Sometimes, it feels inappropriate to expose the truth, so substituting new for fake seems far more palatable. Suhi, I have arrived. Xiao Xiao, what are you up to, Mr. Su? Suhi, I was just perusing your recent posts. Xiao Xiao, anything you wish to convey? Suhi, I zoomed in on the photo you just posted, but it's somewhat unclear. Xiao Xiao, is a photo sufficient? Suhi, a video would be even better. A few minutes later, a video showcasing Xiao Xiao's figure appeared in Suhi's chat window. In recent days, Xiao Xiao and Suhi had engaged in light conversation, fostering a budding affection between them. Thus, when Suhi expressed a desire to see a photo, Xiao Xiao mistakenly believed he referred to one of herself. Suhi, what I meant was, why did you send a video of yourself instead of images of antiques? How annoying. A few minutes later, Xiao Xiao remarked, my father is in the study, examining his so-called antiques, and he won't let me enter. Mr. Su, I am truly at a loss. Even if we have money, one shouldn't indulge in such excessive purchasing, right? Moreover, there are surely many fakes among them. Suhi responded, how about this? Wait until your father is absent and take some photos and videos. I would like to see them. You mean to say Mr. Su knows about antiques? Please, Call me Su-hee from now on. I don't know much, though. Xiao Xiao, all right. If you can help my father break his habit of buying antiques, I would be immensely grateful. Please send me your address, and after work tomorrow, I will come to pick you up. I still owe you a meal for helping me with my performance the other day. Xiao Xiao. By the way, some of those videos you shared are rather risque. It would be best not to post them carelessly on social media. Su-hee, understood. However, I do enjoy watching them, especially that one with the black stockings. A few minutes later, when Su-hee reopened Xiao Xiao's social media, he found those videos had indeed vanished. He shook his head in resignation. This little girl is quite innocent and straightforward. The following day was Monday, and as usual, Su-hee arrived at the office. Just as he settled into his chair after clocking in, Manager Chun hurried into the workspace. He clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Today is Monday, and we will commence work 10 minutes early, so please hurry to your seats. He surveyed the room. I have an announcement. We have secured a contract with Shenghua Technology, and our team is tasked with the planning. This project entails market research, strategy formulation, and risk management, amounting to a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. You all must deliver excellent work. Anyone who falters will face the consequences. Shenghua Technology primarily focuses on short videos, being part of the competitive wave in the industry. Just as Manager Chen finished speaking, the general manager entered the office. Ah, Xiao Chen, not bad. Your department's employees have already begun working so early? Manager Chen chuckled lightly and remarked, it is indeed General Tan who provides the best guidance. Su spat softly at the ground, exclaiming, Bah? Sacrificing our time just to curry favor with the higher-ups, is it? General Tan gently patted Manager Chun on the shoulder, praising him. Well done. Keep up the good work. With that, he strode toward the office, and Manager Chun hurriedly followed in his wake. At that very moment, the employees of the company began to voice their grievances with fervor. What kind of people are they? One exclaimed. Indeed, forcing us to put on a show 10 minutes early, just so they can flatter the leaders? It's infuriating so early in the day. Wang Jian, one of Su's few good friends at the company, watched Manager Chin's departing figure and leaned closer to Su. Old Su, what do you think? Su replied. What else can we do but watch? Wang Jian nudged him with an elbow, urging him to speak kindly. Su continued, what else is there to say? If he wants to flatter, let him. In this company, it will soon become evident who is truly diligent and who merely talks. When the planning from Shenghua Technology is released, it will be clear to all. Wang Jian added, however, Su, you seem to have changed recently. Changed how? Have I become more handsome? Su jested. No, Wang Jian replied. I think you've become lazier. I remember you telling me that you wanted to work hard to help your wife pay off her debts. As brothers, we must be honest. Even if you are facing a divorce, you cannot abandon your diligent habits. Su gazed at the computer monitor, letting out a helpless sigh. Just then, a notification chimed on Su's phone. Upon checking, he saw a transfer of 2,000 yuan from Wang Jian. Confused, Su asked, Wang Jian, what does this mean? Enough. No need to put on an act in front of me. Who doesn't know you left with nothing and probably have no money? I'm sending you 2,000 now. Just pay me back when you get your salary. It's not. All right. Enough of that. There's a saying that true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. When Su was down on his luck, everyone distanced themselves from him, knowing he had nothing left and might ask for money. Yet Wang Jian did not abandon him. On the contrary, he willingly lent him money, which deeply moved Su. Old Wang, rest assured, if there is ever a need for my assistance, I will certainly be there for you. Enough with the bravado. Just look at you now. How can you help me? I truly hope the old Su returns, Wang Jian said before returning to his seat. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Manager Chun re-entered the office area, clapping his hands lightly to gather attention. Everyone, has the proposal been finalized? Wang Jian looked up and asked, Manager Chun, isn't it due the day after tomorrow? Manager Chun was visibly enraged. Do you mean to say that just because I mentioned the day after tomorrow, you have no intention of preparing in advance? You simply won't work on it? Of course not. It is precisely because you said it was due the day after tomorrow that I was focusing on plans for other companies, Wang Jian explained. Manager Chen deliberately rubbed his forehead in frustration. How perplexing, Manager Chen exclaimed, expressing his exasperation. Are you all suggesting that your proposals will be approved on the first attempt? Do you not require revisions? He gestured towards the group. I expect your submissions on my desk by tomorrow afternoon. With a huff of indignation, Manager Chen departed, muttering under his breath, these are habits formed by indulgence. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao awaited downstairs, her appearance today particularly striking. Clad in a form-fitting skirt paired with black stockings and expensive high heels, she leaned against a sports car, drawing the attention of passers-by. Women gazed at her with envy, while men expressed a desire for acquaintance. It is difficult to fathom how such a captivating woman possesses a rather innocent mind, or that she is merely here to meet an ordinary employee. As people passed by, whispers arose, speculating on her purpose for standing there. Chapter 13. The beautiful and wealthy Wang Jian and Su-hee murmured in the elevator after work. Manager Chun is becoming increasingly intolerable. If it weren't for the financial benefits, I would have scolded him long ago. Just endure it. It doesn't matter. If the work is satisfactory, continue. If not, refrain. Wang Jian playfully nudged Su-hee. You seem different lately. Me? Indeed. You've become more carefree and fearless. Do you know what people in the company are saying about you these days? Su-hee chuckled, intrigued. They say that Su-hee has become successful, likely found a new partner, which is why he dares to voice discontent at work. If it were the old days, he would have kept his head down. Su-hee laughed heartily. That's just one perspective. They are unaware of my situation. Don't you know, Wang Jian? I wasn't divorced. So every penny I earned had to go to Gutian. But now, I'm divorced. The debts are settled. Wang Jian interrupted. Divorced? That must have been tough. Su-hee's expression darkened momentarily, reminiscing about his life with Gutian. He pondered what he truly gained in the end. My apologies, old Su. I may have touched a nerve. Su-hee smiled serenely. It's all right. In truth, ending that marriage was a blessing. It felt as though Gutian was a towering tree blocking my view. But once it fell, I discovered there was a whole forest behind it. Old Su, I understand this has been a significant blow to you, but I hope you can find the strength to move forward. With an innocent expression, Su-hee replied, I am moving forward. Look, before, I was juggling multiple jobs, and now I only have this one, though I don't take it too seriously. Ding. First floor. As the two descended the elevator, Wang Jian continued, Old Su, what you mentioned earlier about a forest or something, you may say that in front of others. But as your brother, I know better. Although you speak lightly of it, I can tell you are suffering inside more than anyone else. I truly am not distressed. In fact, I am quite joyous, Su-hee replied. Enough with the pretense. Wang Jian retorted. Upon exiting, they found Xiao Xiao waiting outside. Her figure and beauty were so captivating that passers-by, including Wang Jian, couldn't help but glance her way. Wow, look over there, Wang Jian exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Xiao. Su-hee remained silent as Wang Jian continued. She is stunningly beautiful, with an exquisite figure, and dressed so alluringly. Most importantly, she is wealthy. Sun Qingqing emerged from behind them, commenting, Wang Jian, it's not that you haven't seen women before. It's just that this one is exceptionally beautiful. I can't help but steal a few more glances. Sun Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. You are such a lovesick fool. Sun Qingqing, your looks and figure are indeed commendable, which is why you are the boss's secretary. But compared to her, well, there is quite a difference, Wang Jian observed. Sun Qingqing, irritated, retorted, Wang Jian, how can you speak like that? Su-hee interjected, Wang Jian has never been particularly eloquent. Exactly. But what he said does hold some truth, Sun Qingqing shot back, pointing at Su-hee in annoyance. Then, with her bag in hand, Sun Qingqing prepared to leave. All right. Your eyes are practically glued to her. Looking further won't benefit you in any way. It's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Su-hee calmly asked Wang Jian, do you wish to acquire her contact information? And no. Wang Jian chuckled awkwardly. How could I possibly aspire to that? If I could just sit in her car for a few minutes, I would consider myself content. Fine. I shall fulfill that wish for you today. You? Sun Qingqing pointed at Su-hee incredulously. I mean, Su-hee, have you looked in the mirror? You think you can just waltz over and sit for a few minutes? You'd be lucky not to get beaten up. And what if I do manage to sit there for a few minutes without getting hit? What then? If that happens, you'll treat me to milk tea tomorrow. Deal. Sun Qingqing agreed without hesitation. Su-hee added, you might not grasp my meaning. I intend for you to treat the entire company to milk tea. That makes your conditions a bit more challenging. Let her treat you to dinner, and I'll treat the entire company to milk tea. Is that your final word? Indeed. Sun Qingqing emphasized, I don't know what kind of men beauties prefer. But with your current demeanor, you stand no chance. Disregarding her comments, Su-hee walked towards Xiao Xiao, who greeted him. You've finally come down. Yesterday, you asked me to take more photos and said you'd wait for me after work, right? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Su-hee replied, well, I'd like to show you some antiques. Surely you should reciprocate in some manner? How should I reciprocate? Perhaps by treating me to a meal? Before Su-hee could finish, Xiao Xiao eagerly responded, "Of course. I was already planning to invite you to dinner." Then, Xiao Xiao approached the passenger seat and opened the door for Su-hee. She lowered her voice as much as possible. "My car has a significant flaw. The way to open the door is rather unique." Subsequently, Xiao Xiao explained to Su-hee how to operate the door, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Su-hee understood well that there were many people around. Xiao Xiao was preserving her own dignity by preventing him from making a fool of himself. Meanwhile, many onlookers had taken notice of Xiao Xiao, and upon seeing a man enter her vehicle, the white-collar workers could hardly contain their envy. "Damn, I'm so envious I could cry. Is this for real? This guy is quite ordinary looking. He might even be less appealing than I am. Look at his attire. He seems like a pauper. Could it be that this stunning beauty has been waiting for him all along? Oh, I see. They must be relatives." Relatives? How can their behavior be so intimate? It feels as though this girl has feelings for him. By what right? We are both human, yet she is surrounded by affluent beauties while I'm left with nothing. Before the white-collar worker could finish her sentence, the girl next to her slapped her hard and stormed off, prompting the white-collar worker to chase after her. "That's not what I meant. It just slipped out. I'm sorry." Wang Jin shook his head in disbelief, slowly applauding. "Impressive. Truly impressive. In just a few short sentences. They've already gotten into the car." Sun Qingqing snorted derisively. Who knows what methods were employed to get into that car? Perhaps he slipped her a few hundred yuan to sit there for a few minutes. Yet, Su-hee had merely exchanged a few words, and that girl's smile had remained fixed on her face. Moreover, she even assisted him in opening the door. Do you think such affection could be bought with money? If so, I would gladly pay for it. Chapter 14. Xiao Xiao's identity. Once Su-hee settled in, he glanced at Wang Jian in the distance and waved him over. "Wang Jian, come here." Wang Jian hurried over with a cheerful grin, closely followed by Sun Qingqing. Su-hee turned to Xiao Xiao and explained, "This is my best friend from the company. The restaurant we are heading to is on the way to his place. Could you drop him off halfway?" "Of course. No problem. You can sit in the back." Wang Jian's face beamed with delight as he promptly took a seat in the rear. He felt as if he were dreaming, bewildered that he was actually riding in the car of a wealthy beauty. Su-hee certainly knew how to handle matters without deceiving himself. Just as Wang Jian was about to inquire if Su-hee had known the affluent beauty previously, Sun Qingqing interrupted. Sun Qingqing immediately addressed Su-hee. "My home is also on the way, could I?" Su-hee cut her off. "Let's go. We're off to eat. I'm famished." Despite Sun Qingqing attempting to engage Su-hee in conversation, Xiao Xiao, noticing his indifference, pressed down on the accelerator. With a roar, the tires kicked up a swirl of fallen leaves. Sun Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration. "I only wanted to sit in the back and take a couple of photos. Is that too much to ask? How stingy." Su turned to Sun Qingqing and shouted, "Don't forget the milk tea for tomorrow." Sun Qingqing replied, "Critical hit too." The red sports car gradually vanished from the spectator's sight. Wang Jian inside the car was still in a state of confusion. "Su-hee, what on earth is happening?" Su-hee explained, "It's quite simple. Xiao Xiao is my friend." Wang Jian was even more stunned. "You two knew each other before?" "Indeed." However, Su-hee simultaneously harbored doubts about Xiao Xiao's identity. If she were truly just an ordinary real estate consultant, how could she afford such an exquisite car? Moreover, her attire was entirely branded. Furthermore, Su-hee found it hard to fathom how a genuine socialite could maintain such a humble demeanor at work, enduring disrespect without retort. "Lao Su, when did you become friends with such a beautiful and wealthy person? All this time, was the rich beauty waiting for you?" "What rich beauty?" Xiao Xiao, while driving, inquired. Wang Jian quickly laughed and said, "It's nothing." Su-hee casually turned back to glance at Wang Jian. "Did I not mention before? When a great tree falls, a forest lies beyond." Now, Wang Jian finally understood. Su-hee's earlier remarks were not mere reassurances, but a stark reality. Soon, they arrived at Wang Jian's doorstep. Su-hee said, "Xiao Xiao, you can drop him off here. Let's go eat." "Wang Jian, care to join?" Wang Jian waved his hand, saying, "No thanks. You two go on your date. I wouldn't want to intrude." The scenery outside whizzed by, and Su-hee asked, "Your outfit today is quite different from before." Xiao Xiao replied, "Did you not suggest I dress this way? I just thought it looked nice. I merely took your advice." "Xiao Xiao, do you take everyone's advice?" Xiao Xiao chuckled lightly, "Not necessarily. I know you're a good person, so when you advise me, I tend to listen." At the restaurant, a high-end establishment, after ordering, Su-hee took several photos of the dishes and posed with Xiao Xiao. He was aware that Sun Qingqing's greatest trait was her knack for being unreasonable, and with these photos. He could certainly prove it. Xiao Xiao pulled out a few photographs from her bag and handed them to Su He, who set them aside. Xiao Xiao, allow me to ask you a question. Certainly. Who exactly are you? Xiao Xiao, with an innocent expression, replied, don't you know? My name is Xiao Xiao, and I am a real estate consultant. No, I mean your true identity. Yi Xiao Xiao. Identity is not merely your name. Yi Xiao Xiao fell silent. Sui glanced out the window. As a real estate consultant, your monthly salary must be only 2,000 or 3,000, right? Yi Xiao Xiao responded, to be honest, I am not even aware of what my salary is. How is it that you can afford such a fine car? This was a birthday gift from my brother last year. Wow. Sui couldn't help but exclaim, what does your family do? And how come you are so well versed in matters regarding the free market mall? Could it be that your brother is a manager there? Yi Xiao Xiao shook her head. My brother has no connection to the free market mall. He is the owner of Huaxing KTV. You mean the largest KTV in our city? Yes. My goodness. Suhi marveled. Then why are you working as a real estate consultant? Yi Xiao Xiao replied, actually, I find being a real estate consultant quite enjoyable. The sense of accomplishment when I sell a house is truly rewarding. However, I lack sufficient work experience, so my performance has not been particularly impressive. As she spoke, a hint of grievance appeared in Yi Xiao Xiao's expression. Moreover, my father insisted that I experience life. Hence this job was arranged for me. And your father? My father is the chairman of the free market mall. Upon hearing this, Suhi stared blankly at Yi Xiao Xiao, swallowing hard. No wonder you are so wealthy. It all makes sense now why you are so knowledgeable about the free market mall. So, you are the daughter of the chairman. Yi Xiao Xiao gently touched the antique photographs on the table. All right, Suhi, let's not dwell on this. Please help me ascertain whether these antiques are genuine or not. Suhi picked up the photographs, scrutinizing them one by one. Hiss, hiss. With each photograph, Suhi couldn't help but emit a hissing sound. Yi Xiao Xiao urged anxiously. Do tell me, are they real or fake? Suhi responded, fake. Yi Xiao Xiao's eyes brimmed with reproach as she turned her head away and muttered. I told my father repeatedly not to make hasty purchases, yet he refused to listen. Look where we are now. Everything is counterfeit. However, as Suhi continued to examine further, his gaze halted at a particular glass cup. Interesting. Is this one genuine? Suhi did not reply. Xiao Xiao, there are certain matters I cannot articulate directly, as you are not the owner of these antiques. So you mean to say you will have to speak to my father directly? Suhi nodded. Indeed. Yi Xiao Xiao said. That works. My father has become quite infatuated with antiques recently, and I worry he may be deceived by others. Now that we know they are all fake, as long as you explain the situation to him, I trust he will be more cautious in the future. Suhi thought to himself, I fear I may disappoint her. Su He and Yi Xiao Xiao arranged to meet with her father the following day. The next day, he proceeded to work as usual, while also needing to fulfill the promise of milk tea made to Sun Qingqing. Chapter 15. The Invisible Tycoon. In the morning, Sun Qingqing was avoiding Su He, and whenever Su He went to the lobby, she returned to her workstation. When Su He sought out Sun Qingqing, she had already dashed off to another location, which left Su He feeling somewhat perturbed. He would not indulge her whims. Seizing the moment while Sun Qingqing was in the restroom, he positioned himself resolutely at the door. Sun Qingqing, why do you persist in avoiding me? Sun Qingqing averted her gaze. Who says I'm avoiding you? All right. Regardless of whether you are avoiding me or not, you must honor the promise of yesterday's milk tea today. Suhi insisted. Who said it should be my responsibility to buy the milk tea? Sun Qingqing retorted. If it's not you buying it, then who else could it be? It is, of course, you. Sun Qingqing continued. I mentioned that she would treat you to a meal. I am merely fulfilling my promise. Tell me, did she treat you to a meal? I'm afraid she indeed did treat me. Suhi replied, producing a photograph to display before Sun Qingqing. I anticipated you might try to wriggle out of it, so I prepared in advance. You. Sun Qingqing seethed. It has always been others treating me to milk tea. I have never treated anyone before. Suhi smirked. There's always a first time. I understand your reluctance regarding this initial experience, but once it's done, the subsequent ones will be far easier. Sun Qingqing pointed an accusatory finger at Suhi. Just you wait. Today, I concede to you, but mark my words, I shall make you repay this debt manifold. Suhi shrugged nonchalantly. No worries. Shall we wager again next time? After a frustrated stamp of her foot, Sun Qingqing stormed off. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed from the office behind her. Is that Suhi out there? It was General Manager Tan's voice. Yes. Please let him in. General Manager Tan, you called for me? Suhi inquired. Have a seat. Tan gestured towards the sofa with his fingers interlaced. Once seated, Tan continued, Xiao Su, how long have you been with the company? Approximately 4 or 5 years, I believe. Tan replied, I have heard about the incident concerning General Manager Wang the other day. In truth, aside from being business partners, we are also quite good friends. Oh. Although Suhi was uncertain why Tan was sharing this information, he listened attentively. This fellow is a perfectionist. He cannot tolerate even a grain of sand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent over a month on this project, cycling through numerous individuals, and still failing to satisfy General Manager Wang. As Tan spoke, he moved to the water dispenser, poured a glass of water for Suhi, and placed it before him. Have a drink. Suhi felt a sense of surprise at the unexpected attentiveness. Tan returned to his executive chair. Once this project is completed, your performance should place you at the pinnacle of the company, far ahead of the second place. Suhi smiled. That seems likely. Indeed. General Tan remarked, Xiao Su. In truth, President Wang has also mentioned you to me, and his assessment of you is exceedingly high. I had not paid attention to you before. But should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. Suhi raised her head in surprise, gazing at General Tan. She had heard that the boss treats top salespeople exceptionally well. Could this be the reward for being the best performer? Suhi politely declined, General Tan. What could I possibly need? I mean, if there were a need. Understood. General Tan replied, somewhat irritated, this little chun, I do not comprehend his reasoning. You have been with the company for 4 to 5 years, and with such formidable capabilities, how is it that you have not even been given a team leader position? I must voice my concerns. In truth, I am not particularly fond of such titles. I prefer to focus on my own endeavors. Pragmatic. General Tan offered his assessment. Suhi shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Well, General Tan, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Certainly. After Suhi departed, Sun Qingqing entered the office. As she brewed coffee, she deliberately stirred the pot. General Tan, I fail to understand why you hold Suhi in such high regard. He seems rather ordinary to me. General Tan gazed out the window at the bustling traffic and trees swaying in the breeze. This is where you lack understanding. Such capable individuals must be retained at all costs. I believe he merely stumbled upon good fortune, this time. General Tan turned back. An employee who has invested 4 to 5 years in the company. Tell me, has he not produced at least 7 or 800 planning proposals? Surely, among those, a few must have led to successful ventures? Sun Qingqing turned away, seemingly deep in thought. The recent project from President Wang is the perfect illustration. General Tan cautiously glanced at the door, lowering his voice. This fellow, he knows people from the free market, and they are exceptionally attuned to market intelligence. Over the years, wherever they have gone, development has flourished. General Tan countered. Tell me, should we not retain such a person? Sun Qingqing pondered. Oh, I see. General Tan continued. And have you noticed the watch he wears? Sun Qingqing replied. Isn't it just an ordinary watch? Alas, General Tan was momentarily speechless. You speak of marrying into wealth. Yet you cannot even recognize a true invisible millionaire. Let me inform you, that watch is worth over 500,000. What? Sun Qingqing exclaimed. Her mouth agape in astonishment. Over 500,000? Thus, I harbor serious doubts that Suhi is an ordinary person. His presence in our company is merely for the sake of experiencing life. But over the past 4 to 5 years, I have not heard of him associating with any wealthy individuals. Besides, isn't he working tirelessly to repay his wife's debts? General Tan replied slowly. That is because you have not paid attention to him. Enough said. Keep a close watch on this individual, as he could be of great benefit to our company. Understood. Sun Qingqing always sensed an air of mystery surrounding Mr. Tan, but she dared not offend Suhi in the current situation. Clad in high heels, she approached Suhi's workstation. Speak up. What shall we order for everyone? Suhi rose, counting the heads. 1, 2. All right. Excluding those on field duty. There are a total of 208 people. Let us set a standard of 10 yuan per person. Sun Qingqing shot an irritated look at Suhi. Yet she found herself powerless, reluctantly opting for milk tea. Suhi stood and clapped his hands. All right, everyone, pause your work. Soon, Sun Qingqing will treat everyone to milk tea. Who among them was unaware that Sun Qingqing only received and never gave? A voice of skepticism emerged. Suhi, are you joking? Sun Qingqing treating us to milk tea? That would only happen if the sun rises in the west. Just because you asked her doesn't mean she will comply. What kind of relationship do you share? Chapter 16. Not afraid of you, Suhi replied. She lost a bet. An employee chimed in. Even if she lost, there's no way she'd treat us. You must not know Sun Qingqing's standing in the company. Another added. Last time I bet with Sun Qingqing, after she lost, she made me treat her to dinner. Sun Qingqing immediately pointed at that employee. Let me tell you, do not slander me. Be careful, or I shall inform Mr. Tan about this. Look at that. The employee protested. Sun Qingqing retorted, what do you understand? Treating a beautiful woman to a meal is an honor. Others would be fortunate to have that opportunity. The employee was both angry and helpless. After about 20 minutes, faint sounds of heavy breathing were heard at the door. Moments later, the delivery person wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted. This is the milk tea ordered by your company, a total of 208 servings. This announcement acted like an electric shock, instantly drawing everyone's attention. No way. They really ordered milk tea? And 208 servings. Unbelievable. Sun Qingqing was notorious for being miserly, yet here she was, treating everyone to 208 servings of milk tea? When did Su-hee acquire such charisma? In truth, Su-hee felt rather puzzled himself. After all, 208 servings was no small number. And he had not expected Sun Qingqing to truly follow through. At that moment, he couldn't help but regard her with a newfound respect. In the afternoon, the June sun grew increasingly intense. Few could withstand its brilliance. Su-hee drew the curtains and turned on the air conditioning in the office area before returning to his workstation. Soon, Manager Chen approached. Have you completed the planning I assigned yesterday? Some employees had already submitted their work, but Su-hee and Wang Jian's proposal was still pending. Su-hee shook his head. Manager Chen gently patted Su-hee's desk. You and Wang Jian, please come to my office. The surrounding colleagues exchanged worried glances at the sight of Su-hee and Wang Jian being summoned. Will these two escape reprimand? Be more confident. Enough of this. Manager Chen has been on edge lately, snapping at everyone. He has long harbored disdain for Su-hee, especially after the incident involving General Manager Wang. The two have always held opposing views, yet Wang opted for Su-hee's proposal. Can you imagine how that sits with Manager Chen? Indeed, the situation looks grim. Manager Chen reclined in his office chair, one leg crossed over the other. Su-hee, you have been around long enough. Remember your former zeal? What has caused such a transformation in you? Su-hee replied with a smile. Manager Chen, in the past, I lacked the wisdom to resist your exploitation. But now that I have gained insight, I will naturally oppose your demands. Manager Chen slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Su-hee, what do you mean by that? Su-hee continued. First, you stated yesterday that the planning requirements were due in 3 days, yet later you demanded it within 1 day. Are we to neglect all our other responsibilities? Second, the workload you have assigned us is equivalent to a week's worth of tasks. Let us be honest. Could you finish this planning in a single night? As Su-hee spoke, Manager Chen listened, but with each word, his shoulders tensed with anger. Wang Jian discreetly gave Su-hee a thumbs up. After finishing his points, Su-hee concluded, that is all. Manager Chen was furious, enunciating each word. Su-hee, do you still wish to keep your job? Of course, I wish to continue, but my proposal will not be ready until 3 days from now. Su-hee replied calmly. Moreover, quality work requires time. I suggest everyone submits their plans in 3 days. You'd better believe I will inform General Manager Tan, exclaimed Manager Chen. Manager Chen, I am merely stating facts. Just then, Sun Qingqing entered the office, holding a document. She placed the folder on the table. Manager Chen, here is a document for you to sign from General Manager Tan. Manager Chen knew that Sun Qingqing had never been fond of Su-hee, especially since she was close to General Manager Tan. So he said, you arrived at the perfect moment. This individual is beyond my control. Let him be. Inform General Manager Tan to consider transferring him to another department. Sun Qingqing cleared her throat softly, covering her mouth, remaining silent. As she prepared to leave, Manager Chen called out, Sun Qingqing, I'm talking to you. Feeling embarrassed, Sun Qingqing responded, Manager Chen, I actually think Su-hee is quite good for your department. Besides, if there is a personnel change, you must discuss it with Su-hee directly. Discuss with him? Manager Chen scoffed. Isn't it obvious that I no longer want him? Can't you understand that? Sun Qingqing lowered her head, speaking with little conviction. When did you start speaking so hesitantly? Sun Qingqing smiled and said, Manager Chen, if you were to transfer someone else, it would be relatively simple. The crux of the matter lies in moving Su-hee. That indeed poses quite a challenge. Manager Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. Isn't Sun Qingqing known to have a contentious relationship with Su-hee? What has prompted this sudden change? Manager Chen interjected. Do I really need to consult the individual I intend to transfer? Sun Qingqing leaned in, and whispered a few words into Manager Chun's ear. His expression gradually darkened, and he finally retorted, "Is what you just said true?" Sun Qingqing nodded. "Manager Chun, I have no reason to deceive you." Manager Chen was taken aback. This imperious manager, who was accustomed to exerting pressure on others, was experiencing a rare moment of vulnerability. Wang Jian, noticing Manager Chen's agitation, hurried over. "Manager Chen, please, don't be upset. Sui didn't mean it that way." Manager Chen abruptly shifted his tone. All right. I won't hold this against you. The deadline will remain 3 days from now." Sui chimed in. "Manager Chen, may I offer a suggestion? If you require them to submit their plans so early, they will only be giving you half-hearted efforts. I believe it would be best to stick to the original 3-day deadline." Manager Chen replied, "Don't push your luck. I've already given you a special concession." Sun Qingqing glanced at Manager Chen and shook her head. With gritted teeth, Manager Chen relented. "Fine. Then everyone will submit in 3 days." Sui exited Manager Chen's office with satisfaction, while those eager to witness his misfortune had already gathered outside. "Old Su, did you get scolded?" Don't take it to heart. That's just how Manager Chen is." Chapter 17. The transformation of Chun Su. He surveyed his colleagues, who appeared harmless. Who claimed Manager Chen scolded me? Manager Chen, didn't he scold you?" A colleague questioned, incredulous. "How could that be? Everyone knows Manager Chen has been in a foul mood lately, especially after all the trouble you've caused him. He must have scolded you, unless pigs fly. Old Su, your standing in the company is no secret to us who work alongside you daily, is it? Enough of this nonsense." Wang Jian interjected. What's wrong with Old Su's position? Sui had no desire to engage in a debate. He knew Manager Chen would clarify the submission deadline shortly. "Everyone, let us disperse. There's no need to discuss this further. I've already done my part to advocate for you all." His colleagues nearly burst into laughter. What did Sui just say? He advocated for us? What a ridiculous notion. Exactly. Just not dragging us into a scolding is already the best outcome. Hush. Manager Chun is coming. Sit straight. The colleagues feigned seriousness, settling at their desks with their hands poised over their keyboards. Regardless of the nature of the work at hand, the first necessity is the sound of keyboards clacking. Manager Chen clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Let us pause our tasks for a moment. The crowd feigned the conclusion of their work, lifting their gazes towards Manager Chen. He cleared his throat strategically and stated, "Concerning the planning proposal you're currently working on, I've conferred with my colleagues, and, indeed, the timeline appears rather rushed. Not a single submission has met my expectations. In fact, I find none of them even remotely satisfactory." Manager Chen sighed. "Let us do this. You will return and rethink your approach, submitting the revised proposals in 3 days." A myriad of questions flickered across the faces of his colleagues. What is happening? Did I hear incorrectly? Manager Chen, who is typically so demanding, is allowing us 3 additional days for submission. This is utterly uncharacteristic of him. Has he perhaps taken leave of his senses today? To put it bluntly, one might say he is being somewhat unreasonable. When he requests submissions today, we express that time is insufficient. Then when he suggests 3 days hence, we question his sanity. Very well, then. If you insist on submitting today, I shall submit mine 3 days from now. Earlier, the colleague who voiced his doubts was a bespectacled gentleman clad in a white shirt. He inquired of Su He, "Old Su, did you truly manage to reason with Manager Chen?" Su He replied, "What else could it be? I thought you were merely boasting. After all, in this company, Manager Chen reigns supreme, and we dare not oppose him. Yet, you directly persuaded him? Regardless of how unreasonable he may be, he is still human, isn't he? And as long as one is human, doesn't the heart have a tender core?" The bespectacled man furrowed his brow. While he articulated this sentiment, he could not shake the feeling that Manager Chen was acting strangely. He gasped in realization, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. "I get it. I understand now." The bespectacled man stared vacantly at Su He. "Old Su, speak the truth. Have you uncovered some leverage over Manager Chen that compels his compliance? Do you truly believe there is something to hold over him? Who knows? Moreover, if I had leverage, wouldn't he be inclined to dismiss me immediately rather than allow me to remain in the company? Your point is valid." The bespectacled man remained perplexed. What could be the reason then? If this revelation left them astonished, the subsequent events would plunge them into a surreal state of bewilderment. Manager Chen gradually approached Su He's side, clearing his throat softly. However, Su He, never one to indulge him, refused to acknowledge his presence. Manager Chen lowered his voice as much as possible. "Su He, There are many eyes upon us. Could you show me a modicum of respect? Suhi responded, Manager Chun. Is there anything else? Manager Chun, still endeavoring to speak quietly, inquired, what are your thoughts now? Quite satisfactory. Excellent. With that, Manager Chun departed. The astonishment etched upon the bespectacled man's face was beyond verbal description. He gazed at Suhi as if he were a creature from another realm. Could it possibly be? Who could witness such a scene and remain skeptical? Old Su, what kind of enchanting potion have you given Manager Chun? Suhi replied, the potion of top-notch performance. The elixir of understanding the free mall. The bespectacled man was perplexed, but nodded nonetheless. In the afternoon, much like the previous day, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned against her car, awaiting Suhi. The only difference was the color of the vehicle. Wang Jin remarked, poverty truly limits my imagination. Yesterday, it was a red car. And today she has effortlessly switched to a white one. Truly, a wealthy beauty is indeed a sight to behold. From a distance, Yi Xiaoxiao waved to Suhi. Suhi, over here. Her call, already captivating, drew the attention of many onlookers. So, this young man is named Suhi. Has he managed to secure the affections of a wealthy woman? Suhi and Wang Jin approached, adhering to their usual routine of dropping Wang Jin off midway. Wang Jin feigned indignation. Old Su, this is rather inconsiderate of you. Every night you feast on lavish dinners while I'm left at home with instant noodles. Yi Xiaoxiao quietly interjected. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to have Wang Jin join us. She continued, look how wonderful she is. However, my father prefers tranquility. And if there are too many people, he might become upset. But since he is just a friend, I doubt he would object. Yi Xiaoxiao's wealth exuded an oppressive aura, one that left Wang Jin in awe. He could hardly fathom the extent of Yi Xiaoxiao's father's affluence. Admittedly, the very thought intimidated him. Wang Jin hastily waved his hands. No. I'm just joking. You two enjoy your dinner. I actually find instant noodles quite delightful. At that moment, the scene of Suhi getting into the car caught the attention of a man on the 18th floor, who observed through the window. This man was none other than Mr. Tan. With one hand in his pocket and the other on the phone, he instructed, Sun Qingqing, please come to my office. Upon hearing the door creak open, Mr. Tan pointed downstairs. Do you see that? What on earth is Suhi's background? They say birds of a feather flock together. And it appears that Suhi is quite remarkable. Sun Qingqing remarked, Isn't that girl someone Suhi just met yesterday? Mr. Tan chuckled. I often advise you to learn how to read people. Do they appear as though they just met yesterday? They look like they could be longtime friends, or even siblings. Sun Qingqing observed closely and pondered. It does seem that way. Suddenly, she recalled the milk tea she had lost today. Chapter 18, Yijingda. Oh no. Sun Qingqing cursed silently. Damn you, Suhi. How could you deceive me? You were already acquainted, yet pretended not to know each other. Asking for contact information and claiming to invite me to dinner. My milk tea money. After dropping off Wang Jin midway, Suhi, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, why did you drive out in a white car today? Yi Xiaoxiao felt somewhat aggrieved. Did you not say yesterday that my car was a bit too eye-catching? Suhi responded with confusion. I meant your car is too conspicuous, not the color. I am referring to the car itself being ostentatious. Do you really wish to render me foolishly tearful? You have switched to another sports car today, which is even more ostentatious. Others might think I am living off you. Oh, Yi Xiaoxiao continued to drive, ignoring Suhi. Suddenly, Suhi chuckled. However, if I could truly live off you, I would indeed prefer not to have anything hard. Yi Xiaoxiao replied, all right, I have taken note. Upon arriving at an upscale restaurant, they were greeted at the entrance by a multitude of waitstaff. As they exited the vehicle, a man in a suit and sunglasses approached. Miss Yi, allow me to assist you with parking. Yi Xiaoxiao skillfully handed over the car keys to him. We have been informed that Mr. Yi is hosting a family gathering today, so we are not accommodating any outside guests. Please, follow me and watch your step. I will assist you with the elevator. Faced with such service, Suhi felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, the standardized service made it evident how strict Yi Xiaoxiao's father was with them. Suhi whispered, Yi Xiaoxiao, must we have them follow us? Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at the nearby staff. Enough. My friend is uncomfortable. You may attend to your duties. Yet, none of them appeared inclined to leave. Can't you hear? Miss Yi, we too wish to attend to our tasks, but if we do not serve you well, Mr. Yi will undoubtedly punish us. Indeed. Miss Yi, please do not make it difficult for us. Suhi, being a grassroots employee, understood their plight. It's fine. I can endure a little discomfort. Only then did Yi Xiaoxiao relent and allow them to stay. Under the guidance of the waitstaff, they finally reached a window-side table, where a middle-aged man in his 40s sat. He was dressed quite simply, yet his eyes conveyed a resolute strength that was beyond ordinary reach. The man furrowed his brow, seemingly preoccupied with some significant matter. Sui had never encountered someone so serious. He did not even hear the sound of Yi Xiaoxiao's high heels clearing her throat. Yi Xiaoxiao placed her handbag in front of her and turned slightly, appearing dissatisfied with the middle-aged man. He immediately looked up. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxiao. Your father has already ordered the dishes. You mentioned yesterday that you wanted something vegetarian, and since I noticed you have been fond of peas lately, I ordered some for you. Take a look. Sui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this stern businessman was, in fact, a doting father. No wonder Yi Xiaoxiao often appeared silly and naive. However, he also encouraged Yi Xiaoxiao to experience life, demonstrating that he did not indulge her excessively. Otherwise, how could she be so approachable and possess a sense of worldly wisdom? Perhaps this is the essence of paternal love. Yi Xiaoxiao introduced, Dad. This is my friend Su He, who has knowledge of antiques. Hello. Yi Xiaoxiao's father promptly stood up. Greetings, I am Yi Jingda. Please, take a seat. Yi Xiaoxiao smoothed her skirt and settled into her seat, glancing at the dishes ordered by Yi Jingda. Peas, corn, pearl pea fish, and shrimp with peas. Dad, why is it all peas? Did you not recently express a fondness for peas? When did I ever say I liked peas? Yi Jingda replied, puzzled. Yesterday, when I entered your room, I noticed your computer was filled with images of peas and potatoes. You mentioned wanting to eat vegetarian. Surely you meant peas? Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled. Dad, you've truly made me laugh. Those are from a game called Plants vs. Zombies. You've been so busy with work that you may not have encountered such things. Oh, I see. Yi Jingda quickly waved. Zhang, come here for a moment. Give the menu to Xiaoxiao. Let her order anew. Let's forget about what I just ordered. Let the brothers have it. Charge it to my account. No. Yi Xiaoxiao interjected. Dad, I can certainly try it. In that case, prepare 2 portions, one for the brothers and one for my daughter. Suhi was inwardly astonished. Is this the life of the affluent? No, wait. By all accounts, I am also considered wealthy now. It seems that being wealthy entails not only possession of riches, but also a certain grace. Mr. Yi, I have actually examined those antiques, Suhi remarked. What do you mean? Yi Jingda asked. When I purchased them, the sellers assured me they were genuine antiques. Yi Xiaoxiao interjected, Dad, could you please cease buying these? How many antiques are truly authentic nowadays? Although you have wealth, it should not be squandered. With your resources, you could contribute to charity, and I would wholeheartedly support you. She turned to Suhi. Suhi, please feel free to speak candidly. Today, I must address my father's habit of impulsive purchasing. Suhi nodded gently. Very well. He then picked up the photographs. Let us begin with the first one. What do you think? Yi Jingda inquired eagerly. Suhi explained, as for porcelain, those with age typically have a ring of firestone red underneath, so I will eliminate a portion from your collection. He drew out a stack of photographs. Indeed, a stack. Yi Jingda's heart sank. Are all these fakes? Suhi smiled lightly, continuing to examine. And regarding the calligraphy and paintings you claim belong to renowned figures, in reality, they did not produce corresponding works during that time. Suhi chuckled awkwardly as he glanced at Yi Jingda. Mr. Yi, this batch is also counterfeit. Yi Jingda wiped his face with both hands. My goodness, that leaves me with so little. Yes, only 3 remain. However, this first attempt at forgery is relatively well executed. It possesses all the requisite attributes. It is a pity, though, that the items appear to be from a millennium ago, when in reality, they are merely a century old. Holding some value, albeit not much. It's over. Only 2 remain. This one. Suhi picked up the photograph, hardly needing to examine it. The technique is clearly not manual, but rather machine-produced. Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, Dad, don't you see? They're all fake. I told you not to buy recklessly, yet you refuse to listen. But what about the last one? Chapter 19, Mr. Chun is old. Old? What does old mean? Suhi lifted his teacup, took a sip, then set it down. It is a genuine antique. In a moment of confusion, Yi Xiaoxiao felt somewhat at a loss. Suhi, I called you over to persuade my father not to buy these antiques indiscriminately in the future. Why are you speaking so recklessly? You're giving him false confidence. The crux of the matter is, I simply cannot utter falsehoods. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao turned away, pouting, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Yi Jingda, intrigued, leaned forward. Young man, please explain this antique clearly to me. Sui held the photograph. If traced, it could date back over 1,000 years. This is an agate cup, which indeed appears rather counterfeit, for how could such craftsmanship exist over a millennium ago? However, I have seen records of this agate cup in my grandfather's notebook. There are only 2 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yi Jingde remained calm, smiling serenely. Young man, are you certain you're not joking with me? Of course not. Yi Jingde burst into hearty laughter, gently patting Su He on the shoulder. All right. Young man, I see that you two are merely putting on a show for me. He glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao. And you, silly girl, you just don't want your father to buy antiques, do you? Yi Jingde affectionately tapped Yi Xiaoxiao's pen tip. Silly girl, do you think your father is that foolish? Before purchasing these antiques, I had consulted experts for evaluation. Yi Jingde picked up the photograph of the agate cup. This agate cup is not genuine. It is a fake. Yi Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked, why are you so pleased about a fake? Indeed. However, your father has struck gold with other antiques. Subsequently, Yi Jingde picked up the 2 photographs that Su He had just examined. This blue and white porcelain vase is from the imperial kiln, and its craftsmanship is exceptionally advanced. And this brush, do you know? It was once used by a great calligrapher. Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, Dad, if you knew the agate cup was fake, why did you still buy it? Yi Jingde gently stroked the back of Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Silly child, don't you understand? Should I suddenly remove such a multitude of antiques, the other party would undoubtedly take notice. However, if I were to take a counterfeit first, followed by an authentic piece, one can only imagine, would anyone harbor any suspicion? At this juncture, Yi Jingde's words resonated with Yi Xiaoxiao, who promptly gave her father a thumbs up, exclaiming, brilliant, truly ingenious. Leaning back leisurely in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head, Yi Jingde remarked, young man, I have had these items appraised by experts. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? Yi Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su He, what were you thinking? Had I known you lacked understanding, I would not have brought you along. Yet, Su He remained unperturbed, exuding a calm demeanor. With a smile, he retorted, Yi Zong, is it a given that an expert's appraisal is infallible? Intrigued, Yi Jingde inquired, are you suggesting that your assessment is undeniably accurate? Su He replied with a grin. While I cannot claim absolute certainty, I am quite confident that I am correct at least 80 to 90% of the time. Yi Jingde burst into laughter, declaring, the audacity of youth to challenge established norms. This is commendable. Yi Zong, it appears you harbor doubts regarding my assertions? Yi Jingde turned to Yi Xiaoxiao, saying, all right. I understand you brought a friend to deceive your father for his own good. You need not worry. I shall refrain from further purchases. Feeling a tinge of humiliation, Yi Xiaoxiao angrily kicked Su He with her stiletto heels, a gesture to express her frustration. However, Su He felt no guilt. The notebook bequeathed to him by his grandfather contained a plethora of antiques, both familiar and unfamiliar, and had never led him astray. Yi Zong, do you know any other experts? Yi Jingde lifted his head, contemplating before responding. Indeed, I am acquainted with a few. Perhaps you could invite your most esteemed expert for an evaluation? If we are to speak of the most formidable expert, that would undoubtedly be Uncle Chun. It is said that he once operated in the shadows, subsisting on the spoils from the underworld. Eventually, he deemed it detrimental to his moral standing, renouncing his former life and donating all the treasures he had pilfered. Yi Xiaoxiao pressed on, Father, are you referring to the very man who stood firm against a dozen foreigners, willingly facing gunfire to prevent national treasures from being smuggled abroad? Indeed, that is he. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Grandfather Chun's expertise is nothing short of extraordinary. Yi Jingde added, however, young man, I cannot simply invite Uncle Chun based on your mere word, especially considering you are sent by Xiaoxiao. So he was at a loss for words. Yi Zong, I assure you, I am not a pawn sent by Xiaoxiao. You can place your trust in me. Yi Jingde pressed further, you are truly not here to deceive me on Xiaoxiao's behalf. Absolutely not. Yi Jingde nodded in affirmation. Very well. I shall trust Xiaoxiao this once. As Yi Jingde reached for his mobile phone, Xiaoxiao felt an acute sense of anxiety. Su He, how do you intend to conclude this? However, Su He remained indifferent, showing no fear, and softly reassured Xiaoxiao. Rest assured, Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. And with a clatter, Yi Jingde placed his phone upon the table. Dad, what if Su He is mistaken? She inquired. Yi Jingde affectionately pinched Xiaoxiao's nose. My dear girl, he exclaimed, do you truly think I would summon old Chun merely based on the words of a young man? Xiaoxiao hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. Yi Jingda chuckled. My dear, I must confess, initially, I did not think much of it. Yet, upon hearing Su He's account, I found myself pondering. I sensed a semblance of truth in his words, hence my desire to ascertain whether I was indeed in error. As they conversed, the sound of a cane echoed, and shortly after, an elderly gentleman approached them with a labored gait. Mr. Yi, you called for me? He inquired. Indeed, Yi Jingda replied, casually picking up a photograph from the table. Uncle Chun, as a person of experience, I would like you to examine this antique and determine if there are any issues. Uncle Chun took the photograph in hand. Oh dear, Mr. Yi, what compelled you to acquire such items? He asked. Please do not tell me they are all forgeries. The so-called experts claim these antiques were genuine, yet Su He insists they are counterfeit, and you concur. Yi Jingda instinctively glanced at Su He, realizing the young man possessed some merit. Chapter 20. An uninvited guest. Yi Jingda scrutinized Su He anew. Little Su, it appears you truly possess some skill. Su He appeared unfazed. Mr. Yi, I fail to comprehend how the experts you previously consulted could perceive these antiques as genuine. Their fakeness is glaringly evident. Although Yi Jingda maintained a calm exterior, he simmered with quiet anger within. Su He was correct. This oversight was merely a minor issue, considering there were indeed real antiques, and the financial implications were not substantial. However, should a similar mistake occur in the future, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. Xiao couldn't help but regard Su He with newfound respect, contemplating. Su He truly did not deceive me. Old Chin, please take another look at this one. Yi Jingda urged, presenting another photograph. Uncle Chun cast a cursory glance before seemingly discovering a new world, eagerly clutching the photograph and reluctant to remove it from his sight. Mr. Yi, where's the item? He asked. With a gentle wave of his hand, a man approached, carefully cradling a crimson box, dressed in a suit and white gloves. As if to prevent any smudge upon the box, after delicately placing it on the table, Yi Jingda gestured for him to depart. He then motioned towards the box. Uncle Chun, the item lies within. Uncle Chun quickly took up a magnifying glass, bending down to scrutinize the agate cup nestled inside. A unique piece. Truly a unique piece. Yi Jingda inquired, Uncle Chun, is this item genuine? Old Chun observed thoughtfully and remarked, it seems to be genuine. However, given the importance of this item, I hesitate to draw a conclusion without a thorough examination. Very well, Yi Jingda replied, lifting his teacup and awaiting in silence. Indeed, for an entrepreneur, such wealth is hardly significant. Old Chin scrutinized the artifacts for a full 10 minutes before uttering 4 words, priceless beyond measure. Yi Jingda responded nonchalantly, let us put it away. As he closed the box, Old Chin couldn't resist stealing a few more glances, reluctant to part with it. May I inquire, Mr. Yi, how much did you spend on these? Yi Jingda set down his teacup. Actually, not much, just around 10 million. Old Chun held up 3 fingers, exclaiming, that's a 3-fold increase. Yi Jingda then turned to the young man beside him. Xiao Su, where are you currently employed? Su He replied, at an investment firm. Underutilized. Throughout the encounter, Old Chin remained puzzled as to why Yi Jingda placed such importance on this young man. After all, he was the one showcasing the antiques. Yet Yi's attention was persistently directed toward the youth. May I ask who you are? Su He promptly introduced himself. Hello, Old Chun, my name is Su He. Su. Old Chun furrowed his brow. Indeed, Yi Jingda interjected. In fact, before your arrival, Xiao Su had already discerned the authenticity of these antiques, aligning perfectly with your assessment. Old Chin was taken aback. While it was not surprising for an industry expert to detect such nuances, the remarkable fact was the youth's extensive knowledge of antiques at such a tender age. Oh, I didn't realize this young man was quite impressive. Yi Jingda added, moreover, Xiao Su determined their authenticity solely from photographs. If Old Chun was astonished before, now his astonishment was beyond words. You merely glanced at a photograph and discerned their authenticity? Yes. Who is your master? Su He chuckled softly. Old Chun, I have no master. No one taught you? Someone did. My grandfather, but he has passed away. Old Chun lowered his head. I apologize. It's all right. It's been a long time, Su He replied. Old Chun remarked. You bear a resemblance to an old friend of mine. I wonder if your grandfather's name was. Before Old Chun could finish, Su He interjected, Mr. Yi. It's getting late. I should be heading back. At Gu Tian's home. Today Gu Bin felt particularly out of sorts, pacing slowly in the living room while surveying the decor. Sister, these little fish are quite nice. What are they? Gu Tian was munching on sunflower seeds. They've been here since your last visit. Don't tell me you've only just noticed. Really? Gu Bin tapped his temple. Look at me. Perhaps I didn't notice them the last time I was here. As he spoke, he glanced around again. Sister, this television is quite impressive. 55 inches. What is so special about it? It's an old model. You are well aware of your sister's circumstances. Over the years, I have hardly indulged in any luxuries. Is that not the case? Gu Bin chuckled softly. Subsequently, he caressed the fur of Gu Tian's pet dog. Dian Dian, how have you been these past few days? Have you missed me? Gu Bin, I implore you to speak candidly if there is something on your mind. Do not keep it hidden. Gu Bin let out a couple of awkward laughs. Sister, how did you discern that I have something to discuss? Gu Tian scoffed. Just the slightest shift in your demeanor reveals your intentions. Gu Bin slid a chair away and seated himself opposite Gu Tian. Sister, your husband has not returned these days. Has he? Gu Tian wished to keep her divorce a secret from her family. Oh, he is likely quite busy. Gu Bin exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Qing. Both seemed burdened by unspoken thoughts. Have you two experienced any recent developments? No, not at all. Although Gu Tian verbally denied it, her eyes betrayed her. Is there truly nothing? Absolutely nothing. What are you imagining? Gu Bin, despite his quick wit, often misdirected it. Upon sensing Gu Tian's reluctance to confess, he instantly grasped that she wished to keep her affairs private. His intentions were not malicious. He merely sought a bit of financial assistance. Well, that is reassuring. Gu Tian pressed. Why do you ask? I merely noticed that your husband hasn't been home lately, prompting my inquiry. Gu Tian feigned exasperation. How did you come to know about our discord? Gu Bin pointed toward the shoe rack. Look over there. Even your husband's slippers are absent. He then gestured towards Su He's room. And your husband's space is in utter disarray, laden with dust. Does it even appear as though someone resides there? Gu Tian set aside the sunflower seeds in her hand. Gu Bin, it would be prudent for you to mind your own affairs. You are soon to be wed. How could I not manage my own matters? As your brother, if there are issues you cannot voice, I would take it upon myself to address them. Little did he expect his good intentions would be misconstrued. You truly possess such goodwill? Of course. From the moment you entered, I sensed your ulterior motives. Speak plainly. What is it you desire? Is it merely a request for a loan? No. That is of little consequence. Your husband certainly possesses funds. Are you aware that he has prospered? How could that be? Gu Tian retorted. I am well aware of Su He's capabilities. Others may be oblivious, but I, Gu Tian, am not. Gu Bin, growing anxious, insisted, Sister, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, inquire with Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, appearing innocent, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, sister. Just recently, we purchased a car worth 200,000. During our last dinner, I spotted your husband driving a vehicle valued at over $1 million. What? Gu Tian was taken aback. You two mustn't speak carelessly. How could I possibly be making things up? Then he must be renting it. Does he have the means to rent such a luxury? Gu Tian frowned. Moreover, what purpose would he have in renting a car worth over $1 million? That is quite peculiar, Gu Bin remarked. Furthermore, the restaurant we visited was exceedingly upscale. My brother-in-law displayed no signs of discomfort upon entering. I am convinced he must possess wealth. Gu Tian countered. How could one suddenly acquire wealth without reason? Gu Bin shrugged. I cannot say. However, I seem to recall hearing that someone recently won a substantial lottery prize. Do you think it could be your brother-in-law? No. Your sister's ex-husband could barely manage to win a consolation prize, let alone a grand one. Gu Bin continued. Regardless, I've said my piece. Of course, this is merely speculation. If your brother-in-law did win, it would represent your shared assets, and his clandestine retention of such wealth would be quite perplexing. Gu Tian felt a pang of anxiety. If Su truly had won, would she be entitled to any of that money after their divorce? Gu Bin's words interrupted her thoughts. Sister, if your brother-in-law has indeed struck it rich, shouldn't you consider providing some support for your younger brother? Gu Tian felt helpless. After all, she was already divorced from Su He, yet she wished to keep this matter private. What does it matter to me if Su He is wealthy? It is not my fortune, but it is your shared property. Gu Tian snapped. Gu Bin, are you insatiable? Money, 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 it's all you think about. You have no money, yet you cling to life. Gu Bin sighed in exasperation. Fine. If that is how it is, I won't press you for it. However, if our parents inquire about how you're faring, I shall speak the truth. What truth? That you're divorced. Gu Tian swiftly covered Gu Bin's mouth. You little rascal. How did you find out? After Gu Bin removed her hand, he replied, I already told you. I encountered my brother-in-law, and he informed me of your divorce. Just consider this. I'm not asking for much, merely 10,000. If you grant me this, I promise to keep your secret. Gu Tian gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet her affection for her younger brother was unwavering. Gu Bin, you ungrateful wretch. Hasn't your sister lent you enough over the years? When have you ever repaid me? Now, you want even keep a small secret from me, despite my trust in you. This is not a trivial secret, Gu Bin countered. Gu Tian sighed in resignation. Very well, very well. I shall transfer 10,000 to you. But mark my words, this is a loan, and you must repay me. Agreed. Gu Bin suddenly perked up. Sister, I've never taken anything without giving back. In return, allow me to share some news. Gu Tian fixed her gaze upon Gu Bin. Gu Bin remarked, although you have signed the divorce agreement, you are still within the duration of your marriage, as you have not officially obtained a marriage certificate. Therefore, if your brother-in-law indeed wins the lottery, it should be considered your joint property. I understand, Gu Bin said, his curiosity piqued. But sister, why do you wish to divorce? Gu Tian sighed. I have had enough of this life. Is Wang Hao back? Gu Bin inquired tentatively. You rascal, how do you know everything? Gu Tian retorted with a smile. Honestly, I can quite empathize. Had it not been for your entrepreneurial failure, Wang Hao would not have left you. For all these years, you have never truly let him go. I can understand that. When will he return? She asked. In a little over a month, I suppose. I had intended to wait until you were married, and I had officially registered my marriage with Su He. Before introducing Wang Hao to our parents and informing them personally about this matter. Who would have thought you would find out first? Gu Bin chuckled. It was 9 o'clock. The moonlight sprinkled its glow upon the starry sky, illuminating the balcony as if it were daylight. While Su He was watching television, he was startled by the sudden ringing of a phone. Who could it be at this late hour? The incoming call was from an unfamiliar number. But Su He answered nonetheless. Hello, is this Su He? And you are? This is Huang Yi, your class monitor from high school. Oh, I remember now. Huang Yi smiled politely from the other end of the line. The thing is, our high school homeroom teacher misses us and has organized a class reunion at the Ning City Grand Hotel. Do you have time to come tomorrow afternoon? Su He had already heard about the reunion from Li Xiaoping during their last encounter, but pretended to inquire. Why are you only now calling about the reunion? Huang Yi replied with a laugh. Actually, we were all just informed, as the homeroom teacher wanted to see everyone on a whim. Su He thought to himself, I can't believe that. Oh, is that so? Do I have time? If the homeroom teacher wants to see us, I must make an effort to be available. All right. I will send you the address. After hanging up, Su He received a message with the address and was added to a group chat. Upon entering, he saw everyone discussing the reunion. Is Xiao Duan not coming? What should we do? The reservation is already made. If he doesn't come, so be it. Everyone has their own families now. Who doesn't have something going on? That's understandable. How could Xiao Duan not come? He was the top student in our class. Indeed, Xiao Duan was undoubtedly the best student in Su He's high school, without question. After graduation, whenever there was a gathering, those who fared well would always invite Xiao Duan. Why do we need to invite him? To compare. Just think about it. Back in high school, his grades were exponentially better than yours. He was constantly praised by teachers and received accolades as an outstanding student and a model student without pause. However, while everyone was diligently working, he seemed to be faring even worse than you. In the minds of certain ill-intentioned individuals, this became the perfect point of comparison. After all, even the most vibrant blossoms require the complement of verdant leaves. Su He remained polite, greeting others with a warm smile. Hello, everyone. It's been quite a while. The prior discussions abruptly ceased. Chapter 22, Class Reunion, Part 1. Oh, it's Su He? Su He replied, yes, hello everyone. It's been a long time. I remember back then, Su He was quite the diligent student, wasn't he? Indeed. Su He's grades have always been among the top 10. You must be doing well lately. Then, with just a few simple exchanges, Su He could already envision the expressions of his classmates when they reunited. He responded symbolically, quite well. According to protocol, they were supposed to submit their planning proposals today. However, Manager Chen rushed into the office lobby in haste. Everyone, please put your work on hold. The group removed their hands from their keyboards, turning their attention toward Manager Chen. One team member inquired, Manager Chen, may I submit the proposal tomorrow? There's still a market research report pending. Manager Chen, hands on his hips, was still catching his breath from his hurried entrance. Put aside all your current tasks. We have a significant client on the way. A major client? The employees exchanged glances, curiosity evident on their faces. Manager Chen continued. They've offered $1 million for us to create a proposal. Such lucrative deals, often depicted in novels as trillion-dollar contracts, are virtually non-existent in reality. A $1 million proposal is already considered quite substantial. Manager Chen elaborated. The client is in the shopping mall sector and requires a comprehensive research plan. I will send the materials to you shortly. Our planning department has 2 teams. Whichever team impresses the client will secure this project. As Manager Chen spoke, Wang Jian turned to Su He and asked, What do you think, old Su? Shall we give it a try? Su He smiled faintly. Is this even a matter of choice? It's something we all must undertake. Wang Jian sighed. Every day, they just know how to squeeze us dry. When is the deadline, Manager Chen? Su He inquired, standing up. Manager Chen replied, The sooner, the better. The client will visit our company in 3 days. And which team's proposal they choose will depend entirely on your capabilities. By the way, I've already sent the materials to your team leader. Soon, the team leaders from both groups began to organize a meeting. Wang Jian and Su He were part of the first group, comprising 5 members, while the second group also consisted of 5 individuals. Comparatively, the second group consistently outperformed theirs, often being the first to seize the meeting room during discussions. Thus, Wang Jian, Su He, and their 4 teammates, along with their team leader, found themselves waiting outside. Wang Jian, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, I truly cannot fathom who has indulged them in such behavior. They always enter the conference room first. Do you wish to go in first? The team leader inquired. Wang Jian chuckled awkwardly. I would like to, but alas, I lack the capability, haha. The team leader replied, That's good to know. In our company, performance is what counts. There is but one conference room, and if their performance surpasses ours, they shall have precedence. We must wait our turn. The colleagues behind him expressed their discontent. So they secured a few major deals. What is so impressive about that? This time, the client will undoubtedly choose their proposal. Exactly. Let us rally together, brothers, and strive to have the client adopt our proposal. Let us see how boastful they remain then. In the afternoon, Sui had a class reunion to attend. He drove through the congested streets during rush hour, with the scenery swiftly retreating behind him. After more than an hour, he finally arrived at the designated location. Sui parked in the underground garage and ascended to the building. Guided by a waiter, he traversed 2 corridors until he reached the private room. As he opened the door, a group of people warmly greeted him. I wondered who had arrived. Suhi. It's been ages. Others chimed in. Suhi, how have you been lately? Suhi scanned the room, noticing that everyone was adorned in designer bags and clothes, their vibrant appearances making him feel rather out of place. When Li Xiaopeng spotted Suhi, his gaze noticeably flickered. The class monitor invited Suhi to sit beside him. Come, Suhi, take a seat next to me. Subsequently, everyone began sharing their recent experiences and encounters. For instance, the academic representative remarked, I've been thinking that when I graduate, I want to work hard to avoid being labeled as a rich second generation. However, my father insists on pushing me into his company, wanting me to become the general manager and eventually take over his position. But this is not the life I desire. If it's not the life you want, then simply refuse it. Why subject yourself to such distress? The class monitor laughed. You're being overly sensitive. Who cares what others say? Oh, we understand. Another classmate chimed in. This year, I traveled abroad, and let me tell you, the experience of being overseas is truly unparalleled. Just look at their skyscrapers. Ultimately, he concluded with an age-old saying, our ancestors were right. Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. I advise you all to venture outside more. In truth, those who have genuinely traveled abroad can discern that this classmate was merely boasting. Why do I say this? Because only after traveling abroad do you realize that your homeland is the best. Amidst the lively discussion, someone turned to Li Xiaopeng and asked, Li Xiaopeng, what is wrong with you today? I remember you used to be quite lively. Why are you so downcast today? Indeed, during your previous visits to our class reunions, you were not quite like this. Li Xiaopeng chuckled awkwardly, remarking, back then, I was just naive, indeed. Naive. Throughout the gathering, Suhi remained silent, and besides him, their high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Ma, also refrained from speaking. At that moment, the classmates felt that the competitive banter amongst themselves had lost its charm. Someone turned to Suhi and asked, So, Suhi, how have you been these past few years? What are you up to now? Suhi replied casually, just passing the days. You can't just pass the days, Suhi. You were such a diligent student. There's no way you haven't been doing well since graduation. Another chimed in. Exactly. Are you afraid to say, worried we might ask you for a loan? Suhi merely smiled. A girl interjected with curiosity. By the way, I heard you got married? Suhi nodded, then shook his head, ultimately gesturing helplessly with his hand. Let's not dwell on that. I was married. But after 2 years, I recently got divorced. The classmates did not express sorrow. Rather, they seemed somewhat pleased. Is this the nature of humanity? Finding comfort only in the misfortunes of others? Chapter 23 Class Reunion, Part 2. The girl who had spoken earlier sighed. What a pity. Shortly thereafter, someone inquired, so, Suhi, what do you do for work now? Suhi replied, I'm just doing some odd jobs at a small company. So, you're a regular employee? Suhi chuckled, just at the grassroots level. The classmates erupted in laughter. To put it nicely, he was indeed a grassroots employee, but to be blunt, he was merely an ordinary worker. The same girl seemed persistent. Suhi, it must be hard for you to find a girlfriend now, right? Your job isn't great. And you've been divorced once. Suhi responded nonchalantly. So what? If it's hard to find one, then I simply won tea. That is not acceptable. The classmates chimed in. You should consider yourself, but also think about your family. Your parents are still young, but in a few years, when they age a bit more, they'll definitely want grandchildren. A married classmate added, You know, speaking of this, I have a say in the matter. My parents keep urging me, asking when I'm going to have kids. They want grandchildren. Hey, can I decide that? Having children is a matter for 2 people, isn't it? I can't manage that alone. Another joked, I see. Your wife doesn't want children? No, replied the classmate. That was not directed at Suhi. Thus, they chatted back and forth. At that moment, Mr. Ma interjected, Kids, you've all graduated now. Can I have a word? Everyone turned their attention to Mr. Ma. Oh dear, look at us. We completely forgot about Mr. Ma. Teacher Ma, I sincerely apologize. It was said that Teacher Ma wished to meet everyone, but in the end, it turned out to be a casual conversation among themselves. Teacher Ma said, I might not be working at this school next semester. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. And then someone asked, Teacher Ma, you don't intend to be a teacher anymore? Teacher Ma shook his head. It's not that I won't be a teacher. It's just that I won't be a teacher at this school. The class monitor exclaimed, I understand. Teacher Ma must have been promoted. Teacher Ma replied, Not quite. He slowly explained, After so many years of teaching, I have come to understand many truths. I believe that the essence of being a teacher lies in educating and nurturing talent. In our city, it's relatively good. I haven't heard of any child unable to afford education, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how tough the situation, education should remain accessible. Teacher Ma sighed, however. In some areas, there are students who truly cannot afford to go to school. He did not finish his sentence, merely shaking his head. Clearly, Teacher Ma felt a sense of sorrow. Thus, next year, I plan to go to these mountainous regions to teach. The class monitor quickly responded, Oh, Teacher Ma, that's wonderful news, isn't it? Teacher Ma said proudly, I also believe it is a good thing. The other students chimed in. Teacher Ma, I support you. So do I. Teacher Ma, I truly think you are an admirable person, really. Teacher Ma said, All right. My dear students, you needn't flatter me. I mentioned this to you because I would like your assistance. Teacher Ma, what do you mean by assistance? Your matters are our matters. Please speak freely. Indeed. Teacher Ma, do you not trust us? Teacher Ma, just say the word, and I will surely help. Teacher Ma said, Seeing you all thrive brings me genuine joy. However, I also hope you can extend a helping hand to the children in the mountainous areas. So, those who are able to donate, please contribute when the time comes. Rest assured, teacher, we can definitely do it. Yes, when the time for donations arrives, just reach out to me. Teacher, you have nurtured us. And now that we are successful, we will certainly assist your other students. At that moment, Teacher Ma's former pupils would be numerous. As they joyfully conversed, Teacher Ma felt immense comfort. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Stepping outside, Teacher Ma answered the phone, and for some reason, a joyous expression suddenly illuminated her face. What? Really? That is wonderful. I happen to be at a gathering with my high school students. All right, please send it to me. After a while, Teacher Ma re-entered the private room. With a smile, he addressed the students, saying, Children, the donation account number has been sent over, and my superiors have approved it. I can go there next week. The class monitor's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly froze. Teacher Ma, didn't you just say that you would go next semester? Indeed. I had initially planned to go next semester, but they mentioned that there is an urgent need for teachers. So I should go as soon as possible. Whether it is a day earlier or later doesn't make much difference, Teacher Ma elaborated. Moreover, they have provided the donation account number, which I will share in the group. The class monitor chuckled awkwardly. Teacher Ma, I think it should be next semester. Exactly. It was quite peculiar how the students in the class exhibited an unusual solidarity at that moment, unanimously urging Teacher Ma to go next semester, presenting compelling reasons that were hard to refute. Teacher Ma, think about it. If you go to the mountainous area, you should prepare in advance and understand the conditions there. Furthermore, you will want others to donate, right? If you go now, there won't be much to donate. If you go now, what will we do when we want to see you? We will miss you. Teacher Ma waved his hand dismissively. No need. Absolutely unnecessary. He then clarified. As for clothes and such, that's not required. Even if they are poor, they are not devoid of clothing. What they lack are desks, chairs, and books. You all are quite capable now. Why not just donate some money? I can buy what is needed directly. At that moment, every student lowered their heads, as if each harbored an unspeakable secret. Chapter 24, Class Reunion, Part 2. Teacher Ma suddenly paused. What is this? You all seem reluctant to donate. No one spoke, and the room fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Class monitor, you speak. Teacher Ma urged. The class monitor smiled and stood up, while the other students collectively exhaled in relief. In their hearts, they believed that the class monitor would not agree with Teacher Ma. As long as the class monitor didn't agree, they had no reason to comply. Actually, Teacher Ma, I have been a bit tight on funds lately. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief again. Suddenly, the class monitor shifted his tone. However, as the class monitor, I am willing to donate. Everyone stared intently at the class monitor. Teacher Ma, I will donate 200. Please don't think it's too little. In that moment, all the students burst into laughter. They recalled how the class monitor had been boasting earlier, yet when it came to donations, he offered only 200 yuan. Mr. Ma's face darkened. Yet he managed to suppress his feelings. He remarked, 200 yuan may not be a substantial amount, but every little bit counts. At that moment, the students behind him, witnessing the class monitor's donation of 200 yuan, began to find their own justifications. Mr. Ma, our situation is somewhat unique, as you know. I am married now, and any expenditure requires my wife's consent, but I can still contribute 100. I didn't bring any money today. However, I can donate 50. I'll contribute 80 as a token of my goodwill. A chorus of donations erupted. Yet those who had previously boasted of their flourishing lives were now only able to contribute mere dozens. Mr. Ma looked at the crowd, letting out a resigned sigh. Just then, a voice pierced the silence of the room. Mr. Ma, how much do you specifically need? Mr. Ma replied, every contribution is heartfelt. Whether it is hundreds or thousands, it is all meaningful. However, it may be just a drop in the bucket, insufficient to support the children in mountainous regions. I shall contemplate alternative solutions. Suhi inquired, would 200,000 be sufficient? Mr. Ma was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Suhi, please don't jest with me. We are all aware of your family's circumstances. The other students chuckled in agreement. Suhi, this is not how one pretends to be affluent. Indeed, we all know how you've been faring these past years. Spare us the pretense. All right, enough of this. I think we can disperse now. Without uttering a word, Suhi approached and scanned a QR code. He then entered a figure on his phone. The crowd stared in astonishment at Suhi's actions, and eventually, he turned the phone screen towards Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, I have transferred the funds. Mr. Ma suddenly rose, exclaiming, Suhi, where did you acquire such wealth? That is not for you to worry about. I simply wish for the children in the mountains to receive a proper education. Mr. Ma exhaled deeply, then grasped Suhi's hand firmly. Suhi, thank you. Meanwhile, the other students remained frozen in disbelief, pondering how Suhi had come into such a fortune. Moments later, they began to murmur among themselves. What do you think Suhi has been up to lately? I have no idea. Where did he get all that money? Isn't he just a small employee? How could he possibly be so affluent? The class monitor suddenly raised his glass. Suhi, you are a compassionate person, and I toast to you. We may have had our differences in school, but I hope you can overlook them. Suhi smiled and replied, how could I hold a grudge? The other students soon joined Suhi's side, responding to the unexpected turn of events. Suhi, we were once good friends, and I hope we shall remain so. Although there may have been some misunderstandings in the past, I sincerely wish you no ill will. Suhi, please, allow me to toast to you. This is a privilege Suhi has never experienced before. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of the underlying sentiments. The attitude of classmates towards one another often correlates with the weight of their wallets. This recent donation has revealed true capabilities, and naturally, one ought to treat oneself well. After some commotion, the students returned to their seats. Teacher Ma surveyed the group and said, all right, I have one more thing to share with you. The students fixed their gazes upon Teacher Ma. He continued, in truth, I have deceived you. The students exchanged puzzled glances. Teacher Ma elaborated. There was no matter concerning children in the mountainous regions. I merely wished to observe your character after all these years in society. Have you forgotten your teacher? He went on. As for the QR code for the donations you just provided, it was mine. I shall return it to you now. The group responded with confusion. The class leader hesitantly inquired, Teacher Ma, were you testing us all along? Another student chimed in, Teacher Ma, was that really necessary? Why put us through such a test? Teacher Ma smiled but remained silent, focusing intently on his device. After a considerable duration, he finally completed his task. Looking at the group, he said, all right, everyone. I have refunded your contributions. As for this meal, I must admit it was not enjoyable for me. As Teacher Ma rose from his seat and approached the door, he abruptly paused and glanced back at Suhee. Suhee, I believe you will achieve great things in the future. He added, a person's success is not measured by their wealth, nor by their social standing. Among you, who is genuinely affluent, and who merely feigns opulence? I suspect you are more aware than anyone. Teacher Ma smiled again. Moreover, within those of you who possess wealth, who is truly rich in spirit, and who merely chases materialism, you understand this as well, don't you? He sighed deeply. Alas, I am truly a failure, a complete failure. With that, Teacher Ma took his leave. The room fell into a contemplative silence for several moments. Finally, the class leader broke the stillness. It's all right. Teacher Ma has a point, but let us continue to enjoy our drinks. Chapter 25. How could he skip out on the bill? The group began toasting one another. Yet Suhee couldn't shake the feeling that the alcohol was increasingly bitter. After consuming another 2 or 3 glasses, Suhee remarked, all right, classmates, enjoy your drinks. I have matters to attend to. The girl who had just been gossiping about Suhee was named Hu Qing. She approached with a glass of red wine, her fingers tracing a line down Suhee's chest. Oh, Suhee, why are you leaving so soon? You've barely just arrived, and we haven't even begun. What is this? Is it because Teacher Ma has departed that you no longer wish to stay? Suhee smiled politely. You are quite right. With Teacher Ma gone, I truly do not wish to linger here. He continued. Furthermore, Teacher Ma was also correct. Within this room, how many individuals are merely putting on a facade? Everyone understands this implicitly. Suddenly, the class monitor slammed the table and stood up indignantly. Suhee, how can you speak like that? Don't think for a moment that because you have a bit of money, we are intimidated by you. Suhee shrugged. I never claimed you would fear me. Did I? Nor did I intend for you to feel that way, did I? The monitor retorted. Then what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Quite simply. Suhee replied, I intend to leave. I no longer wish to remain here. Is that not clear enough? Hu Qing draped her arm, either intentionally or unwittingly, over Suhee's shoulder. Suhee, don't stoop to their level. Come, let me drink with you. Suhee responded, no need. The class representative interjected, Suhee, we are all classmates. Although Teacher Ma has left, we still know each other. To put it bluntly, what if Teacher Ma doesn't attend our future gatherings? Will you refrain from participating as well? Suhee inquired, why should I not? The representative chuckled, look, we're nearly finished. Just wait until it concludes. Then you can leave. Suhee insisted, no thank you. Suddenly, Hu Qing touched her temple. Oh dear, I feel a bit dizzy. She asked, Suhee, did you drive here? Would you mind giving me a ride home? Just as Suhee was about to push Hu Qing away, he inadvertently caught sight of something he shouldn't have. Hu Qing, petite as she was, no one would dare claim to be larger. Hu Qing, you. Before Suhee could finish, Hu Qing collapsed into his arms, her eyes gently closing. Just moments ago, she had been mocking herself. It hadn't taken long for this to occur. Naturally, Suhee could only support Hu Qing as they exited the room. Upon stepping out, he overheard voices discussing matters within. They claim to have something important, but can't they see through it? They simply don't want to spend money. Exactly. Making up so many excuses. The donation earlier was likely just to show off, and now they accuse us of pretending to be affluent. Really? Suhee paused slightly, and at that moment, Hu Qing also heard the chatter inside. She remained silent as they made their way to the front desk, with Suhee assisting her. Waiter, how much was that table? The waiter quickly pressed the calculator. 2,358. Sui picked up his phone and promptly paid the amount. Subsequently, he exited the restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance, Hu Qing suddenly released his hand. Sui turned to look at her. Didn't you just say you were drunk? Indeed. Hu Qing replied with a smile. That little bit of alcohol is merely a trifle for me. Then why did you say that? Right. I noticed you were having difficulty leaving, so I claimed to be intoxicated to give you a reason to accompany me. The entire exchange left Su He in a state of confusion. To be honest, he initially believed Hu Qing was genuinely inebriated, but it now appeared she was quite lucid. Hu Qing remarked, I did you a favor. How about you return the gesture? Shall I drive you home? Yes. Su He retrieved his car from the underground garage, with Hu Qing settling into the passenger seat, gently caressing the door. Su He, your car must be quite expensive, no? It's just over $1 million. Just over? Hu Qing responded, what is it you do for a living? How could you afford a car worth over $1 million? Su He smiled nonchalantly. I won the lottery. Huh. Don't jest. How is it that only you won? Such good fortune surely wouldn't fall solely upon you. Su He remained silent, contemplating the urgency of finding a substantial endeavor soon, lest he continuously have to claim to have won the lottery when asked about his profession. A reasonable explanation was essential. Hu Qing gazed at the vehicles ahead, then turned to Su He and inquired, So, you really are divorced? Yes, just a few days ago. I heard you pursued your wife for quite some time. How did it end in divorce? Su He replied, Perhaps we were simply incompatible. Indeed, compatibility is crucial. Who initiated the separation? She did. Do you harbor any resentment towards her? Su He shook his head. In truth, I believe there's nothing to resent, after all. Everyone has their own choices. She chose the life she desired, and I cannot hinder her, can I? Hu Qing sighed. It seems you have a rather open-minded perspective. Su He asked, What about you? I've remained single all this time. After saying this, Hu Qing turned to Su He. Su He, please don't take offense at what I did back in the private room. I genuinely wanted to help you. No girl would jest with her reputation. Hu Qing added, especially not in front of so many people. I understand, Su He replied calmly. Soon, Su He escorted Hu Qing to her residence. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Hu Qing did not extend an invitation for Su He to join her inside. Instead, she casually pulled down an umbrella. This was not an oversight on Hu Qing's part, but rather a deliberate action. All right then, I shall take my leave, Su He remarked, not paying much mind to the umbrella. Meanwhile, after a period of jovial conversation, the classmates had consumed a fair amount of drinks and were eager to depart. The class monitor announced, Well, let us conclude today's gathering here. It's time to settle the bill. The academic representative interjected, visibly irked. What a misfortune, there are still two who skipped out on paying. Who is it? Who else but Su He and Hu Qing? A male classmate exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I see. I wondered why Su He left so early. It turns out he intended to avoid the bill. Those two, truly. They appear glamorous, yet beneath that facade. The class monitor sighed. Let us not dwell on it. We can settle the bill. It may amount to an extra 10 or so yuan per person. Why should we bear that burden? A female student shouted. 10 yuan sounds trivial, but I am not comfortable with it. The academic representative stood with her hands on her hips. Listen, class monitor. How about you pay on their behalf for now? It isn't much, and you can ask them for reimbursement later. The other students chimed in. I think that's a good idea. Yes, class monitor, you should cover it. Exactly. You mentioned it would only be a little extra for each person. So go ahead and pay for them. The class monitor was nearly exasperated. You all. Yet, he found himself without recourse. At that moment, Li Xiaoping stepped forward. All right, it's merely the cost for 2 meals. I will cover it. You. Someone chuckled. Li Xiaoping, do you realize this is not a trivial sum? Li Xiaoping replied, Of course, I am aware. However, you all underestimate Su He. Do you think he is in need of your mere dozens of yuan? If he were, why would he leave? Exactly, Li Xiaoping asserted. Let me tell you, Su He's accomplishments rival those of any of you. He even knows our esteemed boss, Mr. Wang. To think he would be concerned over such a trivial amount is truly laughable. All right, Li Xiaoping continued. I am not here to argue. I will cover this expense myself, and you need not contribute. I trust that is agreeable? That is fine by me. The class monitor approached the front desk. How much is the total? The attendant smiled gently. Sir, your bill has already been settled. The class monitor furrowed his brow. Settled? I had always been in the private room. How could there have been a settlement? The front desk replied, Just now, a gentleman and a lady exited your room, settled the bill, and left. How tragic. Even now, it has not crossed our minds that it was Su He who paid. The class monitor murmured. Who could have imagined it was Su-hee who settled the bill? Li Xiaopeng quickly inquired. Let me ask you, was the gentleman rather handsome? And was the lady dressed quite provocatively? Indeed, that's them. Li Xiaopeng exclaimed. It was Su-hee. In that moment, astonishment swept through the surrounding crowd, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. They all lowered their heads. Li Xiaopeng pointed at everyone, saying, I have always maintained that Su-hee is not the person you all presumed him to be, yet you refuse to believe it. Now you see, the class monitor remarked. Primarily, who would have thought it was Su-hee who covered the bill? Li Xiaopeng retorted angrily. I have finally seen you all for who you are. Do not invite me to future gatherings. With that, Li Xiaopeng departed. Xiaopeng, Xiaopeng. The class monitor called after him several times, but Li Xiaopeng paid no heed and simply left. The class monitor sighed. Perhaps we were indeed mistaken. Indeed, a classmate added, Su-hee is already so wealthy. Having donated 200,000, how could he possibly care about such a trivial sum? Absolutely. We have underestimated Su-hee. Wait a moment, just a while ago, you were all saying such things about Su-hee. How have you turned around now? Amidst the murmurs, the class monitor noted, you certainly did not express such sentiments earlier. A classmate replied, I simply did not know Su-hee's capabilities. Now I am enlightened. The class monitor concluded, in the future, do refrain from hastily judging others. For in the end, it is oneself who feels remorse. That evening, upon returning home, Su-hee lay on the sofa, watching television. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with numerous messages. Upon opening them, he found, Su-hee, I'm truly sorry. I may have misspoken today. Please don't take it to heart. Su-hee casually replied, it's nothing. Another message followed. Su-hee, will we still be friends? Su-hee felt bewildered, pondering what had transpired today. He thought to himself, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Nonetheless, he continued to reply to each message. Having reached such a level of generosity, others ought to express some acknowledgement. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the group chat. Su-hee, I genuinely apologize. Initially, we thought you had dined and dashed, only to discover you were the one who settled the bill. Oh, this was said by the class monitor. He continued, it is only fair that the cost should not rest solely upon your shoulders. We should all contribute together, so let us share the expenses. Su-hee replied, no need. It was not a significant amount. The class leader remarked, we cannot allow you to handle this alone. Su-hee responded, in the future, let us remain good friends and not dwell on such trivial matters. With a resigned sigh, the class leader acquiesced. Very well then. The following day, Su-hee returned to work as usual, but now under considerable pressure. Manager Chen inquired, are both teams prepared? The leader of Team 2 replied, in my view, this minor planning is manageable. Our proposal has already been drafted. At that moment, Sun Qingqing approached. Manager Chen, Mr. Tan requested to see you this afternoon. See him? I have clients to attend to, Chen replied. However, this client is also of utmost importance and will arrive shortly. Please make the necessary preparations. Manager Chen instructed the leader of Team 2, when the client arrives, you handle the arrangements. Su-hee felt an immediate sense of foreboding. If Team 2's leader took charge, Team 1 would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. They would surely seize the opportunity. Wang Jian and Su-hee hurried to speak with their leader. Before they could voice their concerns, the leader interjected, I know what you wish to say. However, we must proceed as we are. Wang Jian began to protest. What if? But the leader cut him off. There are no what ifs. It is certain that regardless of how well we execute this plan, it will yield no results. The leader sighed. We must accept our fate. No. Su-hee countered. Last time, they took advantage of us. We cannot allow them to do so again. Chapter 27. I wish I could cut him down. The leader sighed again. There is nothing we can do. In our company, merit prevails. Wang Jian, hands on his hips, objected, but it shouldn't be this way. Leader, if I were you, before he could finish, the leader's cold gaze silenced him, instilling a sense of dread that rendered him unable to continue. Embarrassed, Wang Jian scratched the back of his head. I was just speaking casually, leader. Please do not be upset. The leader retorted, be more mindful of your words next time. Wang Jian shrugged. All right then. The leader of Team 2 checked his watch and declared, all right, it's time. Let us convene in the meeting room. Seated at the head of the table, the leader of Team 2 surveyed the group. I shall not waste time. Let me outline our agenda. You may be unfamiliar with free tech, but you should know about free mall. Leader, is there a connection between free tech and free mall? Someone asked. Indeed, the leader of Team 2 explained. Free tech is a subsidiary of free mall. As it pertains to free mall, You must understand that their standards are typically quite high. Therefore, Team 1, there is no need for you to present your own plan. Simply adopt ours. The leader of Team 1 remained silent, his head bowed. However, Wang Jian decided to withdraw. What does that mean? The leader of Group 2 immediately raised his head, questioning the implication. Wang Jian replied, "How can we simply discard the plan we painstakingly developed?" The leader of Group 2 gradually leaned back in his chair and retorted, "Wang Jian, do you really think you have a say here? Your group leader hasn't even spoken yet." Wang Jian felt a surge of anger. Why is it that everyone has the opportunity to speak during the meeting, yet I am silenced? The leader of Group 2 shot back, "Your group leader hasn't said anything yet, so what right do you have to speak?" Wang Jian stood up indignantly and pointed at the leader of Group 2. "Enough," the leader interjected. "You'd best remain silent." "Manager E, what is your perspective?" The leader of Group 1, surnamed E, stated, "You handle it as you see fit." "Very well, then it's settled." Wang Jian impulsively protested, "Group leader, is that really how it ends?" Manager E responded, "Group 1 has already completed their plan, so it is settled. But how can he do this?" Wang Jian was about to voice his objection when the leader of Group 2 suddenly barked, "Be quiet." Wang Jian could only twitch his lips in frustration, unable to utter a word. He sat down angrily. The leader of Group 2 inserted a USB drive into the computer. "Now, we shall present our plan." The audience remained silent as they viewed the presentation. At that moment, Su-hee let out a resigned chuckle. The leader of Group 2 instantly seized upon Su-hee's expression. "Su-hee, what do you mean by that?" Su-hee inquired, "May I ask, did your group truly invest a considerable amount of time in this plan?" "What do you mean?" Su-hee candidly remarked, "To put it bluntly, I find this plan rather mediocre." "Mediocre?" The leader of Group 2 challenged. "If you can do better, then show me a plan." Su-hee produced a USB drive. "Shall we take a look?" The leader of Group 2 glanced at Su-hee and then inserted the drive into the computer. As the plan was revealed, the audience began nodding in agreement. To be fair, Su-hee's plan was quite commendable. "Remarkable. This plan is genuinely impressive." They were astonished. Did Su-hee really create this himself? Although others were unaware of Su-hee's capabilities, both Wang Jian and Manager E were well aware. Previously, due to Manager Chin's lack of regard for Su-hee, his plans had never been utilized. However, following the recent incidents involving Manager Wang, people began to take notice of Su-hee and recognized his talents. Su-hee asked, "What do you think?" The leader of Group 2's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. On the surface, this plan appears flawless, yet upon deeper reflection, one may find it less than perfect. Su-hee gazed intently at the leader of Group 2. "What is it?" At that moment, the leader of Group 2 remarked, "It is quite challenging to implement." The other employees began to voice their opinions. "Personally, I believe it is not as difficult to execute, is it?" "Indeed, it seems rather manageable." The leader of Group 2 cast a glance at the employee who had just spoken, and that employee promptly fell silent. "Very well." Su-hee shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "All right then." Wang Jian addressed Manager E, saying, "Manager E, I truly think it is not." "Enough. Stop talking." Manager E interjected. Wang Jian's temper was notoriously volatile, and it was intolerable. "Why must we always acquiesce to them?" Wang Jian persisted. "That's enough." Manager E admonished once more. The tension in the room was palpable. "Let him speak," the leader of Group 2 said coolly, directing a frosty gaze at Wang Jian. "Wang Jian, allow me to elucidate why. Over this extended period, can you honestly state what contributions your group has made? While you neglect your responsibilities, our group has been cleaning up your messes. When your group errs, we are the ones who bow and scrape before the boss on your behalf. Humph. And now you dare to question why? I will tell you, it is simply because your group lacks capability." Su-hee suddenly looked up. "Repeat that." I could say it 10 times, and it would remain the same. At that moment, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Finally, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." The leader of Group 2 said coldly. The newcomer was Sun Qingqing, who announced, "The client has arrived." The leader of Group 2 replied, "All right, everyone. Let us relocate to another meeting room." As they exited, Wang Jian muttered quietly to Su-hee, "Old Su, I have never felt so humiliated." Su-hee sighed. "What else can we do?" Wang Jian continued, "Our leader is truly something else. Can he not even offer a rebuttal? That proposal is clearly subpar." Su-hee let out a scoff. "Humph. You still do not understand our Manager E. What? Does Manager E have another plan? Surely he can see how poor their proposal is?" "Of course he can, yet he chooses not to say anything." "Why?" "Exactly. Why is that? Is that not a sign of your foolishness? You will soon grasp Manager Yi's good intentions. Chapter 28. The unsatisfactory proposal. Wang Jian grumbled. Others may understand, but I certainly cannot. Su He, in exasperation, pointed at Wang Jian. Just wait and see. Wang Jian was perplexed by Su He's words, but he had no choice but to follow Su He and the others into the meeting room. Upon entering, both Su He and Wang Jian were taken aback. They exchanged astonished glances. Yi Xiaoxiao. In her heart, Su He contemplated, yet on the surface, she merely exchanged glances with Yi Xiaoxiao before they took their seats. Manager Yi, for reasons unknown, was absent from this meeting. The leader of Group 2 extended a handshake to Yi Xiaoxiao, exclaiming, "Hello, Ms. Yi. I must say, I am surprised by your youth and beauty." Yi Xiaoxiao responded politely with a smile. "Thank you." The leader continued, "Just look at you. Capable, stunning, with such a fine figure. How can the other ladies possibly compete? It seems the heavens have bestowed all their virtues upon you, Ms. Yi." Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand with a smile. "Manager Sun, you flatter me." The leader, whose surname was Sun, replied, "Oh, not at all." He then gestured to the group. "Everyone, let us sit down and discuss." About 3 individuals took seats beside Yi Xiaoxiao, while 7 or 8 gathered around Su He, with Manager Sun occupying the main position. He bent forward to connect a USB drive to the computer, and soon, his project plan appeared on the projector. Manager Sun announced, "Ms. Yi, everyone. This is our latest proposal. Please take a look." The attendees turned their gazes toward the screen. Yi Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, clearly not satisfied. She inquired, "What do the rest of you think?" At that moment, someone remarked, "To be honest, I find this proposal rather unsatisfactory." Others echoed the sentiment, expressing their discontent. The leader of Group 2 began to elaborate. "Ms. Yi, the proposal is structured this way, and we have thoroughly gathered the necessary data. While it may seem that our work is limited, we have been conducting extensive data research daily, which ultimately led to this report." Yi Xiaoxiao turned her attention to Manager Sunday. "Is this the proposal for 500,000? "Indeed." Manager Sun confirmed. Yi Xiaoxiao replied, "I must admit, I feel this price is somewhat unjustifiable." She glanced at the others and stated, "Let's go." In that moment, Manager Sun suddenly appeared flustered. "Ms. Yi, what are your intentions?" Yi Xiaoxiao candidly responded, "To speak frankly, I cannot accept this price, so please have your finance team process a refund for you. Other companies are capable of delivering what you cannot." The moment those words were uttered, all present grew anxious, rising to their feet. "Ms. Yi, our plan is actually quite commendable. I am confident that no other company can achieve our level." Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, "Do you believe your proposal is perfect?" "Indeed." Manager Sun echoed. "Yet, I find it severely lacking. To be honest, I simply cannot accept it. Although I have only recently begun managing our company, I can discern a good proposal from a poor one." Yi Xiaoxiao pointed at the plan. "Examine the document above. It is evidently lacking in substantial data. A fact even an amateur like myself can discern. This proposal has clearly been hastily assembled. Indeed, it was hastily prepared. However, Manager Sun cannot bring himself to admit this. How could he? Manager Sun intends to find a way to save face. In that case, General Yi, if you are dissatisfied with this proposal, we can certainly produce a new one." Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head dismissively. "No need. I believe your capabilities are limited to this level. Even if I were to send it back for revision, you would hardly deliver a commendable proposal." "How can you say that?" Manager Sun retorted, "We are undoubtedly capable." Yi Xiaoxiao replied, "There is no need. I will seek a refund from Manager Chun when the time comes." Manager Sun was at his wit's end. The proposal's failure was one thing, but the prospect of a refund to the client was dire. If this escalated, it would be catastrophic. Especially if President Tan were to find out, he would certainly face severe consequences. Manager Sun quickly pleaded, "General Yi, please, grant us another chance." General Yi replied, "I have already given you a week, yet your proposal fails to meet my expectations." Just as Yi Xiaoxiao reached the doorway, Manager Sun abruptly blocked her path. "Manager Sun, what is the meaning of this?" he implored. "General Yi, I beg you, grant us one more opportunity." Manager Sun glanced around anxiously. He called out, "Where is Manager Yi? Where has he gone?" An employee murmured, "Manager Yi seems to be busy." Manager Sun snapped, "What is happening? What time is it?" "And Manager Yi is preoccupied with other matters?" "But earlier, you mentioned it would be better if Manager Yi did not come," the employee retorted. Manager Sun had initially believed this proposal would pass flawlessly. Little did he know that not only would it fail, but but the client would also demand a refund. Wang Jian, nearby, stifled a laugh. At that moment, he remarked to Su-hee, I admit, perhaps my words carry a hint of schadenfreude, but I must say, it seems Manager Sun may be in for a fall. Su-hee observed, I noticed earlier that Manager E anticipated this outcome, which is why he deliberately kept you from speaking. Wang Jian recalled the previous exchange and nodded thoughtfully. Now it makes sense. No wonder Manager E appeared so agreeable. In reality, he is quite the strategist. So take a lesson from this. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxiao coldly commanded, step aside. Manager Sun found himself in a precarious position, whether to move aside or not. He could only stand still and wait. Suddenly, from a distance, Manager Chen's voice rang out. What is going on here? Manager Sun wiped the sweat from his brow. Manager Chen, you have finally arrived. At last, Manager Chen arrived. After understanding the intricacies of the situation, he seemed to grasp the essence of it. Manager Chen remarked, oh, is that so? He then flashed a smile at Yi Xiaoxiao. Ms. Yi, aside from the plans from Team 2, we also have some proposals from Team 1. Would you care to take a look? Yi Xiaoxiao replied, no need. With that, she prepared to leave, her high heels clicking against the floor. Suddenly, Sui stood up. Ms. Yi. Chapter 29. Gu Tian's life is quite comfortable. Before Yi Xiaoxiao could take another step, she halted in her tracks. What is it? Would you like to consider our alternative proposal? Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at Su-hee and offered him a slight smile. Very well then. Her smile elicited surprise from those present. Except for Wang Jian. Some employees began to murmur among themselves. Earlier, Ms. Yi did not show any kindness to anyone. Why did she smile at Su-hee? One whispered. I feel like Ms. Yi might have a soft spot for Su-hee. Another dismissed it. No way, that's impossible. Even the employees from her own company were taken aback. Could it be? This isn't Ms. Yi's usual demeanor. I recall the last time she visited another company. She dismissed it outright, and it remains on our blacklist to this day. Yet today's Ms. Yi certainly appeared unusual. Did she really smile at that young man? Yi Xiaoxiao took her seat again and stated, since Mr. Su has suggested it, I would like to hear more. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Doesn't Tishi know Su-hee? When did they become acquainted? Indeed, Su-hee hardly seemed the type to know such a prominent figure. Aside from Wang Jian, everyone was left speculating. At that moment, Su-hee picked up a USB drive and inserted it into the computer, showcasing his proposal on the projector. Ms. Yi, please take a look at this. It must be said that many had already found Su-hee's proposal quite impressive, and upon seeing it again, their opinions remained unchanged. Yi Xiaoxiao had brought along a few colleagues, who exchanged glances. One of them remarked, honestly, I think this proposal seems rather excellent. Indeed. I also find this plan quite appealing. Yi Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Manager Sun from earlier. Why didn't you present this proposal before? He stammered. Manager Chen chuckled. Ms. Yi, what do you think of this proposal? Well, quite satisfactory. She responded. However, there are a few minor issues and details that still require adjustments. Rest assured, Manager Chen remarked, upon returning, I will certainly have them make amendments. For now, I shall have my team organize things. All right. Yi Xiaoxiao interjected. If there is nothing further, I will take my leave. Very well, travel safely. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao and her companions departed from the office. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Suddenly, Manager Chen's demeanor shifted to one of fury as he pointed at Manager Sunday Group Leader Sun. What is the meaning of this? Why has such a significant blunder occurred? Do you realize that our client was on the verge of requesting a refund? Enough. Spare me your excuses upon your return. I expect a written reflection submitted to me. Just as Manager Sun was about to defend himself, Manager Chen interjected, 5,000 words. Manager Sun protested. This matter is clearly not my responsibility. How can it not be your responsibility? He countered. I believe the planning I executed was truly commendable. Are you insinuating that President Yi lacks discernment? Manager Sun retorted. I did not say that. Manager Chen scoffed. Let me make this clear. Should this client depart, President Tan will not let you off the hook. Manager Chen turned to Su-hee with a smile. Su-hee, we owe you a great deal this time. Su-hee replied, I merely did what I could. Manager Chen appeared puzzled. Tell me, Su-hee, do you happen to know that influential figure from earlier? With a chuckle, Su-hee responded, I suppose one could say I am acquainted with her. What do you mean by suppose? Either you know her or you do not. Su-hee replied nonchalantly. She has treated me to a meal. What? Manager Chen was taken aback. What did you just say? She treated you to a meal? Wang Jian interjected. I can attest to this. Just a few days ago, It was indeed President Yi, who drove a luxury car and waited downstairs for Su-hee. And then they went out to dine together. As for what transpired afterward, he chuckled mischievously. That, I cannot say. Wang Jian, do not speak carelessly. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Why is it that there are wealthy patrons surrounding him while I have nothing? Indeed, this is utterly unfair. They lamented. Su-hee possesses remarkable abilities, and he is quite handsome. How is it that even affluent women are drawn to him? Ah, the folly of youth. Unaware of the allure of wealth. I too once had my share of experiences. Manager Chun inquired. How did you two come to know one another? Others leaned in with curiosity. Yes, Su-hee, how did you meet her? Su-hee replied. I wonder if Manager Chin recalls that I mentioned knowing someone at the Free Trade Mall. Could it be that the person you know is her? Indeed. Manager Chin gave him a thumbs up. I can only say impressive. Beyond that, I have no further words. Su smiled faintly. Manager Chin said, all right, everyone can disperse now. Meanwhile, Gu Tian was in President Wang's office. President Wang remarked, Miss Gu, we are still lacking a batch of materials. Gu Tian inquired. Do you mean that in addition to the last order, we now require another batch? Yes, indeed. President Wang affirmed. How much do you estimate we will need this time? President Wang replied, approximately 500,000. At that moment, Gu Tian's face broke into a smile. As for the price, President Wang drew out a long sound. Gu Tian promptly assured, President Wang, rest assured, I will provide you with the best price. That works. Gu Tian continued. When do you need it? Within a week, please. Understood. I will arrange for my team to work overtime as soon as I return. All right. Gu Tian exited President Wang's office, unable to contain her laughter, muttering to herself. Gu Tian, who would have thought that fortune would smile upon you now? Everyone said that your luck improved after Su-hee left you. But I believe it is you who have found better fortune after departing from him. Completing these 2 orders will equate to the earnings from an entire year in the past. How marvelous. Truly marvelous. Gu Tian got into her car and returned to her company. Chapter 30. The Pathetic Manager's Son Afternoon. Wang Jian waved his hand before Su-hee, startling him, prompting Su-hee to pat his chest. Wang Jian, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Wang Jian chuckled and asked, what are you thinking about, Su-hee? Su-hee shook his head. Nothing much. Why do you seem so lost in thought then? Su-hee sighed. Well, I was pondering why Yi Xiao, who worked in a real estate company, chose to return now. Naturally, Su-hee did not inquire further. As he sighed and daydreamed, Wang Jian remarked, I truly do not comprehend what is weighing on your mind. If I were you, with a wealthy woman by my side, I would be thrilled to bits. Su-hee replied, it is precisely because of this wealthy woman that I am troubled. Oh, Wang Jian queried. Could it be that this wealthy woman is the source of your worries? Su-hee stated, there is no specific worry, just some thoughts. Then why are you overthinking? Su-hee smiled faintly. It's nothing, just being a bit neurotic. Manager Sun, at his workstation, was still fuming. He clenched his fists tightly and slammed them down on the desk. Damn it. Manager Chun happened to see this and approached. What is there to complain about, Manager Sun? Manager Sun immediately stood up, smiling, and said, Oh, Manager Chun. Yes. Manager Sun continued. I just cannot fathom what kind of spell Su-hee has cast on the clients. Manager Chin stroked his chin and remarked that, truth be told, he too found it perplexing. However, he had to admit that the proposal devised by Su-hee was indeed commendable. Manager Sun interjected, suggesting that while it might be confusing, he had just come to a realization. Oh, Manager Chun inquired, encouraging him to elaborate. This is merely a performance staged by the two of them. Manager Chun blinked twice. Awaiting Manager Hu's next words, Manager Sun continued with his thoughts. Consider this. When the client arrived, my proposal was dismissed in mere minutes. I was baffled. Even if we were to concede that my proposal was lacking, it should not have been outright rejected on the spot, right? Manager Sun swallowed hard. Just moments ago, it dawned on me. They must have known each other for quite some time, and undoubtedly, they had already reviewed Su-hee's plan. My proposal was simply a secondary option from the outset. Manager Chin's expression gradually darkened. Although Manager Chin had not been fond of Su-hee previously, it mattered little since President Tan held a favorable view of him. If President Tan appreciated Su-hee, there was no justification for Manager Chin to act unfavorably towards him. Moreover, even if one harbored personal aversions, Manager Chin, as an adult, understood that his position was merited, regardless of personal feelings. If a person could contribute to performance, they warranted appreciation. Manager Sun, be mindful of your words. Manager Sun's demeanor also shifted to one of concern. Manager Chen gently rapped the table. Speak honestly. If it were not for Suhee today, would the proposal have been approved? Manager Sun was bewildered by Manager Chen's sudden defense of Suhee. Manager Sun pursed his lips. That cannot be the case. Even if Suhee had already negotiated with the client, that is merely his skill. He knows President Yi. Why do you not? Manager Sun protested. This is not merely a matter of acquaintance. However, he was interrupted by Manager Chen. Furthermore, if your proposal were superior to Suhee's, would the client still choose his plan? I find that hard to believe. Surely, if a better option exists, the client would select it. Manager Chen continued. I reviewed your proposal from yesterday's meeting, and to be frank, it pales in comparison to Suhee's. Do you still have the audacity to claim otherwise? Manager Sun lowered his gaze, rendered nearly speechless. Manager Chen pressed on. You should not only refrain from disparaging Suhee behind his back, you ought to express gratitude towards him. Were it not for him, the client would have walked away long ago. You know well how President Tan would address you in that scenario, don't you? Manager Sun, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain, he said with a forced smile. Yet, Manager Chen offered him no reprieve. What is there to discuss? If it were not for Suhee, you might very well have faced termination. Do you realize that? I do not demand a specific level of performance from my subordinates, but at the very least, their character should be above reproach. Enough. Do not utter another word. I am not inclined to converse with you at present. With that, Manager Chen departed abruptly. Left in his wake, Manager Sun stood in stunned silence, contemplating, what on earth is happening today? Why has it escalated to a question of my character? I do not perceive any faults in my integrity. Manager Yi, seated before his computer, inquired coolly, Wang Jian, do you comprehend the situation now? Wang Jian responded with a smile, indeed. I grasp everything now. That is splendid. Allow me to enlighten you. The one who seeks the spotlight often finds themselves in peril. Let him bask in his glory. However, inevitably, a day of reckoning shall arrive, has it not? Wang Jian leaned over, positioning himself beside Manager Yi. Ego, did you foresee this all along? Manager Yi merely smiled faintly, uttering nary a word. Wang Jian exclaimed, Ego, truly remarkable. You are exceptionally astute. In the chairman's office, Mr. Tan immediately set aside his work, his gaze fixed intently on Manager Chen. What did you just say? How could this be possible? Manager Chen replied, I too find it improbable, yet the truth lies before me. I cannot choose to remain oblivious. This Suhee, he has an unexpectedly close relationship with President Yi? Indeed. Mr. Tan responded. Have you clarified President Ye's true identity? Just now ascertained. Speak. Manager Chen stated. She is the daughter of the free market's owner. You mean she is Yi Jingda's daughter? Precisely. His only daughter. Mr. Tan smacked his forehead with a resounding clap. Alas. How could I have overlooked this? I should have deduced it long ago. Subsequently, Mr. Tan began to issue instructions. Remember, we must devise every possible means to secure a partnership with President Yi. Her backing is the free market, a formidable entity we cannot afford to antagonize. Understood. Just as Manager Chen prepared to take his leave, Mr. Tan suddenly called out, Wait. Additionally, that lad Suhee is no simple character. He knows Yi Xiao, and surely he is acquainted with Yi Jingda. Ensure he is not subjected to any indignities within the company. Chapter 31. He is unyielding old Wang. Allow me to escort you home. Very well. Wang Jin cheerfully trailed behind Suhee. As the workday concluded, everyone began their journey homeward. Manager Sun also headed in that direction. At the company entrance, they fortuitously collided, causing an awkward expression to cross Manager Sun's face. Traversing the corridor to the elevator, Manager Sun hesitantly pressed the button, and they all entered. Suhee, he stammered, you performed admirably today. Do you happen to know Yi Xiao? Suhee, not naive, understood well that since he had eclipsed Manager Sun's spotlight, the latter was intent on undermining him at every turn. Su remained silent. Manager Sun continued, Xiao Su, I actually have a proposal for you to join our team. We are in dire need of someone with your talents. Would you consider it? Su glanced at Manager Sun and replied, Thank you, but that's unnecessary. Manager Sun responded, What? Do you look down on our team? Have you not seen the payroll for the past 2 months? To be frank, your team's salaries are collectively lower than ours. Do you know why? Before Su could respond, Wang Jian beside him inquired, Manager Sun, what is the reason? He too was puzzled and sought clarity. A smug expression spread across Manager Sun's face. It's perfectly understandable that you're confused. Beyond individual salaries, there is something known as team performance. Your group's performance has consistently been subpar, hardly comparable to ours. The more manager's son spoke, the more animated he became. Last time, you handled President Wang's case, right? Yes. And this time, you resolved President Ye's case as well, correct? Indeed. However, when the salary settlement occurs at the beginning of next month, you will discover that despite resolving numerous cases, your performance still pales in comparison to our Team S. This is what I referred to as team performance. Understand that although our group consists of just 5 individuals, we generate a team performance bonus of a full 20,000 each month. Compare that to what you have. What do you possess to measure against us? Manager Sun's assertions were indeed valid. Their company, specializing in client planning, required an initial planning fee from clients. If a client successfully commenced their venture and profited in the first year, they would also receive dividends. For instance, if Company A utilized their services and earned 10 million in the first year, they would owe 100,000 as a token of gratitude. From that amount, the company would retain 80%, while 20% would be allocated to the team as performance bonuses. In other words, the more clients you have, the greater your dividends. Manager Sun stated, Xiao Su, with your achievements, joining our team would ensure that you receive the highest share of the performance bonuses. Su smiled, a hint of mockery in his expression. I appreciate it, Manager Sun, but I truly do not need it. Manager Sun retorted, you don't need to join us? Surely you still need money? He added with arrogance, I heard you've gotten divorced. Manager Sun, my divorce seems irrelevant to you, Su replied. Indeed, it is not my concern. But I have also heard that since your divorce, you haven't begun to divide your assets. You don't even dare to ask your ex-wife for money. Consider it. Your current living and dining expenses undoubtedly require funds. Manager Sun's words seemed to pierce Su's heart. Su responded, Manager Sun, please be mindful of your words. Manager Sun remarked, Amen. One must bravely confront the truth. What do you have to say for yourself? Continuously evading the issue, what does that signify? Su-hee's gaze was frigid. Yet, unexpectedly, Manager Sun's subsequent words pierced Su-hee's heart like a series of steel needles. Manager Sun added, It is not merely your family's circumstances that I have heard of. I understand that your household is quite impoverished. Your parents must have been looked down upon in the village, correct? Su-hee clenched his fists tightly. Wang Jian shouted at Manager Sun, Manager Sun, you are indeed being excessive. At long last, they arrived at the basement level. Manager Sun exclaimed, Oh dear, look at me, I completely forgot. Our sales champion, Su, should be on the first floor. This basement is merely a parking lot, so it would be a bother for sales champion Su to ascend the stairs. From the very beginning, Su-hee discerned that Manager Sun had never intended for him to join the second team. The so-called persuasion to transition to the second team was nothing but sweet words. Manager Sun, having lost a deal today, was naturally furious. This vindictive individual was certainly seeking a way to retaliate. Su-hee had always been carefree and kind-hearted, yet he was also a devoted son. Upon hearing Manager Sun speak of his parents in such a manner, his anger had already ignited. Nevertheless, Manager Sun persisted relentlessly. He remarked, Su-hee, in rural areas, this is the norm. When one child excels, another falters, and everyone discusses it. I believe you aspire for a better future, do you not? Otherwise, when a group of people is conversing at the entrance of your village, they will say, this child from the Su family has no abilities. Even though he was supposed to attend university, he earns less than those who toil in the fields now. Had I known this, I would have never allowed that lad from the Su family to attend university. Su-hee was seething with rage, and just as he was about to lose control, Wang Jian gently pulled him back. Su-hee regained his composure. He understood that if an altercation were to occur within the company, he would undoubtedly be dismissed. While dismissal was of little consequence to him, as he was merely experiencing life, how would he contend with Manager Sun thereafter? A subtle smile crossed Su-hee's lips. Manager Sun, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. Rest assured, I am currently the most prosperous individual in our village. Manager Sun erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Su-hee, what time do you think it is? You still cling to bravado? You consider yourself the most successful person in your village? Do you truly believe that statement? Of course I do, Su-hee asserted. Manager Sun continued, Su-hee, oh Su-hee, divorced, penniless, a destitute with no prospects. And you claim to be the most fortunate in your village? Su-hee remained silent, merely walking ahead. Finally, Manager Sun pressed the remote control and gently patted his car. Su-hee, strive diligently. Just as Manager Sun was preparing to leave, a thought suddenly struck him. Was Su-hee truly here to retrieve a vehicle from the garage? Or was he merely pretending? He resolved to uncover the truth. Chapter 32. Do you think I care about work while you compete with me? Thus, Manager Sun took a seat in his car, patiently awaiting the outcome. To his astonishment, he witnessed Su He and Wang Jian entering a luxurious vehicle. A frown creased Manager Sun's brow. This cannot be right. The car appeared to be worth at least $1 million. Could Su He possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? Manager Sun recalled a humorous skit he often encountered on short video platforms, where individuals, mocked and derided, would nonchalantly approach a luxury car and casually request, "Brother, may I take your spot?" Could it be that Su He was engaging in a similar charade? He continued to wait, and to his surprise, a few minutes later, Su He drove out of the garage. Manager Sun called out to him, "Su He." He was eager to discern whether the vehicle truly belonged to Su He or if he was merely pretending. Su He parked the car and gradually lowered the window. "Manager Sun, do you need something?" However, as Manager Sun observed Su He seated in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel and leaning his head out, disbelief began to wash over him. "This is impossible. It must be a rental." Manager Sun smiled and asked, "Su He, how much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I doubt your daily wage could cover the rental fee." Wang Jian, unwilling to remain silent, rolled down the window and shouted at Manager Sun, "What nonsense are you spouting? Rental? Let me tell you, this car was purchased by Su He himself." "Purchased?" Wang Jian erupted in laughter. "Don't jest with me. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? This vehicle is worth at least over $1 million, and you claim it's yours." Without hesitation, Su He retrieved the vehicle registration and presented it to Manager Sun. "Please open your eyes and see. Am I not the owner listed here?" Manager Sun scrutinized both the car and Su He, struggling to accept this revelation. He gently rubbed his eyes and looked again at the vehicle. "No, this cannot be." Su He stated, "This car is indeed mine, and there is no shame in admitting it." "How is that possible? You earn such a meager salary at the company each month. How could you afford such an expensive car?" Su He replied, "Manager Sun, you are correct. My earnings at the company are indeed modest. But I must inform you that I do not live solely on my salary. If I depended on it, I would have starved long ago." "Then, what about your position in the company?" Su He smiled slightly. "Very well. Given the circumstances, I shall reveal the truth to you. In truth, my purpose within the company is rather simple. I seek to experience life, for I am not lacking in wealth. It is not a matter of hearsay. What holds more significance, what you hear or what you witness?" With a calm smile, Su responded, "Therefore, Manager Sun, it matters not how you choose to provoke me. But do remember this, I am here to savor life. If I find joy in my work, I shall continue. However, should I become discontented, I will not hesitate to depart. Yet, mark my words, when I leave, I shall ensure it is not an easy transition for you." Manager Sun gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Su added, "Had it not been for me today, you would have already faced termination from the company. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also resort to mockery and sarcasm. I truly wonder what goes through your mind. Do you intend to repay kindness with enmity?" The corners of Manager Sun's mouth twitched slightly. He wished to speak. Yet Su interrupted him again. Moreover, Su exclaimed, "Let me make it clear. My acquaintance with Yi Xiao bears no consequence. The company values performance above all else. Should you force me out, and Yi Xiao withdraws her collaboration with the company, who do you think General Tan will summon to the office for a discussion?" Su stated nonchalantly, "Could it possibly be Arigo? I doubt it." A cold sweat broke out on Manager Sun's forehead, and his complexion turned ashen. Su continued, "Enough? I have no desire to engage further with you. I am leaving." As Su raised his hand lightly, Manager Sun noticed the exquisite watch adorning his wrist, a timepiece worth several $100,000. In that moment, Manager Sun's demeanor shifted entirely. This young man truly possesses wealth. How could he wear such a luxurious watch? Manager Sun contemplated how to intimidate Su, but then realized he was dealing with someone who could resign at any moment. There is a saying, the soft fear the hard fear the bold, and the bold fear those who have nothing to lose. At present, Su was indifferent to the job. What could he possibly use against him? Upon hearing this, Manager Sun slammed his hand against the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it! Simultaneously, a sharp pain shot through his right hand, prompting him to grasp his wrist with his left hand to alleviate the discomfort. Ha! Inside the car, Wang Jian erupted into laughter. "Old Su, you are truly impressive. Honestly, I have never seen Manager Sun in such a predicament." Wang Jian's demeanor shifted as he composed himself. Yet it is curious. How is it that I never recognized your prowess before? Only now do I see it. Su replied, perhaps it was simply that you did not pay attention to me. Nonsense. Wang Jian retorted, I do not overlook others. How could I neglect you? Su shook his head. Then I cannot say. Wang Jian remarked, to be fair, I genuinely had not noticed your capabilities before, and furthermore, how is Yi Xiaoxiao the princess of the free market? I just found out. Wang Jian exclaimed, his mouth agape. No wonder she is so wealthy, driving such luxurious cars. One day red, the next day yellow. Sui couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean, dyed a different color? Isn't that so? Sui replied, let me enlighten you. It's not that she dyes them. She actually owns two. What? Wang Jian was taken aback. Utterly incredulous. 2 colors? 2 cars? Indeed, Wang Jian slowly lifted his gaze. Goodness, is this the life of the affluent? Sui shrugged. Well, you could interpret it that way. After finally dropping Wang Jian off at home, Sui contemplated his own return. On his way, he pondered. Isn't Yi Xiaoxiao working in real estate? Has she quit? He decided to inquire. Upon arriving home, he realized he hadn't eaten. So he set out to find something to eat. Chapter 33. Conflict in front of the clothing store spotting a barbecue restaurant. He settled in and picked up his phone to message Yi Xiaoxiao. Rich lady, what are you up to? Yi Xiaoxiao responded promptly, rich lady? I absolutely detest that title. Sui chuckled, but you are indeed a rich lady. Even if I am, you mustn't say it aloud. Promise not to call me that again. All right. Shall I call you dear instead? Suhi, continuing to type, he said, no more jokes. I recall you were working at a real estate company. Why the sudden departure? Yi Xiaoxiao replied, actually, working in real estate was my father's arrangement. He insisted I gain some experience since I lack it, hence the job. Oh, I see. Suhi was puzzled. Your family is so affluent. Why endure such pressure? You seem quite anxious about being fired. Of course I am. Yi Xiaoxiao explained. Although I've never worked, I often see my brothers on the phone, always saying things like, if you can perform, stay. If not, leave. I believe being fired is a serious matter. And I'm terrified. Moreover, as a woman, I have my dignity. So he couldn't help but smile. May I ask why you chose to start a tech company? Yi Xiaoxiao countered. Suhi, may I ask you, have you left your job to pursue something else? Suhi was puzzled by her question, but replied, no. Why do you ask? Yi Xiaoxiao responded, if you weren't becoming a journalist, you must be investigating household registrations, given how thoroughly you inquire. A wave of embarrassment washed over Suhi. After a brief moment, Yi Xiaoxiao spoke up. All right, I shall tell you. In truth, this was also a choice made by my father. He mentioned that the future belongs to technology companies, and something about AI. Perhaps you've heard of it? Of course. I have. Suhi responded. Although he was not a time traveler, in this parallel world, AI had yet to progress rapidly. One could say it was merely in its infancy. The realms of e-commerce and live streaming were just beginning to emerge. Recently, Suhi had accepted a project from an AI company, which astonishingly could utilize AI for image background removal, transforming a passport photo in merely 3 to 4 seconds. This revelation left Suhi utterly astonished. He pondered the implications. If an image could be processed so swiftly, what if AI were employed in crafting strategies for himself? Moreover, the recent surge in live streaming piqued his interest. Could the fusion of AI and live streaming enable broadcasts to occur around the clock? Working at the planning company endowed Suhi with a natural advantage. Noticing the prolonged silence from Suhi, Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, Suhi, are you listening? Oh, I am. He quickly replied, Xiaoxiao, let us continue this conversation later. I'm about to have my meal. Sure. As Suhi dined, his thoughts were consumed by the potential of integrating AI with contemporary industries. Suddenly, a loud commotion nearby jolted him from his reverie. Turning his gaze, he spotted a young woman, around 20 to 25 years old, weeping, surrounded by her shop's merchandise. The recent loud noise had drawn a substantial crowd of onlookers in her direction. The girl rubbed her eyes, lamenting, didn't we agree to give me some time? You're forcing me out now, and I have all these belongings. Where am I supposed to move them? Suhi had just finished his meal, and one of his favorite pastimes was immersing himself in lively scenes. After swiftly settling his bill, he approached the entrance of the clothing store, where several burly men, adorned with tattoos, stood inside. One of them pointed at the girl, declaring, I'm telling you, don't think you can refuse to pay the rent and escape the consequences. Among them was a bespectacled man in a white shirt, who appeared quite refined. Yet his words betrayed a lack of civility, indicating he was likely the landlord. The landlord replied, "Oh dear. It's not that I have a choice. Just look at the current rental market. If someone offers a higher price, of course, I must rent it to them." The girl protested, "What about me? I've already paid you a year's rent. Isn't it nearly expired?" He retorted, "Even if it's close to expiration, I still have a week left, right? Why are you so impatient?" The girl, irate, exclaimed, "What kind of ability is it to bully a woman?" This statement seemed to resonate with those around her. Indeed, what kind of capability does a man possess if he resorts to bullying women? Isn't this utterly outrageous? Even if one is a landlord, such treatment towards a tenant is simply unacceptable. Indeed, such a lack of courtesy. The landlord, suddenly incensed, pointed at the young woman and exclaimed, "How can you utter such heartless words? Did I not inform you just 3 days ago? You still owe a week's rent, and I am willing to compensate you for 2 weeks. I even granted you time to vacate before the final week." The young woman replied, "But where am I to find a place in just 3 days?" The landlord produced a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, releasing tendrils of smoke as he declared, "That is no longer my concern. It is your predicament to solve. You may seek accommodation wherever you wish, but you can no longer reside in this property." The young woman retorted, "In the past few years, due to natural disasters and economic downturns, I have never faltered in paying my rent. Now that business has picked up around here, you choose to evict me without a shred of decency." Others in the vicinity began to chime in. "Young lady, indeed your area has developed rapidly over the past 2 years. Perhaps you should consider increasing the rent you pay your landlord?" The young woman responded, "How could I not have increased it? I raised it by 30% annually. The contract explicitly states that any increase may not exceed 30%, and I complied with the maximum, yet he refuses." The landlord smugly replied, "You are not the only one. Several nearby tenants are also being asked to leave. Furthermore, the new tenant is offering me double the rent for a 5-year lease. Would I be a fool to forego such an opportunity? But that money is earned without a conscience," the young woman exclaimed, preparing to storm back into her shop. At that moment, several burly men positioned themselves in front of her. "Excuse me?" As she attempted to push past them, a physical altercation ensued. The landlord addressed the onlookers. "Did you witness that? She initiated the violence." Chapter 34. A hero to the rescue. Suddenly, the landlord thrust his hands against the young woman's shoulders, and just as she was about to topple to the ground, Sue caught her. For reasons unknown, Sue felt an inexplicable fondness for the young woman clad in a black leather skirt. Thus, he resolved to assist her. The young woman glanced back at him. Sue turned to the landlord and said, "Look at you all, ganging up on a young lady. Is this not a profound lack of morality?" The landlord scoffed, "Morality? Pray tell, what constitutes morality? Shouldn't there be a limit to how many people can intimidate a single girl? She was the one who struck first. How can you blame me now?" At that moment, the landlord remarked, "Ah, I see you are merely seeking to show off by defending her." Sue chuckled derisively. "I am not seeking to show off. I simply cannot abide your actions." "That's fine," the landlord remarked. "There are plenty of people who disapprove of me. You have your grievances, and I'll make my money. Am I foolish enough to forgo profit?" The girl, seething with anger, found herself powerless. The landlord picked up the contract, stating, "You see, it clearly stipulates that upon expiration, the tenant has no preferential right to renew. It also mentions that if the landlord wishes to reclaim the property, we can discuss it." Sue questioned, "Is this your way of discussing things?" The landlord retorted, "Oh, don't say it like that. I had a conversation with her previously. I was quite clear, offering her double rent for the last week to vacate, and she agreed." "Did she receive the money?" Sue inquired. "Isn't it being prepared?" The landlord replied. Sue countered, "You only gave her 3 days. Her clothing store spans over 100 square meters. Surely she needs time to move out?" "That's not my concern," the landlord insisted. "Of course, if you wish to stay during the final week, you simply need to pay." The girl exclaimed, "If I must pay, then so be it." But at that moment, Sue intervened. "Wait, you must pay what is owed, but not a penny more." Sue looked at the landlord, finding the situation rather absurd. She has already paid her rent, and during the last week, it's the tenant's time. Yet you want to charge her again? The landlord challenged. "What do you propose?" Sue asked. "What's the rent for this place?" 6,000. That's 200 a day, correct? "Indeed." "Then, for the last week, you could give her 600 for 1 day, and she could vacate tomorrow." In truth, Sue had already considered a suitable alternative. During a conversation with Yi Xiaoxiao earlier that day, she learned that many shops in the free market were still vacant. The landlord suddenly appeared intrigued. "Is what you say true?" "Of course it is. You're not deceiving me." Sue smiled helplessly. What benefit would I have in lying to you? It was evident that the landlord was reconsidering, ready to place his trust in Sue. However, at that moment, someone beside the landlord whispered something to him, causing him to change his mind again. He asked Sue, "Can you represent her?" "Of course not," Sue replied. "Then can you make decisions on her behalf?" "This is absurd," the landlord exclaimed angrily. At that moment, Sue glanced at the girl beside him. "Do you trust me?" The girl blinked her large eyes, neither affirming nor denying her trust. Yet, who else could she rely on but Sue? Thus, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Fine. I trust you." "Excellent," Sue responded. "Now that all parties are in agreement, let us proceed with the payment." The landlord hesitated momentarily before Sue he remarked, "Consider this. When your guests arrive, it will be double the reward, and for 5 years. What could be more advantageous?" The landlord pondered this and seemed to agree. "All right then," he acquiesced, transferring the funds to the young woman. "Take good care of it," she said. However, before she could finish her thought, Sue he interjected, "Let us wait until they depart." The young woman was engulfed in uncertainty, primarily regarding whether this gentleman could indeed assist her. As doubts lingered in her mind, the landlord gradually made his exit. Sue watched him leave, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, the young woman's heart was also fraught with apprehension. "Sir, I don't believe we are acquainted. And what if I fail to find a suitable place?" Sue did not rush to respond, but instead stated, "Having rendered you such significant assistance, shouldn't you invite me into your establishment for a visit?" With no alternative, the young woman relented, saying, "Please, come in." Upon entering the shop, Sue surveyed his surroundings and noticed that many items appeared to be of her own design, seemingly rare in the entire city. How could Sue be so certain? He had scarcely encountered such styles before, deeming them quite innovative. He then voiced his curiosity. "I see that your shop boasts a selection of garments that are rather uncommon. Are these new designs?" The young woman shook her head. "These are all our original creations." "Yours?" he inquired. "Yes." She handed him a business card, revealing her name, E.E., and the title E.E. Women's Fashion Studio. She continued, "I majored in fashion design at university, and after graduation, I collaborated with a few friends to establish this shop. Some handle design, others liaise with factories, while some manage sales. How many of you are there?" "4, I believe." "And how has the profit fared?" At the mention of profits, E.E. lowered her gaze. "To be frank, in the early years, our profits were dismal due to economic downturns. It wasn't just us. Every industry faced similar struggles. However, in the past 2 years, we began to see some improvement, only to encounter such challenges now." E.E. sighed again, feeling a deep sense of regret. There is a saying, "Fortune hides within misfortune." And it seems this holds true. In previous years, there were not many people around, but lately, the area has become more populated, and the clientele has become more discerning, leading to an enhancement in our offerings. Yet, as business flourishes, envy arises. I cannot fathom which competitor has set their sights on us, attempting to displace us with double the rent. Sue inquired, "Have you never considered offering the landlord double the rent yourself?" Chapter 35. The new store. "Of course we can," E.E. declared, her eyes suddenly glinting with ferocity. "However, we must not. First and foremost, isn't existence itself a matter of pride? If we acquiesce to him, what justification do we have? Secondly, once we concede, it opens the door for further demands. Therefore, we cannot comply." E.E. turned to Sue, her voice laced with urgency. "Mr. Sue, after all this, will you truly assist me? Surely, you are not merely jesting? If your sole intention is to send the landlord away, rather than to resolve my predicament, then I must assert that it is entirely unnecessary." Sue remained silent, instead reaching for his phone to contact Yi Xiao. Moments later, he was apprised of the situation on the other end. Click. He ended the call. "It's settled." E stared at him, bewildered. "What? Settled? Where are we moving to?" She continued, "Let me be clear. If the location is subpar, I shan't go. For even if I did, there would be no profit, nor any business to speak of." Sue furrowed his brow. "What do you think of the free market?" At first, E paid no heed, but upon uttering those 4 words, a sense of unease washed over her. She immediately inquired, "Wait, what did you just say?" "The free market?" "Yes," Sue retorted. "Do you believe the free market is a viable option?" "The place you referred me to is the free market?" "Indeed," Sue affirmed. However, the joy that had briefly illuminated E.E.'s face dissipated almost instantaneously. She waved her hand dismissively. "Let us not consider it." "Why not?" E.E. replied. The free market is not a venue we can access. And I've heard that their rental fees are exorbitant. Suhi erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're quite right. The free market did indeed command high rents previously, and I held that belief as well. However, after my recent call, I was informed that the monthly rent is merely 6,000. You're currently paying 5,000. Moving to the free market for 6,000 is entirely within your means. Wouldn't you agree? Exclaimed. The free market only charges 6,000 for rent. Precisely. Suhi replied. It is precisely because many assume the free market's rents are elevated that few reach out to them. Yet, let us not forget, the free market caters to the mid to low-end clientele. Therefore, how high could the rent truly be? Circled around Suhi, her gratitude palpable. I truly do not know how to express my thanks. How did you come to know someone at the free market? Wasn't it just a moment ago that the landlord demanded triple the rent? Well then, a meal would suffice as my reward. Of course, that is no problem. But you must confirm it with me first. That night, struggled to find rest, her mind preoccupied with doubts about Suhi. In her understanding, gaining access to the free market was no small feat, however. The following morning, she unexpectedly received a phone call from a representative of the free market, leaving her momentarily speechless. She murmured in astonishment, "Goodness, Suhi truly possesses an extensive network. How is it that he can connect me with someone from the free market? Who exactly is he?" Their expulsion had soon reached the ears of their partners. When arrived at the store, several partners were unloading a truck, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of goods that required transport. Among them was a young man named Wu Guanyuan, who had harbored feelings for for quite some time. As she approached, he rushed forward, grasping her arms with concern. Are you all right? Did they harm you?" Shook her head. Once Wu Guanyuan assessed her for injuries, he sighed in relief, lightly patting his chest. "You truly scared me. Yesterday, I heard about your situation from Zhao Qi. I tried calling you last night, but you didn't answer." Irritated, replied seriously, "You called me at 1 or 2 in the morning. How was I supposed to hear it? I was fast asleep. But even so, you could have sent me a message this morning. My apologies, I forgot." Ugh. The young man let out a long sigh. "Never mind." He continued, "I spoke with a relative of mine who has a warehouse. I thought we could move our goods there for the time being and then sell them online." "Why online?" Countered. "There aren't any customers now. You cannot sell offline either." With a smile, she added, "Who told you that offline stores no longer exist?" Wu Guanyuan, taken aback, asked, "Are you implying that we still have a physical store?" "Of course," exclaimed. "And your truck has arrived just in time. I just received a call from the free market. They mentioned a monthly rent of 6,000, and there is an available space on the first floor, only 50 square meters. But we can move in today." Wu Guanyuan was both amused and bewildered, gently touching Yi's forehead. This provoked her immediate ire, and with a swift motion, she smacked his hand away. "What are you doing?" He replied, "You're not running a fever. You must be the one with a fever. If you're not, why are you speaking such nonsense? The free market is not a place we can access." Responded firmly, "You need not worry about that." Wu Guanyuan held her arms, looking intently into her eyes. Look at me." Gazed intently at Wu Guanyuan, her expression resolute. Wu Guanyuan inquired, "Speak honestly. Can we truly go to the free market, or are you jesting with me?" Retorted, "Wu Guanyuan, do I appear to you as one who jests? But let's not discuss the free market any further. The landlord will arrive shortly." No sooner had he uttered these words than the landlord indeed entered the room, strolling in from outside. "I have afforded you ample time, a whole night, and if you do not vacate today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Boldly replied, "Do as you wish. I assure you, I have no desire for this place." "No desire?" The landlord erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. I cannot believe you will find another place to stay after just one night." Chapter 36. Encountering Gu Tian again, the driver turned to and asked, "Madam, where shall I take this?" Picked up a slip of paper and handed it to him. "Sir, please take me to this shop." The driver unfolded the note and hesitated. "Ah, this place, well, you might not be aware, but parking at the free market could cost 2 yuan. Would you be so kind as to cover that?" With no other recourse, turned to Wu Guang and said, "Wu Guang, could you please cover the parking fee for now?" Their focus remained on the delivery, while the landlord was preoccupied with the destination. The landlord instinctively grasped Yi's sleeve. "Wait a moment, what did you just say? You want him to take you there?" Yi, not in a hurry to respond, glanced at her sleeve. "Release me, or I shall summon assistance." Upon the landlord's release, he questioned, Did you just say you wish to go to the free market? Indeed. Yi affirmed. The free market has far more people than your establishment, and their rent is quite comparable to yours. You believe you will find a place in just one night? With her hands on her hips, Yi glared at the landlord. Zhang, we have known each other for 2 years, haven't we? One should not be so excessive. You evict me, yet you expect I cannot seek another refuge? The landlord retorted, but the free market is not a place you can simply enter at will, young lady. Feel free to boast, but do not seek fleeting satisfaction. Yi chose to ignore him, merely rolling her eyes. What do you care? I have no intention of utilizing your shop. Just as she finished her sentence, a vehicle halted at the entrance, with a girl at the forefront, holding a folder. She stepped inside and inquired, "Who is Fu Yi?" "I am." Yi responded. "Greetings, we are from the leasing department of the free market. We have come today to sign a contract with you. We have discussed the specifics over the phone." The girl extended the folder towards Yi. "Please review it. If there are no further issues, we can proceed with the signing at this moment." Yi took over the conversation, with the girl reminding her, ultimately, it is the rent, the room number, and the area that matter. At this moment, the landlord finally seemed to have come to his senses. Indeed, Yi had successfully located the Freedom Mall and established her presence there. "Did you truly go to the Freedom Mall?" Yi inquired. "Zhang," the landlord, replied. "You are quite an extraordinary person, aren't you? I thought you were leaving. How is it that after I urged you to depart, you could still venture into the Freedom Mall?" No, the landlord waved his hand. "I merely find it impressive that you managed to find a new store in just one night. I never realized you possessed such capabilities." Yi retorted, "In the past? Have we ever interacted before? You only reach out to me when the rent is about to expire, even when the plumbing or the toilet malfunctions. You refuse to send someone to repair it." The landlord's face flushed with embarrassment. Yi then turned to the girl and asked, "By the way, if the toilet breaks in your Freedom Mall, is it the tenants who handle repairs, or does the mall take care of it?" The girl smiled politely and replied, "Rest assured, our mall is quite reputable. We have dedicated maintenance personnel for such matters and won't charge you for repairs, as wear and tear is expected." Yi nodded in agreement. "Well, that is reassuring." The landlord stood there, astounded, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Was it that young man who facilitated this for you? Yi, uninterested in the landlord's inquiries, responded casually, "What if he did? What if he didn't?" The landlord pondered aloud. Who exactly is that person? How does he know individuals from the Freedom Mall? It's truly perplexing. However, since you are willing to move, that is indeed a fortunate development. He thought to himself that he should not provoke this individual, as he appeared to possess some influence. Shortly after the landlord departed, Suhi arrived. "Yi, how is it going?" "Almost done." Yi clapped her hands to shake off the dust. "All set." She prepared to lock the door and said to Suhi, "If it weren't for you, I genuinely wouldn't know what to do. I mean, how can a landlord treat tenants like this?" Enough. In any case, the landlord compensated us for the last week's rent, and it is 3 times the amount. Yi gently pointed towards Suhi. "Regarding this matter, Su-gu, had it not been for you, we wouldn't have received 3 times the rent. I was thinking of treating you to a meal or perhaps a coffee." Suhi declined, saying, "I was merely assisting my friends at the Freedom Mall. Leaving the place vacant serves no purpose. As for the meal, let us postpone it. I have some matters to attend to." Yi grumbled, "Such a busy person. Why do you need to come all this way for some trivial matters?" "I merely wanted to check on your progress and see if you needed any assistance." "All right then." Yi finally placed the key beneath a brick to the left of the door. "Su-gu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave for now. I promise to treat you next time." All right, Suhi replied perfunctorily. Lin Yi hailed a taxi and departed, while Suhi remained behind to smoke a cigarette. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected guest appeared before him. Yes, it was that woman whom he found somewhat bothersome, Gu Tian. Their reunion inevitably carried a hint of awkwardness. However, it was precisely this awkwardness that rendered them both shy, and thus, Gu Tian appeared considerably more courteous towards Suhi. With a polite smile, Gu Tian inquired, "What brings you here?" Suhi responded, "Oh, I came to meet a friend. By the way, what about you?" Gu Tian nodded. "Oh, Wang Hao has rented several shops on this street, and I came to pick up a key." Wang Hao, the man whom Gu Tian could never forget. A sudden unease gripped Suhi's heart. He sensed trouble brewing. He watched as Gu Tian opened a brick, muttering to herself. "Where on earth did this tenant put the key?" Nonchalantly, Suhi remarked, "It's under the left brick." "Of course, you won't find it looking under the right one." Gu Tian moved to the right brick. and sure enough, there lay the key. However, she instantly sensed something amiss and turned to Soo-hee. Wait, how do you know the tenant's key is under the left brick? Chapter 37. Small talk. Soo-hee replied, because she is my friend. Your friend? Gu Tian scoffed. I never expected you to have so many friends. Is that so? Perhaps it's just a coincidence? Soo-hee responded. What? It's been a while since we last met. Are you not going to treat me to a cup of coffee? Soo-hee felt a pang of regret. He thought to himself, had he not just readily agreed to Lin-yi earlier, they could have gone for coffee together. Now he found himself at a loss. With a sigh, Soo-hee lamented. I say, Soo-hee, Gu Tian interjected impatiently, if you don't want to take me for coffee, then there's no need for all this sighing. No. Soo-hee insisted, I truly want to treat you to coffee. I absolutely wish to. Gu Tian rolled her eyes at him, murmuring. I always find that phrase a bit odd. What does it mean to want to treat me to coffee? Seated across from each other at the table, Gu Tian asked. So, Soo-hee, how have you been lately? Well, not too bad, quite well in fact. Ever since signing the divorce agreement with you, I've been eating and sleeping well. Gu Tian felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was her desire to pursue Wang Hao that had prompted her to propose the divorce. Moreover, Soo-hee had indeed treated her well throughout the years. Soo-hee, seeing you like this fills my heart with sorrow. In truth, after our divorce, I pondered deeply and I do feel a sense of regret towards you. Yet, I have always perceived you as a person of sound mind. Soo-hee, are you implying that I now have issues in my mind? Have you finally come to this realization? Just listen to the words you just uttered. It is evident that you harbor a strong sense of dissatisfaction. With a deep sigh, Gu Tian continued, Nevertheless, Soo-hee, I still wish for your well-being and hope you do not let me affect your life adversely. Soo-hee, in a state of resignation, leaned back in his chair. Gu Tian, you have not influenced me. Truly, there has been no impact? Of course, Gu Tian replied. However, I feel you have been acting strangely lately, pretending to be affluent and whatnot, merely to garner my attention. Soo-hee, our paths can no longer intertwine. I hope you can live your life well. Soo-hee felt as if his mind had short-circuited. All right, whatever you say is fine. I've been doing quite well lately, haven't I? Gu Tian responded. Very well then. My brother is getting married in a little over a week. Do remember to attend. This time, Soo-hee did not react with anger, but rather graciously agreed. Understood. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. Go ahead. Soo-hee calmly awaited her words. Wang Hao is returning soon. Upon hearing that name, Soo-hee initially let out a resigned scoff. Humph. So, are you asserting his claim over you? No, that is not my intention. I merely wish to inform you. Oh, Gu Tian continued. Since we all know each other, I would prefer that there are no confrontations when you meet. Rest assured, without Wang Hao, I would never have realized how formidable I, Soo-hee, truly am. Without him, I was still your husband. I should be grateful to him for liberating me from my troubles. Gu Tian took his words as mere expressions of anger, assuming he was simply jealous, and thus felt no irritation. She then added, Wang Hao's return is to open a shop. So, that shop was rented by you? Yes. Gu Tian nodded. Soo-hee found himself at a loss for words. Who would have thought that such coincidences could exist in this world? What? Gu Tian, why did you choose that particular location? What is so special about it? Gu Tian explained, it wasn't my choice. It was Wang Hao's decision. He said the location was excellent. Moreover, he offered double the rent to persuade the landlord and the previous tenants to vacate quickly, as we need to renovate. Wait. Soo-hee pressed on. What exactly does Wang Hao do now? He is a fashion designer abroad, and upon returning, he intends to pursue a career in the fashion industry. Soo-hee, it seems that everything is just so coincidental. Well, after chatting for a while, Gu Tian inquired. By the way, you mentioned that your friend is also here? Yes. What does your friend do? Soo-hee replied. She runs a clothing store. Gu Tian was taken aback. Your friend also owns a clothing store? Indeed. What a remarkable coincidence. Yes. My friend was also driven out by you all. How could it not be coincidental? Gu Tian furrowed her brow deeply, gazing intently at Soo-hee, her thoughts swirling, yet she found it difficult to articulate her feelings, as she was somewhat perplexed by Soo-hee's implication. Hence, Gu Tian asked, are you implying that your friend is among the few stores chosen by Wang Hao? Yes, she is the most troublesome one. In that instant, Gu Tian felt utterly embarrassed. Wang Hao, enough said. Gu Tian, do not worry. I will attend your brother's wedding. With that, Soo-hee rose abruptly. Gu Tian called out from behind. Soo-hee. Soo-hee stood coldly, turning to steal a glance at Gu Tian. Gu Tian remarked, when you attend, dress a bit better. Don't embarrass yourself. Suhee ignored her and simply departed. Gu Tian and Suhee hailed from the same county, yet were from different regions, one from the south of the city and the other from the north. They had first met at a hometown gathering after graduation, instantly bonding and exchanging contact information. Subsequently, Suhee pursued Gu Tian fervently. However, just as he was on the verge of winning her over, a certain Wang Hao appeared out of nowhere. Wang Hao, you see, is affluent. His family background is quite impressive. His ability to study abroad attests to that. Frankly, who among ordinary families can afford to send their children overseas for education? However, later on, Gu Tian's company went bankrupt, incurring a debt of millions, and Wang Hao, not being foolish, chose to leave Gu Tian, as previously mentioned. What I wish to convey now is that shortly after Suhee stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his childhood friend. Suhee, you should hurry back. Before Suhee could respond, his friend continued, I heard your brother-in-law is getting married. You and your wife will undoubtedly return, right? Honestly, I have envied you over the years, living in a big city, owning a home, and having a happy family. Chapter 38. Willingness a happy family? A blissful life? Upon introspection, is it truly so? Pondering deeply, the car horn beeped impatiently, prompting Suhee to hasten across the crosswalk. He was now on his way home, feeling a twinge of fear. Gu Tian dared not reveal her divorce to her family. Did he have the courage to disclose his? Furthermore, dare I let my childhood friend know? How embarrassing. The friend remarked, by the way, Suhee, your parents have not been well lately. Since you're back, why not stay for a while? Suhee anxiously inquired, what happened? The friend replied, I'm not sure. A while back, there was a household survey at your place, and I noticed your mother was still coughing. Yesterday, I thought to check on them since you haven't been home in quite some time to see if they needed any assistance. When I arrived, I heard your mother still coughing. Yet, it has been a month since I last heard her cough. Suhee recalled that during their video calls, his mother never coughed. She would occasionally disappear from the camera, prompting his father to take her place for a moment, only for her to reappear shortly thereafter. Whenever Suhee would ask, Mom, where did you go? His mother would always respond, oh, just a little busy. In hindsight, it wasn't just a minor task keeping her occupied. She was clearly suppressing her cough. This devoted mother, in her effort to shield her son from the knowledge of her ill health, chose to stifle her cough. How distressing that must have been. In contrast, Suhee felt an even deeper ache in his heart. I understand now, Luan, thank you. We are friends. There's no need for thanks. In the future, I might require your assistance as well. Suhee promptly sent a message, rest assured. If you ever encounter difficulties, just let me know, and I will certainly help you. Brother, hearing that brings me great joy. How have you been lately? Luan replied, just the same as before. Still a mere grassroots worker. My younger brother is quite disobedient, having graduated with no skills, lazing around at home. Let him be. He spends all his time dreaming. Dreaming? Daydreaming. Suhee chuckled softly to himself while walking with his phone in hand. The friend sent another message. He watches various entrepreneurship videos all day. Today he is enthusiastic about one venture, tomorrow another, yet not a single endeavor has succeeded. Last year, he claimed he would raise pigs. Well, the family pulled together 100,000 for him, but within 3 months, he lost it all. Recently, he mentioned he had seen a so-called success guru who promised to make him wealthy, and he has begun asking the family for money again. Suhee quickly responded, you must not give him any. Those so-called success gurus are nothing but frauds. Of course, I know that. My brother may be foolish, but I am no fool. By the way, the friend continued, the tea from Ning City is quite good. When you return, remember to bring me some. I'll pay you. Suhee graciously replied, between brothers, why talk about money? I'll bring it for you. Without hesitation, the friend transferred 1,000 yuan. Even when Suhee was not prosperous, he was always loyal, and now that he has some wealth, he promptly initiated a refund. However, moments later, the sound of a text notification from his bank card echoed, indicating that his childhood friend had transferred money to him. Su murmured, Luan, during my absence, you took good care of my parents. Why are you being so polite with me now? He gazed into the distance and spotted a tea shop. In Ning City, tea is a local specialty, both affordable and of exceptional quality. Su approached the shop and purchased the finest tea, spending a total of 2,000 yuan. He thought to himself, let 1,000 yuan be considered as Luan's own purchase, while the other 1,000 shall be a gift from me to him. Just as he stepped out, he encountered a young man in a white t-shirt distributing flyers. The young man had short hair and appeared quite spirited. Hey, brother, he called out. stopping Sue in his tracks. Sue inquired, "What is the matter?" The young man handed him a flyer, saying, "Are you interested in investing in our company?" Sue raised an eyebrow, assessing his own appearance. "Do I look like someone who can afford to invest?" The young man replied, "Whatever you can afford. 500 means 500 worth of dividends. 10,000 means 10,000 worth of dividends. Besides, a person's attire does not necessarily reflect their wealth. Just look around at those dressed in finery. Do they all possess riches?" He chuckled and shook his head, adding, "On the contrary, consider those elderly gentlemen. Though they lean on canes and may appear unkempt, it doesn't imply they lack wealth. They could very well be beneficiaries of a demolition project." Sue found himself intrigued by the young man before him. "You have quite an astute perception," he remarked. The young man smiled sheepishly. "I've been handing out flyers here for almost a year, observing many people. Yet, it seems you haven't secured the investments you seek in that time?" Sue noted. "Indeed. I am waiting for a fateful encounter," the young man replied. "A fateful encounter?" "Yes. Someone like you, sir," the young man exclaimed. Sue burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother. Your flattery is remarkable. Besides, who solicits investments on the street?" The young man slowly lowered his head, a look of deep regret crossing his face. "I have no choice. We have approached numerous investment firms, over 100. Yet, not a single one is willing to invest in us." "What is it that you do?" Sue inquired. "AI." Upon hearing those two letters, Sue felt a surge of excitement within him. He swallowed hard and asked, "So, after a year without securing investments, you resorted to seeking funds from passers-by?" "Yes," the young man admitted. To be honest, if he had sought out investment firms a year ago, he would have found none willing to invest. The concept was simply too avant-garde. Including the present moment, 90% of companies remain in a state of hesitation. Suhi, being an investment company, is acutely aware of this reality. The risks involved are substantial, and no investment firm is particularly fond of them. Yet, the prospects remain exceedingly bright. Sometimes, circumstances unfold in such a manner that when you present the situation to your company, they are undoubtedly reluctant to invest. However, if you were to inquire of Suhi whether he is willing, he would respond without a moment's hesitation with a resounding affirmation. Chapter 39. The AI company. Suhi gradually lifted his head. "How did you ascertain that I am the fated individual?" The young man replied, "I was uncertain moments ago, but now I am convinced. If you were not the fated one, you would not have posed that question." His words sent a shiver through Suhi's heart. Though the young man appeared youthful, if he indeed were the owner of a company, his level of acumen is remarkably high. His emotional and intellectual intelligence surpasses that of the ordinary individual, verging on the extraordinary. Suhi inquired, "Then how did you identify me as your target earlier?" The young man responded, "It is quite simple. Those who purchase tea do not typically opt for the most expensive varieties. The priciest teas often sell poorly throughout the year, and anyone willing to buy them must surely possess considerable wealth." Suhi retorted, "Am I not allowed to give gifts?" "Gift-giving? That is indeed a possibility. But one would expect such gifts to be elegantly packaged in gift boxes. Purchasing such a quantity and merely carrying 2 bags would lead onlookers to assume you are engaged in wholesale." Suhi raised the plastic bag in his hand and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you certainly have a way with words." The young man continued, "Moreover, the watch on your wrist is not an ordinary timepiece, is it?" If Suhi had previously admired the young man's emotional and intellectual intelligence, he now found himself equally impressed by his keen observational skills. "Sir, would you care to learn more? I believe you possess discerning taste." Suhi was not swayed by flattery. "Do not place me on such a pedestal. If I choose not to invest in your company, does that imply I lack discernment?" No, no, no," the young man chuckled. "That is certainly not the case. Please wait a moment. Allow me to place the tea here. Carrying it around is rather uncomfortable." Suhi entered the tea shop, where the proprietor greeted him with a radiant smile, for he was indeed a valued customer, and she hoped for his return. Suhi expressed his intentions, to which the shopkeeper replied, "No worries, no worries. You may leave it here, attend to your matters, and come back when you are finished." Suhi glanced towards the door. Even though the young man had turned his back and was no longer looking inside the shop, Suhi discreetly asked, "Madam, does this young man distribute flyers to anyone who exits?" The shopkeeper stretched her neck to glance outside. "Are you referring to Madden? That lad has been here for a year. Initially, I was hesitant to allow him to stay, fearing it might affect my business, but he is remarkably clever. Several clients who sell tea were introduced to me, and I felt a bit awkward about it. Usually, he would bring in customers, inquiring whether they desired tea, subsequently guiding them to my shop for purchases. You might say he has not distributed many flyers this year, as the shopkeeper remarked. Hardly a few have gone out. At that moment, Suhi experienced an indescribable feeling, sensing that this young man before him seemed quite perceptive, as if he could see through him. All right, I understand. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Suhi departed from the tea shop and followed the young man named Ma Tun to their office. It was a modest office, accommodating 5 or 6 employees, lacking even a designated office for the boss. Ma Tun led Suhi to the conference room and presented some documents. May I ask how to address you? My surname is Su. Su de Gu. Our company specializes in AI development. In other words, if your company requires AI products, such as robotic telephony or other solutions, we can develop them for you. What is the state of your business? How long have you been established? Ma Tun replied, the business isn't thriving, but it's not failing either. It's just lukewarm, which weighs heavily on our hearts. After distributing salaries each month, my partner and I can only take home 20,000 yuan each. While 20,000 is a considerable amount, the company has seen no progress over the past year. If this continues month after month, coupled with inflation, it is essentially a regression for us. What are your goals? Ma Tun stated, I believe the AI industry will dominate the future, hence I aspire for our company to achieve a net annual income exceeding 10 million. Suhi responded, please show me your financial statements. Ma Tun called out, Kai Jia, could you bring over the ledger? The young woman, referred to as Kai Jia, appeared to be under 30 yet radiated charm. She quickly returned with the documents. Suhi perused the financial records, finding them not overly professional but adequately comprehensive, devoid of any unnecessary elements. If one were to summarize, it could be described as simplifying the complex, akin to a tree shedding its leaves in autumn. After a swift review, he closed the documents. With clients, you can sustain your business. Without clients, you are merely awaiting demise. Ma Tun bowed his head. That is indeed the case. Suhi observed several substantial technology firms listed. You still manage to collaborate with them. It seems your marketing department is performing well. Ma Tun replied, the marketing team is out. This is the result of my colleagues' hard work. Suhi remarked, I have a few suggestions. If they can be implemented, I would be willing to invest. Uncertain about whether Ma Tun had comprehended the rest of the conversation, he abruptly perked up at the mention of investment. Akin to a startled rabbit, he hastily retrieved a notebook, preparing to jot down Suhi's words. Suhi began, first and foremost, your target is far too modest. It should not merely be a net profit of 10 million a year. It ought to be at least 100 million annually. Ma Tun hesitated. But the key issue is, Suhi raised a hand, wait. Do not interrupt me. He then continued. Moreover, your direction is misguided. AI in itself is not flawed. However, your error lies in targeting solely the high-end market. True, the affluent are indeed lucrative clients. But how many wealthy individuals are there? Let me pose a question. If another AI company emerges, whose mission is to make AI accessible for all small and medium enterprises, do you still possess a competitive edge? Ma Tun pondered for a moment. If the prices are exceptionally low, making it affordable for everyone, then indeed we would have little advantage. He gasped in realization. Brother Su, surely no one has already accomplished this, right? Suhi dismissed his concern. No, it shouldn't be possible. The costs are substantial. Besides, how could one feasibly lower the prices? After all, the expenses are inherent. Chapter 40. Celebration. Suhi continued. I see you have designed an AI for image extraction and design for this company. Have you considered that if someone else develops similar software, albeit with a different focus, offering a membership model that allows everyone access, who would profit more, you or them? As Suhi spoke, Ma Tun's trepidation grew. Brother Su, do you think someone might actually do that? Suhi did not respond directly but pressed. Just answer me. Who would earn more? Lowering his gaze, Ma Tun admitted. I must concede, it would undoubtedly be them. Displaying his cleverness, he quickly inquired, if we were to pivot our direction now, would it still be feasible? Of course. It's not too late. Suhi reassured him, not only in image processing, but also in areas such as AI for writing reflections, AI for film production, and AI for animation, among countless fields. You can explore all these avenues. Ma Tun exhaled deeply. Hearing you speak is worth 10 years of study. He added, I can agree to both of those. Then, he revisited his earlier question. By the way, Brother Su, is there anyone currently pursuing this method? Having seen through Ma Tun's cleverness, Suhi felt a twinge of apprehension. As of now, there is no one. Ma Tun gently patted his chest, finally at ease. That is good. That is good. However, Su fell into a moment of silence. If you wish for me to invest in you, let us first discuss the amount you seek. Ma Tun extended a finger. 5 million, would that suffice? He continued, regardless of how the funds are allocated. I assure you that I will provide an account to Brother Su. What stake do you propose? 20%. Ma Tun indeed offered a substantial investment. In truth, securing such a stake for 5 million is remarkably advantageous. Frankly, it is rare to find such terms outside of nascent companies. The pivotal point is that this startup possesses significant investment potential. Su replied, I am open to investing, but I must witness your capabilities. Ma Tun leaned forward slightly. Brother Su, how might we demonstrate our strength to you? Su suggested, how about this? You create a live streaming AI. A live streaming AI? Yes. The trend of live stream selling is quite popular, yet many companies lack their own hosts. I envision you developing an AI that can autonomously promote products. Su feigned contemplation. Let us proceed with a simple theme centered around the fashion industry for your AI live stream. When do you need it? Anytime. I shall invest when I can observe your capabilities. Understood. Ma Tun readily agreed and added, Brother Su, I perceive your expertise in this field. I initially thought I was quite adept, but it seems you surpass me. What is your profession? Su replied coolly, an investment firm. Ma Tun burst into laughter. Huh? No wonder. As Su exited, Ma Tun felt genuine admiration for this investor. He regarded him as exceptionally impressive. In fact, during the negotiation, a sense of trepidation had crept into Ma Tun's heart. He smiled as he escorted Su out, while the employees present noted their boss as evident unease. Among them, Sister Kai furrowed her brow. How peculiar. Our general manager Ma often maintains an enigmatic demeanor, yet I just witnessed him display such respect towards that individual. No, more accurately, he seemed somewhat apprehensive. Indeed, I sensed that General Manager Ma appeared intimidated by him. This is the first time I have seen him fearful of another. Previously, others were the ones who feared him. Could it be that General Manager Ma has been seen through? Goodness, how formidable must that individual be? He seems rather young. What? Is our General Manager Ma of considerable age? Ma Tun re-entered the office, gently patting his chest. To be honest, I felt quite intimidated this time. Sister Kai inquired. General Manager, what troubles you? Ma Tun replied. I have encountered someone who can see through our industry at a glance. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. Earlier in the conference room, although the other party spoke with a casual demeanor, each utterance was laden with perilous traps. Should I err in a single phrase, their investment would be irrevocably withdrawn. Once Sui completed his tasks, he brought forth the tea leaves and returned home. That evening, shortly after 6, Yi called Su-hee, announcing her recent move and inviting him and his team to dinner. Sui gladly accepted. They convened at a barbecue stall, where Yi first raised her glass. Cheers. To celebrate our new office, I propose we all partake. The others promptly lifted their glasses, clinking them together in camaraderie. Yi surveyed the group and declared, Firstly, I must express my gratitude to Su-hee, our esteemed brother. Without him, our establishment would not have flourished as it has. With a smile, she lifted her glass once more. Here's to you, Sugu. In a manner of speaking, this meal isn't truly on my tab. It is, in fact, a treat from our dear brother Su. Su-hee interjected, not quite. It should be said that it is your former landlord who is treating us. The two shared a laugh. However, Wu Guang, witnessing Yi's warmth towards Su-hee, felt a pang of discontent. What? Yi was actually smiling at him? Typically so aloof towards Wu Guang. Why did she beam at Su-hee? Wu Guang also raised his glass. Su-gu, allow me to toast you. At that moment, Yi suggested, why don't we all toast together? That won't do. Wu Guang retorted. This toast is solely for Su-gu, who has aided us immensely. To toast together would lack sincerity. I propose we each make our own toast. Having been raised in an investment firm, Sui had attended innumerable banquets and met countless clients over the years. The few toasts before him felt as trivial as a child sipping a drink through a cap. Sui accepted without hesitation. Very well. May we all continue to prosper in the future. After Wu Guang had completed his toast, he did not forget to urge those around him. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and toast Su-gu. Yi discerned the undercurrents. Wu Guang, what are you doing? Are you intent on getting Su-gu drunk? Wu Guang casually draped an arm over Su-hee's shoulder. Oh, you're reluctant for me to treat Su-gu to a few drinks? Pray tell, if he were to become inebriated, wouldn't you be heartbroken? Wu Guang, Have you had too much to drink? Wu Guang replied, I've only just had my first drink. How could I be intoxicated? Yi pulled Su He's arm closer. Su Gu, please sit beside me. Wu Guang's expression shifted dramatically. He simply could not comprehend. Had he not merely offered assistance? Was his treatment of Yi over the years insufficient? This normally haughty girl now seemed to embody the innocence of a younger sister. It was evident to Su He that Wu Guang was now consumed by unabashed jealousy towards him. Irked, exclaimed, ignore him. He seems a bit unhinged today. Su He chuckled lightly. Wu Guang turned to Su He and inquired, Brother Su, tell me, are you a man? Su He was taken aback, responding with a puzzled expression. Wu Guang continued, if you are a man, you shouldn't let women protect you. If you are a man, come over and drink with me. Yi shouted at Wu Guang, what's wrong with you today? Have you lost your mind? Su He smiled and said, it's nothing. It's just a couple of drinks. It's not a big deal. Look at how agreeable Brother Su is. He glanced at the beer on the table, pondering that beer might not suffice for the occasion. How about we switch to something stronger? Upon hearing this suggestion, there seemed to be a collective hesitation. One of Yi's partners remarked, Brother Su, we ladies cannot hold our liquor. Perhaps it's best to abstain. However, Wu Guang appeared undeterred. It's merely drinking. Who's afraid? He declared, beckoning the waiter. Bring us a few bottles of baijiu. At that moment, a waiter approached, placing several bottles of white liquor on the table. Yi shot Wu Guang an incredulous look. White liquor? Are you capable? If it were anyone else, Wu Guang would have been indifferent, but in front of Yi, he was determined not to be outdone. Who says I can't? He retorted. He then raised his glass and downed the contents in one gulp. Witnessing this, Su He quickly intervened. Wu Guang, that's enough. Wu Guang pointed to Su He's glass, insisting, Brother Su, I've had mine. Now it's your turn. You must drink as well. Su He, with a resigned shake of his head, acquiesced. Very well. He then lifted his glass and consumed it in one go. Thus, Wu Guang continued to down drink after drink. And Su He, undaunted, followed suit. For those accustomed to social drinking found such quantities trivial. Soon, Wu Guang let out a hearty belch. Let us keep going, he proclaimed. Yi, observing his state, admonished, Wu Guang, why do you keep drinking? Look at yourself. You'll be intoxicated. Wu Guang waved his hand dismissively. No, I assure you. I am not drunk. Yi suggested, perhaps it's time for you to rest? No, I can still drink. While expressing concern for Wu Guang, Yi turned to Su He, asking, Brother Su, how about you? Su He maintained a calm demeanor, looking at Yi and inquiring, what do you think of my current state? Yi replied, Brother Su, I didn't expect your tolerance for alcohol to be so impressive. Wu Guang, smiling, attempted to grasp Yi's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Wu Guang then said, Yi, do you know? We have known each other for many years, yet you have always occupied a special place in my heart, one I have struggled to forget. Yi, said Wu Guang, you've truly had too much to drink. Wu Guang chuckled, I am perfectly sober, rest assured. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was anything but clear-headed. Su He interjected, Yi, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Yi turned her attention to Su He, who continued, have you ever considered that you could earn money through live streaming? Live streaming for profit? She echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Su He affirmed. Live streaming has emerged as a thriving industry, particularly well-suited to your field of fashion. Think about it. The primary dilemma for customers is whether clothing will look good on them. Yi instantly grasped his point. I see what you mean. But I wonder how many hosts we would need if we want to cater to individuals of various body types? Haha. Su He laughed. Why would we need numerous hosts? One software can manage it all. I'm not quite following you, Brother Su. Could you clarify? Have you heard of something called AI? AI? Yi responded. I believe I've heard of it, but isn't it mostly used for tasks like image editing and other simple operations? Your understanding of AI seems to be outdated. The industry has evolved significantly. Today's AI can perform a wide array of functions, effectively replacing human cognition. At that moment, several of Yi's partners gathered around. Though Wu Guang was absent, having succumbed to sleep after a few too many drinks, sprawled across the table, concerned that her partners might not fully grasp the concept. Su He elaborated, for instance, in our live stream, we could showcase your clothing on virtual models of various body types, slender, average, and slightly plump. When potential customers see someone resembling their own physique wearing the clothing, their doubts are alleviated. If they can wear it, why can't I? Her partners nodded in agreement. Ah, Brother Su, now I understand. Suhi continued, as you know, I work in an investment firm, so I have a keen eye for promising industries. Both live streaming and AI are currently on the rise, and if we could merge these two fields, it would surely enhance our prospects. EE nodded thoughtfully. I believe your idea is excellent. We can certainly pursue it. However, one partner voiced a concern, but we have no experience. Suhi reassured them. Lack of experience is not a problem. I can assist you. Of course, this would be a compensated arrangement, as I would require equity in the venture. Chapter 42, Selling Shares. Are you proposing to partner with us? Suhi remarked. Of course, the sales figures of your offline stores are of no concern to me. However, I require your technical expertise as a form of equity. EE slowly lowered her head. Suhi pressed on. What is the matter? Do you think it's unfeasible? EE shook her head, responding, it's not that it's unfeasible. Rather, we are currently lacking in numerous aspects, with the sole exception being clothing. She inquired. What about funds? Isn't Brother Sue in need of capital? Suhi chuckled. EE, are you suggesting that for our AI live streaming venture we require investment? Initial funding is indeed essential. He continued. How about this? I will contribute both technology and capital, and I will host the live streams featuring your garments as a partner. I require your products and designs, and naturally, I expect to hold a substantial share. Certainly. EE agreed, glancing at Wu Guang, who was slumped over the table. However, Brother Sue, I must first discuss this with the others. Although I am the principal shareholder, if the others do not consent, the matter may prove problematic. That is only natural. After He and E deliberated on the live streaming project, he returned to the company the following day, striding in with confidence. Upon reaching his workstation, Manager Chen remarked, He, you were absent yesterday. Indeed. Chen replied, bewildered. In that moment, as He acknowledged the truth of the statement, the surrounding colleagues turned their attention towards him. Manager Chen suddenly felt his composure slipping away. He, you skipped work and now you have the audacity to justify it? You seem utterly unfazed. He smiled. Manager Chen, what is there to be concerned about? Feel free to deduct my wages. At this moment, He, emboldened by his financial security and the imminent investment in an AI company alongside EE's foray into the clothing live streaming industry, felt fearless. What was there to fear? If worst came to worst, he could always resign. He was acutely aware that while Manager Chun had been amiable towards him lately, the inherent superiority complex of leadership remained unchanged. Anyone who dared to defy him would certainly face repercussions, yet He remained indifferent. Manager Chun, visibly irate, pointed at He, exclaiming, All right, He, you are becoming increasingly arrogant. After Chen departed, Wang Jin approached, pulling up a stool to sit beside He. Old Su, you've become quite impressive. He replied, What is so impressive about it? Wang Jin exclaimed, Wow, you seem completely unafraid now. He laughed, afraid? Does fear resolve issues? If you succumb to fear, do you think Manager Chen will relent? Before He could finish, a crowd of employees gathered around. Wow, Old Su, ever since you secured those recent contracts, your confidence has soared. However, to speak candidly, arriving late is undeniably inappropriate. He sighed and remarked, I am fully aware that tardiness is unacceptable, yet if Manager Chun had approached me with courtesy, I would have reciprocated in kind. Just observe his overbearing demeanor. Does that resemble a cordial conversation? He, you are entirely justified. I stand by you. Another colleague asserted. Indeed, we all support you. He replied with a smile. Friends, surely you cannot be genuinely supporting me. You merely wish to witness the spectacle. At this moment, the colleagues began to stammer in their responses. Old Su, how can you say such a thing? He retorted, if you truly supported me over the years in this company, you would not have treated me in this manner. To be frank, how many of my plans have you pilfered? Are you not aware of your own actions? He confronted one colleague directly. Tell me, have you ever stolen? The colleague hesitated, stammering, I have indeed taken some. He shrugged. Meanwhile, in Manager Tan's office, a stout man in his early 30s, with a keen gaze, sat with his legs crossed. This man was Yin Wei, the largest shareholder of their investment firm. Manager Tan was merely serving the shareholders. Yin Wei inquired, Manager Tan, what is the current state of our company? Have you identified the underlying issues? Manager Tan sighed, alas. We are short on funds. Excuse me? Yin Wei slowly rose. We are an investment firm. If we are out of money, how can we invest in other companies? Manager Tan explained, precisely because we are an investment firm. Our capital is tied up in other companies as shares. He continued, Yin, I propose that we sell off shares from several firms. Once our account has funds, we can settle our outstanding transactions. Yanwei shook his head. No? The companies you suggested for divestment possess significant growth potential. If we liquidate now, we risk incurring losses. Manager Ten asked, then what should we do? Yanwei responded, at present, not only is our cash flow compromised, but the company's risks have escalated and growth has stagnated. These are the pressing issues we must address. Suddenly, a shareholder interjected, Yan, I have a suggestion. Yanwei turned to the shareholder, who continued, I believe our company's stagnation is largely due to a lack of fresh ideas and capital. Moreover, after all this time, we are somewhat fatigued. To be frank, I am contemplating transferring a portion of my shares. Yanwei looked at the shareholder. So you wish to liquidate now? The shareholder chuckled and remarked, last night, I pondered the purpose of a lifetime. Is it merely to endlessly accumulate wealth, as I do? Surely, that cannot be the sole reason. Even if one amasses riches, it is likely to satiate personal desires. Hence, I propose we allow new shareholders to join us. Mr. Yin appeared somewhat irked. Old Peng, are you suggesting we invite new shareholders merely for your own benefit in selling your shares? Is that not rather audacious? Old Peng inquired. Is there anything inappropriate about that? I asked, how much do you intend to sell? Old Peng responded, approximately 20 million, I suppose. Chapter 43. The right person, Yanwei remarked. You were the one who initially proposed establishing the company, and now, you are the one seeking to sell your shares. Tell me, Old Peng, do you truly regard this company as your home? You invest when you feel like it, and when you lose interest, you withdraw? Old Peng replied, indeed. The company has its regulations, which I cannot undermine. However, we were quite clear from the outset regarding the buying and selling of shares. If I wish to continue investing, I shall. If I choose to withdraw, is that wrong? Yanwei cast a glance at Old Peng. Old Peng, consider this. If you exit, someone will certainly step in. If that individual is trustworthy, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Yet, what if this person proves untrustworthy? What then? Faced with Yanwei's interrogation, Old Peng could only exhale deeply and respond, actually, I have contemplated this issue as well. We must certainly conduct thorough evaluations of potential candidates. Evaluations? At this moment, Yanwei smiled wryly. Old Peng, are you being overly naive? Even with evaluations, who possesses such substantial wealth? Who can afford to invest? Old Peng lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. I am not quite certain about that. Humph. Yanwei scoffed. Let me be clear. Wealthy individuals are exceedingly rare, particularly those capable of producing 20 million in one go. Even if you do find someone, how can we ascertain their character? Old Peng queried. Then what am I to do now? Yanwei reassured him. Oh, Old Peng, do not be anxious. What is the rush? He continued. Here is my suggestion. Let us wait and observe the situation. If a suitable candidate indeed emerges, we can welcome them aboard. However, until we find the right person, your shares cannot be sold. Old Peng suggested, Mr. Yin, how about if you and the others buy back my shares? At this moment, everyone turned their heads away. Falling silent, Mr. Tan stated, in truth, the greatest issue facing our company lies in the lack of trust many have in us. They believe our company has little potential for growth. Moreover, there are so many investment firms now. We cannot simply invite anyone to invest, can we? Yanwei remarked, indeed. We are an investment company. If we openly invite others to invest, what would that make us? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? The room fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, General Tan interjected, moreover, if our investment firm allows external investments, it would undoubtedly cast doubt on our capabilities, leading to a cascade of negative publicity that would significantly tarnish our reputation. Indeed, General Tan is correct. He continued. However, I do have a candidate in mind, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Oh, the first to express interest was none other than General Peng, who immediately inquired, who is it? General Tan replied, Self-capital. Self-capital? Yes. General Peng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I believe that may not be advisable. Self-capital and free market are under the same umbrella, yet they hold a rather stringent view on investments. Convincing them to invest might be quite a challenge. General Tan responded, while it may be a long shot, I still suggest we give it a try. I know someone who might assist us. Who? Su-hee. General Peng frowned. Who exactly is this Su? I don't believe I have heard of him before. Upon hearing this, Yanwei burst into laughter. What do you mean by Su? It's simply Su-hee. He is a junior employee in our company. At the mention of junior employee, General Peng's expression soured. General Tan, I am trying to discuss serious matters, and you jest? That seems rather unseemly. Oh dear. General Tan protested. Your words misrepresent my intent, General Peng. I am merely stating a fact. Suhi genuinely knows individuals in the free market. Just a few days ago, we received a project from Free Technology, which is owned by the daughter of the free market's proprietor. Our second group struggled to manage it, yet Suhi resolved it with just a few words. I later discovered that he is acquainted with Yi Xiao Xiao, and their relationship is quite amicable. General Peng inquired. So, are you implying that Suhi possesses significant capabilities? Indeed. General Tan continued. Previously, I had overlooked this individual, but in recent times, he has exhibited extraordinary performance. Not only General Tan, but even Yin Wei, who was nearby, began to commend him as well. Yes, I have also heard of the recent developments in the company, and Suhi's performance has indeed been commendable. Moreover, this fellow possesses a sharp mind. I heard that he was somewhat timid in the past. However, recently, he has chosen not to remain timid. Many of the excellent proposals have been crafted by him. Yin Wei turned to General Peng. By the way, the proposal from your friend was indeed his work. Weren't you just saying that the employee behind that proposal had remarkable ideas and vision? Are you suggesting that the proposal I provided for my friend was also pilfered from Suhi? Indeed, exclaimed old Peng. Oh my, this is quite serious. Such matters must be promptly investigated within the company. We cannot allow this to recur. Just look, a commendable employee could gradually be overlooked due to such incidents. Is that not evident? General Manager Tan implored. Director Yin, what do you think? If it is permissible, I could summon Suhi right away. I believe that would be appropriate. General Manager Tan exited, just as Manager Chen handed Suhi a fine notice. Tan pointed to the notice and inquired. What is the meaning of this? Manager Chen replied. Suhi has exceeded the limits. He was absent yesterday without any notice. Enough. We shall address that matter later. I need to speak with Suhi now. With that, General Manager Tan ushered Suhi into the office where several partners awaited. Upon entering, Suhi was taken aback by the number of people present. General Manager, what does this mean? Tan replied, allow me to introduce you. Chapter 44, Shareholders. These are all shareholders of our company. Tan gestured towards Yin Wei, saying, this is Director Yin, whom you have met previously. Hello, Director Yin. Suhi responded promptly. At this moment, Director Yin regarded this employee, no, more accurately, this man who might potentially become his partner, with great respect. Yin Wei stood up, extended his hand, and said, Suhi, hello. The last time we met was about a year ago. Time flies, doesn't it? A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Suhi smiled sheepishly. Yin Wei continued, I have heard that your performance at the company has been remarkable lately. You have managed projects that others found challenging, especially in the recent planning for the free market. It is free technology. Suhi corrected, there is a distinction between the free market and free technology. However, free technology can indeed be considered a subsidiary. Yin Wei distinctly sensed that Suhi was no longer the same person he once was. Had this been the old Suhi, he would not have dared to contradict him in front of so many people, yet now, he boldly did so. However, Yin Wei felt no anger. Rather, he was pleased, as it indicated that Suhi had developed his own judgment. After a nod of approval, Yin Wei gestured towards a nearby chair. Come, Suhi, have a seat. Let us converse. Once seated, Yin Wei cautiously began to engage Suhi in conversation. Suhi, the free technology project is indeed quite challenging. Do you possess any secrets that enable you to execute this plan so effectively? Suhi replied, what secrets could there be? It simply requires diligence in one's work. There is truly nothing else to say. Suhi was reluctant to disclose his relationship with them. Yin Wei inquired, Suhi, do you know anyone from Zeo Technology? Given that Yin Wei had already pinpointed the crux of the matter, Suhi felt it was futile to conceal any longer. Yes. Oh, which of them do you know? Suhi mused. I believe General Tan has already informed you. General Yin, I sense you have summoned me for a specific purpose. Let us not waste time. Please, let us address the matter at hand. Yin Wei smiled, a straightforward individual. I appreciate that. In fact, we would like you to facilitate a connection with the people from the Zeo group. Yin Wei continued, rest assured, we will not request your introduction without compensation. You shall receive a suitable reward. Suhi fell silent for a few moments, contemplating their sudden interest in the individuals from the Zeo marketplace. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to inquire directly. With a shift in tone, Suhi smiled and remarked, actually, General Yin, I believe this reward you propose may not be necessary. However, if you wish for my assistance in reaching out to the Zeo marketplace, I would need to understand the reason behind it. Yen Wei candidly divulged his intentions to Su-hee. Here's the situation. We currently have a partner who may be selling some shares, and we would like to ascertain if the Zio marketplace has any interest in joining us. Su-hee nodded gently. Oh, may I ask, General Yen, how much investment are you seeking from them? What percentage of shares? 20 million. And the shareholding? Approximately 10%, Yen Wei clarified. Of course, this does not include our cash flow. It pertains solely to profit distribution. They would have some decision-making power, but limited, given that it is merely 10%. Calculating. This implies a valuation of around 200 million for the company. Su-hee recalled that during last year's annual meeting, General Tan had revealed their annual net profit to be approximately 60 million. Thus, if they were to invest 20 million for a 10% stake, the annual dividend would be around 6 million. It would take at least 3 years to recoup the investment, and risks are inevitable during this period. Naturally, with risks come possibilities for change. Their income could potentially exceed 60 million. Who knows the company's situation best? It is certainly the insiders. Over the years, Su-hee felt that their company had performed quite well. When it comes to investment, Su-hee found himself somewhat intrigued. With a smile, he said, General Yen, I believe you need not seek the Zio marketplace. I can invest in you myself. After all, as an internal employee, I am quite familiar with the company's circumstances. You? Really? Yen Wei was taken aback. Are you sure, Su-hee? No. I am not suggesting that you lack the funds. Rather, I am merely pointing out that 20 million is indeed a substantial amount. Su-hee inquired, what are your impressions of me? Yen Wei replied, you have been with us for 4 years. We certainly know you well, your capabilities, your family background, your character. We are quite familiar with all aspects of you. Hence, I reiterate, this 20 million is no trivial sum. Su-hee smiled nonchalantly. Mr. Yen, I genuinely possess 2 million. Upon hearing this, both Mr. Yen and Mr. Tan were taken aback. Mr. Tan chuckled. Come now, Su-hee, do not jest. Are we not aware of whether you have 2 million or not? Over the years, you have endured considerable hardship to repay your ex-wife's loans. How could such a sum suddenly appear? Su-hee responded, Mr. Tan, would you believe me if I claimed to be a hidden millionaire? Mr. Tan exchanged glances with Yen Wei and then burst into laughter. All right. Su-hee, please refrain from jesting with us. Noticing Mr. Tan's disbelief, Su-hee felt somewhat exasperated. When do you intend to finalize the contract? I will transfer the funds to the finance department at that time. I believe it is a worthy investment. Mr. Tan's smile gradually faded. Su-hee, are you being serious? Of course I am. After a moment of silence, Mr. Tan replied, very well. If you truly possess the funds and are earnest in your investment intentions, we can sit down now and discuss further. Following this, negotiations commenced between them and Su-hee. After some time, Su-hee finally nodded in satisfaction. Let's leave it at this for today. We shall deliberate on the details later. Chapter 45. Speculation. To be honest, at this point, everyone was somewhat perplexed. After all, Su-hee is an employee of their company. If he could suddenly produce 20 million, would he still choose to remain an employee? Certainly not. Who would be foolish enough to forego enjoying wealth while enduring the daily reprimands of superiors? Nevertheless, they decided not to dwell on it, as discussions had already begun. Meanwhile, at Gu Tian's home, Sister, what are your impressions of brother-in-law after meeting him? Is he wealthy? Gu Bin asked. Could you please speak to me properly? I've told you countless times that I have no relationship with Su-hee anymore. Please refrain from referring to him as your brother-in-law. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset. All right. Gu Bin laughed. I won't mention it. Soon after, Gu Tian remarked, as for whether Su-hee is wealthy, I truly cannot discern. However, I sense that he has indeed changed somewhat. But if you ask me to specify how he has changed, Gu Tian chuckled and shook her head. I truly cannot articulate it, Gu Tian pondered. Perhaps it's because I've become more charming? Gu Bin's mouth gradually fell open. Sister, you don't mean to say that you're considering reconciling with Su-hee, do you? Gu Tian lightly swatted Gu Bin's arm. Oh, go away. How could that be possible? I noticed your eyes when you mentioned Su-hee. They seemed rather off, Gu Bin remarked. Gu Tian responded, Wang Hao is returning soon. It might not be appropriate for you to speak like this. True enough. Gu Bin chuckled. At this point, even if you wish to reconcile, I doubt Su-hee would agree. After all, the Su-hee of today is not the same as before. He has truly become a wealthy individual. How could that be? Gu Tian retorted, then continued, let me tell you, if I were to reconcile with him, Su-hee would be so overjoyed he'd leap for joy. Don't forget how he relentlessly pursued me back then until I finally acquiesced. Gu Tian seemed lost in her memories, still believing that the current Su he was akin to the one from the past. Gu Bin countered, that is not necessarily true. Absolutely. Gu Tian fixed her gaze on Gu Bin. I tell you, when Su he was pursuing me, he could truly be described as a devoted admirer. Even after my financial downfall, he showed no disdain. Over the years, I have taken great care of myself. Just look at me. I still appear as if I am 18. Gu Bin awkwardly covered his mouth and then let out a soft laugh. Gu Bin, what do you mean by that? Do you think I don't look like someone who is 18? All right. Last year you claimed to be 18, and this year, you still insist you are 18. Gu Bin responded with a grin. Let us not debate your age for now. Let us discuss whether Su he seems more upright these days. He must have some capital now. Indeed, his entire demeanor has changed significantly. Gu Bin inquired, Sister, have you considered where Su he acquired all this wealth? Gu Tian shook her head. Could it be that, as you mentioned last time, he won the lottery? Regardless of whether he won a lottery, even if he has other sources of income, you are still legally married. I consulted a lawyer, and although you signed a divorce agreement, you are still within the period of marital existence. Technically, every penny Su he earns could be yours to claim. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Why would it be inappropriate? Gu Tian replied, I believe I am living quite well now, and besides, it was my situation that led to the divorce. Gu Tian paused before continuing. Firstly, Wang Hao is returning soon. You know well the circumstances of his family. While Wang Hao may not come from a wealthy background, he is from a comfortable family. Isn't he? Surely, he wouldn't be lacking in finances. Secondly, during the divorce, Su he remained silent. Although he did not express any demands, I still proposed an equitable division of assets. Thirdly, even if we were to pursue our claims, would Su he acquiesce? Gu Bin remarked, Sister, are you foolish? Even if Su he refuses, what of it? Whether he concedes or not, he is obliged by law to distribute these assets. Gu Tian fell silent for a moment, her mind evidently preoccupied with this matter. Suddenly, Gu Bin exclaimed, Oh dear. Sister, how can you still hesitate at this point? In my opinion, we ought to confront them directly and assert our claim for half. If it comes to it, we shall resort to legal action. Yet, is his fortune truly a stroke of luck? What if it is his private property? Gu Bin continued, Last time I mentioned he might have won, I was merely jesting. However, just yesterday I came across a news article. Sister, do you know what it reported? It stated that the recent grand prize winner resides right here in our city. Moreover, the jackpot was a staggering 200 million. What? Gu Tian raised 2 fingers in astonishment. 200 million. Indeed. Goodness gracious, with such an amount. Even living 2 lifetimes wouldn't suffice to spend it all. Therefore, sister, this is no longer a mere question of your willingness. Consider this. If Su he truly is the grand prize winner, you could receive at least 100 million. At that point, it wouldn't just be you benefiting. Our entire family would share in your fortune. Furthermore, our parents would no longer rely solely on their pensions. Hearing Gu Bin's words, Gu Tian felt her resolve waver. Sometimes, it's not merely a matter of desire, but rather the sheer magnitude of the money that stirs one's heart. 100 million. Who could remain unmoved by such a sum? Gu Tian pressed on. Gu Bin, what do you think we should do now? How should we verify this? It's quite simple. Su he must have purchased the lottery ticket at a store near your home or his current residence. We just need to visit those lottery shops and inquire with the owners. You are right. Let us go. We shall ask them right away. In the vicinity of Gu Tian's home, there were 2 lottery shops. They visited the first one, and after a brief conversation with the owner, he stated, I can confirm that no one has won here, but I do know that at a shop not too far from here, someone indeed won a grand prize. Gu Bin quickly inquired, Is it the 200 million grand prize mentioned in the news? Chapter 46, Fanning the Flames. Whether it's the same as in the news, I cannot say for certain. You should inquire for yourselves. Sister, let us hurry over there. Gu Bin and Gu Tian hastened their steps, soon arriving at the very lottery shop where Su he had won. Before they could even ask, they noticed a large banner hanging at the entrance. Congratulations to the lottery winners on our site for claiming the grand prize of 200 million. Gu Tian was exceedingly furious, her shoulders rising and falling with agitation. How could you, Su he? Today, I finally understand. You truly won the lottery. Not only did you win, but you also kept it a secret. Gu Bin fanned the flames of her ire. Sister, look at this. Did you still think Su he was a good person? A good person would win and not inform you? It's clear that Su he has no intention of sharing the prize with you, which is why he hasn't told you. Must you state the obvious? Gu Tian retorted angrily. What do you suggest we do now? Gu Bin replied, in my opinion, we should confront Su He directly. If he is willing to share, then this matter is settled. If he refuses, we shall pursue whatever course of action necessary. Very well. Gu Tian climbed into Gu Bin's car, but midway, she felt uneasy about their approach. Gu Bin, this doesn't feel right. She said. What do you mean? He asked. Consider this. If we confront Su He now, how will that affect your wedding next month? I can't return home alone, can I? If I go back alone, our parents will undoubtedly question me. And what will I say then? Oh dear sister, at this point, you're still worried about such matters? I believe that once you have wealth, our parents will be happier than anything else. Gu Tian pondered for a moment. Wait, this still won't do? Sister, what is wrong with you today? Why won't it do? Gu Tian replied. Earlier, I was overwhelmed with anger, but now that I've calmed down, I think we should refrain from rushing. Can you please stop being so indecisive? Gu Bin shot back, looking at her with concern. Am I truly being indecisive, or are you simply being too impulsive? Think carefully. Firstly, what evidence do you have that this prize belongs to Su He? Gu Bin answered, it was at the lottery shop right beneath your building, and recently. Su He has become quite wealthy. Even if he didn't win, he must explain where all this money has come from. Gu Tian countered, in other words, if Su He did win and refuses to acknowledge it, you will be powerless. Moreover, even if he admits it, what if he tells you he won share? Then, we shall pursue the proper procedures. As they continued their discussion, they arrived at Su He's hotel. Gu Bin urged, sister, we're downstairs now. Let us not hesitate any longer. Gu Tian called Su He, who had moved to a new place, and arranged to meet at a cafe. As Su He approached the cafe from his home, upon spotting Gu Bin's car, he seemed to grasp that something was amiss. Meanwhile, in the car, Gu Bin instructed Gu Tian, sister, when we enter, remember to ask. I know. You're being so annoying. Just trust me. Gu Bin cautioned. We must not act with misplaced compassion. Gu Tian composed herself, gently patting her chest before opening the door and stepping outside. At the entrance of the cafe, she offered a smile to Su He. Let us go inside. The two settled at a table within the cafe. Gu Tian inquired, Su He, have you recently come into a fortune? Su He responded, what fortune could I possibly have? Gu Tian pressed further, so Su He, what are you doing for work now after the divorce? Su He replied, what else could I be doing? It's the same as before. In truth, Gu Tian's question held significant depth. Had Su He resigned or changed jobs, it might suggest he had indeed struck it rich. Yet, it appeared he had not altered his employment status. Moreover, Su He seemed to grasp something profound, as he now spoke with careful deliberation. Gu Tian, is this the sole reason you summoned me? Of course not. What could it be? Gu Tian said, is it not possible for me to catch up with you after our divorce? Of course it is. Gu Tian leaned slightly forward, her hands resting on the table, and asked, Gu Bin, are you aware that someone won the first prize at the lottery shop downstairs? After saying this, she fixed her gaze intently on Su He, as if seeking an answer from his expression. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Su He felt compelled to reveal the truth. All right, Gu Tian, I will be honest with you. That winner is me. Su He's unexpected declaration left Gu Tian momentarily speechless. Su He, what are you saying? That's a 200 million yuan jackpot. How could you win? Su He countered, why not? Gu Tian stammered, are you truly not jesting? Indeed. In reality, Gu Tian had come merely to gauge the situation, but Su He's response left her at a loss for how to proceed. She had initially intended to test the waters, believing that if she succeeded, she could prepare her strategy while he remained unaware, ultimately catching him off guard. But now, Gu Tian swallowed hard, still contemplating her next question, when Su He interjected with another revelation. And, Gu Tian, I know why you sought me out. You want me to share half, correct? Gu Tian quickly asked, are you willing? Su He chuckled and stood up. Waiter, the bill, please. In a flurry, Gu Tian stood as well. Su He, are you saying yes or no? After settling the bill, Su He turned to Gu Tian and stated, Gu Tian, to be frank, you can forget about it. If you think I would share half with you, I must inform you that it is impossible. Absolutely impossible. With that, he departed. Gu Tian suddenly rose to her feet, her gaze fixed on Su He's retreating figure, and she stamped her foot in frustration. Su He. This time, Gu Tian was genuinely incensed. However, Su He's thoughts were rather straightforward. When you, Gu Tian, urged me to sign the divorce agreement, I refrained from insisting that you leave empty-handed despite your significant transgressions during our marriage. Instead, It is you, Gutian, who is unwilling to allocate even a penny for yourself. Now that fortune has smiled upon you, you seek half of what is mine. Is that even conceivable? Chapter 47. The meeting. Gubin hurried into the cafe and inquired of Gutian, "Sister, how did it go?" Gutian shook her head. "He is unwilling to give?" Gutian nodded in affirmation. Gubin, incensed, retorted, "On what grounds? You are not yet officially divorced. That money rightfully belongs to you as well. What gives Suhi the right to withhold it?" He prepared to storm out. "Gubin, don't go." Gutian grasped his arm firmly. "Why shouldn't I?" he demanded. "Sister, that money is yours by right. Rest assured, I will retrieve it for you, and when I do, you need only give me 30%. Gutian replied. "I understand Suhi very well. He is someone who responds better to gentleness than force, and he is quite concerned with appearances. I have a plan." "What plan?" Gubin inquired. "I will gather some of his friends and my acquaintances, and we shall sit together. I will lay the matter bare, and we shall see how Suhi reacts." Gubin pondered for a few moments. "I think that could work. However, sister, I suggest you enlist a lawyer for additional support, and if necessary, we could always resort to more forceful measures." "Agreed." Meanwhile, Gutian and Gubin were busy making preparations. Over the past few days, Suhi had been engaged in discussions about specific investment details with Tanzong and Yinwei at work, and afterward, he sought out Ma Tan. In a company steeped in advanced AI technology, few survive, let alone a smaller company like Ma Tan's. However, upon witnessing Ma Tan's skills and efforts, Suhi came to a realization. If a diligent and capable individual cannot succeed, then who can? He pointed at the testing software on the computer. "Ma Tan, there are still some aspects that I find unsatisfactory. What I need is for clients to input their height, weight, or measurements during a live broadcast, which would then generate an AI figure dressed in specified clothing." Ma Tan replied, "That's feasible, but what about the others? They will have to wait in line." Ma Tan fell silent for a few moments before asking, "Sugu, have you considered what happens if these viewers grow impatient while waiting and decide to leave?" Suhi smiled faintly. "That won't happen. Because these viewers will perceive the experience as genuinely enjoyable, they will be inclined to wait, while simultaneously exploring other garments. As long as they are willing to linger in the live broadcast room, the influx of participants will increase, thereby elevating the overall popularity." "Ah, I see. Very well. Let us proceed with the modifications. By the way, how long will this take?" Ma Tan has estimated that he will require an additional 2 days. "With 2 days, we should be nearly finished." "All right." On another front, after their last drinking gathering, Yi shared her thoughts with the others. It is noteworthy that her companions were quite supportive of her ideas. However, they also recognized the inherent risks, leading them to hesitate in making any investments. In the end, Yi, in frustration, questioned, "If you are unwilling to invest money or effort, then what can you possibly contribute? Simply profit without labor?" The several partners could only chuckle awkwardly. In truth, whether this venture could yield profit remains uncertain. Nonetheless, rest assured. As long as you wish to pursue this endeavor, we shall support you, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Since they were not inclined to contribute, decided to move forward regardless. Ultimately, after discussions, she and Suhi agreed to source their inventory from their own shop, treating it merely as a supplier. As for the profits from the live broadcasts, Suhi would handle the financial and software aspects, while would primarily manage operations, with a share distribution of 80% and 20%, respectively. In the following days, they busily prepared. Suhi contemplated that it was time to pay a visit. Upon arriving at Yi's clothing store, he inquired, "Have you prepared sufficiently?" Yi turned and responded, "After you mentioned the equipment last time, I promptly sought assistance for procurement. Please take a look. Is there anything we still lack?" Suhi glanced around. All necessary items appeared to be present. "Do you have a reliable source for inventory?" he asked. "Absolutely." As they conversed, Wu Guang seemed to be avoiding Suhi. Yi added, "However, we are currently lacking a host. Finding a host is a minor issue. By the way, has the account approval gone through?" "It was approved this morning." One of Yi's female partners, named Zhang Meng, who primarily handled clothing design and was relatively young and well acquainted with external matters, interjected, "Brother Su, I believe your ideas are commendable. However, I must reiterate, without an exceptional host, all your efforts may be in vain. Rest assured, as I previously mentioned, we will utilize AI as our host." To be candid, their acceptance of AI was rather lukewarm, leading to some skepticism. Zhang Ming continued, "Additionally, aside from the host, there is another issue. What issue? Yi asked. Generally speaking, live broadcasts require a certain number of followers, correct? The problem is, at present, we have no followers. Zhang Ming admitted with an embarrassed smile. Certainly, I do not wish to dampen your spirits. I merely find certain aspects rather challenging. Suhi remarked. You need not worry about that. In fact, I contemplated this last night. My current thought is to simultaneously engage in live streaming while accumulating followers. Brother Su, that seems even more implausible, does it not? Without a loyal fanbase, to whom will you sell? Without followers, it resembles peddling to a stranger. I believe you ought to reflect on this matter more thoroughly. Our Yi has her own background. It hasn't been easy. Suhi reassured, rest assured. I shall not allow Yi to incur losses. All right. In that case, Brother Su, should you or Yi require any assistance, simply let me know. If it is within my capability, I shall certainly help. Understood, thank you. Oh, no need for such formality. After Zhang Meng departed, Suhi peered into Wu Guang's office. Why are you avoiding me? What else could it be? We informed him about his drunken escapades. Seeing you must be quite embarrassing for him. The efficiency at Matin was commendable. Finally, 2 days later, when Suhi returned to the Matin office, he was informed that everything was ready. However, Matin appeared somewhat troubled. As Suhi approached Matin's office, he inquired, Matin, what troubles you? You seem quite unhappy. Matin sighed. Ah, Su Gu, the software is indeed ready. But we lack any familiar streamers to conduct tests. Chapter 48. Rivals Zhang Meng said, Yi, look at your figure. She glanced at Yi's physique, and your posterior. Yi retorted, you are truly insufferable. Zhang Meng replied, you know, if you do not pursue a career as a streamer, it would be an immense pity. Regardless, I support your endeavor into streaming. Yi shook her head vigorously. No. I am rather tongue-tied and lack eloquence. I could never succeed as a streamer. Suhi interjected, do not fret. Did I not mention earlier that I have an AI streamer? Zhang Meng countered. Yet AI can never truly compare to a human being. After all, isn't a real person capable of conveying genuine emotions? For instance, our Yi can develop feelings for you. Can an AI do that? Yi's face flushed crimson. Zhang Meng, Yi exclaimed, stamping her foot anxiously. Zhang Meng chuckled, waving her hand. All right. No more on that topic. Zhang Meng's expression gradually turned serious. However, returning to the matter at hand, I am aware that several of our peers have already embarked on live commerce. I wonder if AI truly lacks the impact of a real person? Suhi shook his head. I do not share your viewpoint. He retorted, let me ask you, how well are your peers' live streams performing? Do they attract many viewers? Zhang Meng pondered for a moment. Not many. I observed that their streams only attract a dozen or so viewers at a time. Suhi remarked, have you truly ventured into the realm of live streaming to sell apparel? Zhang Meng nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Indeed, they were akin to a blank canvas in this domain, at least in terms of live streaming. However, Brother Su, our clothing designs and styles possess remarkable highlights, and many of our competitors have resorted to imitation. As Zhang Meng spoke, a swell of pride enveloped her. Yet she recognized that imitation can never surpass the original. All right. Suhi interjected, let us steer back to the topic of live commerce. Oh, in that regard, we have not done anything at all. With a clap of his hands, Suhi exclaimed, isn't that splendid? You are starting from scratch, and your competitors have not fared well in their live broadcasts. Why not seize this opportunity to experiment with AI? Should you succeed, the rewards could be substantial. Of course, if you fail, it is no matter. We can always revert to traditional live broadcasting. Yi inquired, if we revert to traditional broadcasting, what about the selection of hosts and before she could finish, Suhi cut her off. I will not take your commission without merit. Moreover, if sales do not flourish, I shall not profit significantly either, so I will take responsibility. That is reassuring. Although the world has yet to embrace AI-driven live streaming, self-media has developed quite well. That evening, after their discussions, Yi announced on the self-media platform of EE Apparel. We express our gratitude to our new and loyal customers for their support. In 2 days, we shall commence live streaming. We hope for your support. A simple statement. Though it did not garner much attention from customers, it piqued the interest of competitors. Beautiful Clothes, a clothing brand comparable in scale to EE Apparel, falls within the medium-sized, self-designed category. Recently, over the past 3 months, they too have discerned the profitability of the live streaming industry. As such, the owner Han Mei and live streaming supervisor Yang Fong found themselves dining together. Xiao Yang, we must enhance our live streaming efforts. I observe that our average viewership hovers around a mere 1,000 per session, Han Mei remarked. Yang Fong, a striking young woman in her mid-20s, smiled calmly and set down her chopsticks. E.g., we have already achieved commendable results. Consider this. Our brand had no followers initially, and within 3 months, we have attracted over 1,000 viewers. That is quite impressive. Look at other clothing brands. Many have yet to secure a single follower. Yang Fong added. At least among self-designed brands, we hold a dominant position. Han Mei replied gently. My dear, I certainly recognize your efforts during this period, which have contributed to our successful live broadcasts. However, as we progress, other brands will undoubtedly strive to catch up with us. Imagine if they were to surpass us. Would not your endeavors over the last 3 months be rendered futile? Han Mei gently tugged at Yang Fong's hand, soothing her as she said, My dear, if we truly reach this point and you do not feel heartache, I certainly will. Therefore, I believe it is best for us to create a significant distance from them, so they cannot keep pace with our rhythm. Only in this manner can we seize this opportunity. Yang Fong replied, Sister E, rest assured, my experience is already quite extensive. Han Mei's expression gradually turned serious. There is something else you must know. Yang Fong stared blankly at her, and Han Mei continued. Yi's side is also preparing to go live. Yang Fong was momentarily stunned, then quickly covered her mouth. Ha ha ha, they have started live streaming too? Sister E, to my knowledge, they haven't even recruited a host yet, have they? How do you know? Han Mei inquired. Yang Fong said, think about it. If they had recruited a host, wouldn't they be promoting it widely? They would want the host to advertise as well, so that the host's fans would continue to follow them. But as far as I know, they have no host. Han Mei found this quite strange. Now that you mention it, it does seem odd. Indeed, they have no host. Han Mei speculated. Could it be that their boss is going to host? She shook her head. That is impossible. Once she looked around and noticed no one else was present, she leaned slightly forward and said, Little Yang, you might not know, but their boss has a fear of public speaking. Yi has a fear of performance? Yang Fong asked. Yes. When there are many people, she can hardly manage to speak. Last year, we held a small conference in the fashion industry and asked her to give a speech. Her hands shook so much that anyone unaware would think she had Parkinson's. Yang Fong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Sister E, it's fine. Even if they want to catch up with us, it will take them at least half a year, right? Moreover, they may only have plans in this regard. Of course, it will take time to implement them. Let us hope so. Han Mei sighed. Actually, I am not worried about them. Rather, I am concerned about some other brands whose self-media efforts are quite commendable. Their entry into live streaming might be swifter. Chapter 49. The Two-Faced. As for Matin, there are also 2 partners, Lu Xie and Feng Hui. Matin, this is utter nonsense. What if President Su reviews our software and finds it unsatisfactory, thus refusing to invest in us? Lu Xie exclaimed, agitated. Matin retorted, do you lack confidence in your own product? Of course I have confidence. However, I lack confidence in President Su. We have been running the company for 2 or 3 years, haven't we? You know well that sometimes when we feel everything is going splendidly, the clients may not see it that way. After all, clients have myriad thoughts. Old Feng, you haven't said a word. What do you think? Matin prompted. Feng Hui sighed and said, alas. Indeed, I find Lu Xie's perspective to be somewhat valid. Additionally, the notions presented by these clients are particularly impractical, urging us to realize some absurd ideas that, at times, I find utterly laughable. Observe how even the usually neutral Lao Feng, though Lu Xie's thoughts remain unexpressed, is abruptly interrupted by Feng Hui. Nevertheless, Lao Ma's assertions hold merit. Lu Xie pointed at Feng Hui, exclaiming in frustration, a double-faced character. He shifted slightly on the couch to enhance his comfort, stating that having differing opinions is not necessarily a negative aspect. It at least signifies that our views diverge. Since we disagree, we must find a resolution. How about this? Lao Xie, share your thoughts with us. Lu Xie plopped down on the sofa, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. Firstly, we can develop software for Manager Su to help him recognize our capabilities. Secondly, our software development should be based on practicality. Thus, even if Manager Su is reluctant to invest, at least in the future, should other clients share the same needs, we can market it to them, ensuring we do not incur losses. Look at the effort you have expended over the past week, culminating in a rudimentary live streaming AI with limited functionality. What if Manager Su finds it unsatisfactory? Have we not essentially wasted our time? Consider the costs involved. Calmly, Ma Tun inquired, what, in your opinion, constitutes meaningful and valuable software? For instance, a phone application? Ma Tun shook his head. We have already developed such software. And what of that photo editing application? After Manager Zhang requested it, did we not subsequently engage with Manager Wang? Ma Tun replied, I had a discussion with Manager Su, and I believe we are misdirected. Each client necessitates a unique software solution. Indeed, the cost will be considerably higher, yet we are utterly exhausted. It's akin to a purchasing scenario. Would you prefer 100 individuals each spending $6 or one person spending $60? Lu Xia remained silent. Ma Tun continued. Moreover, regarding your assertion that this software lacks value, I hold a differing viewpoint. I believe we can indeed create a live streaming AI. The live streaming sector emerged only at the beginning of this year, while AI gained traction last year. The intersection of these two burgeoning industries is bound to yield favorable outcomes. Lu Xia scoffed him. One industry has yet to be mastered, and now you propose to? I remain skeptical about live streaming AI. Lao Feng, do you share my sentiments? Well, the live streaming industry does possess potential. However, I am uncertain about the effectiveness of our product once completed. I find merit in what Lao Xia articulates. Yet Lao Ma's points are equally valid. You might as well refrain from speaking, Lu Xia remarked. Lao Ma, is the concept of live streaming AI originally Su's idea? Indeed. However, I believe the concept has its merits. What nonsense is this? It is a sheer waste of our time. President Su, truly, is only testing our abilities. And indeed it is nothing but a test. Does he not consider our current predicament? How can we spare any more time? Ma Tundu interjected. Enough, enough. Let us cease this discussion. We have come this far. What do you expect me to do? Shall I simply give up? The crowd fell silent. Ma Tundu continued. Then we must persevere, mustn't we? Meanwhile, at Gu Tian's home, Gu Bin paced anxiously in the living room. Sister, what can I possibly say to you? The last opportunity was so promising. You neither spoke up nor asked him for anything. How do you intend to approach him in the future? Gu Tian remained silent. Her arms crossed, her gaze averted. What is this? Sister, are you still not going to speak? Suddenly, it seemed Gu Bin recalled something, and he hurriedly approached Gu Tian. Sister, please do not tell me that you never intended to ask Su He for money in the first place. Gu Tian rolled her eyes at him. What are you talking about? You have no idea. At that time, Su He had already made it clear he would refuse me. It was truly inappropriate for me to press further. Moreover, I understand Su He. Attempting to ask him in such a way would surely yield no results. What method do you think would persuade Su He to give? Gu Tian contemplated for a long while before responding. I plan to gather my friends and invite Su He's acquaintances as well. Then, in front of everyone, I will ask Su He for what I need. He is a man who values his reputation, and the likelihood of him conceding would be greater. Sister, your idea is quite sound. But have you considered why Su He would even want to participate in your event? Gu Tian replied. Su He despises procrastination. When he decides to sever ties, he does so decisively. Therefore, he likely wishes for everyone to know about our divorce, thereby eliminating any connection between us. But sister, you too care about your reputation. If this is the case, Gu Tian retorted, in comparison to 1 billion, is my pride truly significant? Indeed, Gu Bin responded. Sister, to avoid any unforeseen complications, perhaps it would be prudent to discuss this after my wedding. That sounds reasonable. Without hesitation, Gu Tian seized her phone and first informed Su He of her intentions. As expected, Su He flatly refused. However, Gu Tian was prepared and continued. Will you not inform others about our divorce? Only then did Su He relent. Yet, Su He pondered internally. If the news of our divorce were to spread, would Gu Tian not feel humiliated, given her character? Soon, understanding dawned upon him. Sitting on the sofa, he stared blankly at the television, nodding slowly. Ah, so that is how it is. Su He sent a message to his mother, clarifying that the money she had recently transferred to him for lottery tickets was a separate gift intended solely for himself. Chapter 50. The frustration. The AI live streaming software is just a step away from completion. Ma Tun is working tirelessly to conduct tests, striving to provide results to Su He before afternoon. As for Su He, he has instructed EE to prepare for the live streaming arrangements. This morning, amidst the bustling traffic, Su He drove to the company. His confidence has been growing. Upon arrival, he directly headed to General Manager Tan's office, where he was greeted by Yan Wei and others, who had been discussing investment matters. After all, 20 million is no trivial sum, and reaching a conclusion requires thorough deliberation. Manager Chen approached Group 1 with documents in hand. Manager E, where is Su He? He inquired. The manager glanced around. Huh, wasn't he just here? He must have gone to the restroom. Manager Chen replied, all right, I'll come back later. He hurriedly departed. Wang Jin asked, Ego, what is going on? Why is Manager Chen so worked up this early? The manager shrugged. How would I know? Did Suhi come by just now? I didn't see him. He hasn't come, but I can't let Manager Chen get into trouble finding him. Otherwise, it'll be another absence. Quick, call Suhi and tell him to hurry over. All right. However, as Suhi was engaged in investment discussions, the call remained unanswered, and Wang Jian grew increasingly anxious. Yet there was little he could do. In Manager Chen's office, there was someone from Group 2, Manager Sunday. Manager Chen, what do you need Suhi for? I have many people here who can assist you, he offered, rubbing his hands together, eagerly looking at Manager Chen. Having witnessed humility before, who could have imagined that even in offering assistance, one could appear so subservient? Indeed, this was the essence of Group 2's leader. Manager Chen, not wishing to elaborate, replied dismissively, it's nothing, it doesn't concern you. With a smile, Manager Sun inquired, Manager Chen, did Suhi make a mistake? After being humiliated last time, Manager Sun felt an imbalance within and had been seeking an opportunity to rectify his grievances against Suhi. Seeing Manager Chen's demeanor, he felt a sense of delight. Manager Chen glanced at Group 2's leader. Xiao Sun, I've already said it's not your concern. What is the point in asking? Manager Sun chuckled. Manager Chen, while I may not know much, I can't help but notice that your influence seems to have waned in recent days. Manager Chen, feigning indifference, asked, what makes you say that? Manager Sun replied, think about it. In the past, when you spoke, who wouldn't listen? But now, it seems only our group pays heed to your words. No one from Group 1 listens at all. Manager Chen pondered this and realized it might indeed be the case. Do you have any other matters? He asked. Do I have anything else? Since there is nothing pressing, you need not linger here. Attend to your own affairs. The leader of Group 2, however, was not inclined to concede so easily. He leaned in closer and said, Manager Chen, this is all for your benefit. Do you know why the members of Group 1 are disregarding your authority? Manager Chen looked up and inquired, why? The leader of Group 2 replied, it is rumored that our company may soon appoint another manager, one who will stand on equal footing with you. Consequently, the new manager's words carry more weight, while your established authority seems diminished. Manager Chen's gaze narrowed, piercing like a wolf's as he fixed his stare on the leader of Group 2. I warn you, do not speak of things that have not yet transpired. The leader replied, Manager Chen, better to believe there is a possibility than to dismiss it entirely. In the past, I too was skeptical, considering how capable you are. However, as the rumors proliferated, I found myself compelled to listen. Think about it. Nothing occurs without reason. If so many are saying it, there must be merit to their claims. I am only looking out for you. You must remain vigilant. Manager Chen fell silent. But it felt as though a needle had been driven into his heart, constricting his breath and intensifying his discomfort. He swallowed hard and finally conceded. All right, I understand. The leader of Group 2 continued. Moreover, have you not noticed? Even the words of old are being disregarded by the members of Group 1. While Suhi's remarks are treated like edicts, Manager Chen maintained a facade of calm, yet turmoil raged within him. The leader remarked, if you doubt this, observe this afternoon. Manager Chen replied, Xiao Sun, I will reiterate, do not gossip about company matters behind closed doors. Now, go attend to your own tasks. With a resigned sigh, the leader exited the office. Despite the reprimand, Manager Chen ventured outside to observe. He noticed a team member consulting Manager asking, Go, how should we handle this plan? Manager responded, it requires a market survey. However, Suhi suggested that a survey was unnecessary. Manager concluded, then let us heed Suhi's advice. A jolt of unease coursed through Manager Chen. It is curious how, even when one is skeptical, repeated assertions can stir doubt within the heart, leading to discomfort unless one can eliminate the source of concern. Such was the predicament of Manager Chen at that moment. Approximately 10 minutes later, he hurried back. Where's Suhi? He asked, while Wang Jian deliberately glanced toward the distance. Su, Wang Jian chuckled, Manager Chen. Perhaps he's still in the restroom. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. However, this time, Manager Chen could no longer contain himself and felt the urge to reprimand the jovial figure. In the restroom? How long does Su have to resolve his personal affairs? Manager Chen sneered. 10 minutes have passed, and he still hasn't emerged. Wang Jian inquired, Manager Chen, what seems to be the issue? Are you looking for Su? If so, feel free to confide in me. I might be able to assist. Confide in you? Do you honestly believe you can resolve this? How utterly laughable. Manager Chun retorted. Wang Jian, relay this to Su. If he continues in this manner, not even President Tan will be able to protect him. With that, Manager Chun departed once more. Chapter 51. Rumors. Wang Jian muttered to himself. Where am I supposed to find Su? Manager Yi sighed. Ah, Wang Jian. You might as well search for him symbolically. Wang Jian, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, I refuse to do so. I know I won't find Su. Yet you expect me to search? Am I a fool? Manager Yi responded, precisely because you are not a fool, you should search. If you don't. When Manager Chun cannot locate Su and his anger has no outlet, it will inevitably be directed at you. After pondering this, Wang Jian realized the truth in Yi's words. Thus, he hurriedly stood up and rushed to Human Resources, asking, have you seen Su? Did he take the day off? Where has he gone? I saw him this morning. As expected, by afternoon, Manager Chun once again sought out Wang Jian. However, upon learning that Wang Jian was actively searching, the fury he intended to unleash dissipated. And he could only mutter, fine, fine. If Su does not regard me, he should not blame me for my actions. With that, Manager Chun stormed towards President Tan's office. Wang Jian was fraught with anxiety. Manager Yi, what should we do? Yet, Manager Yi seemed less concerned than Wang Jian, exhaling a sigh of relief. Oh, no need to worry. What do you mean? Are you aware that Manager Chun has gone to President Tan's office? He is surely reporting Su. Wang Jian exclaimed. Manager Yi chuckled knowingly. Little Wang, while Manager Chun may appear cordial to Su on the surface, he has always regarded Su as a thorn in his side. Moreover, considering the recent rumors circulating in our company, Manager Chun will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to target Su. However, President Tan is quite different. He has always treated Su well. Therefore, I believe that even if Manager Chun confronts Su, Manager Yi paused, shrugging his shoulders, it won't amount to much. Is what you say true? Have you reached a point where you doubt my words? It must be acknowledged that, despite Manager Yi's seemingly uncontentious demeanor, he indeed possesses a profound depth of character. As Su He has suggested, a depth that remains imperceptible to others. One can only hope. As Wang Jiandao stormed into General Manager Tan's office, he found Tan meticulously organizing a document that appeared to be an investment plan. It seemed that after a week of deliberation, the final intentions had been largely established, and they were now at the stage of negotiating contract terms. General Manager Tan glanced up at Manager Chun. Old Chun, what has you in such a fluster? Manager Chun swallowed hard, his frustration evident as he replied, General Manager, are you aware that Su He has become increasingly dismissive of me? Tan remained silent. Yet he pondered internally. Su He is soon to become your superior. How can he afford to regard you highly? Manager Chun continued, in the past, he at least had the courtesy to request leave, but now, he doesn't even bother to inform us of his absences. With indignation, he exclaimed, what purpose does it serve to retain such an employee? I believe he must be dismissed. General Manager Tan responded, I have some pressing matters to attend to. How about we discuss this later? Chun retorted angrily, I have tolerated Su He for far too long. I can no longer endure this. His behavior is utterly intolerable. Tan chose not to engage further, gathering his documents and preparing to leave. General Manager. Chun called after him. Tan inquired, Manager Chun, what do you propose we do? Dismiss him. Chun insisted. With a faint smile, Tan continued toward the door without uttering another word, leaving Chun standing bewildered in the office, gazing at Tan's retreating figure. General Manager, what is amusing you? If we do not dismiss Su He now, I will be unable to manage the other employees. Tan remained silent, heading toward the conference room. General Manager, if you do not dismiss him, then you may as well dismiss me. I am utterly incapable of managing this situation. Suddenly, Tan halted. Manager Chun, have you recently heard any rumors? Chun replied, indeed, I have come across some. Tan, visibly irritated, stated, very well. If you truly wish to resign, I shall not compel you. In that case, go ahead and submit your resignation letter, and I will approve it. Upon hearing Tan's words, Chun could hardly believe his ears. No, General Manager, Tan turned back, gently patting Chun's shoulder. Little Chun, it seems you do not genuinely wish to resign, do you? Let me tell you, as for Su He, let him do as he pleases in the company. As long as his actions remain within acceptable bounds, it is of no concern. Chun was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why General Manager Tan was so lenient towards Su He. He voiced his confusion. General Manager, am I truly not mistaken? You are not mistaken. If you insist on opposing Soo-hee, the one who will suffer will undoubtedly be you. However, as the manager of the company, I bear responsibility for the entire organization. If Soo-hee continues down this path, he will surely tarnish the company's reputation. General Manager Tan, I can comprehend Soo-hee's commendable performance. I understand your protection of him at times. Yet, you cannot continually shield him. I have said all I can. As for matters concerning Soo-hee, should you choose to disregard my counsel, you shall manage it as you see fit. Just now, when General Manager Tan was so protective of Soo-hee, Manager Chin believed it was because of General Manager Tan's backing, which emboldened Soo-hee to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Manager Chin seemed to seize upon certain implications. Is this what you stated? Indeed it is. So, I shall truly handle it myself. Yes, handle it yourself. The corners of Manager Chin's mouth lifted in a slight smile, as if he had already devised a plan for dealing with Soo-hee. In truth, General Manager Tan has his own dilemmas. Currently, Soo-hee has not officially signed a contract with the company and is not a formal shareholder. How can General Manager Tan explain this? Moreover, the investment matters concerning Soo-hee cannot be disclosed to Manager Chun until they are publicly announced. Company gossip travels remarkably fast, especially regarding monumental news such as this. I dare say, within half an hour, everyone will be aware of it. Thus, General Manager Tan has kept Soo-hee's investment matters deeply buried within his heart. In the conference room, having reviewed the contract terms, Soo-hee said, "Let me fetch my notebook. I have noted some key points." Yen-wei replied, "All right. Be swift in your return." Chapter 52, Behind the Scenes. After Soo-hee departed, the shareholders spoke highly of him. Yen-wei remarked, "Do not be misled by Soo-hee's youth. His shrewdness surpasses that of many who have spent over a decade in the workforce." Old Peng sighed with relief. "Initially, I held reservations about Soo-hee. Entrusting him with company shares, what if something went awry? But now, I feel my worries were unfounded. I need not concern myself any longer." "Indeed, Old Peng, you may rest assured." Go on, go on," Old Peng replied. "Your words make it sound as if I am on the verge of death. Besides, I have merely sold a portion of my shares, not all of them. Returning to the matter at hand, do you believe Soo-hee should be involved in the work or not?" Old Peng pondered for a moment. "Well, I think this primarily depends on the discussion between General Manager Tan and Soo-hee. Originally, General Manager Tan was solely responsible for the company. We had no reason to interfere. However, with Soo-hee now in the picture, let us see how General Manager Tan approaches this." At this moment, General Manager Tan slowly pushed open the door. While outside, he overheard the discussion. "What? Do you think I am the type that does not allow others to participate? I must say, you all are underestimating my character. This matter should be directed to Soo-hee. If Soo-hee is willing to participate, I would certainly appreciate having someone to assist. As for Old Peng, your thoughts on General Manager Tan are rather unflattering, are they not?" It was not Old Yen. "Clearly, you were the one who initially brought this up, right?" On another note, after Soo-hee stepped outside and had just picked up a notebook, Wang Jian anxiously inquired, "Oh, my dear Soo-hee, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea? Manager Chun has been nearly driven mad searching for you. He has been looking for you everywhere. Why does he need me?" Soo-hee retorted, "What could he possibly want? What else could it be? How many times have you been absent recently? Manager Chun is furious. You should quickly seek him out and offer an explanation." Soo-hee coldly responded, "Explain to him? Do I really need to justify myself?" However, fate had it that this very remark was overheard by Manager Chun, who hurried over and confronted Soo-hee, saying, "What is this? No explanation for me. Do you wish to forfeit your wages?" With a shrug, Soo-hee replied, "Whatever." Manager Chun, speechless as he pointed at Soo-hee, could not utter a single word. Soo-hee continued, "Manager Chun, could you please step aside? I have matters to attend to." Chin's shoulders heaved with frustration as he glared at Soo-hee, practically wishing to pluck out his eyes in anger. "Soo-hee," he called. "I'm here," responded Soo-hee. "Do explain yourself. What have you been up to these past few days? You've been absent constantly. I warn you, if this continues, I will have no choice but to terminate your employment." "I've already told you I've been busy," Soo-hee insisted. "Busy, you say? Pray tell, what exactly have you been busy with?" "Naturally, I've been attending to matters concerning General Manager Tan." Upon hearing this, Manager Chun connected the dots with the recent rumors circulating within the company, and Soo-hee's words confirmed his suspicions. It appeared that Soo-hee's position was indeed precarious. "Soo-hee," Manager Chun asserted, "I believe you are not well suited for our company. Yet, Before Chun could finish his sentence, Suhi vanished from his sight. At that moment, Manager Chun was filled with a fury that coursed through him. Wang Jian quickly interjected. Manager Chun, Suhi may genuinely have pressing matters. How about this? When Suhi returns, I shall have a word with him. What is the point in reasoning with him? Just look at Suhi's demeanor. Is there any need for persuasion? I say, let us just terminate him. Wang Jian chuckled lightly. Manager Chun, consider this. Suhi has consistently performed admirably. Surely, this lapse is merely a moment of confusion, just because he has good performance. Does that grant him carte blanche? Manager Chun countered, his voice laced with indignation. Wang Jian chuckled awkwardly. Manager Yi chimed in, Old Chun. Didn't you go to see General Manager Tan? What did he say? Don't even mention General Manager Tan. Just thinking of him makes me more irate. He stated that you, Manager Chun, relayed everything he confided to you, word for word, to Manager Yi. After listening, Manager Yi gently nodded. Oh, I see. He then added, Old Chun, I advise you to follow General Manager Tan's suggestions. It's not that I have any particular reason. Rather, if you adhere to his guidance, you will undoubtedly avoid loss. However, should you choose to disregard his advice, I fear the consequences may be quite severe. Manager Chen shot a glance at Manager Yi. I refuse to believe that. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Suhi finally signed the last document in the conference room and exited, making his way to his workstation. It was confirmed that Suhi would not directly engage in company affairs, yet he would frequently return to the office. Now, Suhi could be regarded as a semi-leader, with little obligation to work, prompting him to begin packing his belongings in preparation for departure. While he was tidying up, Manager Chen approached once more. Upon seeing this unwelcome presence, Suhi felt a twinge of apprehension. Manager Chen, are you ever going to stop? Manager Chen questioned. Suhi, what does it mean that you're packing your things? Suhi replied, it means nothing in particular, just that I'm simply packing up. I want to be coming in tomorrow. Wang Jian, hearing this, was taken aback. Suhi, are you truly resigning? Manager Chen's anger flared again as he demanded, Suhi, did I tell you to leave? Suhi retorted, if you don't permit me to leave, should I then stay? Manager Chen declared, let me make this clear. I am the one firing you. It is not your decision to resign. Do you understand? Suhi responded, but what if I tell you that I will not give you the opportunity to dismiss me? Manager Chen pointed at Suhi, proclaiming, I have never encountered an employee like you. He then clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. All right, everyone, set aside your current tasks. I have an announcement to make. The crowd ceased their work, looking toward Manager Chen. He, visibly irate, stated, due to Suhi's repeated absences, the company has decided to terminate his employment. His gaze shifted to Suhi. You may proceed to handle your resignation paperwork immediately. Suhi ignored him, continuing to pack his belongings. A short while later, General Manager Tan arrived in the lobby. I apologize for taking a few minutes of your time. I have an important matter to discuss. Chapter 53, Young Chun. General Manager Tan stated, this is a decision from the upper echelons of the company. Starting today, we will welcome an additional shareholder. In truth, the addition of shareholders was not an uncommon occurrence in their company, and the employees had grown accustomed to it. Nevertheless, there was a sense of impatience beneath this familiarity. With 7 or 8 shareholders already present, the emergence of yet another was met with frustration. Now we have another boss. Another person to oversee us. How tiresome. There is no way around it. After all, affluent individuals are willing to invest, aren't they? Mr. Tan cast a glance towards Suhi. Suhi has invested in the company and will henceforth be our new shareholder. However, Suhi will not directly engage in the company's operations. He may occasionally represent the board to oversee matters at the company. Let us all extend a warm welcome. The crowd was taken aback. Is it true? Suhi has become my boss. Surely, I must have misheard. Was it indeed Suhi being referred to? Or is there perhaps someone else with the same name? You heard correctly. I can assure you, it is indeed Suhi. Wang Jianli couldn't contain his curiosity, inquiring, Old Su, how much did you invest? Suhi replied, not much, just 20 million. Wang Jian's mouth slowly fell agape as he gazed at Suhi, exclaiming, 20 million. And you dare to say that is not much? Suhi smiled nonchalantly. 20 million. What is excessive about that? Wang Jian could hardly believe his ears. Suhi, where did you acquire such wealth? I recall you were not like this before. At that moment, Manager Yi coughed softly, subtly reminding Wang Jian. Wang Jian, let bygones be bygones. Refrain from mentioning the past. Realizing his faux pas, Wang Jian quickly apologized. My apologies, Mr. Su. Suhi responded, Old Wang, please, do not address me in such a formal manner. Continue to call me Old Su. It feels more familiar. All right. Wang Jin thought to himself, my brother is the boss. How delightful. Manager Chun, on the other hand, remained silent, or rather, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the astonishing reality before him. He stared blankly at Mr. Tan and asked, Mr. Tan, is what you just said truly the case? Mr. Tan replied, do you think I would jest about something so significant? Manager Chen hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts, while the other employees silently chuckled, eagerly anticipating the moment when they would witness Manager Chen's embarrassment. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Just moments ago, Manager Chen was talking about dismissing Suhi. I wonder how he plans to do that now. It's over for Manager Chen this time, truly over. Who knew he would stumble upon a steel plate? Indeed, Manager Chen is rather unfortunate. The employees engaged in lively discussions, each contributing their thoughts, while Manager Chen sensed the impending doom, contemplating how he would explain the situation to Suhi. Finally, Mr. Tan declared, all right, everyone, return to your respective tasks. Once Mr. Tan departed, Manager Chen promptly approached Suhi. Suhi, regarding what transpired earlier. My apologies, Mr. Tan interjected. Suhi chose to ignore him, merely tidying his belongings. Manager Chen followed closely behind, stating, Mr. Su, we will need to collaborate on company matters moving forward. I was unaware of your recent investment endeavors, which has led to some misunderstandings. Might you consider alleviating these misconceptions? Suhi is yet to respond. Manager Chun, somewhat anxious, apologized, saying, Su, I have already extended my apologies. Can we not let anger linger? Suhi replied coolly, you may have apologized, yet I retain the right to decline acceptance. Is it truly necessary to approach it in this manner? Suhi retorted, Manager Chun, if I had not invested in the company and was genuinely assisting Manager Tan with other matters, would you still release me unscathed? Would you show me mercy? No, you would not. Now that I have become your employer, you realize the gravity of your transgressions, hence your apology, am I correct? Manager Chen remained silent. Suhi continued, Xiao Chun, treat your employees not as mere cattle to be summoned at will. They are human beings, deserving of dignity. You now taste the bitterness of having your own dignity trampled upon, do you not? Manager Chun bowed his head, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt, now wrinkled from his grasp. Meanwhile, he pondered how to elucidate the situation. Suhi stated, I harbor no further demands of you. However, should I witness any future disrespect towards employees, any condescending behavior, as if your leadership grants you superiority, be prepared. This time, I shall overlook it. Manager Chen hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Su. Suhi then addressed Manager I shall not be coming in tomorrow. I have other obligations to attend to. Manager who had previously held Suhi in high regard, should have shown even greater respect now that Suhi was their employer. Yet he did not. For in his heart, he had never regarded his employees as such, nor his superiors as true leaders. In his view, all were merely collaborators and colleagues. Su, are you free tonight? As Suhi was gathering his belongings, Sun Qingqing approached, dressed in a low-cut top with delicate straps adorning her shoulders. She exuded an enchanting fragrance that epitomized femininity. Is there something you need? Suhi inquired as Sun Qingqing drew closer. Considering our previous misunderstandings, and now that you are my employer, I will require your collaboration for future tasks. Thus, I wish to cultivate a rapport with you. Cultivate a rapport? Suhi mused. Surely, it cannot be established over a single meal? Sun Qingqing contemplated resting her arm upon Suhi's shoulder, but hesitated, feeling it was too soon. It depends on what you believe can foster this rapport, Su. If you believe it can be cultivated, shall we proceed? Of course. Whatever you say, I shall comply. As the conversation unfolded, unexpectedly, a document slipped from Suhi's grasp. Sun Qingqing promptly crouched down, lifting her head just so, aligning perfectly with Suhi's waist. Mr. Su, allow me to assist you, she offered. Upon lowering his gaze, Suhi beheld something he ought not to have seen. Sun Qingqing made no move to cover her chest, but instead retrieved the document, extending it toward him with both hands. Mr. Su, shall I send you the address of a restaurant? This time, I would like to treat you. Wang Jian observed Sun Qingqing, swallowing hard, yet Suhi merely smiled faintly. Not interested, he replied, before departing the office. Wang Jian, with a mischievous grin, suggested, Sun Qingqing, how about I accompany you for a meal? She shot him a disdainful glance. You? On what grounds? You are willing to arrange a meeting with Su-hee, yet refuse to dine with me? After all, we are all men. Furious, Sun Qingqing pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Jian. Wang Jian, mind your words. What do you mean by arranging a meeting with Su-hee? We are merely required to work together in the future, hence the need to foster rapport. Indeed, we can cultivate rapport as well. Wang Jian chuckled. Otherwise, your splendid attire and flawless makeup today would seem rather wasted. Speechless with indignation, Sun Qingqing stormed out in her high heels. Once she departed, Manager Yi sighed. Wang Jian, must you be so cruel? Is the software debugging complete? In the office on the second floor of Yidu, Su-hee inquired of Ma Tan. Leaning over, Ma Tan supported himself on the technician's chair and replied, "Give me 10 more minutes. It will be ready soon." Ma Tan, this is not merely a trial run for EES store, but also a test of your software. The investment hinges on this very occasion, Su-hee remarked. Rest assured, Mr. Su, Ma Tan assured him. And what about you, Yi? Su-hee turned to Yi. All images have been captured, and we have several new designs ready, with samples produced. They will be launched shortly, Mr. Su. Would you like some? Of course. Yi pondered, wondering how clothes not yet on the market could be live-streamed. Have we tested the live stream? Sitting before her computer, Yi noted, I just checked. There shouldn't be any issues. I've also arranged the live streaming studio. Very well. Yi frowned, perplexed. Who is this Mei Yi? Why does she enter the live stream each time I open it? Zhang Ming interjected. Yi, have you forgotten? You've announced our live stream on social media. Could she be one of our customers? Yi shook her head. That seems unlikely. If she were a customer, she wouldn't consistently appear each time I open the stream. It's just too coincidental. Zhang Ming approached. Let me take a look. Subsequently, Zhang Ming pressed the broadcast button. While Yi was still counting down, 5, 4, 3. Just as Yi reached 0, a user with the ID Mimi entered unexpectedly. Hiss, Zhang Ming remarked. Indeed, it is somewhat peculiar. Su-hee responded, let us not dwell on that. We should focus on our own preparations. On the other side, Han Mei and Yang Fong were also working overtime. Although termed as overtime, it was primarily an opportunity to observe the unfolding spectacle. Han Mei put down her phone, perplexed by their antics. Every time they went live, they seemed to enter only to not broadcast anything. It's normal, Yang Fong stated. Since this is their first live session, they likely discovered some configuration errors upon entry, which is why they ended the stream and are attempting to restart. Fongjia, shouldn't the platform take action against this? Shouldn't they suspend their accounts? Han Mei inquired. Yang Fong chuckled. They want to be suspended. It's clear that they are inexperienced. Fongjia, can you predict how many viewers they will attract during this live session? Han Mei asked. Yang Fong raised her head slightly, contemplating for a few seconds. I wager it 1T exceed 50 concurrent viewers. She continued, do you not recall? When we had our first live broadcast, we only had 100 viewers at the same time, and I was already an experienced host. True, Han Mei sighed, stretching languidly. I hope it concludes soon. I'm quite exhausted and wish to return home for some rest. Suddenly, Han Mei seemed to have an epiphany. Darling, do you think we should host a live session as well? Challenge them to a PK? Indeed. Yang Fong laughed. At that point, they would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. We would have over 1,000 viewers, while they would barely have a handful. Is there any need for that? It feels rather unfair to them. Han Mei joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha, winning or losing is irrelevant. I was merely considering that engaging in a PK would diminish our stature, and furthermore, it would allow them to ride on our coattails for attention. Exactly. We cannot allow them to bask in our limelight. Let us simply observe the farce and set the pace. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Fong exclaimed, the broadcast has begun. Han Mei hurriedly accessed EE's live broadcast room, where a large title greeted them. In the comments section, viewers were prompted to enter their height, weight, and product code, which would correspond to a display of the upper body effects based on their physique. Due to prior promotions, some customers were indeed watching once the broadcast commenced. Meanwhile, the user named Mimi commented in the chat, how does this work? It seems overly complicated. Where's the host? What are we even broadcasting without a host? Exactly. No host at all. Just products? This presentation is quite unappealing, isn't it? If you want us to purchase, there should at least be a host. Zhang Ming. Let's test the effectiveness, Sui suggested. Before Zhang Ming could pick up her phone, Ma Tun remarked, I have tested it. There are no issues. Subsequently, they beheld a woman in the live broadcast room, standing at 1.75 meters tall and weighing 75 kilograms, adorned in a pink floral dress. Suhee exclaimed in exasperation. Really? You ought to test someone with a more typical physique. Nevertheless, despite the comedic nature of her height and weight, it piqued the curiosity of many viewers in the stream. At that moment, some users, inspired by Ma Tun's input format, began to share their own height, weight, and preferred clothing. Instantly, an AI anchor resembling their physique donned their chosen attire and twirled around, showcasing herself to the audience. Suhee cautioned, "This is still too complicated. For any fans who follow us, we should request their body measurements when they input their height and weight. They need only to provide the item number to generate their likeness directly." Chapter 55. Results. This innovative approach captivated many fans. In a flurry of excitement, viewers began to flood the chat with their body measurements and clothing preferences. Such is the nature of live broadcasting. As popularity rises, so does the momentum. Conversely, dwindling interest leads to a downward spiral. The barrage of comments also served to enhance the stream's visibility. As the comments multiplied, so too did the audience. And soon there were 30 viewers. Zhang Meng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Suhee, unimpressed, replied, "This is just the beginning. Rest assured, more and more will join us shortly." Meanwhile, Han Mei stared blankly at Yang Fong. "Sister Fong, this seems a bit contrived, doesn't it? How could 30 people enter in just 3 minutes? At this rate, we might surpass 50 shortly." Yang Fong replied, "Don't be hasty. It's quite possible they are hired participants." Although Han Mei felt a sense of urgency, she composed herself and acknowledged, "Well, there is indeed a possibility of that." She continued to watch the broadcast intently. Back with Suhee. Anyone who entered their body measurements and item number would be instantly matched with someone of similar proportions, making it abundantly clear whether the clothing suited them. The number of participants in the chat continued to grow, and the AI software received much praise. "This live stream is fantastic. Indeed, this is incredibly entertaining. Who conceived of such a delightful concept?" Suhee suggested, "Ma Tun, let us add another feature. Allow users to input their body information and preferred styles for personalized clothing recommendations from the AI." Understood. Ma Tun diligently noted Suhee's requests. Suddenly, Zhang Meng shouted with excitement, "We have 50 viewers. In less than 10 minutes, we've reached 50. Suhee, devoid of any astonishment, regarded 50 individuals as a rather modest gathering. Furthermore, we devised a ranking system whereby those who gifted the most would be granted priority in sharing their body information, while those who had not yet followed would receive a prompt to do so after sending their information." Understood. For Suhee, the first day did not disrupt the sale of goods. It merely served as a test of the live broadcast, identifying and resolving issues. Yet he wished to conduct tests. But the clients were uncooperative. Zhang Meng swiftly turned to the others, excitedly declaring, "A client has placed an order." "Really?" Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm, rushing over. Two clients have placed orders." Meanwhile, Suhee and his companions remained remarkably composed, continuing to seek solutions to the broadcasting issues. The live stream's viewership surged from over 30 to more than 50, and now, it had escalated to over 100. The barrage of comments read, "This live stream is truly entertaining. There's even a little figure that resembles my physique. If this is the case, purchasing clothes in the future would be so much more convenient." Many clothing live streams feature deceptive images. They look stunning while viewing, yet prove unwearable upon arrival. Surely this live stream is not misleading, right? Just as this fan finished speaking, the recently generated AI figure surprisingly began to speak. "Fear not, dear customers. We generate characters based on your physique. Our upper body effects are precisely what yours will be. Who has encountered such an intriguing software in this world?" The comments section exploded. "Incredible. Amazing. This little figure can speak and explain. How extraordinary. Wow." The previous user's AI figure generation had concluded, and it swiftly transitioned to the next user's AI figure. The AI figure said, "Yes. Dear friends, feel free to ask me any questions. I am here to assist everyone." The users in the live room grew increasingly engaged, each more astonished than the last. Meanwhile, Han Mei inquired, "Sister Fong, how is this little figure created?" "I have no idea. Haven't you been a streamer for quite some time?" "Yes. However, this little figure is truly my first encounter." Clearly, Yi had come well prepared this time. Yang Fong suddenly sensed a sense of crisis. If other streamers began to utilize this AI figure, would their streaming industry face repercussions? Moreover, given that this technology is computer-based, the likelihood of errors is particularly low. Han Mei exclaimed, "Sister Fong, There are over 200 people now. Earlier, when there were merely dozens, Yang Fong could dismiss them as shills, but now, upon witnessing such a crowd, she intended to label them as bots. Yet, seeing the lively barrage of comments, the generated figures, and most importantly, the surge in their product sales, could Yang Fong still claim these individuals were shills? Indeed, the crowd was quite substantial. Time flew by swiftly. After 2 hours, the number of viewers in their live streaming room surged due to its captivating nature, peaking at over 2,000. The average viewership hovered around 12 to 1,300. As the live broadcast concluded, they had amassed over 100 orders. Su remarked, "Everyone has worked hard. Ma Tun, your company's capabilities are impressive. These software solutions are remarkably practical. I have agreed to the investment, and upon your return, I would appreciate it if you could implement the adjustments I suggested." Ma Tun chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Su, I actually have a small request." "Oh, what is it?" "I would like to invite you to our company to assist with management." Su smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No, I lack the requisite skills for that." "No, you possess those skills." Ma Tun continued, "I noticed it earlier. You have the talent. When you first mentioned live streaming and AI, I too pondered the compatibility of these emerging industries, which many find challenging to embrace. I wondered if merging these two new sectors would deter potential clients. However, Mr. Su, I have faith in your abilities. Thus, I advocated for the project, and I genuinely did not anticipate such remarkable results. Yet, this is not a reflection of my capabilities. Managing a company necessitates daily operations." Ma Tun persisted, "Your prior suggestions were profoundly constructive. Each one was exceptional. I believe that if you join our company to help manage it, the future will surely be bright." Ma Tun lowered his gaze. "However, you are a person of considerable stature and likely very busy. If you decline, I will understand." After much contemplation, Su proposed, "How about this? I will visit your company occasionally, striving to go once a week, and I will bring any issues to your attention." Ma Tun was elated, exclaiming, "That would be truly wonderful." Chapter 56. Order Volume. Zhang Meng was verifying the orders. After more than half an hour of meticulous checking, she took a deep breath, gently caressing her chest to steady her racing heart, exclaiming, "I cannot endure this. My heart condition may flare up." "Zhang Meng, how are the orders?" she was asked. "There are a total of over 120 orders." At that moment, a hint of a smile crept onto Yi's lips. "Our physical store only averages 20 to 30 orders a day, yet in just 2 hours of live streaming, we've received over 120 orders?" Zhang Meng responded excitedly. "The most astonishing part is yet to come. Do you know what it is? We don't even need to manage the live stream. We can let it run autonomously while we focus on selling our clothes." Yi exclaimed, "This is how technology transforms our lives." Zhang Meng added, "Let me share another piece of good news. Customers purchasing clothes online seem to prefer buying multiple items. These 120 orders average out to 2 pieces each, with one customer purchasing as many as 6. Yi seemed to glimpse hope within the live streaming industry. Zhang Meng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Brother Su, I have a request." "Sure, I agree," Zhang Meng replied, "but I haven't even said anything yet. A few days ago, you were rather skeptical about the live streaming industry, believing it to be a losing endeavor, which is why you hesitated to partner with us. However, during these past few days, you offered to assist us, but in reality, you wanted to observe how the live streaming business truly operates. As a result, you discovered that selling clothes through live streaming is indeed quite lucrative. Thus, you wish to join us as a partner now, correct?" Su's thoughts mirrored exactly what Zhang Meng had in mind, causing her to blush with embarrassment. "I apologize. I truly was skeptical as Brother Su described, but I now deeply regret it. How wonderful it would have been to collaborate with you all back then." Su replied, "As I mentioned earlier, I agree to your request. We currently lack an assistant, but your shares will be limited to those without monetary investment. I shall allocate 5% from my side to you." Yi shot Su a glance, saying, "What? Do you look down upon me? Do you think I won't contribute? If we are to share, it should be equal. Let us each invest 25. On another note, Han Mei had completely watched this live broadcast. She exclaimed in frustration, "I wanted to get home early to rest today. Who knew they would spring such a surprise on me?" Yang Fong remarked, "Why does this all seem so contrived?" "How so?" Yang Fong continued, "Consider this. They had no prior experience in live streaming, yet this time they attracted over 1,000 viewers, matching our longest-standing hostess audience. And isn't it all due to that so-called AI figure?" Han Mei then asked, "Sister Fong, Do you think we could also utilize this AI? If we did use AI, what would Yang Fong do? Wouldn't she get dismissed? Although in the store, Han Mei addressed her as Sister Fong and Dear. Both were acutely aware that their amiable relationship stemmed from mutual dependence. Once one party no longer needed the other, their significance would diminish in the other's eyes. Yang Fong chuckled softly. You see, while this AI figure seems effective, it can only respond to simple inquiries. Rest assured, in the initial phase, everyone finds it intriguing, which explains the high engagement in their stream. Let me ask you, would you prefer conversing with a real person or an AI? Han Mei fell silent for a moment. True. At that moment, Han Mei let out a long sigh. By the way, EE is truly remarkable, Yang Fong added. I can't shake the feeling that EE must have connections with some sort of expert. Think about it. Although EE is quite capable and an excellent executor, she has never had any brilliant ideas or insights over the years. Han Mei picked up the conversation. Indeed, if it were not for their designer Zhang Ming, whose innovative clothing styles are commendable, I fear their store would have long since closed its doors. My dear, who do you think the genius behind her is? Yang Fong shook her head. How would I know? Han Mei sighed, expressing relief that they hadn't gone live earlier. If they had, their audience would have paled in comparison to that of others, resulting in considerable embarrassment. Yang Fong remained silent. Han Mei reflected that just moments ago they had been dismissive of others, but now it seemed as though they were the ones seeking attention. The following day, Lu Xia arrived early at the office, inquiring of Ma Tun about the previous day's performance. Ma Tun feigned a sigh. Lu Xia remarked, as I warned you, this endeavor should not have been pursued. Now, after expending such vast resources, we find ourselves exposed to Mr. Su's scrutiny regarding our shortcomings. Ma Tun gently patted the notebook on the table. Look, Mr. Su has provided us with numerous suggestions, and I am contemplating how best to implement them. Lu Xia, somewhat irked, retorted. I maintain that you should never have agreed to this live-streaming AI venture. You should tell Mr. Su that very few clients are utilizing AI for live broadcasts, and it yields little effect. Who wishes to converse with a mere automaton? The majority of real individuals leave the live rooms desolate. Just then, Feng Hui entered. Ma Tun stated, I do not wish to argue. Feng Hui, hands on hips, responded, Why must you be so obstinate? Old Feng, please weigh in. Feng Hui remarked. I believe Ma Tun's reluctance to make calls stems from his own convictions. He need not call, and if old Lu wishes to pursue a different project, that is also acceptable. Essentially, that was a non-statement. This sentiment was echoed by both Ma Tun and Lu Xia in unison. Lu Xia redirected the conversation. Was yesterday's live stream as disastrous as it appeared? Ma Tun feigned difficulty in answering. I am uncertain if it qualifies as disastrous. After all, it was their first day of broadcasting. And the results? Lu Xia inquired, leaning forward slightly. On the first day of broadcasting, during peak times, over 2,000 viewers tuned in simultaneously, averaging about 12 to 1,300 viewers, ultimately resulting in more than 100 orders and sales reaching approximately 50 to 60,000. You see, I told you. Lu Xia's words faltered as he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, old Ma, what did you just say? On the first day of broadcasting, there were an average of 12 to 1,300 viewers, over 100 orders on the first day, and sales of 50 to 60,000? You consider this merely average? Chapter 57. Returning home, Ma Tun shrugged. This statement was not mine. It was Mr. Su's own assertion. He deemed it average. Lu Xia's composure began to waver. Such impressive marketing data, yet it is described as merely average. My goodness, how insatiable must Mr. Su be? Ma Tundu remarked, I say, old Lu, is it merely a matter of Mr. Su's appetite? Have you considered that our AI live streaming software possesses certain merits, capable of fostering audience interaction? Following this, Ma Tundu added, of course, it is not solely an issue with our live streaming AI. Rather, the amalgamation of live streaming and AI indeed constitutes a commendable project. What are your thoughts? Old Feng Hui nodded in agreement. Having heard Ma Tundu's perspective and being aware of the data from your live stream yesterday, I believe this project has potential. Lu Xia gently gestured towards Feng Hui. At last, you have uttered a sentiment that is not fence-sitting. Time swiftly passed, almost imperceptibly, until it was nearly the day of Gu Bin's wedding, prompting their return to their hometown. The evening prior, Gu Tian called Su He, emphasizing the necessity of dressing appropriately for her brother's wedding, insisting that they could not afford to be dismissive. Su He, somewhat impatiently, replied, Gu Tian, during our own wedding preparations, you hardly ever paid attention to my attire. Why the sudden concern now? Gu Tian retorted, my brother is marrying just once in his lifetime. How could I not take it seriously? Sui countered, what obligation do I have? Gu Tian, in a more submissive tone, pleaded, Su-hee, could you please consider it as a favor? Very well. If we are to speak amicably, I have no valid reason to refuse. After hanging up, Su-hee received a message from Luan, his childhood friend. Luan inquired, Su-hee, what time will you arrive tomorrow? Should I come to pick you up? Su-hee replied, we should arrive around noon. Great. What shall we eat? Su-hee said, anything is fine. By the way, I've already bought the tea. Perfect. Su-hee found it somewhat surprising that Luan, typically not one for formality, was now so courteous, offering to treat him to a meal and pick him up. Su-hee casually asked, Luan, have you struck it rich? Why the sudden formality? You never went to such lengths when welcoming me before. Luan chuckled, hey buddy, I have a girlfriend now. Isn't it only right to show off a bit? Only then did Su-hee understand. He was well aware that Luan had always been kind to him, and after Su-hee moved away for work, Luan had continued to look after his parents. The so-called boasting was merely a way to share his happiness with Su-hee. In other words, there were no ulterior motives. I see. Whenever you mention treating me to a meal, it never bodes well. Luan responded, look at you. You're already married. Is it not permissible for me to find a girlfriend? In the living room, as the gentle breeze wafted by, a slight smile inadvertently graced Su-hee's lips. Of course not. I am genuinely happy for you, brother. Now that is more like it. Luan replied. After hanging up the phone, Luan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Luan's girlfriend, Huang Shui, who was sitting nearby, inquired, what's wrong? Luan replied, my brother is truly unfortunate. As Huang Shui switched channels with the remote control, she remarked, how can you say that? He lives in a big city. Luan countered, do you think that living in a big city means one is free from troubles? He continued, my brother, when he first met his now wife, he fell for her instantly and pursued her fervently for nearly 3 years before finally winning her over. Isn't that wonderful? Sighing, Luan waved his hand dismissively. It may seem that way, but do you know why he was able to win her heart? Women are inherently drawn to gossip, and Huang Shui, putting down the remote, stared at Luan with intrigue. Why? Luan, frustrated, slapped his thigh emphatically. Because that girl, who is now his wife Gu Tian, had just suffered a failed business venture and was burdened with a staggering debt. Over $1 million. Goodness. Huang Shui, trying to maintain her composure, responded, well, what can be done? After they marry, they can gradually pay it off together. Indeed, my brother held the same view at the time, but after their marriage, Gu Tian was still fixated on starting a business. What could my brother do but support her? Consequently, he juggled 3 jobs, working at the company, delivering takeout after hours, and writing novels upon returning home. Even a robot would be exhausted by such a schedule, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Luan expressed his regret. Yet, my brother found joy in it, and now they remain childless. Whenever I visit his parents, they exhibit profound disappointment. It is indeed quite regrettable. Which family wouldn't be troubled by such a daughter-in-law? Luan sighed deeply. There's nothing to be done. I can only hope for my brother's well-being. Huang Shui then asked, how does his wife treat him? Luan waved his hand dismissively. Don't even mention it. Her attitude is simply abysmal, but it's understandable. Their marriage was never an equitable exchange. Su-hee is like a toad that has unexpectedly dined on swan meat, while Gu Tian feels that marrying Su-hee is her lifelong regret. By the way, I also heard that Gu Tian has feelings for a man named Wang Hao, a tall, wealthy, and handsome fellow. Coincidentally, this handsome gentleman will be returning soon. At this point, Luan inquired, do you think something might happen when Wang Hao comes back? Huang Shui replied, what could possibly happen? They are already married. I fear that old flames might reignite. It shouldn't be a concern. Luan sighed, let's just get some rest. The following morning, Luan followed through with his plans and went to the high-speed train station to pick up Su-hee. Upon their meeting, they embraced warmly. Huang Shui and Gu Tian exchanged smiles, a silent greeting between them. Luan forcefully patted Su-hee on the shoulder. Brother, you truly wish for my demise. Su-hee picked up the tea leaves in his hand. I bought these for you. Luan replied, what were you thinking, purchasing so much? But I like it. The camaraderie among men is often devoid of formality once familiarity is established. Chapter 58. Brotherhood. Huang Shui, sensing the atmosphere, said, you two chat in the front. I'll take a seat in the back. As the vehicle started moving, the scenery outside blurred into the distance, and everyone began to engage in small talk. By the way, old Su, how have you been lately? Have you settled your debts? Before Suhi could respond, Gu Tian chimed in. Oh, almost there. That's good to hear. Luan continued. You returned for your little brother-in-law's wedding, right? Yes. The wedding is tomorrow, isn't it? Indeed. It's perfect timing. You should visit your parents after coming back. Mentioning his parents filled Suhi with guilt, as he felt he had neglected them due to his time in the city. Made a fortune in the city, huh? Luan teased. Suhi smiled sheepishly. What fortune? It's the same as before, just muddling through. Luan replied. You're not just muddling through. If you were, what would that make us? How is the work treating you? Not too bad. Gu Tian added yes. Suhi has always worked quite hard. Luan paused, taken aback. In his mind, Gu Tian had never regarded Suhi as anything more than an accessory. Yet now there seemed to be a hint of gratitude in her words. Luan glanced at the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of Gu Tian, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him now. Indeed, over the years, old Su has endured much. Last time, I offered him some spare cash, and he outright refused. Saying borrowed money always needs to be repaid. Suhi interjected. Oh, come on. Were you genuinely offering to lend me money? You even mentioned interest. No way I'm borrowing from you. Hey, old Su, that remark lacks spirit. If you truly asked me for a loan, would I really ask for interest? How could that be possible? Gu Tian laughed, saying, I know your childhood friend well. He doesn't care about interest. What he values is the bond of friendship. Interest is easy to repay, but debts of gratitude are not. Luan in the front seat nodded in agreement. You hit the nail on the head. Suhi has never liked being indebted to anyone. I don't understand why we even bring up favors among brothers. Suhi said, Luan, I owe you a lot. During these years while I've been working away from home, you've managed everything back there. Luan replied, I still maintain my stance. Among brothers, there is no need for gratitude. Should you encounter any difficulties, a mere phone call will suffice, and I shall undoubtedly assist you. By the way, when do you two plan to wed? Luan replied, perhaps next year. Come now, be honest, how long have you been together? Luan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as he confessed, roughly about a year. Good heavens, a year has passed, and you only now choose to inform me? That seems rather inconsiderate. Before Luan could respond, Huang Shui, standing behind him, defended him. Suhi, you have misjudged your brother. He intended to convey this formally at the dining table. Discussing it over the phone or through messages would have felt somewhat disrespectful. Suhi retorted, very well. This time, a meal of roasted kidneys is absolutely non-negotiable. Rest assured, there will be plenty. With Suhi specifically requesting roasted kidneys, Luan did not decline and led him to the finest barbecue establishment in the area. Upon entering, an enticing aroma enveloped them. Wow, this place is truly impressive. Indeed, it's newly opened. It seems our county has welcomed quite a number of new establishments during my year away. Though branded as new, the owner was an old acquaintance. Oh, you know him. Suhi pondered, struggling to recall which owner he might be familiar with. I don't believe I know any restaurant owners, he mused. Think carefully. Where did we often go for barbecue after evening study sessions? Suhi gasped in surprise. Don't tell me it's Old Chun. Exactly. As they exchanged pleasantries, Luan called out, Old Chun, look who has arrived. From the kitchen, a familiar figure peeked out. It was indeed Old Chun, who promptly wiped his hands on his apron and approached. Student Su. Still a student, are we? You've already entered the workforce. Old Chun's hair had begun to show streaks of white. Indeed, time has passed, and who can guarantee that they remain unchanged? I shall call you Little Su then. By the way, where are you working nowadays? Ning City, Suhi replied. What is your occupation? With a smile, Suhi said, Oh, I'm just muddling through. Having lived many years, Old Chun possessed considerable social insight. He understood that those who claimed to be just muddling through often possessed less than desirable employment. And it was best not to pry further. Come now, let us head inside. Once they entered the private room and settled down, Luan remarked, Old Su, you've lost weight. Have I? Gu Tian also turned to glance at Suhi. After years of marriage, Gu Tian had never once regarded Suhi with a genuine gaze, nor had she ever taken notice of his physical changes. Following their divorce, a sense of guilt lingered within her, coupled with the hope of someday returning to claim her winnings. Presently, Gu Tian seemed to exhibit a surprising concern for Suhi. She remarked, Oh, how can one not lose weight? Working 3 jobs a day is truly heartbreaking to witness. At that moment, Luan and Huang Shui exchanged glances. Uncertain whether Gu Tian's concern for Suhi was sincere or merely a facade put on for the sake of onlookers. Once they had finished their meal, the group prepared to depart. As they stepped out of the private room, Gu Tian was seen holding a paper bag. Husband. This unexpected term of endearment caught everyone off guard. After all these years of marriage and several years since their divorce, Gu Tian had never uttered the word husband. If Luan recalled correctly, she had not even called Su He by that name during their wedding. Yet now, Su He was taken aback. Turning to look at Gu Tian, who held the bag aloft. Husband, I'm heading to my brother's wedding now. This is a piece of clothing I bought for you. You'll wear it tomorrow. Oh, and the clothes I bought for my parents are in the suitcase. I'll retrieve them shortly. If Luan had been surprised before, he was now utterly astonished, grappling for words to articulate his disbelief. He wondered, was this truly the same Gu Tian? Was this still Su He's wife? Why was she now so attentive to Su He, and even to his parents? Luan vaguely recalled the awkwardness at their wedding, where Gu Tian had been unable to address her own parents. Now, he found himself questioning what spell Su He might have cast upon her. As they approached the bar to settle the bill, they noticed Boss Chun engaged in conversation with a man. From a distance, Su He recognized him. This man seemed quite familiar. Since it had already been agreed that Luan would treat, Su He refrained from contesting the bill. Upon reaching the bar, Luan was taken aback. Li Xiaopeng? What are you doing here? Luan. The two had attended the same high school, albeit in different classes, and were acquainted with one another. Luan explained, just treating Su He to a meal. Oh, Su Ge. Li Xiaopeng appeared exceedingly polite. Boss Chin gestured towards Su He and Luan, then pointed at Li Xiaopeng, inquiring, Li, do you know them? Know them? That's an understatement. Li Xiaopeng replied. This is Su He, my elder brother. And this is Luan, a friend of mine. Luan was bewildered. This return of Su He felt distinctly odd. Yet he could not pinpoint why it felt so peculiar. During high school, Li Xiaopeng certainly did not spare any effort in bullying Su He. Because of this, Luan and Su He had been beaten by Li Xiaopeng numerous times. Yet, the polite demeanor of Li Xiaopeng now rendered Luan somewhat incredulous. Moreover, did he just refer to Su He as his elder brother? Li Xiaopeng leaned down and whispered something to Boss Chun, who nodded in agreement, saying, All right, understood. Luan inquired once more, Xiaopeng, weren't you working in Ning City like Su He? How did you end up here? A few seconds later, Luan continued, Oh, you're here for Su He's brother-in-law's wedding, aren't you? Suddenly, Luan shifted his tone. Wait a moment. It seems you don't know each other, right? What wedding are you talking about? Li Xiaopeng replied, This establishment is invested by our boss. Your boss? Luan recalled, Don't forget. A few years ago at a gathering, I mentioned our general manager Wang. Yes. I remember now. He is the big boss of the chain restaurant, with 5 or 6 locations, each over 200 square meters. Indeed. However, General Manager Wang now has 26 establishments and aims to expand into the county town, given the lower rent and the opportunity to enhance brand recognition. Luan pondered for a moment. That certainly makes sense. Li Xiaopeng continued. I introduced him to Boss Chun's barbecue shop, and we rented a large storefront, covering the rent and investment ourselves, while Boss Chun handles the technical aspects. We divide the monthly profits 70-30. I see. Boss Chun smiled. You wouldn't believe it. When I operated my small stall, I earned about 200 a day. Now with this large establishment, the daily profit is 2,000 to 3,000. I still get 30% without the hassle, which is far better than before. Luan chuckled. Indeed. That is wonderful. Boss Chen, how much do we owe you? Boss Chen replied. Look, how could we possibly charge you? This is complimentary. Luan was taken aback, remembering that during their high school days at Boss Chun's stall, he never let them off without paying a single cent. Everyone knew Boss Chun was notoriously frugal. How can this be? If I say it's free, it's free. If I took your money, General Manager Wang would be displeased. General Manager Wang? Luan laughed. Boss Chen, are you mistaken? I don't know any General Manager Wang. You may not know him, but Su He does. Luan immediately turned to Su He, while Huang Shui and Gu Tian also gazed at him, as if a flower had blossomed on Su He's face, drawing everyone's attention. Su He asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? Luan exclaimed, Goodness, I never realized you knew such a big boss as General Manager Wang. Li Xiaopeng leaned against the bar. Su Ge is particularly good friends with our General Manager Wang. Su He replied, I suppose we are friends. Luan lightly pointed at Su He, saying, I should have insisted that you treat us. Although Luan's words were harsh, deep within his heart, he held a profound admiration for his childhood friend. Those who are acquainted with influential figures invariably attract a certain respect from others. All right then, if you insist on not accepting any money, there is little I can do about it. Su He, let us take our leave. Just as they were about to depart, Li Xiaopeng called out. Oh, Su Gu, President Wang said you should keep in touch with him. He often messages you, yet you never reply, which leaves him quite embarrassed. Understood, Su He replied calmly. Li Xiaopeng's remark felt akin to the intimate exchanges between lovers. Gu Tian retrieved her suitcase from the back, leaving another in the car, and said to Su He, "This suitcase contains clothes for my parents. Make sure to give them to them." Got it. Sitting within the vehicle, Luan fixed his gaze on Su He. Old Su, tell me honestly, have you become an important figure now? What important figure? I'm merely trying to make a living. I don't believe it. Luan replied. It seems that now it's not just you making a living. Everyone wants to ride on your coattails. Su He interjected. Old Lu, please don't say such things. I lack that kind of capability. Look, Gu Tian appears to be particularly concerned about you now. Su He replied. Perhaps it's because I've done so much that it has touched her. Impossible. Luan countered. While feelings between individuals can change, the image you hold in her heart and her attitude toward you remain fundamentally unchanged. I can see that Gu Tian genuinely likes you. It's not a facade. Well, maybe she is just giving me face in front of others? That's even less likely. When you two married, there were more people around, right? Why didn't Gu Tian think to give you face then? Why only now? Let's south, just drive. Su He urged. Yet, Luan did not start the car. He remained transfixed. Moreover, the very Li Xiaopeng who used to bully you has been trying to ingratiate himself with you. Even his boss, President Wang, frequently seeks you out. Old Su, I can't shake the feeling that upon your return, you carry many secrets. Chapter 60. Hometown Su He fell silent for a few seconds, his mind racing to formulate an explanation. Suddenly, he waved his hand and smiled. I think this is quite normal, don't you? Su He continued. Consider this. I've been in the city for many years. Naturally, I've made a few friends. It's not strange to become acquainted with someone like President Wang. Besides, I work at a planning company. Suddenly, Su He appeared to have found his explanation. Right. It happened like this. President Wang wanted to open a store in a particular location, so he approached our company for an evaluation. I assisted President Wang by preparing a report. Yes, that is precisely how it went. As Su He spoke, Luan beside him fixed his gaze intently upon him. Once Su He finished his discourse, Luan gently pointed at him. Old Su, do you think I'm still the same as I was in childhood, easily deceived by you? Luan extended a finger, forming a gesture of one. First, you attempted to explain with other reasons, but ultimately, you found them incongruous, and thus shifted your argument to another rationale. Second, you mentioned that General Manager Wang came to your company, seeking to plan something and requested you to investigate. Logically, this should be the role of the client, correct? Typically, it is the client who holds the reins, while the service provider must comply with their wishes. However, from your account, it seems less like the service provider appeasing the client, and more as if the client is attempting to curry favor with you. Third, if what you say is true, then your position becomes even more dubious. If you can coax the client into persuading you to work, then your abilities. Luan shook his head gently, incredulous. Su He remarked, you little rascal, you've indeed become much smarter than before. Of course, Luan replied proudly, glancing at Huang Shui, who sat in the back seat. Just look at the brilliant wife I've married. Su He teased, that's sufficient. You aren't even married yet. Isn't it only a matter of time? Su He continued, by the way, how did you two meet? Luan answered, we worked at the same company. But later Huang Shui's position changed, and she was transferred elsewhere. Nevertheless, we have maintained our connection. Su He grinned mischievously. Old Lu, you must have been the one pursuing her, right? Huang Shui promptly interrupted their conversation. Love is not about who pursues whom. If I hadn't given him hope, he wouldn't have engaged with me, nor would we have gone out together. That's true. Just look at how fortunate you are to have found such a wonderful girlfriend. You ought to cherish her, Su He said, and suddenly raised his wristwatch, exclaiming, I still have other friends to meet. I must be off. All right. Su He retrieved his luggage from the trunk. After noticing that Luan had already departed, he crossed 2 streets and hailed a taxi, heading homeward. On the way, Luan felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. Though one hand grasped the steering wheel, his other hand suddenly shot up to his forehead, making a loud clap. We've been duped again. What? Luan replied. This Su He remains as astute as ever. Just like before. I initially intended to inquire about how he has been faring, sensing a significant change in his demeanor compared to the past. Yet, he deftly diverted the conversation, leaving me unable to ask. Huang Shui remarked, when someone praises you, saying you're clever, You seem to forget your own identity. It isn't your intelligence that's noteworthy. Rather, it's Su He who possesses true brilliance. Luan interjected, that wretched boy, with his trivial cleverness, is unparalleled. Huang Shui continued, however, Su He's reluctance to speak must surely stem from his own reasons. So, do not pry further. Su He knocked on the door of his home, and soon, his mother's voice came from within. Who is it? Mom, it's me. Upon opening the door, Su He's mother was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh, Xiao He has returned. Why didn't you call to let us know you were coming back? Hearing the commotion, Su He's father hurriedly appeared at the doorway, smiling as he inquired. When did you arrive? Why didn't you inform us in advance? I got back this morning. Luan insisted on giving me a warm welcome, which delayed my arrival. Su He explained, wheeling his suitcase inside. Is there a specific reason for your visit? His father asked. Su He replied, Dad, what do you mean? Can't I come back just to see you if there's nothing pressing? If there's nothing urgent, you should focus on your work, his father remarked. Su He's mother interrupted. Don't you know Gu Bin is getting married? Xiao He must have returned for that reason. At that moment, Su He's father glanced outside and said, Where's Gu Tian? Didn't Mom just mention it? Gu Bin's wedding means Gu Tian is certainly busy and couldn't come back with me, Su He replied, closing the door and opening his suitcase in the living room. Nonetheless, Gu Tian was thinking of you and bought you some clothes. Take a look, he added. Su He's father scoffed. You bought those yourself, didn't you? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Su He's mother to interject. Come on, dear. Aren't Xiao He and Gu Tian considered family? What is the difference between what Xiao He bought and what Gu Tian did? His father retorted. If you two truly wish for me to have some good fortune, stop buying me these things. What I really want is for you to hurry up and give me a grandson. Su He, feeling exasperated, replied, Dad, the matter of having children cannot be rushed. One cannot simply will it into existence. His father pointed outside and exclaimed, Look at our neighbors. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Niu, who among them hasn't held a grandchild? And here I am. I can't even catch a glimpse of one. Su He, I warn you. If you come back next time and Gu Tian is still not showing any signs of pregnancy, don't bother returning. Su He fell silent, while his mother quickly said, Dinner will be ready soon. Just then, she coughed a couple of times. Su He recalled that Luan had mentioned his mother had been coughing for quite a while. Chapter 61. Tearful Mom. I've already eaten. Su He exclaimed as he rose from his seat to assist his mother in the kitchen. When he took the plate from her, he noticed her aged hands, resembling the texture of tree bark. Upon gazing at her face, he observed the deepening wrinkles that seemed to narrate the hardships she had endured over the years. Mom, why are you coughing? Su He casually inquired, his mother's eyes averted, clearly attempting to evade the question. Oh, just an old ailment, bronchitis, she replied with a hint of resignation. Mom, it seems like you've been coughing for quite a while now, hasn't it? Su He probed further. Not for long, really. The weather hasn't been too agreeable lately, which has aggravated my bronchitis, she explained. How many days has it been? Just the past couple of days, 2 or 3, I believe. Nonsense, Su He retorted. Luan has informed me that you've been coughing for over a month, and you've visited the hospital twice, yet you haven't returned since. Why don't you go to the hospital, Mom? His mother, slightly irked, responded that Luan really should mind his own business. Why must he divulge everything? Shouldn't he? Are you truly going to let your health deteriorate? Su He pressed. Don't worry. I've seen a doctor, and it's nothing serious, she reassured him, balancing a plate of food as she exited the kitchen, adding, Oh, how I hope to hold my grandchild soon. A wave of conflict surged within Su He. He had intended to tell his parents about his divorce upon returning, yet witnessing their fervent desire for a grandchild made it increasingly difficult to voice his truth. Furthermore, given his mother's current health issues, he feared that revealing his situation might exacerbate her condition. Mom, I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow, he offered. For what? Tomorrow is Gu Bin's wedding. Have you forgotten? She retorted. Which is more important, his wedding or your health? Mom, I'm fine. Understanding his stubborn nature, Su He's father interjected. How about this? You have a busy day ahead. Your mother's condition has persisted for long enough. Let us wait until you've finished with Gu Bin's events, and then take her to the hospital. After a moment of contemplation, Su He acquiesced. That sounds reasonable. As Su He dined with his parents, he attempted to enjoy the moment, but an air of discontent lingered on his face, burdened by worries, particularly concerning his relationship with Gu Tian. Was he truly contemplating a reconciliation? Even if Gu Tian were to accept him back, he found it utterly unacceptable. Finally, his mother spoke up. Xiao He, Do you have something on your mind? The thought of her health made Suhee quickly deny it. No, what could possibly trouble me? Just being here with you and Dad for a meal brings me immense joy. His mother tilted her head, scrutinizing him. You certainly appear to be weighed down by something. Suhee replied, No, really. I was just reflecting on how long it's been since I've shared a meal with you both, and that alone makes me feel quite melancholic. There's truly nothing else. Oh, Father Su set down his chopsticks. All right, Xiaohe, if there is something on your mind, please speak up. Suhee forced a smile and replied, There truly isn't anything. Mother Su also laid down her chopsticks. Enough. My son is troubled, yet unwilling to confide in his own parents. I fear this meal has lost its significance. Suhee pressed his lips together. Dad, Mom, I indeed have something to share, but not at this moment. Then speak now. The sooner you express it, the sooner your heart will be unburdened, and we can come to terms with it. Father Su exclaimed in irritation. Suhee replied, You must prepare yourselves for what I am about to say. Father Su scoffed. At our age, what storms have we not weathered? Indeed. Mother Su added, Your father and I have long been prepared for whatever you might reveal. We simply do not know when you will choose to speak. Suhee became serious. Dad, Mom, the truth is, I have divorced Gu Tian. Initially, Su's parents were taken aback, rendered speechless. Soon after, Mother Su remarked, Now that you've said it, don't you feel a sense of relief? At that moment, Father Su chimed in, Well then, let us eat. Suhee asked, Dad, Mom, you're not angry? Mother Su responded, Angry? Why should we be? Gu Tian was never suited for you. After all these years of marriage, without a child, that is hardly normal. A few years ago, when you were urged to have children, you both underwent a preconception checkup, and there were no issues, yet still no child. What does that indicate? Your father and I have long understood, but you seem neither surprised nor shocked? Suhee questioned, What is there to be surprised about? Father Su replied, You are our son, we know you well. In fact, shortly after your divorce, your mother and I were already aware. How did you know? Suhee inquired. Father Su explained, I took your mother to Ning City for a medical visit, and we quietly observed you at your place. We discovered you were living in a hotel, and it was then that we began to piece things together. At that moment, Suhee felt an indescribable emotion within him, heart-wrenching. It was profoundly distressing. His parents had known all along, but chose not to confront him. He had anticipated their anger, disappointment, or at least surprise, yet they exhibited none of these emotions. Then why did you keep urging us to have children? Su's father asked. What? Should I have directly asked you? Xiaohe, are you divorced? You are grown now. You value your pride. We won't pry into matters you choose not to disclose. It dawned on Suhee that Father Su's earlier remarks were meant to reassure him that they were unaware of his divorce, alleviating any psychological burden he might carry. In reality, Father Su had known all along. Suhee felt an overwhelming sadness. Dad, Mom, I am truly sorry. Mother Su replied, What is there to apologize for? Perhaps it is for the best that you are no longer together. Upon your return, it seems your intention was to assist Gu Tian in maintaining confidentiality, correct? Initially, I wished to uphold her secrets for my own sake as well. However, it appears now that discretion is no longer necessary. Mother Su gazed at Suhee. Xiaohe, remember that you are our child, and we are your parents. Whatever you choose to do, we will always support you. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Suhee felt tears welling in his eyes, uncertain of how to respond to his parents' words. He merely choked out, Mom, Dad, I'm full. Subsequently, he retreated to his room, locked the door, and collapsed onto his bed. Soon after, his body trembled slightly, emitting muffled sobs. A man's tears are seldom shed. Only when sorrow truly strikes. Chapter 62. And no wonder my parents expressed that they were mentally prepared earlier. It is understandable why they advised that revealing the truth sooner would bring relief. Indeed, they knew all along. They had always been aware. Yet, for the sake of their child's dignity and pride, they chose silence and ignorance. In this moment, Suhee finally comprehended their intentions. Observing the lack of modern appliances and the dilapidated state of their home, a wave of sadness washed over him. He resolved that upon returning home, he would instigate change, ensuring his parents could enjoy a better life. That evening, Suhee's phone rang. Suhee, come with me tomorrow to pick up the bride, Gu Tian instructed. I want to go, he replied coldly. Gu Tian frowned, puzzled by his sudden defiance. In the past, he had complied with her every request without question. Why was he now so contrary? If you don't attend the wedding, what will happen when people discover our divorce? Suhee replied coolly, That is your concern, not mine. You. Gu Tian exclaimed. Am I the only one who needs to keep this a secret? Don't you have to protect your parents from this news? I do not need to. Fine. You have guts. Suhi then confessed, because I have already informed them about our divorce. Suhi, are you out of your mind? You know your mother's health has not been good lately. Telling them this will only infuriate them. But they are not angry. How can that be? Gu Tian questioned. Indeed, how could they not be angry? If they were typical parents, they would have been furious by now. Yet, they remain calm. Why is that possible? Gu Tian seemed to grasp the reasoning, and she ceased to press Suhi further, exclaiming in frustration, Very well. Do as you wish. However, you must attend the wedding. All right. The following day, Suhi arrived at Gu Bin's wedding venue, having traveled in Luan's car, as he was also acquainted with him. Today, Luan refrained from inquiring about any matters pertaining to Suhi's time in Ning City or his relationship with General Manager Wang. As Huang Shui had remarked, if this brother of his chose not to divulge, any questions posed would be futile. Upon arrival, Suhi was ostensibly considered a relative, after all. Their divorce had not been publicly announced, and everyone would perceive this as his brother-in-law's wedding. However, upon entering, he was largely ignored. Suhi first greeted Gu Tian's family. Father, mother. Addressing his in-laws as such was somewhat awkward for him, given the shift in his status. Gu Tian's parents merely glanced at him and offered a nonchalant acknowledgement before returning to their own affairs, not even inviting Suhi to sit down. Luan gently patted Suhi on the shoulder. Brother, it's all right. You're no longer the new son-in-law, are you? With great effort. Suhi managed a faint smile and replied, Indeed. They found a random spot to sit. After a while, Gu Tian's parents brought over some neighbors and friends. Upon seeing Suhi and Luan perched on a bench, they chastised, Xiao Su really? Can't you see the guests? Hurry up and make way. You have no sense of awareness. Before Suhi could respond, Luan, understanding his predicament, said, Old Su, I'm stepping out for a smoke. Care to join me? Suhi had no choice but to accompany Luan outside. Huang Shui remarked, Suhi, your mother-in-law is truly something. It feels as though she doesn't regard you as her son-in-law at all. Luan replied, It's not just that she doesn't see him as a son-in-law. It's as if he is invisible. Last year, when they needed help for an event, Suhi worked tirelessly for 2 nights without rest. Yet they dismissed him without a proper meal afterward. Afterward, they simply sent him home. Even if he weren't a son-in-law, just a stranger helping out. That should warrant better treatment, shouldn't it? Why is that? Huang Shui asked, perplexed. Luan exhaled a plume of smoke before discarding the cigarette, but underfoot. His mother-in-law declared it a family banquet. I couldn't fathom it. Gu Bin's betrothed, who hasn't even crossed the threshold, was allowed to attend the family banquet. Yet Suhi, who is married to Gu Tian, was not. But old Su isn't concerned about that meal. It's inconsequential. Suhi sighed, gazing at the azure sky. Over the years, I have grown accustomed to it. Their treatment of me is of little consequence. I only need to focus on my own path. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the sound of firecrackers erupted, followed by several vehicles arriving at the entrance. Gu Bin emerged from one of the cars, cradling Xiao Qing, crossing a fire pit before entering the room. Observant individuals noted that the vehicle appeared to have traveled from Ning City. It is said that Gu Bin has recently purchased a car worth over 200,000. Goodness, the youth of today truly possess considerable wealth. What does it mean for young people to be affluent? It is merely a testament to Gu Bin's capabilities. I mean, if he lacked competence, would he be able to afford such an extravagant vehicle? Could it be that his family provided substantial assistance? Well, they did contribute. But only a fraction. The majority of the funds came from him. Naturally, when we speak of the Gu family, one cannot overlook Suhi, their son-in-law. If I am not mistaken, is the son of the esteemed Old Su correct? Indeed, Gu Tian's brother-in-law is Old Su's son, yet he has proven to be rather unambitious. Over the years in Ningshi, he has not achieved much. He doesn't even own a car to this day. The house they purchased was financed by Old Su as well. Alas, such is life. One son thrives while another daughter languishes. Heaven does not bestow all blessings upon one person. Speaking of the Gu family, consider how capable Gu Bin is. Gu Tian also possesses talent. Why then did Gu Tian choose to marry? In the face of the neighborhood gossip, Suhi remained silent. Luan gently patted Suhi on the shoulder, reassuring him that it mattered not what others said. Only one's own heart knows the truth of their circumstances. Suhi clenched his fists tightly. After all these years, even the most good-natured individual would eventually lose their temper, wouldn't they? I have truly had enough. At that moment, Gu Tian's mother appeared. Noticing Su He lingering by the wall, angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Are you trying to embarrass yourself? Hurry and go inside. I can afford to lose face." "But you cannot." Su He suddenly lifted his head. "Auntie, please attend to your own matters and leave me be." "Auntie?" Gu Tian's mother was taken aback. Chapter 63. The Man. Yes, Annie. Su He gazed intently at Gu Tian's mother. She furrowed her brow. What has come over Su He lately? In the past, he would go to great lengths to flatter her, sweetly addressing her as mother in every possible way. Yet now, he dares to call her auntie. People are often saddened not by what they have not attained, but by what they possess yet have lost. This sentiment applies not only to material possessions, but also to the relationships between individuals, much like the current state of affairs between Su He and her. Gu Tian's mother felt a profound emptiness within her. At that precise moment, Gu Tian emerged, swiftly pulling her mother aside. "Mom, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I am certainly going to give this insolent boy a piece of my mind. It has only been a few months since we last met, and he has already become so arrogant. Do you know that just now he called me auntie?" "Mom, enough!" Gu Tian exclaimed. "Why are you now defending him?" Firstly, Gu Tian wished to clarify the source of Su He's income in front of everyone. Secondly, since their divorce, she had come to realize just how commendable Su He truly was. Now, as a single woman managing the household and making mistakes at every turn, she reflected on the challenges Su He had faced. "Mom, that's enough," Gu Tian exclaimed. "Su He has endured much injustice in our family over the years. When my brother got married, he contributed a substantial amount. Isn't it rather unfair for us to bully him like this? What's the matter? Just because Su He is willing to marry you, does that mean we can mistreat him? Is he such a fragile man that he cannot withstand some hardship? How petty." Gu Tian pulled her mother aside, offering an excuse. "Sister-in-law is about to serve tea. We should head back." Meanwhile, Lewin gave Su He a thumbs up. "Old Su, you finally stood your ground." Su He replied, "I have tolerated her for far too long. My previous life was filled with humility. Why should I accept such treatment? Why should I, Su He, continuously be bullied? Exactly. You should do what is expected of you. Everything else is inconsequential. The neighbors can see how you conduct yourself." Huang Shui added. "Regardless, Gu Tian is still an elder," Lewin countered. "Even if she is an elder, it does not justify bullying the younger generation without cause. Nor should they constantly suppress you. I believe Su He is in the right." Just then, Boss Chen arrived, the same one from the barbecue restaurant yesterday. Although he and Gu Tian were unfamiliar, he knew her parents and began discussing Gu Bin's wedding. He had contributed over 10,000 yuan during the house purchase. A friend who lends you money is indeed a true friend. Gu Tian's father welcomed him warmly. "Ah, Boss Chen is here." Boss Chen smiled and shook hands with Gu Tian's father. "Old Gu, congratulations." "Thank you. Thank you," Gu Tian's father replied, then ushered Chen inside. "Please, come in." As they walked, he continued, "We must thank you for Gu Bin's wedding. I never imagined you would lend us money for the house, especially such a substantial amount." Boss Chen said, "We are all neighbors. Besides, I had some spare cash at the time. If I had truly been broke, even if you asked, I wouldn't have been able to help." "Exactly. We must eat and drink well today." They both laughed heartily. The wedding proceeded smoothly with various traditions such as speeches, bouquet tossing, and the betrothal gift exchange. Before long, it was time to serve the dishes. Although Su He was technically a relative, he chose not to sit with the family but instead at the farthest table. He truly wished to sever any ties with them. He was only present to assist Gu Tian. As for Boss Chun, he was seated at the front table. Apart from his relatives, the second table was occupied by his in-laws, while the third table comprised Boss Chun and his companions, all of whom were friends favored by Gu Tian's parents. Amidst the lively conversation, a neighbor inquired of Gu Tian, "Little Tian, where is your partner? Why isn't he sitting with you?" Gu Tian glanced in the distance. "Oh, he is probably at the back," she replied. "I see." Gu Tian further explained, "He is with friends." Despite her clarification, others, while serving themselves food, coldly remarked, "He is not exactly impressive, is he?" Soon, the chatter escalated, with one saying, "Among the children of our generation, the one who married the least favorably is undoubtedly little Tian." However, they acknowledged her efforts, noting that she had started her own company and was capable of supporting her family. "I must admit, I find it perplexing. After all, our little Tian has both looks and figure, so why did she end up with Su He?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want this reaching the ears of the Su family." The Su family had their share of misfortune, having a son who was quite disappointing. And it seemed his wife was unwell. They had borrowed a substantial amount of money, nearly unable to repay it. Does Sui know about this? I'm not sure. But isn't it rather unfilial for children not to be aware if their parents are ill? Upon hearing the news of Soo-hee's parents' sickness, Gu Tian felt an even greater pang of guilt. Would her decision to divorce Soo-hee bring further distress to his parents? Would their health deteriorate as a result? As the discussion intensified among the guests, Boss Chun interjected sternly, "Enough, enough. Let us not continue this." He then posed a question. "Do you truly believe Soo-hee lacks capability?" The crowd retorted, "Soo-hee capable? Even a sow could be a bore. Do you genuinely think Soo-hee has nothing to his name? Well, he is not entirely destitute. At least he has little Tian. Do you really consider Soo-hee to be the most inferior among his peers? Well, not quite. He is certainly better than the village fool." Boss Chun scoffed. "Humph. You are all mistaken." The neighbors turned their gaze towards Boss Chun. He continued, "The reason you deem Soo-hee as lacking is that he is simply low-key and unwilling to flaunt his success. In fact, this lad is quite well off." "You're just boasting, Boss Chun," he replied. "Did you know my humble barbecue stall has transformed into a substantial restaurant, backed by a supportive boss?" The crowd nodded in unison, acknowledging their awareness. "Is it that general manager Wang you mentioned?" "Yes, indeed. I remember now." "Oh. This general manager Wang has a particularly close relationship with Soo-hee." A neighbor queried, "What does a good relationship signify? It may not elucidate much. Yet consider this. Soo-hee is acquainted with a significant figure like Mr. Wang. Furthermore, just yesterday, Soo-hee and his companions dined at our establishment," where Boss Chun recounted to the neighbors everything he had heard from Li Xiaoping regarding Soo-hee and Mr. Wang. Upon hearing this, the neighbors were astounded. "Old Chun, are you speaking the truth? At my age, why would I deceive you? Besides, what advantage would I gain from misleading you?" Meanwhile, on Gu Tian's side, her mother leaned in closer to Boss Chen's table, raising her hand. "Hold on. Don't speak just yet. Mom," Gu Tian urged, "eat quickly. You still have to entertain your friends later." Back at Boss Chen's table, he exclaimed, "Old Chun, are you suggesting that Soo-hee has prospered?" "Indeed, he has. I've heard that the car he drives now is a sports car. It seems the entire city is filled with limited editions. Moreover, whenever Boss Chen sees Soo-hee, he calls him Brother Soo. If Soo-hee were to hear that, he might burst into laughter. After all, he merely purchased a vehicle worth over $1 million. How did it transform into a sports car? And when did Boss Chen start addressing himself as Brother Soo?" The neighbors, who had been enjoying their meal, now set down their chopsticks, captivated by Boss Chen's tales of Soo-hee's exploits. They were so engrossed that they nearly forgot to eat. Goodness, has the old Soo family truly thrived? What business does Soo-hee even engage in? Boss Chen shook his head. "What business? I cannot say. But he has kept it a secret all these years." Gradually, the moment arrived for Soo-hee's parents to toast their neighbors. Initially, as familiar acquaintances, their interactions were cordial, but now Soo's mother noticed an increased politeness from them. Simultaneously, everyone remarked, "You have indeed found a splendid son-in-law." This sentiment echoed, as without Gu Tian managing the household, how could Soo-hee pursue his endeavors with such peace of mind? "Indeed, that statement holds merit," Gu's mother replied with a smile. "Oh, what splendid son-in-law. Don't let old Chin's exaggeration sway you. I know precisely what Soo-hee is capable of. Let us not inflate his worth." Boss Chin interjected. "What do you mean by that? Everything I say is the truth. If any of my words are false, may I be struck by lightning." Thunder rumbled in the distance as the crowd responded. Gu's mother, feeling somewhat embarrassed, announced, "Let us drink. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses." She then lifted her cup. Boss Chin remarked, "You still doubt me? Just look at the watch Soo-hee is wearing. It's worth a fortune." Just then, Uncle Zhang, who had purchased the watch, turned his gaze towards it and exclaimed, "My goodness, that is remarkable." The neighbor inquired, "Old Zhang, you have a good understanding of watches. Can you tell us the price of that timepiece?" Old Zhang replied with uncertainty, "How could Soo-hee afford such a watch? Is it really that expensive?" He pondered. "It's not merely a matter of cost. This brand's watches are exclusively sold to the affluent. The threshold is a financial verification. Without 40 to 50 million, one cannot purchase this watch." "Old Zhang, are you sure you're not mistaken?" came the question. "What do you mean by that? I have been observing watches my entire life. How could I be wrong? Can you mistake your own wife?" "Certainly not. Just as I cannot be mistaken about a watch. I recognized it at a glance. Could it be that Soo-hee rented it?" Someone suggested. "Rent? Huh, what a joke. You think one can rent such a watch? So, Is it true that Soo-hee has truly made a fortune? It is quite possible. At this moment, the neighbors shifted their conversation. That Soo family's lad is rather low-key. Isn't he? Wealthy individuals tend to be like that. They avoid flaunting their riches, fearing others may covet their wealth. What is that saying? The less one has, the more one likes to show off. Wealthy people rarely boast. They simply enjoy living their lives. I agree with that sentiment. In our lifetime, have we not encountered a millionaire? Shortly thereafter, Gu Tian approached Soo-hee's table, offering him a smile. Xiao Su, we didn't finish our earlier conversation, she began. But Soo-hee interrupted. Auntie, let's leave it at that. When I was outside, you wanted to chase me away. Now that I'm eating, it's quite unreasonable for you to do so again. One does not strike a smiling face. Your family has bullied me for quite some time. Allow me this one peaceful meal. Gu Tian's mother was momentarily at a loss for words, her lips twitching slightly. Xiao Su, you misunderstand. Auntie, please, no more. I have friends here. Grant me this favor. With no other option, Gu Tian's mother retreated. She quietly pulled Gu Tian aside and asked, Gu Tian, be honest with me. Has Soo-hee truly become successful? Gu Tian did not respond. Speak. Gu Tian nodded. Gu's mother slowly raised her gaze to the wall, lost in a reverie of hopeful dreams. The hard days are finally over. Xiao Tian, your struggles are behind you. Suddenly recalling something, Gu's mother exclaimed, Oh, your brother is not doing well. You must find a way to help him, understand? Gu Tian was at a loss for words. After all, she is now divorced from Soo-hee. Why should she assist him? Also, you must capture Soo-hee's heart. When a man becomes wealthy, he tends to think of all sorts of things, and before he knows it, he may not appreciate you anymore. All right. Mother, please attend to your own matters. Gu Tian sighed, her own worries beginning to surface. Originally, Gu Tian's mother held a strong aversion towards Soo-hee, yet her disposition had now undergone a complete transformation. How could they possibly explain their divorce to the family? The mere thought of it made Gu Tian sigh deeply. On the other side, after finishing his meal, Soo-hee hurriedly departed, harboring no desire to linger in that place. As he approached the front door, he noticed it ajar and a crowd gathered outside, uncertain of what had transpired. Chapter 65. Repaying debts. Meanwhile, Sue's parents addressed the crowd. Rest assured, we will repay you as soon as possible. A burly man at the forefront inquired without a hint of politeness. How soon is as soon as possible? Last time, you promised a week, and now that week has passed. Do you intend to prolong this further? Even the most patient individual would lose their temper under such circumstances. Sue's father replied, We truly have no money at the moment. No money? Then why borrow in the first place? Retorted the man. Rest assured, my salary is due shortly. I will ensure it is paid to you, Sue's father insisted. The man scoffed. Your salary? You owe over 10,000 a month, plus late fees, totaling around 20,000. Can your monthly income cover that? Do not worry. Even if I cannot repay it, I will find a way to borrow and settle the debt, Sue's father assured. I cannot wait that long, the man declared. Stepping into the house, Soo-hee slowly ascended the stairs, choosing to remain outside the door and listen intently. The man surveyed the room and approached the television, lightly tapping it. This television is quite nice. Recently purchased, I presume? Time to move it. Sue's father pleaded. Could you grant us a little more time? We will repay you. My wife has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and requires chemotherapy. We would not resort to borrowing if it weren't for dire circumstances. Hidden at the door, Soo-hee felt a jolt in his heart, as if it had been sliced by a knife, leaving behind numerous wounds. His mother had a terminal illness? Slowly, he raised his gaze to the white ceiling, striving to keep his tears at bay. In the living room, the man declared, I do not care about your reasons for not repaying, but today, you must either let us take your furniture or pay us what you owe. There are no other options. It seems you lack funds, so my friends, let us get to work. As Sue's father approached to intervene, the man shoved him, causing Sue's father to fall to the ground, clutching his almost fractured finger and crying out in pain. Let go. A commanding voice resonated throughout the living room as Soo-hee stepped forward, shouting, Let go. The crowd paused, releasing their grip on the items they held, and turned to face the entrance. Sue's father inquired, Xiao-hee, what brings you back? Hurry outside. This is a matter for adults. Soo-hee responded, Father. What are they here for? A burly man approached, stating, You are their son, right? Well, it is only fair that a son repays his father's debts. They owe us money and can no longer repay it. Tell me, should we not take your family's belongings? Soo-hee remained composed, replying, Is it just a bit of money? Is it really necessary to act this way? The man retorted, "If you have the ability, why don't you pay us?" Suhi smiled. "All right. By the way, how much did my parents sign for?" The man replied, "Not too much, a total of 200,000. Including interest and late fees, it amounts to 260,000. The man appeared to misunderstand, asking again, "What did you say?" Suhi emphasized, "I said, what is the card number?" The man snapped back, "You little brat, don't try to fool us. Let me tell you, if you don't have the money to repay us, my brothers and I will just move into your house and eat and drink at your expense." Impatiently, Suhi retorted, "Why are you so long-winded? You were the one asking for money earlier, and now you refuse to give me the card number." The man glanced at his companions and commanded, "Give him the card number." One of the man's subordinates stepped forward and provided the card number to Suhi. Suhi took out his phone and began to transfer the funds. The subordinate whispered, "This kid wouldn't dare to play us, would he? If he does, I'll make him suffer dearly." Within a minute, the man's phone rang. He looked down to see that Suhi had transferred not just the principal and interest of 260,000, but an additional 100,000. The man's demeanor instantly shifted. "Brother, it seems you've overpaid." Suhi's parents exchanged glances, both astonished at how their son had acquired such wealth. Suhi said, "Keep it." The man beamed with joy. "Thank you, brother. Quickly, everyone, tidy up the living room. Once it's done, we'll leave." He bowed and nodded to Suhi, adding, "Brother, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I may not boast, but my words carry weight in the entire county." Suhi ignored him. Finally, after they had tidied the living room and were ready to depart, Suhi suddenly called out, "Wait." The man halted, turning with a smile. "Brother, is there something else?" Suhi approached his parents. Su's father looked stunned. "Xiaohe, where did you get so much money?" Suhi replied, "Father, you need not worry about that." Su's mother, visibly anxious, asked, "Xiaohe, you didn't steal it, did you?" Suhi chuckled. "Mother, what are you thinking? How could I ever go back and steal such things? How did you acquire such wealth?" In response, Su's mother immediately inquired, "Xiaohe, tell me the truth. Have you engaged in any unlawful activities?" Su's father swiftly grasped Suhi's hand, exclaiming, "Though our family may be modest in means, we must never resort to illegal acts." Suhi chuckled, assuring, "Father, rest easy. How could I ever partake in illicit endeavors? This money is all earned through legitimate means." "Earned?" Su's father questioned. "Your monthly salary is merely a fraction of this amount. How could you possibly amass such wealth?" At a loss for words, Suhi cast a glance at the imposing figure behind him, who remained obediently nodding and standing respectfully, seemingly wanting to speak, but held his tongue. "Father, please, retreat to the inner room. I need to handle some matters here," Suhi urged. Upon seeing the large man and realizing they had yet to depart, and feeling incapable of addressing the situation himself, Su's father conceded, "Very well then." He and Su's mother proceeded towards the inner quarters, both still laden with worry. What could Xiaohe possibly be up to? The child claims it's earned, so let us trust him. He has never lied to us since childhood. He wouldn't deceive us now. Chapter 66. The finger sighing, Su's mother lamented, "I hope that's the case. My greatest fear is that he may get involved in something troubling. Do not fret. Let go of your worries." Outside, the large man inquired with a smile, "Su go. Just let me know what you need." "I wish to purchase something," Suhi replied. "What is it?" "A finger," Suhi stated coldly. "The additional 100,000 I just gave you is for the purchase of a finger." The man was taken aback. "Whose finger do you mean?" "I will certainly take care of it." "Yours," he declared. The man froze momentarily, his face twitching slightly. "Please, do not jest." "I am not joking," Suhi asserted. "This is hardly amusing," the man retorted. At that moment, Suhi produced a plastic bag containing a neatly stacked sum of money, originally intended for his parents' medical expenses. However, he decided to prioritize the current situation, promising himself that he would later withdraw funds for his parents' needs from his card. Lifting the plastic bag, he placed it on the table and, with a loud crash, the bills cascaded out. The onlookers gasped, swallowing nervously at the sight of the cash. "Who among you can procure his finger for me? This money is yours," Suhi declared. The large man suddenly sensed something amiss and was about to leave when he glanced at the doorway, only to hear a resounding bang as the door slammed shut. You, one of the younger men, stammered apologetically. The large man glared at his surroundings. "I dare anyone to move." At this moment, the atmosphere between the crowd and the burly man resembled that of prey and predator. The entire room fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. as if even the slightest noise could ignite the flames of their animosity. Suddenly, one of the younger men charged forward, catching the burly man off guard and bringing him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, the young man seized a stick and struck fiercely at the burly man's fingers. A blood-curdling scream escaped the man's lips. Naturally, he could not remain passive. He sprang to his feet and engaged in a fierce scuffle with the young men. "I warn you all," the burly man bellowed. "I am not to be trifled with. You will regret this." The younger men hunched over, eyeing him warily. Suhi, without uttering a single word, merely tapped lightly on the stack of cash on the table. Upon seeing the money, the young men seemed to be invigorated, akin to rabid dogs, tightly ensnaring the burly man, unwilling to relent. In the blink of an eye, the burly man was panting heavily. Just then, a loud bang resounded, and another agonizing cry erupted from him. In the adjacent room, Sue's mother anxiously remarked, "I hope nothing has happened to my child. I must see for myself." As she prepared to open the door, Suhi abruptly slammed it shut, leaving her unable to exit. However, upon hearing his voice, she felt somewhat reassured. Outside, Suhi continued, "It's not over yet. Keep going." Several young men lunged at the burly man, and his fingers were now fractured. "Enough," Suhi commanded, and the young men retreated. "That should suffice. You can divide this money among yourselves." The young men approached eagerly, each more delighted than the last as they grabbed the cash from the table. Meanwhile, the burly man glared at Suhi, seething with anger. "You wait." He pointed accusingly at him. After everyone departed, Sue's mother remained anxious. "I fear what my child might do. I must go and check." With that, she opened the door and, to her surprise, found the room in disarray, with only Suhi present. She rushed forward, asking, "Are you all right? Suhi, are you hurt?" With a smile, Suhi reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. How could I possibly be injured?" Sue's mother gently patted her chest, relieved. "Oh, that's good. That's good." Soon after, Sue's father, with a stern demeanor, took a seat on the sofa and called out to Suhi, "Come here for a moment." Suhi approached, and his father fixed him with a serious gaze. "Tell me the truth. Where did you acquire all this money?" At this point, Suhi could no longer conceal the truth. "Actually, I have invested in several companies in the city, and that is how I came into money." Nonsense. Suhi contemplated the idea of being forthright and revealing to his father that he had won a lottery prize. However, he was acutely aware that his father despised sudden wealth. If he were to disclose that he had won 200 million, it would be a fortunate outcome if his father permitted him to donate a portion of it. Suhi produced his business card and said, "Here, take a look. I have co-founded a small company with friends that specializes in artificial intelligence." His father glanced at the card and inquired, "AI?" Suhi responded, "Dad, you likely wouldn't understand, as it's a burgeoning industry with immense potential." His father remained silent. Sue's mother interjected, "Son, are you now a small business owner?" Suhi smiled and replied, "One might say that." Before his mother could pose further questions, Suhi swiftly interrupted, "By the way, Mom, who are these people? Why have they come to see you?" Upon hearing Suhi's question, his mother lowered her gaze. He pressed on, "Mom, is your health deteriorating?" His father reassured him, "Enough. Rest assured, with me around, your mother will be just fine." Despite his father's words, Suhi sensed that there was something his father was concealing. He insisted, "Dad, I can tell that Mom's condition doesn't seem to be improving. How about you both visit Ning City soon? I'll arrange for doctors to give you a thorough checkup." "What checkup?" His parents replied. "In the past, you avoided medical attention due to financial constraints, but now that we have the means, it is imperative that you both seek the necessary care. Rest assured, I can manage these expenses." His father shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed, "Humph. You little rascal. Continue your boasting." Suhi sheepishly scratched the back of his head. His father then queried, "Tell me, how much money do you actually have? 1 million? 2 million? Suhi pondered for a moment. If he revealed too large a sum, it would surely alarm his parents, yet stating too little might dissuade them from seeking medical attention. Thus, he settled on a middle ground. Approximately 6 to 7 million, give or take. Upon hearing this, his mother was taken aback. 6 to 7 million? Is that really so much? Suhi chuckled and explained, "Actually, I have been involved in investment for several years, delving into various industries. Ultimately, I discovered that the AI sector holds exceptional promise, and I decided to invest." He paused, then continued, "However, last year was not particularly favorable for AI, but this year, it has surged." His father remarked, "I may not grasp all that you say, but regardless, remember to stay true to your principles and never engage in anything unethical." Dad, you needn't worry so much. Sue hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, this time I want to take you both with me to the city. Sue's father shook his head. No, I am not accustomed to that city. The air pollution is far too severe. The last time I returned, my nostrils were filled with dust. Sue's mother laughed and remarked, Your father. Ever since we came back, he has been complaining about how one can live in that city, with dust everywhere and the air quality being utterly poor. He declared that he would never go back. In truth, Sue understood his father's sentiments. He suggested, How about this? I will buy you a new house. That's unnecessary, Sue's father replied. This house is sufficient for the two of us. Sue sighed. Oh, Mom and Dad, even if you do not wish for a larger house, you should consider my feelings. Do you not realize? When I go out, the neighbors gossip, lamenting how unfortunate you are for having such a son. Before Sue could finish his sentence, his mother interjected angrily. Who said that? Bring them before me. I'll tear their mouths apart. Sue calmly responded, Mom, this is not about tearing anyone's mouth. The issue is that the neighbors relish talking behind our backs. Even if you do not care about your reputation, I do. He then continued, Therefore, I believe it is best for me to purchase a new house for you. Sue's father considered this. All right, Sue, let us clarify. I am not accepting your offer for the sake of a grand house, but rather because you are concerned about what others say and you wish to silence them. Indeed, Sue's father said, picking up his phone. Hello, brother-in-law. Which property is Cha-Cha selling at the moment? Cha-Cha, Sue's cousin, is also the daughter of his father's brother-in-law. Is it expensive? May I take a look? Very well. I shall visit tomorrow. After hanging up, despite his outward refusals, Sue's father felt a surge of happiness within at the prospect of his son buying him a house. After all, it brought him joy. Sue's father then asked, Xiaohe, tell me the truth. How much can you earn in a month now? He did not wish for the pressure of purchasing a house to weigh heavily on Sue. Sue paused for a moment, contemplating how to convey this to his father. He pivoted the conversation. By the way, how much do we need for Mom's treatment? Upon hearing this, Sue's father looked up at the white ceiling. Fortunately, it was discovered early. The doctor said that to cure her completely, it would require around 1 million. To manage it, approximately 300,000. Sue replied, I have about 5 to 6 million on hand. 1 million will go for Mom's treatment, and I still have plenty left. Currently, due to the unfavorable market conditions, I can only make around 500,000 a month. Sue's father gaped in astonishment. Even in this poor market, you can earn 500,000 a month? Yes. So, if the market were favorable, wouldn't that amount to 1 to 2 million? Upon hearing Sue mention his considerable earnings, his father felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Very well, that is good. Sue replied, So, you needn't worry at all about financial matters. The following day, Sue took his parents out, and upon seeing him, the neighbors began to jest. Ah, the son has returned. Indeed. Did you bring us some splendid gifts? I've heard that Sue has become quite a figure in the city. Surely you've earned a handsome sum. In the past, Sue's father would typically evade such inquiries. But this time he did not. It's going well, actually. By the way, hasn't Xiaohe gotten married? Any news on that front? Sue's father replied curtly, soon. After his terse response, he and Sue hastily departed. Feeling that traveling was inconvenient for his parents, Sue decided to purchase a car worth around 500,000. To him, the vehicle did not seem extravagant. However, his father insisted on saving money and opted for a demo model, claiming it was available at a discount. The advantage was that they could take it home immediately. Sue drove his parents to the agreed location. TT had always harbored a psychological aversion to hosting relatives, as she felt they were somewhat impoverished and it would be embarrassing for her colleagues to witness. Nonetheless, since her family had all agreed upon it, she felt obliged to accommodate them. Brother, you've returned. Yes, she inquired. How's it going in the city? Doing well? Sue waved his hand dismissively, humbly stating, What is there to say? I'm merely scraping by. Yet, scraping by still afforded him the opportunity to visit and view properties. Sue's father interjected, TT, I recall that your development has a few south-facing units, correct? Indeed. TT responded, Uncle, please take a seat. I'll fetch the floor plans for you. Once inside, knowing they were relatives of TT, her colleagues were exceptionally friendly and courteous. After a short while, TT returned with the floor plans. Uncle, here is our layout, she said as her father examined it, nodding appreciatively. Quite nice. Suddenly, TT asked, By the way, Uncle, how did you know we had south-facing units? Not only do I know about your south-facing units, he replied, but I am also aware that Building 5 is your flagship, with 1 unit per floor. unobstructed by any surrounding structures, correct? Yes, TT responded, puzzled. Uncle, how do you know everything? Sue's father merely smiled and remained silent. Sui discerned that while his father feigned disinterest in purchasing property, often claiming they could simply continue living where they were, in reality, he frequently came to observe, indulging in a visual feast without the intent to buy. However, he could never have imagined that the house he had long desired, a true embodiment of his dreams, would now be brought to fruition by Soo-hee. Chapter 68. The contract cousin. Could you please bring over the floor plans for the south-facing units for us to examine? Cha-Cha inquired. Sure. She tugged at Soo-hee's arm, beckoning him aside. Cousin, could you refrain from calling me that in front of everyone? Why? Cha-Cha remained silent, but cast a pointed glance at Soo-hee, urging him to comprehend her discomfort. Feeling embarrassed? I never said that. You did. Cha-Cha responded. In private, you may call me whatever you wish, but, she glanced at her colleagues, I still have work to do. A person who values their dignity would certainly wish to avoid losing face in front of friends, much like Cha-Cha. Soo-hee understood her feelings. Yet he struggled to grasp her actions. I say, Cha-Cha, it seems everyone is aware that your relatives have arrived, no? While they may know, your manner of addressing me still feels quite awkward. Just call me Cha-Cha. Soo-hee relaxed his shoulders. The floor plans had arrived. Cha-Cha happily presented them to Sue's father and others, showcasing a modest 70-square-meter unit. Sue's father looked up. Wasn't I just mentioning the penthouse of Building 5? Oh, how could I forget? Cha-Cha forced a smile. Just a moment. The most embarrassing situation was not that a poor relative refrained from purchasing one's property, but rather that such a relative would not only abstain from buying, but would also wish to view the finest options without making a commitment. This was precisely the predicament Cha-Cha faced. At least, she felt she was ensnared in such a dilemma. Cha-Cha had no choice but to present the floor plans before Sue's father, smiling as she asked, What do you think of our floor plans? Sue's father turned to Soo-hee, exclaiming, Look at how splendid this building is. The layout, the orientation. Soo-hee queried his father, Do you like it? Indeed. I like it. But this apartment must cost a fortune. With that, Sue's father rose, sighing alas. Perhaps it's best to forget it. As he prepared to leave, Cha-Cha interjected, I'll see you off. She wished for Soo-hee's family to depart without delay, yet Soo-hee grasped his father's arm. Dad, why the hurry? If you like it, then let's buy it. Sue's father shook his hand dismissively. Forget it. Just forget it. Soo-hee pressed on. How much is it? It's 5,000 per square meter. This unit is 150 square meters, totaling 750,000. If we're discussing a down payment in the county, 5,000 per square meter was not an insignificant sum. No down payment. Can we settle it all at once? Is there a discount? T raised her head. Momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Habitually, she responded, Of course, if you pay in full, we will gift you a parking space. Additionally, we are currently running a promotion that includes a complimentary door lock. As she continued to articulate all the gifts they could offer, she cheerfully urged, All right, swipe your card. Mr. Sue, please do not jest with me, she said with a smile. I lack the disposition for jokes. Just swipe the card. While Sue and she conversed, the finance officer approached, holding a POS machine, and requested Sue's card. With a beep, the transaction was successfully completed, and Sue proceeded to sign the contract. At this moment, T remained utterly bewildered. She could hardly fathom how Sue could make the decision to purchase a home so swiftly, and moreover, the finest one at that. Not even a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Could it be that her cousin had struck it rich? Once the contract was finalized, T handed Sue his copy, saying, Cousin, here is your contract. Do keep it safe. Great. By the way, you mentioned you were joking earlier. The exchange between Sue and T left their colleagues nearby in a state of confusion. First, they pondered what exactly Sue and T had discussed. What was the joke about? Second, they sensed an intriguing duality in their relationship, oscillating between formality and intimacy. T escorted Sue and the others to the entrance, where Sue assisted his mother, cautioning her. Careful, Mom. Noticing the car they were taking, T inquired, Cousin, how much did you pay to rent this? She intended to ask about the rental, but recalling Sue's recent home purchase, she shifted her question, How much did you buy it for? Sue replied, Oh, it's just for getting around. Once I return to the city, your uncle will use this car. He doesn't need anything extravagant, probably around 400,000 to 500,000. T gasped, 400,000 to 500,000? You call that not extravagant? Is there a car for mere transportation that costs that much? She felt as if she might faint. Yet she forced herself to regain composure, saying, All right, fine. With a smile, she asked, "Cousin, tell me honestly, have you struck it rich?" Sue responded, "What wealth are you talking about? Cousin, just take me along with you." T exclaimed, "You should focus on your work. That is far more important." She continued, "I truly did not expect that your expenditure would be in the hundreds of thousands, and your car has suddenly ascended to a whole new level. I can't help but feel envious. So, if you have any good job opportunities, please let me know. I would love to join you." Sue replied, "All right. Now go back to work." In truth, a discussion had already commenced among the staff at the sales office. T.'s relative is indeed wealthy. Just like that. She bought a house. For us, purchasing a home feels as daunting as acquiring an aircraft carrier, while for others, it appears as simple as buying a cabbage. Alas, is this the divide that exists between individuals? Previously, I had never heard TT mention having such affluent relatives. Not even you, who I dine with daily and commute alongside, ever mentioned it. My goodness, this is utterly astonishing. Oh, how everyone chimed in, engaging in animated discussions until TT finally returned. The moment she stepped into the sales office, numerous colleagues quickly surrounded her. "TT, it's your treat. You've had such a successful day, closing such a significant deal. Surely, you must celebrate." I pondered what I might like to drink. Coffee? Milk tea? TT, brimming with joy, replied, "Absolutely. Given my remarkable performance today, I will treat you all. However, let us establish a pact. Should any of you achieve commendable results next time, you too must host." Just then, the supervisor approached. "What is all this commotion?" Chapter 69. Embarrassment. The supervisor interjected, "All right, everyone, quiet down. Let me say a few words." The sales consultants, clad in professional attire, stood in a line. The supervisor continued, "Today, TT performed admirably, selling the most expensive property. And it was a full cash transaction. She must surely rank first in sales." TT humbly responded, "It's nothing extraordinary. It's primarily due to the excellent guidance from our supervisor." With a gentle wave of his hand, the supervisor replied, "No need for such modesty. Your capabilities and character are truly commendable." TT offered a faint smile. The supervisor then directed his criticism towards the others, stating, "In our company, some individuals only treat others well based on their wealth. They eagerly approach the affluent, while those deemed less fortunate are often neglected, even to the extent of not offering them a glass of water." He paused, emphasizing, "This is utterly unacceptable. I do not wish to witness such behavior in the future." "Understood? Understood," echoed the response, though it lacked vigor. Louder. "Understood? Understood," resonated throughout the sales office, a resounding affirmation. The supervisor continued, "TT differs from the rest. I have heard her mention her uncle's less fortunate circumstances, yet she never treated anyone poorly due to their financial status. On the contrary, TT was incredibly attentive. She referred to her cousin with such warmth. How could one not be delighted?" TT lowered her gaze slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. To be honest, did she not feel a hint of disdain towards Suhi earlier? Not at all. She recognized that Suhi was genuinely interested in buying a home and was preparing to make a payment, which prompted her affectionate address. The supervisor's words suddenly filled TT with a sense of shame. He concluded, "TT not only possesses exceptional sales skills, but also boasts remarkable character. I admire such young women who do not disdain their relatives during times of financial hardship, nor do they cling to them when fortune smiles upon them." The supervisor paused. "Likening this to your usual interactions with clients, one must not form judgments based on their attire, for who knows, they may very well be a concealed patron. Do you understand?" "We understand." The crowd responded in unison. Satisfied, the supervisor nodded and declared, "All right. Now, return to your duties." At that moment, everyone dispersed. Yet Cha-Cha felt a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, after the matter concluded, Gu's mother called Gu Tian aside. "Gu Tian, speak the truth. Has Suhi truly prospered?" Gu Tian remained silent. Gu's mother, growing anxious, urged, "Oh dear, what are you doing? Hurry and tell me." Gu Tian replied, "I am unaware if Suhi has indeed prospered, but I know he does possess some money now." Gu's mother suddenly beamed with a smile. "So, does this mean Suhi has succeeded? Mother, could you refrain from being so mundane? Success is simply an obsession with wealth." Gu Tian's father seemed to have also sensed something at the wedding. "Gu Tian, come here for a moment." The family sat neatly together on the sofa. Gu Tian's father said, "Gu Tian, when will you return home?" Gu Tian replied, "In 3 or 4 days. I can't take much time off." "All right, that should be sufficient." Gu Tian's father continued, "Here's the thing. I believe we should invite Suhi over for a meal. Gu Tian suddenly lifted her head. Father, why are you considering inviting him for dinner? Gu Tian's father chuckled. Well, you see, previously, our separation from him was not handled well. Many misunderstandings occurred. After much contemplation, I think this is a good opportunity, especially with your brother just married. We ought to invite him over to dine. Our family should extend our apologies where necessary. Gu Tian glanced at her father, then at her mother. Father, mother, what has come over you two? Gu Tian's father responded, after your brother's wedding. I spoke with old Chun, and to my surprise, I learned that Suhi is no longer the same Suhi we once knew. He has hidden his wealth quite well. Gu Tian retorted, his wealth has nothing to do with me. How can it not be related to you? Gu Tian's father countered. If Suhi is wealthy, does that not mean your family is also well off? Before Gu Tian could respond, Gu Bin interjected, Father, you are not aware, but actually. My sister, cough cough. Before Gu Bin could finish his sentence, Gu Tian strategically coughed. All right, Gu Bin, I'm not refraining from speaking. Why are you so eager to spill the beans? Gu Bin pursed his lips. Very well. Gu Tian's parents exchanged puzzled glances and asked, what is going on? Gu Tian said, Mom, Dad, there is something I should have told you long ago, but I never found the courage to do so. I have divorced. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's parents were taken aback, quickly rising to their feet. Her mother pointed at her and exclaimed, What did you just say? How could you possibly get a divorce? Gu Tian replied, I was worried you wouldn't accept it, which is why I returned to tell you. Her father, filled with fury, shouted, You unfilial daughter. How shameful. I never imagined you would get divorced. We had hoped that with both of you married, you would have settled down, but now one of you is divorced. He pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Tian's head. Gu Tian, I truly do not understand what you are thinking. Gu Tian responded, Dad, I have not thought much about it. I simply believe I ought to pursue my own happiness. Besides, I never had strong feelings for Suhi. Her father retorted, Then why did you marry him in the first place? Suddenly, Gu Tian lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on her father. Dad, at that time, I expressed my reluctance to marry. If you hadn't pressured me, I would not have wed so hastily. Moreover, I did mention that while marrying Suhi could help me pay off debts, it would not bring me happiness. Her father countered, That doesn't excuse a divorce. Now, Suhi is wealthy, and you won't get a penny. Her mother added, Sweetie, why didn't you discuss your divorce with us? Gu Tian coldly replied, I feared you would not agree. Gu Bin interjected, In reality, my sister Isnt left with nothing after the divorce. We suspect that Suhi became rich due to winning the lottery, but they are yet to officially obtain a marriage certificate. Legally, they are still in the divorce cooling-off period, so there is still an opportunity. Chapter 70. Heartless Gu Tian's parents suddenly became intrigued by his words. Continue, they urged. Gu Bin explained. First, Suhi was wealthy prior to officially obtaining the divorce certificate, so he must share half of that wealth with my sister. What if he refuses? Then we will follow the proper legal procedures. Her mother chimed in. It's not like Suhi is the only option. If you can claim half of the assets. What kind of man can't you find? Those who are fond of my daughter will be lining up from Changxiang City to Ning City. Her father agreed, stating, Indeed. But we must find a way to reclaim that money. Gu Tian understood clearly that her parents were not fond of Suhi, but rather his wealth. Enough, she declared. I understand now. She retrieved a card from her bag and placed it on the table. This card contains 50,000 yuan, which I earned recently. You can use it for now. Her mother questioned, Sweetie, didn't you say you were short on money recently? How did you suddenly acquire this? Gu Tian recently became acquainted with a prominent entrepreneur who required a plethora of materials that have all been entrusted to her, resulting in a newfound financial stability. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, Su He and others returned home. Shortly thereafter, Su's father received a phone call from Cha-Cha's father, who happens to be Su's brother-in-law. What are you busy with, brother? Su's father was taken aback by this form of address, as it was the first time his brother-in-law had referred to him in such a manner. Oh, nothing much, just got home. Are you free? Let's go out for a meal. Su's father replied, perhaps we should skip the meal. I still need to take Su He and her mother to see a doctor. By the way, when is the surgery scheduled? It depends on the doctor's arrangements. If you find yourself in need of money, just let me know. I may not have much, but I can spare a little. All right, brother-in-law, you are too courteous. Did Su's father never borrow money from his brother-in-law? Upon reflection, considering he had even resorted to loan sharks, it seemed implausible that he had never sought financial assistance from him. However, It appeared that his brother-in-law was unwilling to lend him money. At that time, it was stated that they had recently engaged in some investment and lacked spare funds. Nevertheless, business-minded individuals are often quite astute. He did not refuse outright, merely suggesting that perhaps in a few days he might be able to make a little available. Sue's father understood that everyone believed he was currently unable to repay debts, hence no one was inclined to lend him money. Naturally, he did not press the matter further, nor did he persistently pursue borrowing. In his understanding, every individual has their own fate, and now, as Sui flourished, it was also part of his destiny. The other party inquired, "By the way, what is Xiao He currently doing in the city?" Sue's father chuckled, "I am not entirely sure. The child mentioned venturing into a new industry. In any case, he has managed to earn some money this year, though I am uncertain about the future market trends." "A new industry?" the other person murmured. "Indeed. Look at how well He is doing. When he has time, he should also take the opportunity to teach cha-cha." "Brother-in-law, rest assured, we are all family, and within our family, there is no need for such formalities." All right. With your assurance, I feel at ease." After hanging up, Sui asked, "Dad, my industry might." Sue's father raised his hand. "Enough. Do not say anything further. I understand that in your field, Cha-Cha would not be able to manage. However, what can I do if I do not express this? Should I merely tell you not to come?" Sue's father gently patted Suhi's shoulder. "Xiao He, sometimes you cannot be too overt in your rejections, but you must still refuse." Sui did not comprehend this statement. That evening, Gu Tian arranged to meet Suhi in a park, indicating that she had matters to discuss with him. Upon arriving at the park, Gu Tian was the first to arrive, her heart filled with turmoil. Suhi is a man who treats himself exceptionally well. As for Wang Hao, the one who has not returned, she remains uncertain about his transformation. In the past, during her difficult times, Wang Hao chose to leave her heartlessly. What about now? With this thought, Gu Tian could not help but let out a sigh. She continued to walk through the park, feeling an inexplicable emptiness ever since Sui departed from her life. Yet, the radiant moonlight remains just that, radiant. Even if he stands still, he has already triumphed over all other men. It is indeed peculiar. One is a woman in pursuit of the moonlit glow, while the other is a man chasing after the same illumination. The man seems to have met an unfortunate fate, but will this woman find happiness? Gu Tian, Sui called from a distance. She smiled and approached him. "Suhi, do you remember? This is where we had our first date." Before she could finish her sentence, Suhi interrupted her. He raised his hand to halt her words. "Gu Tian, did you summon me merely to reminisce about this?" "Of course not," Gu Tian replied gently. "Why can't I take a moment to reflect on the past?" Suhi stated, "We no longer share a relationship, and I have no desire to revisit those memories. The sole reason for reminiscing would be to acknowledge that my life has not been as fulfilling as it once was. However, that is not the case. I genuinely feel that my life is much better now." Gu Tian pressed her lips together thoughtfully. "Suhi, I have something to discuss." "Very well," Suhi replied, sensing her purpose. "Are we not going to inform others about our divorce?" Suhi contemplated this. "If we continue to remain ambiguous, it is indeed necessary to clarify things to our friends. Otherwise, your situation with Wang Hao will also become complicated." "Suhi," Gu Tian exclaimed in frustration. "Gu Tian, do you have a moment? Could you assist me in making an appointment?" In truth, Gu Tian had already arranged plans with her friends, not only her own, but also for Suhi's acquaintances. Suhi was well aware of this, but chose not to mention it. Furthermore, he understood that it was the moment when Gu Tian would confront him regarding their assets. "All right, is there anything else?" he inquired. "My parents mentioned that there may have been some misunderstandings between us. They hope you won't be upset." Suhi waved his hand dismissively. "What is there for me to be upset about? Rest assured, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Without another glance, Suhi departed. Gu Tian had intended to share a meal with him, yet it seemed that opportunity had vanished, as he offered her no chance. She could not fathom how a man could be so heartless. Chapter 71. Free after settling his parents, Suhi embarked on his journey to Huaining City. Upon returning to the city, the first matter at hand was to assess the progress of the software developed in Matin. "Sugu, over the past few days, we have conducted tests as you suggested, and I must say, the initial results are quite promising." Matin exclaimed with evident delight. "That's wonderful," Suhi responded. "When would it be convenient to sign the contract?" With a beaming smile, Matin replied, "Any time works for me. However, we need to prepare the contract, don't we?" Suhi inquired. Matin chuckled lightly and retrieved a document from a stack of materials, saying, Sugo, I actually prepared the contract long ago. Upon reviewing the document, Suhi noted that after their company's final calculations, over 20% was allocated to the initial team's shares, which was immutable. The three members held shares of 11, 5, and 4 respectively. Suhi, on the other hand, claimed 20 of the shares with an investment of 5 million, while the remaining shares were temporarily designated for other investors. Until additional investors were secured, these shares would belong to the initial team. Despite Suhi currently holding a smaller stake, should the venture thrive, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to become the largest shareholder of the entire company. After transferring the funds and signing the contract, Matin led Suhi before all the employees. Everyone, please pause your work. I would like to introduce you to our new shareholder, Sudago. Let us give him a warm welcome. As his words echoed, the office erupted in applause, accompanied by murmurs of discussion among the staff. Look at Sudago, he appears quite young. One employee remarked. Indeed, I heard he is only 27. Another responded. To become a shareholder at such a young age is truly impressive. But we are merely a small company, someone added. True, but as General Manager Ma said, it won't be long before we become a significant enterprise. Another employee chimed in. Are you sure you're not being brainwashed? One teased. Regardless, I have faith in General Manager Ma. Recently, they developed a specialized live streaming AI software, and now the team was deliberating its future within the office. Sugo, I believe we could implement your previous suggestion to charge users a membership fee for its usage, Matin proposed. With a smile, Suhi replied, but, General Manager Ma, I am merely an investor. The final decisions rest with you as the chairman. That may be true, but I cannot overlook your presence here, Sugo. I recognize your expertise far surpasses ours. Matin's words elevated Suhi's standing. Feeling somewhat helpless, Suhi pondered the situation. If he were to provide guidance, he was aware of the company, but not entirely so. Conversely, withholding guidance felt equally unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Suhi spoke. Well, allow me to share a few of my thoughts. Lu Xie, Ma Tun, and Feng Hui turned their gazes towards Suhi. He simply uttered 2 words, free. What? Ma Tun inquired. Brother Su, are we going to offer it for free? Wouldn't that mean we won't make any profit? Suhi replied, to earn more, one must first be willing to incur significant losses. It requires sacrifice. But our company has so many employees. They need to make a living, don't they? Suhi continued. It will be free, but not entirely without cost. This left some confusion. We will offer certain basic functionalities for free, while other features, such as premium options, will incur a fee. Additionally, we could provide customized functionalities tailored to their needs. Ma Tun nodded gently. Oh, I see. What do you think? Ma Tun smiled regardless. Brother Su has the final say. Suhi remarked, I am merely offering my suggestions. Ultimately, the decision rests with you all. Ma Tun turned to Lucia. What do you think, Lucia? Lucia responded, Brother Su's idea is promising. It could allow us to amass a large user base in a short time. However, the pressing question is, when can we monetize these users? When will we be able to recoup our investments? Lucia then added, if they use our software, we must derive some benefit, or else why endure the hardship? For instance, after a moment of reflection, Lucia slapped his thigh. I've got it. We could have them display advertisements. For example, as they use our software, we can require them to add a note. This software is provided by Brainwave AI Company, Ma Tun supplemented. Simultaneously, with simple optimizations on search engines, they will become aware of our company and reach out to us. Indeed, that's the logic. Ma Tun turned to Feng Hui, who had been quiet for a century. Old Feng, what do you think? Feng Hui chuckled. You all decide. You are the capable ones. I'm just a small follower. What do I understand? Despite his tendency to avoid giving direct suggestions, Feng Hui's technical prowess is unmatched in the entire city. Lucia remarked, all right. We need not consult him further. He won't provide us with any valuable advice. With a chuckle, Ma Tun agreed. All right. Let's proceed with this plan. Suhi inquired. By the way, how have the live stream metrics fared since your adjustments? It seems to be going well, Ma Tun responded. Currently, there are over 2,000 viewers for each live stream, and their followers have surged to 300,000 in just a few days. And the sales volume? The sales volume has tripled compared to before. Madden wrote, this morning, I intended to assist EE and her team in troubleshooting their equipment. However, EE informed me that they would not be live streaming today. I was puzzled by this revelation. Later, EE explained that they had received an overwhelming number of orders in recent days, far beyond their capacity to fulfill. Consequently, she would be occupied with shipping all day. Sui raised his head, lost in thought. It dawned on him that it was imperative to recruit additional warehouse personnel. Otherwise, their current predicament would be untenable. That evening, Sui communicated his intention to hire storage staff to EE, who wholeheartedly agreed. Another matter troubled Sui. Wang Hao was returning the following day. While Wang Hao's return alone was not a cause for concern, the fact that he wished to meet with Sui incited a degree of irritation. What was this? A declaration of ownership? Chapter 72. The invitation. Wang Hao explained that he wanted to dine with Gu Tian, suggesting that any past grievances should be set aside. The next afternoon, at a five-star hotel, they ordered an extravagant feast. Wang Hao, clad in a lavish suit, lounged comfortably against the back of his chair. Upon Sui's arrival, Wang Hao immediately stood and gestured toward the chair across from him, saying, "Sui, please sit." Sui glanced around, wondering if Gu Tian would also be attending. Wang Hao quickly added, "Oh, she had an unexpected commitment and could not make it." Sui, ever astute, questioned how Gu Tian could possibly have a last-minute obligation for such a significant meeting between her ex-husband and fiancé. Surely, if it were urgent, she would have rescheduled her commitments. It was apparent that Wang Hao had orchestrated this meeting solely for Sui. "Speak freely. What is it you wish to discuss?" Sui prompted. Wang Hao replied, "Sui, come work with me." "What did you just say?" Sui was incredulous, wondering if he had misheard. This man was actually suggesting they collaborate? Wang Hao clarified, "I mean, join me in my endeavors. I know your salary is meager, a stagnant wage. Otherwise, why would Gu Tian have left you?" Sui managed a calm smile, lifted the teacup from the table, and after taking a sip, slammed it down onto the glass surface with a resounding thud. "Wang Hao, that is quite enough. I will allow you to insult me, even to strike me, but you shall never demean me," Sui declared, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Hao. With that, she prepared to leave. As she turned to exit, Wang Hao hastily grasped her arm. "Ah, you see, you have many admirable qualities, yet this impatience is a flaw. What is there to be so agitated about? If you are unwilling, then simply say so. I invited you here to share a meal, having just returned to the country. We will be seeing one another frequently. And if we act like adversaries, it will be rather unpleasant, won't it?" Sui replied, "Wang Hao, I suspect your reason for summoning me today extends beyond merely sharing a meal, does it not?" Wang Hao smiled enigmatically. "You have noticed. So I shall speak plainly. I see you have been quite close with Gu Tian recently, and I hope you will keep your distance from her henceforth." Sui raised an eyebrow, perplexed as he gazed at Wang Hao, who wore a bewildered expression. "Wang Hao, are you suffering from some delusion?" Wang Hao's temper flared instantly. "What do you mean by that?" Sui replied, "I mean no offense. I have divorced Gu Tian, and we have signed the divorce agreement. Am I close to her? How absurd. Were it not for Gu Tian seeking me out, I would hardly bother with her." Wang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Sui continued, "Moreover, you are merely a leftover, a woman I have already experienced. If you are now pursuing her, what else could that be but leftovers?" Hearing this, Wang Hao stood abruptly. "Sui, do not push your luck. Is it I who has overstepped, or is it you?" "Wang Hao, let me be frank. Had you not sought me out, I would have intended to approach you. I am unsure of Gu Tian's intentions, as she has been contacting me frequently of late. I suggest you convey to her not to pester me further." Wang Hao initially intended to explode in anger, yet within moments, he regained his composure. "Sui, you may think others are unaware of your true nature, but I certainly am not. Gu Tian would not cling to you. I suspect this is merely your own imagination." Sui shrugged nonchalantly. "So be it." Wang Hao then stated, "Regardless, let me make this clear. I will only say certain things once. You must handle this as you see fit." Sui leisurely reclined in his chair. "Certainly. I too have something to address. You returned to the country, but you even had your landlord evict others. They were operating their business peacefully, and suddenly they found themselves without a place. What do you suggest they do?" Wang Hao coldly replied, "They can go wherever they wish. It is not my concern." "Wang Hao, you are utterly devoid of ethics." Wang Hao responded, "Allow me to enlighten you. In this world, ethics are dictated by wealth." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Hao sensed a misstep. "What connection do you have with the former tenant? That is not your concern." "Very well, Sui. I will tell you this. I do not care about your relationship with her. I have my sights set on that shop's location, and I intend to acquire it, regardless of who stands in my way. Fine. Remember my words today, and do not regret them later." Wang Hao declared, "Whoever regrets is a coward." Sui rose. shaking his head in resignation, lamenting, the people of today. Just as Suhi reached the door, he suddenly turned back to Wang Hao and said, "By the way, do not come looking for me. If you seek someone, pursue Gu Tian. I have stated clearly that it was Gu Tian who sought me out, not the other way around. This is no deception on my part." Wang Hao ignored him, for he held no desire to engage with Suhi. In Wang Hao's eyes, Suhi appeared to be a fool, thoroughly and unequivocally foolish. Furthermore, he was exceedingly self-righteous. As Suhi returned home, the phone rang. It was none other than Gu Tian. "Suhi, do you remember the matter we discussed last time?" she inquired. "Oh, you mean informing our friends about our situation?" "Exactly. I've already notified everyone. It will be tomorrow." "All right," Suhi replied. "Wang Hao has just returned. Shouldn't you spend some quality time with him?" Gu Tian chuckled. "What is there to enjoy? We need to clarify our own matters first." "Very well then." The following day, in the morning, Suhi first arrived at Yi's clothing store. "Yi, your hands must be sore from all the shipping these days, right?" Yi responded, "You have no idea. I am truly exhausted. I wish I could take a few days off, but alas, I haven't had a moment to rest." Suhi reassured her, "It's all right. Sharpening the axe doesn't hinder the work of chopping wood. You must rest well to perform effectively." "Perhaps you're right." Yi lightly clapped her hands to garner everyone's attention. "All right, everyone, let's begin our live broadcast." The crowd gathered and took their seats in front of the table to commence the live stream. However, this morning's broadcast could only be described as peculiar. Since AI was handling the streaming, there was no need for verbal communication. Yet, Yi felt something was amiss. Strange, why are there so few people today? Could it be due to the morning hour? Yi shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. In the past, even in the morning, we would have plenty of viewers, at least 2,000 online simultaneously. But now, we barely have 800. Let us wait a bit longer, Sui suggested. All right. Chapter 73. Disrupted plans. They continued to wait. However, after more than an hour, the number of viewers remained disappointingly low, and Yi could hardly endure it any longer. "I truly cannot fathom why the audience has dwindled so significantly," Suhi remarked. "It's only been 2 days since our last broadcast. A drop in viewers is somewhat expected, is it not?" Zhang Meng chimed in. "I find it rather unusual. I frequently watch various streamers, and even after a 2-week hiatus, they still garner a large audience upon returning. Why is our situation so peculiar?" Yi declared, "This one do. I must investigate the cause." With that, she began to observe other streamers. Naturally, her first thought was to check on Han Mei. She discovered that Han Mei's clothing store was not live streaming at all. Currently, the top-ranked clothing stream in the city belonged to a new channel called 3 Horizontals and 1 Vertical. 3 Horizontals and 1 Vertical? Yi murmured. Who could this be? A newcomer? Upon checking the streaming duration of 3 Horizontals and 1 Vertical, she noted that it had only been live for a day. Wait, today marks their first day of streaming? And they already have so many viewers? Intrigued, Yi clicked on the link. When she beheld the live scene of 3 Horizontals and 1 Vertical, she could no longer contain her composure. "Suhi, come quickly and take a look." As Suhi approached, he discovered that the live streaming scene, characterized by 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical, was none other than the clothing store once owned by Yi. Zhang Meng was equally astonished. "Oh my, isn't this the very store we frequented back in the day?" Suhi remarked. "I understand now. Those 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical. How could I not have realized it sooner?" Suhi was now acutely aware that the so-called 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical referred to Wang Hao. Yi inquired, "What is the matter? Do you know him?" What is the connection?" "The proprietor of this 3 horizontal 1 vertical establishment is Wang Hao." Suhi abruptly halted, choosing not to elaborate further, deeming it irrelevant since he was not a good person. Don't concern yourself with him. Focus on your live stream." Yi replied, "I think it's best to let it go." "How can we let it go?" Yi pointed at the screen. "Look at this. He's invested in so many advertisements. We can't possibly compete." Suhi leaned in closer. "Goodness, Wang Hao really has placed an overwhelming number of ads. This is beyond what I can contend with." Suhi picked up his phone and called Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" Wang Hao responded, "You're live streaming, right?" He continued, "Oh, you think I'm unaware? You've assisted a girl in buying clothes, haven't you? You intend to use her to undermine my business, don't you?" He added, "Let me make it clear. My business is not something you can disrupt, and this is merely a warning." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, Suhi, I advise you to take heed. My focus is solely on you for the time being. If you push me, I might involve that girl as well." And then you'll see. Wang Hao did not finish his thought, but instead offered a cold smile. In any case, Su He, you shall not come to any good. Su He, incensed, retorted, Wang Hao. To which Wang Hao replied, we shall see. That was your own words to me back then. And now I return the sentiment. Su He, we shall see. Su He stared blankly as he ended the call, while Yi sensed something was amiss, something deeply troubling. How did Su He come to know Wang Hao? What was the nature of their relationship? Everything felt so bewildering. Yi pressed. I just heard you mention use. What did you mean by that? Su He replied, it's nothing. He then suggested, Wang Hao, how about we grab a meal together this afternoon? Wang Hao retorted, Su He, are you threatening me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of threats. Don't think that just because you've been in the city longer, I'll be intimidated. I, Wang Hao, have never feared anyone. In the days that followed, Su He refrained from contacting Yi Xiaoxiao. After all, they were merely friends. Frequent communication would blur the lines into something unorthodox. However, while Su He chose not to reach out, Yi Xiaoxiao could not withstand the solitude any longer. She sent a message to Su He, inquiring, could you please share that plan from last time? Su He replied, oh, Xiaoxiao, I'm afraid I can't send you that plan anymore. Why not? She asked. I am no longer employed at that company, he explained. Why? Yi Xiaoxiao pressed with 2 consecutive questions. Did you resign? Sigh. I wish I could resign too. But my father insists that I should experience life properly. I believe I have experienced quite enough already, he said. Perhaps, Su He acknowledged. It's not perhaps, it is certain. Yi Xiaoxiao asserted. Enough of that. It's rather futile to discuss now. Tell me about your situation. Su He continued. I have invested in our company. Yi Xiaoxiao was exceedingly excited. At that moment, she was seated on the sofa, but upon receiving Su He's message, she immediately sat up straight. Yi Jingde, who had been reviewing documents, inquired, Xiaoxiao, what has happened? Yi Xiaoxiao, in a daze, responded, Dad. I'll tell you shortly. She swiftly dialed Su He's number. You have invested in your company? Indeed. I hold a certain stake in our company now. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Wow, you're unexpectedly wealthy. How did I not notice this before? Su He chuckled. It's not so much wealth. It's merely an opportunity that arose, and you know that, so I invested. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded gently. All right, I understand. Nevertheless, I still think you are quite remarkable. The two continued exchanging pleasantries. Su He then asked, by the way, Xiaoxiao, when you visited our company last time, how did you discern that the plan written by the second group leader was inadequate? Yi Xiaoxiao laughed. Oh, I don't really understand planning. Yet you didn't choose the second group leader's plan. I just recall you telling me that the second group leader's plans were subpar, yet he enjoys boasting and often appropriates your team's achievements. So, you deduced that his plan was flawed? Exactly. If you say the person is incompetent and engages in theft, then surely their plans are lacking as well. Su He responded. Chapter 74, Doubt. So, why do you believe my plan is viable? Because you can assess antiques. But antiques and planning are entirely different matters. My father stated that Su He is a fine young man. Is that why you believe my plan is worthwhile? Of course. If my father says so. His judgment must be infallible. In Su He's heart, a wave of speechlessness washed over him. He had encountered foolish individuals before, but never one as foolish as this. Simultaneously, due to Yi Xiaoxiao, a fool indeed possesses a fool's fortune. In the midst of her judgment, she inadvertently stumbled upon a fortunate selection, a splendid plan. Su He remarked. All right. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao slowly turned her head, but just as she did, she was startled to find her father eavesdropping behind her during the call. Dad, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Yi Jingde inquired. What is the matter? Are you on the phone with Su He? Su He thought to himself. What an emotional intelligence he has. Is your father nearby? Don't mind him. Su He said. Hand the phone to your father. I'd like to speak with him for a moment. All right. Su He greeted. Uncle Yi, how have you been lately? Yi Jingde chuckled. Not too bad. Young Su, I owe you one. You know, I nearly discarded that antique. Had it not been for your keen judgment, I would have lost a treasure. Su He replied, Uncle Yi, if you come across any more antiques, feel free to send them my way. Just have Xiaoxiao contact me, and I'll personally visit your home to appraise them. Ha! Yi Jingde exclaimed. I've been waiting for you to say that. To be honest, I have several ancient coins here. I'm unsure if you're familiar with them. If you are, I'd love for you to take a look. Su He responded. I have a slight understanding of ancient coins. Well done. Last time you claimed to have only a slight understanding, yet your knowledge was far from trivial. Even Old Shin remarked that your depth of knowledge is simply astonishing. Su He smiled faintly. Yi Jingde continued. All right then, I'll send you a picture to examine. Great. Not long after, Yi Jingde sent Suhi a photograph. But upon seeing it, Suhi was momentarily taken aback. The ancient coin depicted was a phylong. Many may not know what a phylong is. To put it simply, it is worth at least 1 million. It's important to note that even a typical tongbao is merely priced like a bowl of instant noodles. But this, Suhi immediately inquired, Uncle Yi, are you considering purchasing it? Yi Jingde replied, Indeed, I am contemplating such a decision. Have you had it appraised by anyone? I consulted several individuals, and they all assured me there were no issues. Suhi said, From this image, I too feel confident, yet I sense something may be amiss. If it's convenient, could you have the owner of the coin come to see me tomorrow afternoon? Yi Jingde replied, All right. I'll have Xiao Xiao accompany that individual to visit you. Sounds good. As the setting sun poured into the room, Gu Tian donned her newly purchased attire, a sleek black camisole. She was applying lipstick in the bathroom, admiring her reflection in the mirror, feeling significantly more beautiful than before. Gu Tian was thoroughly pleased. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Where are you off to? Gu Tian was suddenly startled, and upon turning her head, she found Wang Hao standing there. You truly startled me. Do you have any idea how frightened I was? Wang Hao inquired. Gu Tian, what are your plans? She smiled and replied, Oh, nothing much. I've arranged to meet a few classmates. We're planning to go karaoke together. Classmates? He echoed. Yes. Wang Hao scrutinized her attire, commenting, Is it really necessary for you to dress like this for classmates? Gu Tian chuckled lightly. Isn't it a tad formal? Besides, when I was with that unsophisticated fellow, I never wore anything this alluring. Didn't you tell me while you were abroad to behave? If I ever did anything to betray you, you certainly wouldn't let me off easily. Wang Hao remained silent. Gu Tian moved closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. Oh darling, fret not. When you're home, I don't associate with him. When you're away, how could I possibly be with him? Wang Hao playfully pinched Gu Tian's nose. All right, my dear. Do you really think I don't trust you? Gu Tian smiled sweetly. I know you trust me. However, as she walked away, a shadow fell over Wang Hao's expression. In the afternoon, as planned, Suhi arrived at the KTV, awaiting Gu Tian's arrival. Soon, she appeared, accompanied by Gu Bin. Suhi grinned and pointed to Gu Bin. What's this? Aren't we supposed to meet our friends? Why did Gu Bin come along? Gu Tian explained. Oh, he happened to pass by, so he decided to join. I see. Suhi nodded. All right then, let us head inside. Upon seeing Gu Bin, Suhi had already pieced together the situation. He thought to himself, Gu Tian, if you lack integrity, don't blame me for being unfaithful. Just as Suhi was about to enter, his phone rang. Didn't you arrange to meet me? Then send me the location. Initially, Wang Hao had no suspicions about Gu Tian. However, after Suhi's words and seeing Gu Tian's exquisite appearance, doubt began to creep into his heart. He started to suspect that Gu Tian and Suhi had not completely severed ties. Indeed, Gu Tian had been married to Suhi, and they were still within the divorce period. If Gu Tian could betray Suhi for Wang Hao, it was quite possible she might one day betray Wang Hao for Suhi. For someone inclined to betrayal, the first time is no different from countless others. Arriving at the venue, Wang Hao asked, Are you alone? No. I didn't want to come. Someone insisted I join. Is it all right if I come in? Suhi frowned. Wang Hao, are you not aware? Wang Hao replied with a smile. What am I supposed to know? Did Gu Tian not inform you? Wang Hao inquired. Stepping forward. What do you mean? Suhi replied. Gu Tian came to see me today. She didn't tell you? Suddenly, anger ignited in Wang Hao's eyes. Suhi continued. All right. I see now that Gu Tian kept you in the dark, but it's of no consequence. Since you're here, why not join me for a drink? Wang Hao retorted angrily. No, thank you. Chapter 75. Identification. He thought to himself. So, Gu Tian, you just told me you were meeting a classmate for a gathering. Could this be the gathering you meant? Suhi added. Oh, I had already mentioned that I never arranged to meet Gu Tian. I had other matters today. However, Gu Tian insisted that I come. He shrugged. What could I do? Wang Hao's lips quivered slightly. He wanted to say something, but held back. Subsequently, he pointed at Suhi and declared, All right, just wait. He then exited the scene. Suhi watched Wang Hao leave with a smirk, thinking, Humph, you think you can play games with me? Not a chance. Reaching upstairs, he found that everyone was already gathered. They were all friends of Suhi and Gu Tian. Ah, our main character has arrived. Someone exclaimed. Suhi, it's been a while. A friend gently patted Suhi on the shoulder. He merely smiled faintly and greeted everyone. Meanwhile, Gu Tian's friends were present as well. Gu Tian called out, "Everyone, feel free to eat and drink. Today, Su He and I are treating." Upon hearing this, the crowd relaxed and cheered. Wow. Have Su He and Gu Tian struck it rich lately? Seems like it. Look at them. When they have money, they think of their friends. Quite commendable. Indeed. Su He and Gu Tian are truly remarkable. I appreciate friends like them. Yes, I too cherish such friendships. The crowd exchanged sentiments. Fully aware that their current amiability stemmed from the treat, but were aware that if the roles were reversed, the atmosphere would likely shift dramatically. At that moment, someone asked, "What is the occasion today? Why are you treating us?" "Right. It's neither a wedding anniversary nor a special day. Why the sudden generosity?" Su He responded, "No particular reason. Everyone just enjoy yourselves. Once you're settled, Gu Tian has something to share." "Oh, I see." The crowd began to cheer and tease. "Su He, I remember you sang beautifully back then. How about a song for us now?" Su He chuckled, waving his hand in refusal. "Perhaps later, once I finish my tasks." Just as he finished speaking, he received a call from Yi Xiao. This had been arranged the day before. At this moment, Su He appeared somewhat embarrassed as he addressed Gu Tian, saying, "Gu Tian, I sincerely apologize. I still have a few matters to attend to. If you could grant me 5 minutes, I shall return shortly." The gathered crowd could discern that Gu Tian was particularly gentle towards Su He at that moment. Consequently, laughter and jest began to ripple through the group. "Gu Tian, you have changed," remarked another individual nearby. "Indeed, I too perceive a transformation. It seems you are genuinely different now." Gu Tian retorted, "Have I truly changed?" "Absolutely. I've noticed how tenderly you treat Su He now. I recall a time when you were quite the opposite, especially when Su He displeased you. He would have been in for quite the scolding." "Ha ha." Gu Tian chuckled. "However, one must acknowledge that people inevitably evolve. Change. You mean Su He might change? Impossible. Even if the seas dry up and the stones decay, Su He will remain unchanged. Who among us is unaware of that? Back when Su He pursued you, he exhausted all his efforts. Moreover, he has treated you well over the years." Gu Tian remained silent, lowering her gaze and shaking her head. It was evident to all that she harbored some inner turmoil. Yet she was reluctant to divulge her thoughts to the group. Meanwhile, as Su He descended the stairs, he encountered the individual selling ancient coins, who was accompanied by Yi Xiao. From a distance, Yi Xiao waved to Su He, "Over here." They approached the vehicle together. The seller glanced at Su He and noted his youthfulness. Several people have examined these coins and confirmed their authenticity, yet President Yi remains skeptical. He insists he trusts only you. "It seems, my friend, your standing in President Ye's regard is quite high." Su He smiled and replied, "I suppose it's adequate, nothing extraordinary." "Where are the items? Please present them." At that moment, the broker produced the ancient coins. The term broker refers to an intermediary involved in the transaction of antiques, essentially an agent in the antiquities market who earns a commission. Su He picked up the ancient coins, examining their patterns and patina, which appeared quite impressive, indicating their age. The broker, brimming with confidence, inquired, "What do you think?" Su He responded, "Quite good. These items are indeed old." The broker exclaimed, "See? I told you they were authentic." However, after further inspection, Su He felt an underlying inconsistency. For those well-versed in appraising treasures, possessing extensive knowledge is one aspect, yet there exists an intrinsic intuition. Old items possess an unmistakable aura that sets them apart. It is akin to distinguishing currency. Any ordinary person can readily identify counterfeit bills when placed alongside genuine ones, often without the need to touch them. Indeed, that is the essence. Su He declared, "Bring me a ruler." Once the ruler was presented, Su He measured the coins and noted, for 1,000 millimeters. Some may question, isn't the Great Flying Dragon 399 millimeters? This is because Su He resides in a world distinct from ours. It is a parallel universe. Otherwise, our live streaming industry would already be in utter chaos, and their industry would hardly be in its infancy. The broker remarked, "That is correct, isn't it? The dimensions are accurate, yet something feels amiss. What could it be?" Su He replied, "I cannot articulate it." Holding the object in his hand, Su He exclaimed, "I understand now. This is counterfeit. Impossible. Did you not just see? This is an old one." "Indeed, it is old, but it was forged by those of the past." Su He asserted confidently, "Logically, a genuine coin should weigh precisely 28 grams. However, this particular coin weighs only 27 grams. The broker chuckled and inquired, "You can discern a difference of merely 1 gram by touch?" Suhi answered, there are some things I may not be able to, but when it comes to antiques, I can indeed gauge the weight. He continued, let us find a scale. The free market's enterprises spanned the entire Ningxia city, and conveniently nearby was a free market. Yi Xiaoxiao accompanied them into the mall, and as is well known, every mall invariably houses a jewelry store. Indeed, this mall has one, and with Yi Xiaoxiao's status, locating it would pose no challenge. After measuring, Chapter 76, the counterfeit. Sure enough, 27 grams. Suhi declared, the authenticity of this coin has been determined. Although it is counterfeit, it is still an antique, albeit not particularly valuable, perhaps worth 1,000 or so. The broker was taken aback. How can this be possible? Yet many have assessed this coin as genuine. Suhi explained, at times, certain matters rely on intuition. During the minting process, silver was selected, which is why it is referred to as a silver dollar. However, due to cost considerations, the silver content in this coin was reduced. But the reduction cannot have been substantial, Yi Xiaoxiao pondered. Yes, this implies only one possibility. What is it? This was currency intended for deception. Deception? Indeed. Suhi elaborated. Do you recall the era when the Flying Dragon coin emerged? It was a time of turmoil, with foreign invasions plaguing our nation. I suspect this counterfeit coin was crafted for those from abroad. Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, I believe I understand now. Suhi concluded, take this ancient coin with you. We are unable to accept it here. The broker returned in disappointment, yet there were no excess or complicated expressions on his face. After they departed, Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, Suhi, do you truly think he was unaware that this coin was counterfeit? Suhi replied, he likely does not know. Yi Xiaoxiao gazed at Suhi, who affirmed, indeed, in truth, just a moment ago, I observed you gazing at him intently, only to realize that he bore no discernible expression. This struck me as rather peculiar. Why would he remain so unresponsive? I have a lingering suspicion that he possesses some knowledge. Suhi remarked, precisely because this coin does not belong to him. He is indifferent to its authenticity, whether it be real or counterfeit. Thus, he exhibits no emotional reaction. Yi Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment. Your reasoning is sound. Suhi gestured towards the upper floor, saying, well then, I must ascend. There are matters up there that still require my attention. Is it concerning your ex-wife? Indeed. She claims to have gathered friends to discuss something, but I am acutely aware that she merely seeks to leverage this situation to solicit money from me. Money? Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in indignation. I cannot fathom why she would demand money from you after her own infidelity. On what grounds? Suhi smiled faintly. Do you recall when I informed you of my lottery win? Yes. You were interrupted at that moment. Oh, I remember now. Her intention was to claim half of the winnings. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled. What does it matter? It's merely a few thousand. If she desires it, then let her have it. Suhi shook his head. No, it is not just a few thousand. Then what is it? 200 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao stood frozen, her mouth agape. What do you mean, 200 million? She could hardly believe her ears. So how much exactly? 200 million. Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath to steady her emotions. So, during this time, you have acquired wealth and can invest in the company because of your lottery win? Indeed. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, I never imagined you would win such an amount. Suhi replied, honestly, before the win, I too did not expect to receive such a fortune. Perhaps fortune simply favored me. Yi Xiaoxiao responded, you are impressive. She then hurriedly asked, so, your ex-wife is already aware of your situation? Suhi stated, it is highly likely she knows. Oh dear, Yi Xiaoxiao lamented. Regardless of the circumstances, one must confront the inevitable. There is no escaping it. Suhi, I hope you can devise a solution. What shall I do otherwise? Enough. I shall head upstairs now. I will wait for you downstairs. Wait for me. Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Father said that since you assisted him this time, he wishes to treat you to a meal. Suhi remarked, I have grown weary of extravagant feasts. Yi Xiaoxiao assured him, rest assured. This time, there will be no lavish delicacies. It is a family gathering. Very well. As Suhi spoke, he ascended the stairs, where a gathering awaited his arrival. However, each person's expression was imbued with an air of peculiarity. Suhi pondered whether Gu Tian had said something. For what else could account for such looks? He glanced at the crowd, exclaiming, oh, why do you all gaze at me? Come, let's eat and drink. The guests settled into their seats. At that moment, someone inquired, Suhi, what is the purpose of summoning us? Surely, it cannot be merely to treat us to a meal. Everyone had indulged in food and drink, and those inclined to sing had done so to their heart's content. Thus, Gu Tian interjected. Well then, I believe it is my turn to address this matter. She surveyed the assembly before declaring, I have divorced Su He. The revelation astonished everyone present. What? You have divorced Su He? When did this happen? Gu Tian, wasn't he Sui good to you? I often speak of your relationship to my husband. How am I to explain this now? Indeed, Gu Tian, I thought Su He was quite admirable. Why would you choose to divorce him? Gu Tian sighed. Perhaps it was a matter of incompatible personalities. The reason for gathering you all was to discuss this. Her friends offered only perfunctory comments before lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, Su He's friends hastily approached him, pointing an accusatory finger. Old Su, speak the truth. Have you mistreated Gu Tian? Mistreated her? Su He chuckled, addressing the assembly. Do you truly believe I would dare to do so? If you Haven team mistreated her, why then did she end the relationship? Why did the divorce occur? Some friends even approached Gu Tian, assuring her, fear not. We shall advocate on your behalf. Do not act impulsively. Gu Tian shook her head. In truth, there is no need for further discussion. We are not acting out of spite. I have contemplated this matter thoroughly and have finally come to terms with it. Gu Tian, is this truly necessary? The crowd wished to persuade her, but their words were halted by Gu Tian's firm demeanor. Of course, during the duration of our marriage, there are matters that must be clarified. Chapter 77. The revelation. Gu Tian cast her gaze over the crowd. Regarding the marital assets, I intend to discuss their equitable division with Su He. What rightfully belongs to each individual should be acknowledged. Would you not agree? The assembly nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the rightful course. What belongs to whom should be respected. This notion garnered significant support. It became clear why Su He had been residing elsewhere lately. It was due to the divorce. However, if they were to divorce, did this imply that Su He would not receive a fair share of their assets? At this moment, although the crowd remained silent, their hearts harbored a different sentiment. Alas, it was said that Su He was pitiable, and indeed he was. At that time, Gu Tian had accumulated a mountain of debt before marrying Su He. Now, as they approached divorce, not only had all of his debts been cleared, but he would also receive a share of their assets. Poor Su He, how unfortunate to have encountered such a person. Gu Tian flashed a smile at everyone, and then presented some documents. Su He understood that the matters between him and Gu Tian were about to be scrutinized. Ladies and gentlemen, Gu Tian began, please take a look at this. It outlines the assets belonging to Su He and me. I invite you to witness a fair division. The crowd gathered around, noting that while they were not familiar with all the specifics, they had a general sense of the situation. Gu Tian continued, I have included everything that should be documented. Is that not correct? Indeed. They replied. Su He, come take a look. Su He remarked, well, this seems to comprise most of it. Very well, Gu Tian said. Once the house is sold, we shall split it evenly. I will forego your electric scooter. And aside from that, we have no significant assets or savings, correct? That is right, Gu Tian affirmed. Now, my share of the assets has been neatly divided. At this moment, Gu Tian's friends began to praise her. Gu Tian has done remarkably well. Although there may have been some discord during their marriage, she is still willing to amicably divide their assets, which is commendable. Indeed, individuals like Gu Tian are becoming increasingly rare. I support this. The crowd chimed in. Gu Tian turned her gaze towards Su He. Su He, I have clarified my assets. What about yours? The lottery tickets belong to Su He, gifted solely by his parents, thus legally classified as his personal property, entirely unrelated to Gu Tian. As for any properties or vehicles purchased thereafter, they were acquired with personal funds, further distancing them from Gu Tian. Su He smiled slightly. What do you believe I have that is subject to division? Gu Tian, I heard that Su He has been staying in hotels. It seems he possesses no valuable items, someone remarked. No, he does. Gu Tian interjected. What you see of Su He is merely him residing in a hotel, but in reality, he only stayed there for a few days. Subsequently, he somehow acquired funds and is now residing in Ningyo Jindi. Surely, you've all heard of that place? The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. What? Ningyo Jindi? No way. That's an upscale location. How could Su He afford to live there? Indeed, I am also aware of the esteemed Ningyo Golden Land. Such aspirations are but a fleeting dream for ordinary individuals. Could it be a fabrication? At this moment, someone inquired of Gu Tian. Gu Tian, you just mentioned that Su He resides in Ningyo Golden Land. May I ask how you came to know this? Gu Tian smiled faintly and then produced a document. Very well. Since there are doubts, let me elucidate, she said. Gu Bin, please take the floor. All right. Gu Bin took the document in hand and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the current asset report of my former brother-in-law, which I have thoroughly investigated. As for what remains unverified, I cannot ascertain the extent. First and foremost, in Ningyo Golden Land, my brother-in-law possesses a residence, as well as a vehicle valued at over $1 million. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. They had never heard of Suhi possessing such assets. Indeed, how curious. Where could these possessions possibly have originated? As the discussions among the onlookers ensued, Gu Bin continued, I must inquire of my brother-in-law, from whence did you acquire your wealth? Where did these belongings come from? Suhi replied nonchalantly, it is of no concern to you. Gu Bin retorted, true, it does not pertain to me. But it certainly concerns my sister, does it not? I fail to comprehend why you would conceal this from her. Do you harbor some undisclosed secret? Suhi responded, perhaps. However, should I possess a secret, I see no obligation to divulge it to you, do I? Gu Bin turned to his sister. Since he is unwilling to share with me, I shall direct my inquiry to you. Gu Tian asked directly, Suhi, do you acknowledge that this wealth is yours? Indeed. I confess. Very well. Since you admit it, I must ask, from whence does this money originate? Suhi replied, I have no obligation to disclose that. Oh, you choose silence, do you? Then allow me to speak on your behalf. Gu Tian produced a recording device, stating, this is an audio recording from my visit to the lottery shop. You may listen. The voice emanated from the device as the crowd listened intently. After a few minutes, someone queried, Gu Tian, are you suggesting that Suhi has won the lottery and is now affluent? Gu Tian affirmed, I cannot be 100% certain. Thus, I implore Suhi to provide an explanation before us all. Exactly where did this money come from? Suhi, did you win a prize? Suhi exhaled slowly, casting a glance at Gu Tian. Very well. At this juncture, I have little left to conceal. Gu Tian, I shall speak the truth. I did win the lottery. Gu Tian exclaimed, you see he has come clean. She pressed further, and how much did you win? At that moment, the room fell into a profound silence, each individual eager to hear the magnitude of Suhi's winnings. Finally, Suhi declared, I won 200 million. Instantly, the KTV erupted in uproar. Good heavens, 200 million in winnings. This is utterly astounding. My word, 200 million. Remember, it is 200 million, not yet 20 million. And certainly not anything else. How is this possible? How on earth did this happen? Chapter 78, Division. Old Su, is what you said true? Yes. Suhi sat calmly on the sofa, admitting without hesitation, indeed, I have won 200 million. However, I will not share a single penny with Gu Tian. Gu Tian fixed her gaze on Suhi, demanding, why not? Gu Tian asserted, Suhi, are we still legally married? We have not yet finalized our divorce. Indeed. So, on what basis do you refuse to share with me? Suhi chuckled lightly, stating, there is no reason. For you lack the qualification and the right to claim this fortune. Gu Bin was immediately incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Suhi, saying, Suhi, what do you mean by that? My sister has sacrificed so much for you and for this family, and in the end, you want to even give her a share? Besides, shouldn't this money belong to both of you? Suhi replied, it is not actually ours to share. Oh, just because you say it isn't shared. It isn't? Suhi, let me ask you one thing. Do you intend to give my sister a share or not? Suhi firmly responded, not a single share. Gu Bin produced a recording pen, holding it aloft. I'll have you know, I recorded the entire conversation. Just now, you admitted that you won this during the marriage and are unwilling to share with my sister. Very well. We shall have our lawyer contact you. Fine by me. Then Gu Tian added, Suhi, if you refuse to share with me, I will not agree to the divorce. Very well. Then do not agree. Suhi remained undaunted. But since we are still husband and wife, our relationship has been merely a name for the past year. It would be wise for you not to agree. For then I shall exercise my rights as your husband. Suhi, you are despicable. Vile. Suhi smiled, saying, in the past, I was powerless and humble, always considering you, worrying about what would happen if you left me. However, now, I no longer worry at all, because you were always meant to leave me. I am indifferent now. Gu Tian angrily shrugged her shoulders. Suhi continued, regardless of our 3 years of marriage, we have never even touched. Gu Tian, do not agree. Absolutely do not agree. No matter what, I must enjoy my goddess before I divorce you. Ha ha ha. After Suhi's laughter echoed, Gu Bin rushed forward, ready to confront him. But Suhi remained unperturbed, as his friends had already intercepted Gu Bin before he could reach him. After all these years, who does not know how Suhi has lived? Though this poor fellow might have struggled, he remains loyal to his friends. Just last year, among his circle, some had children in school, others were in debt, all seeking loans for various reasons. They have borrowed from all their friends, yet none were willing to lend them anything. However, Suhi was different. He confidently waved his hand, despite lacking funds, and even offered to lend his credit card to his friends. It is precisely due to Suhi's generous nature that his friends hold him in high regard. If any situation arose, these individuals would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Not to mention Gu Bin. Even if he had a dozen counterparts, with only 5 or 6 friends, Suhi would not feel intimidated. He possesses unwavering confidence in his companions, immense confidence. Suhi continued coldly. Furthermore, Gu Bin, didn't you record our conversation earlier? Send the audio of your sister stating she won't divorce me to your future brother-in-law for him to listen. Alas, poor Wang Hao. He initially thought he would return to marry you, only to discover that you won't divorce me. How splendid. Wang Jin inquired. Wang Hao? Old Su, are you saying Wang Hao has returned? Suhi glanced at the crowd, incredulous. Could it be that Gu Tian hasn't informed you? Wang Hao is indeed back. He is currently with Gu Tian. Just a moment ago, Gu Tian mentioned that we are still legally married. Yet, I find myself perplexed as to why. Despite being legally married, my wife resides with another? After uttering these words, Suhi fixed an intense gaze upon Gu Tian. In fact, my wife and I had not even consummated our marriage. Perhaps she has already done so with this individual? The plight of the unfortunate often evokes empathy from others. Just like now, as Suhi spoke, the crowd could not help but feel sympathy for him. Look at how well Suhi treated Gu Tian back then. How could she? Suhi is truly a good man. Yet, Gu Tian still desires those 2 billion. Gu Tian now finds herself in a quandary. Should she reject it, she loses the 2 billion. However, if she asks Suhi for it, he would retort, I will reveal everything you have done in the past and what you are currently doing. Alas, poor Gu Tian. Is Gu Tian truly the only one deserving of pity? Back and forth they debated. Gu Tian gazed at Suhi. What do you have to say? Suhi smiled. I shan't repeat myself. Gu Tian swallowed hard. Suhi. You. Suhi replied. Do as you wish. Whatever procedures you intend to follow, go ahead. I am indifferent. I firmly believe that fairness and justice will never be absent from this world. Gu Tian smiled helplessly. Oh, do you know? You nearly made me laugh with your talk of fairness and justice. Very well. Do as you please. Gu Tian then turned to leave. At that moment, others began to advise Suhi. Old Su, now that Gu Tian has left, you might genuinely face a lawsuit. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Observing her demeanor, it is evident she will not let you off easily. Surely, she will seek legal counsel in due time. Old Su, my advice is to resolve this amicably if possible. Yet, I find it hard to believe. How much has Old Su toiled? Over the years, he has accrued substantial debts for Gu Tian. His efforts have been immense. Is it conceivable that in the end, Old Su will have nothing to show for it? I deem it utterly unjust. Wang Jian interjected, I cannot speak to other matters. But I know that Old Su has never wronged Gu Tian. We all recognize how he has treated her, don't we? Old Su works 3 jobs daily, 3 mind you. I ask you, who among you can match that? Zhang Shuang, can you? The individual referred to as Zhang Shuang shook his head. I cannot. Li Si, what about you? I too cannot. Indeed. Yet, Suhi manages without complaint, tirelessly laboring for the sake of repaying Gu Tian's debts. Chapter 79. Wait for me, Wang Jian sighed, alas. But what of Gu Tian? She has never harbored any affection for Suhi. Moreover, the actions she has taken over the years. Wang Jian scoffed. Humph. I shall say no more. One must possess a conscience in this life. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, the group began to reconsider their stance. Indeed, I recall how well Suhi treated Gu Tian. What does that matter? Gu Tian simply did not cherish it. Exactly. If I had a man like Suhi, I would be overjoyed. Suhi, do not fret. What kind of woman could you not attract? If necessary, I shall find you one. Meanwhile, after leaving, Gu Tian was seething with anger, her pace swift enough that Gu Bin struggled to keep up, helplessly grasping at her sleeve. Sister, could you walk a little slower? I truly cannot keep up. Gu Tian retorted, I am absolutely furious. Gu Bin inquired, Sister, did you not say that Suhi is particularly prideful? If you approach him for money, he is bound to acquiesce due to his vanity. Suddenly, Gu Tian halted. I have underestimated the situation. What? I said. I have underestimated the situation. Gu Tian exclaimed loudly. In the face of money, especially a sum as colossal as 100 million, pride is worth next to nothing. Each word was articulated deliberately, ensuring Gu Bin grasped her point clearly. Gu Bin responded, "Sister, what shall we do about this money? We cannot simply disregard it, can we?" "Yes. Why should we not?" In truth, as they conversed, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned against the sports car, eavesdropping on their discussion. She contemplated rushing over to inquire, "Are you Su He's ex-wife?" However, after a moment's reflection, she deemed such an action might appear rather foolish. Thus, she refrained. Nevertheless, if she were indeed Su He's ex-wife, she seemed rather unremarkable. In the room, after a round of consolation, everyone gradually dispersed, making their way downstairs. Yi Xiaoxiao was truly captivating, with a slender figure, an exquisite visage, and complemented by a luxurious sports car. Any man who laid eyes upon her would be compelled to steal a few glances, including Su He's friends. "Wow, this person is incredibly wealthy," exclaimed one. "Goodness, whoever marries this girl is truly marrying a wealthy beauty and will surely ascend to the pinnacle of life." "Marry?" Su He chuckled and queried, "I ask you, my brothers, is this princess of the free market truly someone you aspire to wed? Are you saying she is the daughter of the free market's owner?" Su He nodded affirmatively. At that moment, someone remarked, "Goodness gracious, this is astounding. I simply cannot fathom why the daughters of affluent families are always so stunning. Not only stunning, but she also possesses a remarkable aura." "Wait a moment." A voice interrupted, addressing Su He. "How do you know she is the owner's daughter?" Su He replied, "I know her. Come on, old Su, stop boasting. You're telling us, and we don't believe you. If you all doubt it, just ask Wang Jian. He will vouch for it." Wang Jian interjected, "Indeed, I can confirm that he truly knows her." With an innocent expression, he looked at everyone. Yet when he was being earnest, they were still skeptical. Laughter erupted among the group. Wang Jian insisted, "I'm not deceiving you. What I said is indeed true." "All right, we get it. Wang Jian, you are quite serious. We believe you." Wang Jian fell silent, exasperated. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Xiaoxiao waved at Su He. "Su He." He approached her, saying, "Brothers, I'm heading over. Are you all taking a taxi back? Come on. Old Su, you really know her? What? Do I look like someone who would deceive you? Goodness. A wealthy beauty. Su He, how did you come to know this affluent lady?" Su He replied, "That's none of your concern." He walked toward Yi Xiaoxiao, while his friends looked on with envy, their expressions a mix of frustration and helplessness. Damn, this Su He. That evening, Gu Tian had not yet returned home when she received messages from her friends, which conveyed an entirely different narrative. "Gu Tian, it's no big deal. Su He is just like that. He merely won the lottery and is unwilling to share with you. I believe he is intentionally divorcing you because he hit the jackpot." "Yes, I feel the same way. Gu Tian, don't worry. Your prospects are excellent. And Wang Hao is still pursuing you, right? Honestly, you have nothing to fret about." "Exactly." As Su He opened the door to his room, he heard, "Honey, I'm back." At that moment, Wang Hao was watching television in the living room, not uttering a single word. "Honey, what's the matter?" As Gu Tian spoke, she approached Wang Hao, preparing to embrace him. Suddenly, Wang Hao removed her hand from his neck. "Don't touch me." Gu Tian was taken aback. "Darling, is something bothering you?" Wang Hao replied, "First, I am not your husband. Your husband is Su He. Second, do not touch me. You are filthy." Gu Tian frowned. Any woman would be infuriated upon hearing the word filthy, and Gu Tian was no exception. "Wang Hao, what do you mean?" Wang Hao sneered. "Humph, what do I mean?" "Gu Tian, do you not realize that your actions are truly despicable?" "Despicable? I don't understand how I am despicable. You were abroad for such a long time, and I did not allow Su He to touch me even once. Do you have any idea how I managed all this time?" Wang Hao said, "I do not care how you coped, nor am I interested in knowing. I will only believe what I see." "What did you see?" Gu Tian challenged. Wang Hao fixed her with a cold gaze. "At this point, you still refuse to admit it, don't you? Well, let me remind you, Gu Tian. What did you do this afternoon?" Gu Tian replied, "Oh, that matter. Did I not tell you? I was at a gathering with my friends." "Are your friends male or female?" "Of course, there are both." "And who else?" Gu Tian pretended to ponder, her mind racing with thoughts about whether to disclose her meeting with Su He to Wang Hao. However, reason swiftly advised her against it. Revealing the truth would provoke Wang Hao. Chapter 80. Talent. Gu Tian smiled slightly. "Well, there's no one else. Just Su He." Upon hearing this name, her previously joyous expression began to freeze, and she found herself hesitant to speak. Wang Hao pressed on. You met with Su-hee, didn't you? Gu Tian remained silent. And Wang Hao continued. All right, just from your expression, I understand everything. Gu Tian, I simply cannot fathom why you would be so shameless. Why must you meet with Su-hee? Have you not already signed the divorce agreement? Indeed. Then why do you still need to meet him? Gu Tian replied with a smile. Darling, rest assured, although I met with Su-hee, nothing happened between us. Wang Hao countered. Are you implying that I should ask you whether you engaged in any relations? Gu Tian, what do you mean by saying this to me now? Gu Tian responded, I was just afraid you would be angry, that's why I. So you think it's acceptable to lie? Is that it? Gu Tian stated. I am not lying. I merely wish to avoid making things look unpleasant. Furthermore, after signing the divorce agreement with Su-hee, there are still matters we need to divide, such as assets. We must address those. Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. Humph. What assets does Su-hee possess that would warrant division? Gu Tian responded. Of course there are. Su-hee has over 100 million in his bank account. Wang Hao's anger intensified, for he prided himself on knowing Su-hee intimately. He was certain whether Su-hee possessed such wealth, and he immediately rose to his feet. Gu Tian, you truly need not go this far. Just then, the bedroom door slammed shut with a bang. At that moment, Su-hee was at home. Truth be told, despite a minor quarrel with Gu Tian, he felt rather elated, as he had made plans to meet someone special today, Wang Hao. Given Wang Hao's inherently suspicious nature, it was likely that Gu Tian would face challenges upon his return home. At Yi Xiaoxiao's residence, she discerned this with a glance. She swallowed the last sip of water and set the glass down on the table. It wasn't a mere glance. He had weighed the coin in his hand and instantly declared it a counterfeit. Yi Jingde slowly lifted his head, gazing at the wall before him, but his thoughts were occupied by Su-hee. Good heavens! Su-hee is truly remarkable, Yi Jingde exclaimed. I never anticipated that he could so effortlessly ascertain the authenticity of that coin. It's simply astounding, Yi Jingde remarked. Individuals like Su-hee are indeed rare. He pondered for a moment before continuing. But this is quite advantageous. Xiao, consider this. If I were to purchase antiques in the future, the likelihood of acquiring a counterfeit would be significantly diminished. Dad, I did not introduce Su-hee to you for the purpose of collecting antiques. She retorted. What do you mean by that? I intended for you to purchase fewer antiques. Just think about it. If you make too many mistakes, wouldn't that be a waste of money? Foolish girl, have you not considered that with Su-hee around, I can no longer be deceived into buying fakes? Yi Jingde replied. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent. She mused. Perhaps my father has a point. But Dad, oh dear. Yi Jingde lightly pointed at Yi Xiaoxiao. Look at you, still so naive. Silly girl, let me tell you. Antiques can lead to wealth. What is that saying? One cannot become rich without unexpected gains. Have you forgotten how your father acquired his fortune in the past? Yi Xiaoxiao protested. I don't really understand this. I just want to say, Dad, take it easy. Understood, Yi Jingde assured her. Rest assured, I will not neglect my work. Our family's assets are among the top 10 in the entire city, but my ambition will always be to claim the #1 position. Father, I understand your lofty ambitions, yet it is imperative to prioritize your health. Indeed, that is more like it. The following day, while Su-hee was still at home, a knock echoed at the door. Greetings, I am the attorney representing Gu Tian. My client has entrusted me with the management of your divorce proceedings. May we converse? Come in. Upon entering the room, the lawyer swiftly surveyed the surroundings, seemingly in search of some evidence. May I inquire if this house was purchased recently? Yes. It was after I won the lottery. The lawyer intended to ask whether it was a lottery win, but upon witnessing Su-hee's candid acknowledgement, this inquiry was rendered unnecessary. Very well, Mr. Su. Technically, you are still within the marital period, thus this money, that's enough. No need to elaborate. I have made it abundantly clear that I shall not share any of it with Gu Tian, not a single penny. At this juncture, the lawyer remained quite courteous towards Su-hee. May I ask, Mr. Su, why did you not hire a lawyer? Su-hee chuckled softly. Does it truly matter whether I engage legal counsel? Are you not planning to hire one then? At this moment, the opposing party straightened their posture. To be honest, if Su-hee is unwilling to hire a lawyer, the matter will be significantly simplified. Initially, he had been concerned that Su-hee might pinpoint the reasons behind Gu Tian's desire for divorce. However, he now felt an unexpected sense of relief. Mr. Su, I still advise you to reconsider. Before the lawyer could finish this sentence, Su-hee promptly interrupted. Have you spoken enough? The lawyer was taken aback, astonished that Su-hee had directly cut him off. No, regardless of whether you have or have not, I have matters to attend to, so please take your leave. Furthermore, as I stated, I will not share anything with Gutian. I am aware that you have recorded this. It is of no consequence to me. Feel free to record as you wish, for I harbor no concerns. Suhi smiled nonchalantly, yet his smile was laced with irony, leaving the lawyer at a loss for words. He could only leave a business card before departing. This day, Suhi received an abundance of concern from his friends. Old Su, how are things progressing with Gutian? Ah, Old Su, do say something. Do you need us to provide a testimony? I have long been displeased with that Wang Hao fellow. So have I. What is so remarkable about Wang Hao? Suhi typed in the group chat. Gentlemen, enough? I wish to sever all ties with Gutian. Please do not mention her name in my presence again, as I detest hearing it. Driving to the office, Suhi arrived to a chorus of greetings. Hello, President Su. President Su. As he walked in, Suhi merely nodded lightly. Suhi is no longer the same as he once was. Chapter 81. Aspiring for high places, Mr. Tan remarked, Xiao Su, your office has been prepared. Come, take a look. Sun Qingqing smiled and replied, Mr. Tan, you still have many matters to attend to. Allow me to handle Mr. Su's affairs. You? Indeed. Sun Qingqing nodded earnestly, her large, innocent eyes gazing up at Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan conceded, very well. Sun Qingqing led Suhi into the office, a newly renovated space characterized by its tranquility and seclusion. Mr. Su, do you like it? Sun Qingqing asked, straightening her posture and revealing two graceful curves. Suhi glanced around. Are you inquiring about the office? Who else would I be referring to? Sun Qingqing purred, gently brushing her leg. Dressed in black stockings paired with professional attire, she exuded femininity. Suhi feigned ignorance, choosing instead to survey the office. Everything seems satisfactory. But why is this office so isolated? Oh dear. Mr. Su, you seldom come into work. Moreover, Mr. Tan specifically instructed that since you usually visit for inspections, we ought to provide you with a tranquil office space. Sun Qingqing took a couple of steps forward and continued. Do you know what the best feature of this office is? The soundproofing. She added, we utilize the latest soundproof materials, ensuring that you can work in absolute serenity. As she spoke, Sun Qingqing approached the door, closed it, and inquired, Mr. Su, can you hear any noise from outside? The soundproofing is indeed impressive. Yes. Not only can you not hear the sounds outside, but the outside cannot hear the sounds within either. As Sun Qingqing spoke, she edged closer to Suhi, nearly touching him, when suddenly, she pretended to twist her ankle and fell forward. Suhi instinctively dodged, causing her to crash against the glass wall, leaving an imprint of a pale face. Ouch! Sun Qingqing exclaimed in pain, to which Suhi turned and cautioned, be careful. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. She rubbed her face, thinking to herself, I am determined to succeed today. Suppressing the pain in her ankle and face, she continued, Mr. Su, this office has a small partition, a cozy little bedroom where you can rest during your breaks. Suhi walked over and sat down on the bed. It's quite soft. Indeed. I chose this for you. It features a silicone mattress, so how could it not be soft? I heard you have recently divorced. Suhi slowly raised his head, letting out a long sigh. Ah, yes, I have. Are you planning to search again? Suhi smiled. Is there truly not a single suitable one? Mr. Su, what kind of girl do you wish to find? Do you prefer those who are alluring? As Suhi pondered this, Sun Qingqing gradually approached. Pretending to lose her balance, she exclaimed and lunged towards Suhi, but at that very moment, he unexpectedly stood up, causing her to tumble to the ground. Her hair became disheveled, and a bump appeared on her head. Well done this time, Suhi remarked. By the way, could you fetch Wang Jian for me? Sure. Sun Tiantian made her way to Wang Jian, displaying a different demeanor. Wang Jian, the boss is looking for you. Which boss? Why ask so many questions? Just follow me. Although Sun Tiantian often aspired to ascend the social ladder, her professional skills were undeniably strong. She understood that since Suhi was in a new office, few were aware of it. Without guidance, it would be difficult to approach, thus she brought Wang Jian along. Along the way, Wang Jian couldn't help but wonder, which boss could it be? I haven't made any mistakes lately, have I? Is the boss going to reprimand me? Oh dear, what should I do? Finally, they arrived at Suhi's office. Sun Qingqing stood at the door, knocked, and upon seeing Suhi, Wang Jian felt both astonished and delighted. He was surprised to see someone who once shared an office with him now possessing a private office. Ah, of course. Suhi had become a boss, naturally leading to his own space. The joy stemmed from the fact that it wasn't another boss summoning him. Suhi. Sun Qingqing shot Wang Jian an exasperated glance. Address him as Mr. Su. Sui said, Sun Qingqing, you may return to your tasks. Sun Qingqing smiled at Su-hee. All right, Mr. Su, I'll get back to it. Call me if you need anything, she said, mimicking a phone gesture. After she left, Wang Jian plopped down on the sofa. Wow, old Su, this sofa is fantastic. So comfortable. So he went to pour Wang Jian some water and remarked, lie back and give it a try. Wang Jian reclined on the sofa, exclaiming, this is incredibly comfortable. If only I had a sofa like this. Is this the lifestyle of the affluent? Suddenly, Wang Jian stood up and addressed Su-hee. Old Su, you once said, in wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. Don't forget about me, brother. Rest assured, old Wang. If you don't trust others, surely you can trust me. When have I ever had a meal without you sharing in it? With your assurance, I feel at ease. Wang Jian playfully added, well, old Su, I think my salary is a bit low. You might want to look into that. Hey there. Are you already contemplating a salary increase even before commencing your duties? Alas, while others have their close friends as bosses, I find myself with a brother in that position. Su-hee handed Wang Jian a glass of water, placing it on the coffee table. He pulled out a stool and sat across from Wang Jian. Let us be candid. How have you been lately? Has anyone at the company been giving you a hard time? Loneliness. Loneliness. Indeed. Just think about it. You've left. My brother. I am now all alone. How could I not feel lonely? With a hearty laugh, Su-hee responded, haha. But alas, I have other matters to attend to. By the way, where's Brother E? At that moment, Wang Jian slowly lowered his head, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Chapter 82. Seeking trouble. What's wrong with Brother E? Su-hee asked anxiously. Brother E has been in a rather foul mood lately. What has caused this? Wang Jian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing worth discussing. Wang Jian, I am now your superior, and I command you to divulge what troubles Brother E. Wang Jian replied, it's just that there are some discrepancies in planning, and the leader of Group 2 has been targeting us, especially since their performance has been commendable within the company. Didn't I resolve that last time? Old habits die hard, and the temperament of the leader of Group 2 is unlikely to change. It's an impossible feat. Su-hee nodded in understanding. I see. Then, Su-hee stood up. Wang Jian called out from behind. Su-hee, where are you off to? I'm going to find Brother E. Wang Jian hurried to catch up, saying, Old Su, you know, I must admit, when you first became my boss, I didn't feel much of a difference, but now it's different. With your own office, I suddenly realized that you've truly become someone distinct from us. As they conversed, they finally arrived at the main hall. Former colleagues, now under Su-hee's leadership, elicited a sense of unspoken envy among everyone present. In truth, Su-hee had noticed this change upon returning to the office. When he first joined, he struggled to connect with many of the female colleagues. His attempts to add them were often met with rejection or indifference, often accompanied by inquiries about his intentions, leaving him quite embarrassed. However, since assuming the role of boss, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Everyone began to actively seek his contact information. Initially, when I sought to connect with you, you were reluctant to accept. Now, why should I grant you access? Su-hee chose to decline outright, questioning these women about the significance of their requests. If it's not important, I will not add you. Apologies. He is indeed a man of such temperament, one who repays kindness and holds grudges. At Manager Yi's office, he intended to address Su-hee as President Su, but was interrupted by Su-hee. Brother E, just call me Little Su as before. Very well. Recently, what project has Brother E been occupied with? Manager E produced the documents in his possession, and presently, there is no one else capable of undertaking this planning but myself. Isn't there Wang Jian? After Su-hee inquired, the other members of their team remarked, I find Jianji's plan rather commendable. However, the leader of the second group adamantly disagrees, citing various shortcomings, and our planner concurs. Subsequently, the employees sighed, alas. Not only us. Even the plans personally crafted by Brother E face relentless scrutiny. As you know, each proposal necessitates the simultaneous approval of the leaders from both groups. What commendable plans can they possibly devise? Upon our review, they were woefully inadequate. Su-hee, glancing at the proposal in hand, remarked, Brother E, I personally believe this plan is quite commendable. Indeed, we all regard this proposal favorably. Yet, the version you possess has undergone 4 revisions without success. On one hand, Manager Chun is pressing for progress, while on the other, Manager Sun is imposing obstacles. Who is unaware that Manager Sun desires our approval of their plan? Yet their proposal is undeniably lacking. Sui stated, "Understood." Without uttering another word, he made his way to the second group's office, where the group leader and others were diligently toiling. Simultaneously, Manager Sun was expounding, "This proposal of mine can be deemed the finest within the company. If this plan fails to pass, I must conclude that our company possesses no other commendable proposals." The crowd began to shower him with accolades. Indeed, I am perplexed as to the source of confidence among those in the first group. What justifies their belief that their plans surpass ours? Manager Sun, your capabilities have undeniably improved. Indeed, Manager Sun, you are remarkable. Manager Sun waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let us refrain from excessive flattery. The decision regarding our proposal has yet to be made. Isn't it virtually a foregone conclusion? Manager Sun chuckled, exuding confidence. Upon seeing Su He, the group instinctively greeted him. General Su. Greetings, General Su. The sensation of being addressed as General Su by former colleagues is one that Su He had only ever envisioned in dreams. Su He inquired, Manager Sun, what project are you currently undertaking? Oh, it's a project for a beverage company, General Su. Would you care to take a look? Manager Sun presented his plan to Su He, who perused it while Manager Sun awaited nearby, resembling a person poised for a fateful verdict, yet also akin to a child anticipating his grades. After a brief glance, Su He set the project proposal aside. Manager Sun hurriedly inquired, General Su, is something amiss? Do you find it lacking? Su He merely shook his head. It is not entirely unfavorable. I can only say that if we were to utilize this plan, it would indeed be feasible. However, to assert that this plan possesses any remarkable qualities would be a stretch. Moments ago, those confident employees, along with the self-assured Manager Sun, now found themselves in a rather awkward position. Su He inquired, Manager Sun, how many years have you been with the company? 10 years, Mr. Su, replied Sunday. 10 years. Yet your planning skills seem stagnant. Just earlier, they were praising you, and now I find myself questioning your competence, Su He remarked, delivering a pointed critique. Manager Sun hung his head. Had this been in the past, he would have surely engaged in a lengthy debate with Su He. However, the current circumstances rendered him hesitant. The reason was simple. Su He had ascended to the role of company owner. I will strive to improve, Manager Sun conceded. Su He advised, you must be open to learning. Often, seasoned employees become complacent, believing their experience suffices. They fail to recognize that brilliance can sometimes aid them, but at other times, it can lead to their downfall. Manager Sun awkwardly inquired, Mr. Su, what do you mean? You must learn to adapt. Rigidity will not serve you well, understood? Understood. Manager Sun replied, very well. I will personally review this plan. Therefore, you and your team will need to put in some extra hours. Once completed, please send it to my email, Su He instructed. Mr. Su, how about it? Are you unwilling to do so? Manager Sun asked. Su He retorted, I recall a time when you relished overtime. Why the reluctance now? The only force capable of defeating magic is, indeed, magic itself. Su He cleverly utilized Manager Sun's past fondness for overtime to compel him into working late. Manager Sun, who considered himself quite astute, chuckled and said, Mr. Su, if it were just me working late, it would be manageable, but the fact that so many others are also required to stay late. Oh, indeed. You raise a valid point, Su He acknowledged. Manager Sun continued, thus, I believe it is best to fulfill your requests during regular hours. Su He suggested, how about this? You work late alone, and the others are free to go. At that moment, some individuals stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. Manager Sun felt like slapping himself. He could not fathom how he had uttered such words. Now he found himself caught in Su He's clever trap. Facing the prospect of working overtime once again, the realization weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, after a night of tireless effort, Gu Tian finally clarified the situation. Wang Hao declared, this time is a one-off. It shall not be repeated. My dear, I remember. I was genuinely worried that you might be upset because I truly fear losing you. Wang Hao remarked, if you were to speak the truth to me, do as you please. I assure you, I shall not be angered. Very well, I understand now. I shall never dare again. Gu Tian then inquired, by the way, my dear husband, how did you know I would go there? Moreover, I did not send you my location. Oh, I had initially arranged to meet Su He for drinks and dinner, but it was not merely a dinner invitation. Su He coerced me. Do you think I am a fearful person? Thus, I resolved to go. At that moment, I went, and Su He sent me the location. Wang Hao paused. This location just so happens to be your KTV. At that time, I realized you were indeed meeting with Su He and his companions. Gu Tian furrowed her brow, and Wang Hao suddenly sat upright. Wait, something is amiss. What is it? Wang Hao exclaimed. We have fallen into a trap. Only now do I realize the oddities. He deceived me into coming, deliberately letting me know you were with him to incite my anger. I was truly infuriated at that moment. Wang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. That's Su He, Gu Tian commented. However, Su He is not the same as he used to be. In what way is he different? Wang Hao asked. As far as I can see, aside from shedding his former timidity and becoming more assertive, I have not noticed any significant changes. Su He is wealthy now. Wealthy? Do you recall what I told you yesterday? I sought Su He merely to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I remember. Wang Hao scoffed. But what wealth could Su He possibly possess? To my knowledge, he is merely a penniless fool. That was the old Su He, not the current one. Really? Has he won the lottery or something? Indeed. Gu Tian spoke earnestly, prompting Wang Hao, who had previously been dismissive, to adopt a serious demeanor. Goodness, he truly has struck it rich? Gu Tian replied, what a stroke of luck. A staggering 200 million. How did that fortune land in his lap? So, you genuinely went to reclaim money? Absolutely. Wang Hao asserted. Gu Tian, we must recover that money. Certainly. Gu Tian continued. And you must exercise caution on your end as well. Wang Hao queried, what should I be cautious about? Do you recall the house you were renting? Yes. The tenant who was supposedly a friend of Su He was expelled by the landlord. Do you think Su He and his companions would simply swallow that indignity? Wait. Wang Hao interjected. You mentioned earlier that Su He is now wealthy? Indeed. Then, if he is wealthy, why did they willingly leave when I instructed the landlord to evict them? Logically, they should not have departed. Gu Tian sighed. This is the terrifying part. How can it be that they possess wealth yet choose not to resolve what could be addressed with a mere pittance, instead opting to relinquish their establishment? Why is that? I have heard that the affluent are always eager to assert themselves. This led me to ponder. As Wang Hao anticipated Gu Tian's intentions, he remarked, rest assured, I cannot believe that Su He could truly pose a threat to me. However, to avoid any repercussions later, we must take the initiative. That evening, Yi was engaged in a live broadcast. At the outset, everything proceeded smoothly, devoid of any peculiarities. After observing for a while, Sui commented, I see no cause for concern. Therefore, I shall take my leave. Do not hesitate to call if anything arises. Very well. Yi settled in front of her computer, watching the orders surge, her heart brimming with joy. She mused that in previous times, standing in the store for an entire day would yield a mere few thousand yuan. Yet through this live streaming, coupled with the software, she could effortlessly amass tens of thousands. The delight in her heart had not yet dissipated when suddenly a woman's voice pierced through from outside. Where is your boss? Where is the host? What is going on here? Come out. A staff member hurriedly approached. Madam, how may I assist you? The woman exclaimed, I purchased a garment from your live stream, and its quality is subpar, not at all as advertised. How can that be? The customer shouted. How can it not be? She retorted, storming inside. The customer's intent was unmistakable. She did not even take a moment to look around, but headed straight for the live broadcast room, catching EE and the others off guard. What is the meaning of this? The irate customer demanded. What sort of garment did you sell me? Given that this was a live broadcast, they needed to continue their business, so EE suggested, let us step outside. The customer was unwilling. Why should I go outside? I am right here, and I want your audience to see the quality of your garments. She then produced the clothing, pointing out, look, the threads are unraveling here. And here, and why is there dirt? I seriously suspect that you sold me a returned item. Chapter 84. Customer complaint. The disruption in the live broadcast came as a complete surprise, leaving no time to shut it down. What? Someone is causing a scene? A returned item? What about my recent order? I wish to request a refund. Quickly, apply for a refund. What if it truly is a previously worn item? Zhang Meng exclaimed in a flurry. EE, realizing the gravity of the situation, said, let us shut it down. Do not close it. Amidst the chaos, a masculine voice resonated, Su He. His voice exuded a sense of security, and as he entered, it was as though a luminous figure had appeared before them. Su He stepped forward and declared, do not terminate the live broadcast. However, if the live stream is not terminated, E will not continue speaking. She merely glanced at the adjacent live broadcast room, as if to convey to Su He that if they did not close it now, many people would witness what was unfolding. Su He replied, it matters not. We are upright and have nothing to fear from shadows. Let us show everyone how we address customer complaints. They can enjoy the spectacle. What do you mean by they can enjoy the spectacle? Are you reveling in their misfortune? The barrage of comments in the live stream included remarks about cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and bottled water. Suhee inquired, "Hello? Did you just say that the clothes we sent you were someone else's return?" The customer picked up the garment, displaying the open package for their inspection. "Look, is this not a flaw in your clothing?" E interjected, "It appears to me that the thread was deliberately cut, as it is exceedingly neat." The customer shouted, "What? Are you suggesting that I opened it myself? I demand to know how you will address this issue." Suhee turned to E and said, "Activate the AI software and focus the camera on us." Suhee continued, "I understand your concerns, but do not be afraid. When faced with challenges, we must resolve them. It is the only way to gain more customers." E remained silent, while the barrage of comments intensified. "If I were you, I would certainly fight back. It is evident that she deliberately cut it to create trouble. Yes, support you, host. We should not coddle her. Let's confront her." People are often drawn to drama, much like the audience in the current live stream. Nevertheless, Suhee remained unfazed. E had no choice but to direct the camera towards Suhee. Meanwhile, in the office of Wang Hao, he observed the live stream content, fixating on the screen as if he could extract the figures from it. "Suhee, it is indeed you. You are intentionally assisting the former tenant of my shop, seeking to oppose me. Are you? Very well. It seems you have been preparing for this for quite some time." Wang Hao did not ponder how Suhee and E knew each other. His only concern was how Suhee would continue to oppose him. Wang Hao took out his phone, uncertain of whom to message. However, within moments, he noticed the customer glancing at her own phone. Suhee approached the customer and asked, "Did you say that the thread was exposed?" "Yes." Suhee extended his hand. "Show me." After receiving it, Suhee held it under the camera, saying, "Let us show it to our friends in the live stream." Without offering an explanation, Suhee let the viewers observe. Even if there were issues with the garment's thread, how could every single thread be severed at the junction of two pieces of fabric? Furthermore, they were all uniformly cut, showing clear evidence of having been sliced. Wang Hao, watching the live stream, struck his forehead with a resounding slap. "It is truly baffling." Wang Hao sent another message, and the client here picked up her phone to take another glance. It was unclear what the client had seen, but she appeared somewhat flustered. Suhee led her into a small storage room. The garments within this modest space had not even been unpacked from the returns. Suhee remarked, "Look here. All our refunded clothing is right here. E, would you kindly bring over the records of the refunded customers?" E retrieved the records. Suhee continued, "This is the complete list of all our refund clients. You may verify them one by one." The client instantly felt a sense of embarrassment. At that moment, the tide of the comments shifted. Observers noted, "It doesn't appear as though she is intentionally attempting to sell returned items. Indeed, I find that hard to believe. These garments haven't even been unwrapped." Regarding this loose thread, Suhee inquired, "In that case, could you leave this garment with us? We need to investigate. If it is determined that the issue with this item is indeed our fault, we will compensate you tenfold of your purchase price." It was precisely because they had accounted for every detail that Suhee possessed such confidence. This confidence caused an uproar in the comments. It truly erupted. Could this person be a plant? I doubt it, but look at their after-sales service. It makes it hard to resist buying from them. Indeed, this is nothing short of remarkable, absolutely extraordinary, terrifying. At that moment, the client seemed to realize something. She immediately lowered her head and muttered, "Oh, perhaps I made a mistake. It could have been my child who unintentionally damaged it." Comments flooded in. Is she treating the merchant as a fool? Perhaps. If there was such a possibility, why didn't she mention it earlier? Why only now? I sense the merchant is growing angry. If I encountered such a client, I would certainly report her. So would I? However, Suhee's subsequent actions left all the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. Suhee produced a new set of garments. "It's not easy for you to come all this way. I believe you did not intend to create an issue. Here is a new set of clothing for you to take home. By the way, are you satisfied with the fit of the garments?" "Quite satisfied." In moments of emotion and excitement, people often misspeak, and now, the client was a blend of both emotions. Her spontaneous remark startled Wang Hao, who was watching the live stream. "Oh no, don't do this to me," Wang Hao murmured. The viewers in the live stream also sensed something amiss. Chapter 85. Rationality. Just moments ago, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the product, so how is it that he is now content? Logically, since he himself damaged it and has acknowledged his fault, the merchant ought not to provide him with compensation. Yet, astonishingly, the merchant did. How exceedingly gracious of them. Indeed, I feel as though I might be moved to tears myself. If I were in his position, I would hasten to find a crevice to hide in. Clearly, he came seeking trouble, only to ultimately realize his mistake. Suhee smiled as he addressed Yi, saying, Yi, please continue the live broadcast. I shall escort this lady home. It is rush hour, and finding a taxi is quite challenging. In the live stream, oh my, I am truly overwhelmed with emotion. I too am on the verge of tears. This is simply too much. How can this merchant be so kind? My goodness, how can such individuals and merchants exist? As the audience engaged in fervent discussion, Suhee escorted the lady away. In truth, he had his own motives. Meanwhile, Yi, in the live stream, apologized to her viewers. Dear family, I sincerely apologize. We encountered some issues during the broadcast, but thankfully, they have now been resolved. Comments flooded in. Enough with the chatter. Get on with the AI. I want to purchase clothing. Hurry up. Too much talk. With a gentle smile, Yi prepared to resume her stream when notifications erupted. You have a new order. You have 10 new orders. You have 100 new orders. Orders poured in. And Yi quickly addressed her viewers. Dear family, let us engage in rational consumption, moderation. Moderation. However, the audience paid her no heed. What rational consumption? I solely desire to indulge in wild spending. Host, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Mind your own business. Depart quickly. This live stream is now mine. If anyone has questions, I will answer them. You should return to your sewing machine. Yi felt deeply touched. In truth, everyone was perceptive. They could discern whether a business operated with integrity or deceit. They were not fools, and it was clear to them the nature of such after-sales service, such problem-solving methods, and such merchants. If they did not support this, one must ponder what kind of merchants they would endorse instead. Wang Hao sat in his chair, watching their live stream. His fists clenched tightly, and he slammed his hand down on the table with force. Bang! A searing pain instantaneously surged through Wang Hao's fist, and he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. As Suhee drove, the client remained silent throughout the journey. Suhee remarked, Sister, are you aware that had this been another merchant, your actions today might have led to serious repercussions? I know. The lady replied, filled with remorse. Oh dear. I never anticipated this. Suhee continued, I understand that this is not entirely your fault. Had no one incited you to act this way, you surely would not have come to our live stream to create trouble, correct? The customer lowered their head, unable to meet Suhee's gaze. Suhee inquired, It's all right. Could you tell me who prompted you to do this? The customer was clearly reluctant to reveal anything. Suhee continued, Very well. Was it the owner of the 3 horizontal and 1 vertical clothing store? The customer replied, I received money from him, and he told me to buy a piece of clothing, then to pull out the threads and come to your store. I never expected your kindness. Once I arrived, I felt a pang of guilt. Suhee smiled faintly. No, you inadvertently provided us with a wave of reverse publicity. Had it not been for your efforts, I doubt our sales in the live broadcast would have been as successful. Concerned about potential complications, Suhee decided to remain in the clothing store. After the broadcast concluded, he asked Yi, How was today? Yi responded, I truly didn't anticipate it. We shattered records today, selling 100,000 yuan. Zhang Ming was so elated she nearly jumped with joy. I have never seen so many orders. Suhee remarked, Zhang Ming, you need not worry about the live broadcast tomorrow. Zhang Ming was taken aback. What? I've been doing so well. Why would that be? If you're managing the live broadcast, what about the shipping? You won't need to handle shipping either. Tomorrow, hire 2 people for that. And also, you should rent a warehouse. Our sales will likely continue to improve. Zhang Ming exclaimed in delight. Suhee, how are you so astute? Why didn't I think of that? You truly embody the essence of a great entrepreneur. Suhee replied, I may not have personally experienced it, but I have certainly observed it. Yi interjected, Sugu, there's something I need to discuss. In a few days, there's an important event hosted by a clothing association, where you can meet numerous individuals from the fashion industry and engage in dialogue with them. Are you planning to attend? Not only do I wish to attend, but I also want you to join me. Count me in. Zhang Ming chimed in. I recall during the last gathering, many were prominent figures in the fashion industry, and Yi was looked down upon, sitting at the back. Isn't it merely a clothing association exchange? Must there be assigned seating? Indeed. Zhang Ming replied, do not underestimate this gathering. Anyone of significance in the clothing industry will be present, and surely, there will be a seating arrangement. So, there will be a hierarchy? Yi sighed, forget it. I shan't bring Sugo. It would only lead to embarrassment for both of us. No. Suhi interjected. If you suggest I attend to put on a facade, I might not be interested, but if you mean to go to face embarrassment, then I am eager to embrace that. Yi retorted. How can embarrassment be a joyful experience? Especially when others expect you to falter, and in the end, you do not. Laughter erupted among the group. Yi remarked, all right then. Let's make some preparations 3 days from now. Preparations? Zhang Ming interjected, taking the lead in the conversation. During gatherings in the fashion industry, everyone showcases their own designed garments. So of course, we must prepare. Suhi nodded in agreement. Fine. However, I must admit I am somewhat clueless when it comes to clothing design. You need not worry about that. I am well versed in it. You simply need to assist me. How can I help? Don't you own an AI company? Have your AI develop a fashion design application. Zhang Ming quickly waved her hands in protest. I mean no offense. I merely seek inspiration. This AI can even conduct live broadcasts, and who knows, the garments it designs might turn out to be extraordinary. Chapter 86. Inspiration. Suhi shuddered in surprise. Wow, that is indeed a brilliant idea. The development of AI can encompass all forms of design, graphic, interior, and even fashion design. Sometimes, inspiration strikes unexpectedly. Zhang Ming, I never imagined you could be so astute. What do you mean, could be? I fear I have always been quite clever. Yes, clever enough to wear your pants inside out. Anyway, I have pressing matters to attend to. Hey, what urgent business do you have at this late hour? Yi called out to Suhi's retreating figure. Are you still going to the Fashion Association gathering? Of course I am. Zhang Ming glanced down at her pants. Oh no, they are indeed inside out. The next day, Su's mother arrived in the city. Suhi drove ahead, while his parents sat in the back, gazing at the scenery outside the window. Su's mother exclaimed, "This big city is truly remarkable. Just look at all the towering skyscrapers." Su's father replied, "What is so great about it? I don't like it at all. Just look at the dust and the numerous car emissions. One wonders how people manage to live here." "Father, please don't be so biased. Cities need to develop, and the environment must also be managed. However, one must consider the pros and cons. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Yes, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. But those emissions are truly unbearable. "Mother, let us stay a few extra days this time." Of course, of course." Su's mother beamed with a radiant smile. Upon arriving at Suhi's residence, the security guard immediately stood at attention and saluted them, startling Suhi's parents, who trembled slightly. "You gave me quite a scare." The guard quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. It's company policy. I hope you understand." Noticing the items they were carrying, the guard approached to assist them, leading them into the community. Su's mother remarked, "Look at how excellent this property management is." The guard, flattered by the compliment, was immensely pleased. "Su and Dao, Master Huang, allow me to introduce my parents, who have come from the county town. If there is anything they need, I am often busy with work, so I would appreciate your assistance." Master Huang graciously replied, "Mr. Su, what are you saying? Our property service is here to serve you." The quality of their property services is undoubtedly linked to the monthly fees they charge, while the regular property fee is merely 2 yuan. The fee for their community reaches an impressive 5 yuan per square meter. For a 200 square meter residence, the annual property fee amounts to over 10,000 yuan. For the affluent, monetary concerns are trivial. What truly matters is the quality of service. Su nodded in acknowledgement as the security guard stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to assist you with the elevator." Once inside, Su's mother remarked, "Our county town also has tall buildings. But this visit feels akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. I am filled with curiosity about everything here." Su's father chimed in. "Even if you were a local from the city, you would still feel like Lu Lao Lao in the Grand View Garden. This location is unlike any other, and surely, the price of this property is quite substantial, isn't it?" Su waved his hand modestly, saying, "Father, this is nothing. In fact, this isn't even the most upscale community. Once you see the more elite neighborhoods, you will understand. The level of service there is worlds apart from here." Su's father looked up, admiring the community's decor. To live in such a residence is already a blessing. What more could one hope for in terms of housing? "Father, if you like it here, stay as long as you wish." Su's father had to concede that his child had indeed become quite accomplished. However, he feigned ignorance, asking, "What about the bookstore? Does it not require management anymore?" Perhaps all fathers are like this. They fear their children becoming arrogant and are often stingy with compliments. "There is a special care clinic at the hospital." "Yes, you heard correctly. This special care indeed entails exceptional attention, with a nurse accompanying you throughout the process. But the registration fee is a hefty 500 yuan, not to mention the additional costs. Many simply cannot afford it. Su managed to secure a special appointment for them. Throughout their visit, dedicated nurses provided care, and even when consulting the doctor, they did not have to wait in line. They were ushered straight in. Everything was conducted through a VIP pathway. Ultimately, after examining Su's mother, the doctor provided a conclusive plan, stating that her condition was not yet severe. To eliminate it entirely, a relatively minor surgery would suffice, and the recovery would be swift. In the end, Su decided to proceed with the doctor's recommendation. The surgery was scheduled for approximately 1 week later, coinciding closely with the timing of their divorce proceedings. No, it was actually the date of the court hearing. As Gu Tian has grown weary of engaging in futile conversations with Su He, she has decisively severed any pretense of civility. Whatever procedures need to be followed shall be adhered to without hesitation. After ensuring his parents were settled, Su He returned to the company. Without pausing to visit elsewhere, he rushed directly to Team 2. Manager Sun, has the proposal been revised? Manager Sun presented the document to Su He. After a brief glance, Su He commanded, "Rewrite it." Manager Sun, taken aback, inquired, "Su, is there something wrong with this proposal?" "I said rewrite it, so do it without further ado. Do you truly believe this proposal is viable?" Manager Sun recalled that in the past, his proposals had been commendable. He wondered how it had come to this. Su He, exasperated, sighed. This has been revised over a dozen times. Even if it were revised 20 times, what difference would it make? The client cannot simply dismiss it. The words, originally belonging to Manager Sun, now returned to him. With no other recourse, he bowed his head to revise once more. "I shall remain here until you complete the revisions." After 2 or 3 more rounds of revisions, none met Su He's approval. With a grim expression, he sought out Manager E for assistance. "Oldie, you know Su He quite well. Enlighten me on the type of proposal he prefers." "The proposals I create." "Yours?" "Indeed." Manager E's proposals were scrutinized with earnestness. "I must admit, this proposal is commendable, truly commendable. Let us draw some inspiration from it." Everyone understood that the term inspiration was merely a euphemism for plagiarism. Manager Sun took the proposal to share with his team. "Manager Sun, is this your proposal?" "Yes." "How does it fare?" "Remarkably well. In comparison to Manager E's proposal, it's as if one is from the heavens and the other from the earth. I told you, the boss's caliber is exceptional. This will surely pass." Chapter 87. The proposal from Team 1. They claimed Team 1's proposal was superior. "This proposal of yours far surpasses theirs. If there are no objections, we shall approve this proposal within our group and present it to Su He later." Agreed. Su He now relished his moment of triumph. Despite the numerous revisions he demanded, soon he would be confronted with the reality of his misguided judgment. Indeed, what makes him so remarkable? Does he not merely wish to assist Team 1? Anyone with discernment can see that our proposal obliterates Team 1's. Let us wait and see how he assists them. Su He tapped his fingers on the desk. Manager Sun, feeling elated, showcased the proposal before Su He. "It is completed." Su He perused it briefly. Quite good." He mused, "It is indeed good. Yet this proposal seems oddly familiar." Members of Manager Sun's team thought, Team 2 is truly formidable. At last, Su He remembered. Team 1's proposal was indeed commendable. A person awkwardly raised their hand. "Mr. Su, we are from Group 2, and this is our plan, not Group 1's." "Not Group 1. Oh, then you must have quite a good team." Manager Sun chuckled and inquired, "Mr. Su, what does this mean?" Flipping through the documents, they finally arrived at the page Su He desired. Pointing at it, Su He remarked, "Come, take a look. The metaphors you used here are all attributed to Group 1. Such a situation was quite rare during the planning phase, leaving even the members of Group 2 bewildered as they exchanged glances. Su He continued, "Tell me, are you not simply creating a plan for others to take credit for? Is your team really that capable?" Manager Sun scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Some members of Group 2 could no longer hold back and even confronted Su He directly. It is worth noting that Su He initially held the same position as them, but suddenly found himself in a superior role. Who could accept that? "Su He, I know you were once part of Group 1, and it's natural for you to look down on us, but Manager Sun has worked diligently on this plan for a long time, and you keep sending it back. Indeed, we won't even mention how long it took to create this plan. How could you say it was done by Group 1 after we completed it? You truly disregard our hard work." Don't think that just because you are now the boss's investor, you are something remarkable. The individual who spoke was subtly tugged at by a colleague, as if to suggest that perhaps this was indeed noteworthy. I don't care. I am just not convinced. Suhi remained silent, understanding that some matters do not require argument. As long as evidence is presented, no one could dispute it. He sighed. All right then. Subsequently, Suhi pointed to the final signature. To be honest, Manager Sun, you are truly a good person. Manager Sun smiled nervously beside Suhi, fearing that any hint of the truth would be uncovered. However, unexpectedly, the very thing he feared descended upon him. Suhi asked, "Isn't this signature still attributed to Group 1? Behind him, the members of Group 2 were in disbelief. Mr. Su, you must be joking. How could it be possible? Our group's plan could not bear their names. Exactly. This is impossible. Mr. Su, even if you are biased, you cannot be this biased. The entire company knows." Suhi remained silent, placing the plan on the table and gently indicating the names above. "See for yourself." At that moment, when everyone saw the names, they exchanged incredulous glances. This cannot be. Indeed, how could it be? Why are there names from Group 1 here? An employee questioned Manager Sun, who sighed deeply. Alas, I have consistently faced challenges and, unable to find a solution, sought the guidance of a team leader to explore any potential ideas he might have. He assured me that the plan should pass muster, and without much thought, I brought it back. You should have at least made some modifications. Did I not consider that? In the past, every time I submitted a plan, it bore no name of my own. Who could have anticipated that this time would be different? Here. Manager Sun sighed once more. Enough. There's little we can do. I suspect the first team is deliberately undermining us. This cannot stand. I refuse to swallow this indignity. I must confront them. Come back. Manager Sun retorted angrily. How do you intend to confront them? Did they compel you to plagiarize? No. Plagiarism is inherently disgraceful. Is one instance of humiliation not sufficient? Must you subject yourself to further embarrassment in front of them? But we cannot. What cannot we do? Manager Sun interjected. What has transpired is now in the past. President Su has chosen not to pursue the matter further, which is a positive outcome. Do you wish to escalate the situation? Silence fell over the group. In the afternoon, after President Su had dealt with Manager Sun's affairs, he returned to the office without uttering a single word. In truth, what is most terrifying in this world is not the reprimand from an individual, nor the tempestuous reprimands that may ensue, but rather the unnerving awareness that one has the capacity to address your shortcomings, yet chooses to simply observe. It is akin to a game. When one possesses skills, others must regard you with trepidation, yet once those skills are expended, fear dissipates. Presently, this is the predicament in which Suhi finds himself. Throughout the afternoon, Manager Sun was lost in thought, unsure of what course to take. Simultaneously, whispers began to circulate among the members of their group. Oh dear, this time, Manager Sun is in serious trouble. Indeed, Suhi will surely not let him off the hook. I have heard that the company is contemplating disbanding our second group and merging us with the first. Furthermore, Suhi has consistently targeted our second group. I fear this time, the outlook is grim. Do you think our salaries will be affected? Probably not. But I sense that Manager Sun is in a precarious position. Oh. The discussions continued fervently. To be frank, Manager Sun was beginning to feel the weight of fear. What if the speculations turned out to be true? Would he truly be replaced by the company? Beads of perspiration formed on his palms. No. His family depends on him for sustenance. What would become of them if he ran out of money? With this thought, Manager Sun suddenly stood up and resolutely strode into Suhi's office. Chapter 88. Guilt. Suhi, what do you mean by this? His abrupt entrance startled Suhi. What is going on? Suhi inquired. Manager Sun inquired. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Please, be candid. I do not wish to linger in suspense awaiting your verdict. I assure you, I am not afraid. Suhi replied. I do not wish to impose any harm upon you. I acknowledge that I improperly appropriated the planning from Group 1. And indeed, I was in the wrong. As a man of honor, you may express your intentions directly. Suhi continued, Manager Sun, are you referring to today's events? Spare me the pretense. Hasn't he today passed? The planning from Group 1 is commendable. Let us proceed with it. Observing Suhi's calm demeanor and lack of blame, Manager Sun felt a sense of confusion, and his tone began to shift. Manager Sun, I do not harbor intentions of punishing you. However, there are murmurs that the company plans to disband our group, he said. They? Who are they? Manager Sun did not elaborate. Suhi responded, Manager Sun, my esteemed colleague. They claim it is their assertion, but the company's plans are the company's plans. Does this imply the company does not intend to dissolve us? Suhee reassured him. Allow me to clarify. The company has no intention of disbanding you now or in the future. You are overthinking this. But, son, do your best. Do you truly not hold any resentment towards me? Manager Sun asked. Why would I? Suhee replied, in the past. I was merely a junior employee and was not privy to many company matters. However, now that I occupy this position, I have come to understand that the company faces its challenges. Both you and Manager E are indispensable. Your contributions to the company are indelible, and even if not celebrated, your efforts are recognized. Suhee paused. Were I still in my previous role, I would have ensured your discomfort, but the circumstances have changed. As a partner in the company, I must consider the greater good. Besides, why would I dwell on grievances with you? Manager Sun had anticipated that Suhee would be harsh, or at the very least, reprimand him sternly. However, Suhee's unexpected demeanor left him perplexed. Manager Sun, being a person of strong feelings, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Suhee's lack of animosity. He swallowed hard. Mr. Su, I apologize. Suhee smiled and urged. Please, take a seat. Manager Sun confessed, to be frank, I have struggled to meet the planning requirements recently, which prompted me to consult Manager E. He is more familiar with your preferences regarding planning. And then you conveniently appropriated it? Suhee interjected. Precisely. Suhee rose slowly and approached the water dispenser to pour himself a glass. Would you prefer black tea or green tea? Manager Sun hesitated to accept. No. I do not drink. I merely came to apologize and will return to my duties. Suhee reassured him. Manager Sun, there is no need to rush. In truth, I harbor a multitude of sentiments I wish to express to you. Manager Sun gazed vacantly at Suhee, awaiting the latter's next utterance. Suhee remarked, do not burden yourself with psychological pressure. Everyone is prone to errors. You are not a deity, after all. How could you possibly be infallible? Manager Sun lowered his head. In fact, Manager Sun, I am aware of your exceptional capabilities. However, you possess one significant flaw. Like a dutiful child, Manager Sun stared blankly at Suhee, anticipating his admonishment. Suhee continued, you fail to acknowledge the superiority of others. Upon hearing this, Manager Sun once again bowed his head, nearly burying it in his lap. Suhee poured a cup of tea for Manager Sunday. In the past, there were numerous grievances between us, owing to conflicting interests. Yet, the present is different. To me, both you and Manager E are invaluable assets to the company. You are equally important. Suhee added, now, come and examine these two plans. He laid out two proposals side by side, one crafted by Manager E and the other by himself. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Sun compared the two and remarked, indeed, Manager Yi's planning skills are significantly superior to mine. Regardless of who it is, one must learn continuously. Failure to do so will result in obsolescence in society. Do you understand? Manager Sun replied, I comprehend. Exiting the office, he reflected on the day's events and Suhee's demeanor towards him, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Suddenly, he struck the wall with force, exclaiming in frustration, how could I behave this way? Indeed, for Manager Sun, such conduct was uncharacteristic. Upon returning, his colleagues inquired, Manager Sun, how did it go? Did he make things difficult for you? Rest assured, wherever you go, I will follow. That Suhee, now that he has gained a bit of power, has changed. Abruptly, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Manager Sun's eyes as he admonished his peers. There are certain things I shall not repeat. In any case, remember this. Mr. Su is an extraordinary individual. He possesses a generous heart and does not hold grudges against me. From now on, our team must heed Mr. Su's directives. Anyone unwilling to comply is at odds with me. The members of Team 2 were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? I recall that he used to despise Suhee. What has changed today? Did Suhee somehow bewitch him? Odd. Truly perplexing. Shortly after Suhee returned home and engaged in conversation with his parents, there was a sudden knock at the door. As he opened it, he was met by Manager Sun, who held several items in hand and smiled warmly. Mr. Su, I heard that your parents have arrived, so I came to pay a visit. Indeed. In truth, Suhee's parents are not significantly older than Manager Sun, so it would suffice to address them as elder brother and sister-in-law. However, Manager Sun hesitates to do so, as it would imply taking advantage of Suhee's position. Taking advantage of a superior? Surely, one would have to be quite reckless to do so. Thus, he opts to address them as uncle and aunt. Please, come in and have a seat. Manager's son entered with a beaming smile, greeting Soo-hee's parents. Uncle, Aunt, I am a subordinate of General Manager Soo. Ah, greetings. Soo-'s father mused, feeling somewhat awkward about his son having such a significant subordinate. Chapter 89, A Visit, Part 1. Manager's son produced a few items from his hands. I came in quite a hurry today, and didn't bring anything particularly thoughtful, just a few gift boxes. I hope you won't find them lacking. Soo-'s mother quickly replied. How could we? What a thing to say. With a smile, Manager's son inquired. Aunt, I understand that you are here for a medical consultation. Correct? Indeed, replied Soo-'s mother. I have been unwell for some time now. Manager's son remarked, you know, I am acquainted with several specialists who are quite adept in their field, and I can introduce you to them through a friend. No need for that. Soo-'s mother responded with a smile. We can simply go to the hospital ourselves. After a moment of thought, Manager's son continued, Aunt, how long do you plan to stay in the city? I would love to take you out for a meal, if time permits. Soo poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Manager's son, I'm afraid my parents might not have the chance to enjoy your meal. Why wouldn't they? Manager's son questioned. Soo chuckled, because there's no time. General Soo, one must always make time. All right, I appreciate your kind intentions. Manager's son said, displaying an excess of politeness that felt almost overwhelming. After Manager's son departed, Soo-'s mother remarked, look at that. People from the city really know how to converse. Soo-'s father added, Xiaohe, you seem to have quite a good rapport. However, don't just focus on making friends. You must also assist them when they are in need, he advised. Dad, I understand. Soo replied impatiently. In reality, he is merely one of my subordinates. He does make mistakes at times, yet I have never held it against him. Rather, I encourage him. Soo-'s father took a more authoritative stance. Well, that is commendable. As long as one is human, mistakes are inevitable. Unless they are grievous errors, we can choose to allow them to amend their ways. Look at those who have committed crimes. Many still have the opportunity to reintegrate into society. Indeed, father, you are absolutely correct. Soo-'s father enjoyed imparting grand philosophies, a habit Soo had long since grown accustomed to. Do not take my impatience to heart. Soo said, Dad, how could I ever dare to be impatient with you? You would surely drive me to distraction. As they engaged in conversation, the door was suddenly knocked upon once more. I heard that uncle and aunt had arrived, so I rushed over, replied. Soo felt a twinge of frustration. Just as we bid farewell to one, another arrives. Soo inquired, where do you all get your information? How did you know my parents were coming? Replied, I guessed. Soo's mother seemed quite excited and hurried over, exclaiming, quickly, come in. Here, my dear. Have some tea. It appeared that she favored even more than Manager Sunday. Just look at that girl. She's so beautiful. And she knows how to dress. Smiled and said, Annie, I actually run a clothing business, so I have a knack for fashion. By the way, I brought a few outfits for you this time. You brought some for me? Yes. With that, retrieved the clothes from her bag. Take a look. Soo's mother picked up the garments and unfolded them. I must say, you in the clothing business certainly have an eye for selection. Unlike us, who can't decide what to wear for ages. Annie, if you want to buy clothes in the future, just come to my store and take whatever you like. Go on. Soo interjected. Don't tell me you don't have a piece for me in your store. Look at you, how stingy. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't say anything about your stinginess, but Annie is family. Can't she take whatever she wants? Resigned, Soo relented. All right. You win. Asked, Auntie, when are you leaving Ning City? Soo's mother replied, I'll leave once I recover from my illness after being discharged from the hospital. Is someone taking care of you while you're hospitalized? Who else would take care of me? Only Soo. I have just this one son. If he doesn't take care for me, who will? Said, Annie, actually Soo is quite busy with work. If you need anything, just call me. I can take care of you. I have nothing much to do during the day, except return to the shop in the evening. As she spoke, produced her business card. Upon seeing it, Soo's mother was taken aback. Wow, I didn't expect you to be a young boss. What young boss? I'm just making a living, replied modestly. Soo's mother reassured her, don't worry. If I need anything, I won't hesitate to trouble you. After that, Soo's mother gazed at growing fonder of her. My dear, do you have a boyfriend? Shyly lowered her head and replied, not yet. How old are you this year? 2 years younger than Soo. 2 years younger is good. It's better for boys to be older. They know how to take care of people. Soo's mother's insinuation was not lost on yet she refrained from responding directly. Soo interjected, Mom. That's enough. Has work to attend to. Let me see you off. She hasn't even said she's leaving. Why are you so eager to send her off? Suhee remarked. Just look at the time, he added. With no other choice, conceded to return, as Suhee had insisted. After departed, Sue's mother found herself increasingly fond of her. Just look at that girl. She is so beautiful, Sue's mother remarked. Suhee, I simply cannot fathom why, among all the splendid girls around you, you fixated solely on Gu Tian. Look where that has led us, sigh. Whenever Sue's mother reflected on Suhee's situation, she couldn't help but exhale deeply. She continued, I believe this girl is quite remarkable. You should explore this further. Suhee remained silent. While they were conversing, suddenly, there came another knock at the door. Sue's mother had grown accustomed to it. It's probably another one of your friends. It should be. Suhee approached the door and opened it, only to find Yi Xiao standing there. Xiao. Uncertain, Xiao hesitated at the threshold and whispered, Is Annie home? Yes. May I come in to take a look? She inquired, gesturing inside. Suhee stepped aside, and at the moment Xiao entered, Sue's mother's eyes widened in astonishment. To be honest, she had never encountered a girl so stunning before. Surprised, she stood up. Who is this? My friend. Sue's mother scrutinized Yi Xiao, noting her attire and instantly recognizing that this girl was not ordinary. She quickly welcomed her with a smile. Please, have a seat. Auntie will cut some fruit for you. No, thank you, Auntie. I heard from Suhee that you are unwell and need to rest. Chapter 90, A Visit, Part 2, Sue's mother remarked, Oh dear, having friends like you is truly a blessing for Suhee. Yi Xiao, oblivious to the underlying meaning, smiled foolishly at Sue's mother. Sue's mother inquired, Xiao, what do you do for work? Oh, I fear I might be a burden at home, Xiao replied. Suhee's expression turned serious. Xiao, how can you say you are a burden? Yi Xiao retorted. Didn't you say my profession is being a burden last time? Suhee, helpless, slapped his forehead. I was joking. How could you take that seriously? He explained. Yi Xiao's father has started a company, and she primarily manages that. In her spare time, she works in a real estate company, which helps her hone her skills and gain social experience. Oh, I see. And what does your family do? Sue's mother probed further. Yi Xiao, anxious about saying the wrong thing, turned to Suhee and asked, Suhee, how should I respond? This question left Suhee momentarily speechless, and Sue's mother felt a tad awkward. Suhee responded, her father runs a company, and it has a certain scale. His attempt to downplay their situation was to avoid alarming his mother. Oh, I see. Sue's mother continued, Xiao, do you have a boyfriend? Yi Xiao shook her head foolishly. Sue's mother smiled and said, even though you all are busy with work, you should still make time to socialize. Mother, we have already spent enough time together. Yi Xiao inquired, Annie, what are your plans for entertainment during your visit to Ning City? Sue's mother replied, I haven't decided yet. How about this? I will take you out for a few days of fun. Sue's mother waved her hand with a smile, saying, No, it's fine. You all have busy work schedules. Besides, I need to prepare for my surgery. I believe I won't be able to go anywhere before that. Yi Xiao offered, Auntie, if there's anything you need help with, do let me know, all right? All right. After Yi Xiao departed, a smile began to grace Sue's mother's face. One is willing to care for me and bring me clothes, while the other is eager to take me out for enjoyment. Xiaohe, your two female friends are truly delightful. Mother, they are just friends. Yes, just friends. If you were to develop something further, it wouldn't be long before one of them became your girlfriend. Sue's mother continued, I believe that both of these individuals surpass Gu Tian in every way. I truly do not comprehend your thoughts at that time. Speaking of Gu Tian, she returned to seek out Suhee the very next morning, and without preamble, she stated her purpose directly. Suhee, I will ask you one last time. Will you share the winnings? In a cafe, Suhee responded with unwavering firmness. I have stated countless times, no sharing. No matter how much you argue, I will not allow you to receive a single cent. Gu Tian retorted. Do you think that just because I told you I am with Wang Hao now, you can deny me? Even if it's infidelity, where is your evidence? Moreover, this is money earned during our marriage. Suhee shrugged indifferently. So what? If it goes to court, you will undoubtedly lose. It matters not. Proceed with your process. What? Afraid of complications? Suhee clicked his tongue. TSK. Gu Tian, you know perfectly well how you conducted yourself during our 3 years of marriage. I need not elaborate. Gu Tian's actions were her own concern. However, your refusal to share the winnings during the marriage is your issue. A voice rang out from the entrance, unmistakably belonging to Wang Hao. Suhee turned towards the sound. What is this about? Suhi asked. Someone is too afraid to ask me directly for money and has now called for backup? Suhi let out a cold, resigned laugh. Humph. Gu Tian. Do not even think about it. Wang Hao approached Suhi. Suhi, today I am here to settle accounts with you. Suhi crossed his arms defiantly as Wang Hao stepped closer, offering a slight smile to Gu Tian. The two engaged in a familiar gesture, one that had not graced Suhi and Gu Tian's marriage over the past 3 years. It was not jealousy that consumed Suhi, nor was it concern, it was sheer resentment. As Suhi observed their interaction, he struggled to suppress the fury rising within him. Wang Hao sat down and questioned Suhi. Did you deliberately lead me to the KTV yesterday? What if I did? What if I didn't? You truly are a despicable person. Despicable? Suhi retorted. Even if I am, I have never been a mistress. Yet you destroy other people's families and then have the audacity to accuse others of being despicable. If you must place blame, then you can only fault your own incompetence. Suhi nodded slightly. Fine. Our matter is far from over. You led me to the KTV, ultimately to make me blame Gu Tian and argue with her, correct? What if I did? You are truly cunning. Suhi continued. You two must have had quite the argument yesterday, didn't you? I can only imagine the heated exchanges. Ha. Having committed wrongdoings, Suhi felt no qualms about acknowledging them. After all, he was no saint himself. Wang Hao, trembling with anger, pointed at Suhi. Do you have any sense of reason? Suhi leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Wang Hao. Wang Hao, you are mistaken. Is an argument meant to convey reason? Isn't it merely a means to infuriate the other party? Wang Hao was on the verge of exploding. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. Furthermore, you know I am in the fashion industry, so you deliberately sought out my former tenant to use against me, didn't you? Suhi, you are truly calculating. Stop. Suhi raised a hand. Wang Hao, do not wrongfully accuse me. When have I ever been calculating? Besides, at that time, I could not bear to see a young girl being bullied by you. That is why I reached out to Yi. Suhi continued, moreover, I could easily offer a price higher than yours, raising your costs. I have no need to oppose you. Wang Hao responded, what a coincidence. But the truth is, it is you who sought trouble with me. I was merely helping someone else, unaware that the villain was you. Nevertheless, it no longer matters. I have invested in them. Chapter 91. Surveillance. Now that I have invested in them, their affairs are my concern, and I must lend assistance. Wang Hao declared, Suhi, just wait. I will make sure you have a hard time. As long as I, Wang Hao, draw breath, your clothing store will see no prosperity. Not a bit of it. Let us see how that unfolds. Suhi replied. Suhi then inquired, Gu Tian, do you have any other matters? Gu Tian stated, this is your final ultimatum. If you are unwilling to share half with me, then we shall wait and see. Whatever, Suhi thought to himself, why should I share my personal assets with you? Even if you follow your intended course, in the end, it will be your own embarrassment. It would be best to broadcast live and invite more of my friends and yours to witness. Meanwhile, Gu Tian and Wang Hao sat in the car. Wang Hao recalled the earlier incident with Suhi, feeling a deep discomfort. As he pondered, he suddenly struck the steering wheel with force. Suhi, I will never share the same sky with you. Gu Tian remarked. Suhi is someone who values his pride above all. Very well. Since you cherish your reputation, I shall ensure that your friends see what kind of person you truly are. You refuse to divide marital assets. Wang Hao suddenly sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was the piercing pain from striking the steering wheel that brought him back to his senses. He glanced at Gu Tian. Wait a moment, he exclaimed. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. What could it be? Wang Hao continued. You mentioned that Suhi fears nothing, which logically should not be the case. I was just thinking, why is he so unafraid? Yet, I could not pinpoint the reason. Could it be? Wang Hao stared intently at Gu Tian. What if he has already transferred his assets? Gu Tian pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head. I don't believe that's a possibility. How can it not be? Look at Suhi. He certainly does not strike me as a good person. Moreover, he seems to have a multitude of schemes in his mind. Something feels amiss. Never mind, Gu Tian declared. When the time comes for our confrontation, I will summon his friends to witness this. After all, I am in the right here. True to her word, Gu Tian took action without hesitation. Soon after, Suhi received comforting messages from his friends. Suhi, why do you have to provoke Gu Tian of all people? Indeed. And now there's Wang Hao as well. The two of them together will certainly give you a run for your money. There is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. But if it truly concerns marital assets, you ought to divide them equally, for marital property is inherently shared between spouses. Of course, Parting with $1 billion is no trivial matter. I merely mentioned it casually. Faced with the concern of his friends, Sui did not respond directly. However, the intimate gestures between Wang Hao and Gu Tian earlier left him feeling quite discontented. Once again, he returned to the cafe from earlier. Hello. I believe I left my phone on the table. Have you seen it? The receptionist looked up and exchanged glances with another staff member, both shaking their heads. The receptionist then inquired of the cleaning staff, but they too had not seen Sui's phone. May I review your security footage? Sui asked. The receptionist appeared flustered, clearly hesitant. Could I borrow your phone? Sui inquired. Of course, the receptionist replied. Sui picked up the phone and dialed Yi Xiaoxiao. This shopping center is part of their free market, which includes numerous direct-operated stores, and this particular coffee shop is one of them. With the assistance of Yi Xiaoxiao, Sui swiftly arrived at the security room, observing the surveillance cameras. The two security guards in front soon noticed something amiss. Sir, wasn't your phone taken away? Sui inquired. Could you kindly provide me with a copy of this video? The guard replied. We are required to maintain confidentiality here. But before he could finish his sentence, Sui produced 2 stacks of cash, prompting the guards to fall silent. Young man, I'd like to have a cigarette. Please feel free, one of them said. Sui placed the money on the table, and the guards quickly exited. At that moment, Sui took out his USB drive, connected it to the computer, and began copying files. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, who knows if the intimate video of the 2 individuals would require the original footage. Hence, he copied all available videos. Afterwards, Sui called Linyi. Xiao, could you access the surveillance from your free market? She asked. What do you need that for? Just come here first. I'm at XX. Sui sent the address, and not long after, Xiao arrived. Since the control room for the stores was separate from that of the entire shopping center, they moved to another security room. Upon entering, Sui exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Xiaoxiao. What is that for? She asked. Sui leaned in closer to her and said, ask the guards to step out for a moment. Huh. He repeated, let them step out. Yi Xiaoxiao then instructed, you all may leave. Once the guards exited, Sui began reviewing the surveillance footage. Yi Xiaoxiao, somewhat perplexed, asked, Sui, what are you looking for in our mall surveillance? Did something go missing? Yes. A woman has gone missing. A woman? Sui sighed. It's not so much that she's lost. Perhaps she was never truly mine. Oh. He then pulled up the footage of when she exited the store. Before he could analyze it further, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, Sui, look. She pointed at the screen. Isn't that your ex-wife? Yes. That's her. Sui confirmed. Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, surprised that he still held a lingering attachment to his ex-wife. Sui lamented, alas. It's not that I can't forget her, it's that she can't forget my money. But who is the person beside her? Wang Hao. Who is Wang Hao? Sui remained silent, his gaze fixated on the screen, where Wang Hao was seen affectionately draping his arm around Gu Tian. Yi Xiaoxiao quickly covered her face. I can't bear to watch. It's absolutely mortifying. Sui clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glued to the screen. Watching Wang Hao and Gu Tian, he approached the computer and transferred the video onto it. What do you need this video for? Yi Xiaoxiao asked, perplexed. Sui replied. For unforeseen circumstances. Who knows when she will proceed with the process? At that time, I shall prove that they have been entangled long before. Chapter 92. Rivals. Yi Xiaoxiao did not comprehend but nodded, feigning understanding. Meanwhile, Gu Tian turned to Wang Hao and said, all right, darling, do not be upset. You still need to attend the Fashion Association gathering this afternoon. Will you accompany me? Gu Tian inquired, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at Wang Hao. Of course. Wang Hao responded. Then it's settled. On the other side, Yi asked Sui, are you ready? What preparations are there? Can't we just go? Oh, did I not mention last time? We still need to design the graphics, Sui exclaimed, striking his forehead as he recalled. He picked up his phone and called Ma Tan. As soon as he connected, Ma Tan eagerly said, all right, I will send it over right now. Before long, Sui received the software sent by Ma Tan. Do you have a computer? He inquired. Yes. Yi led Sui to the computer, where he received the software. Yi, puzzled, asked, Sui, how does this relate to our participation in the fashion gathering today? Moreover, you need to start designing quickly, otherwise, we will truly run out of time. Sui smiled calmly. Do not worry. By the way, could you please call Zhang Ming over? He entered his design ideas into the software and waited silently. After a while, Zhang Ming arrived. Yi said, we are running out of time. Only a few hours left. Make me a cup of tea, Sui requested. With her hands on her hips, Yi retorted, Sui, while you are the big boss on the live stream, I must say this. If you keep this up, we will embarrass ourselves at the fashion gathering. Sui chuckled. Rest assured, I would never allow my friends to be humiliated. But you keep fiddling with this software and asking me to make tea. I don't see you preparing any designs. Yi exclaimed. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of firewood. Sui replied. Yi sighed in exasperation. I am truly at my wit's end with you. After her complaint, Yi could only proceed to make tea for Sui. Once she brought it over, Sui took a delicate sip. Yi pressed. Now can you come up with something? Yes, I am currently designing, he responded, with her hands on her hips. Yi expressed her exasperation. Forget it. Since you cannot design, Zhang, it's up to you. Sui declared it's done. What? I said the design is complete. Zhang, come take a look. While it may not be ready for use yet, I believe it can be modified sufficiently. Zhang approached, examining the blueprints designed by the AI software. To be precise, the designs were indeed impressive. What do you think? They are quite remarkable. Are they usable? Absolutely. They are splendid. All right, let's make the necessary modifications. With that, Sui rose and headed towards the door, while Yi called out from behind, Sui, where are you going? Sui replied, I have a gathering to attend this afternoon. Aren't you going to eat? Can't we have a meal during the gathering? Well, we can, but with so many people around, would you feel comfortable eating? Yi shook her head in resignation. There's truly no way to deal with Sui. Following him outside, Zhang continued to revise the blueprints in the clothing store, exclaiming, truth be told, these designs generated by the software are remarkably good. Firstly, they are undoubtedly fashionable. Secondly, everything is clearly marked on the blueprints, and several revised versions have been created, which provide significant reference value for design. What used to take a considerable amount of time to draft can now be accomplished in mere minutes, with simple human modifications completing the task. It's incredibly convenient for designers. By the time Sui and Yi finished their meal, Zhang had already completed the revisions. After a brief preparation and discussing the live streaming details with Yi, Sui drove them towards the venue of the gathering, a 5-star hotel. The reception was manned by officials from their city's garment association, though the president had yet to make an appearance. Just as they parked, they encountered Gu Tian and her companion. Gu Tian, visibly irked, exclaimed, what an unfortunate encounter. Indeed, the feeling is mutual. Wang Hao pointed at Sui, declaring, this is a gathering of the garment association, so don't bring any trouble here. Sui placed his hands on his hips. Wang Hao, when have I ever caused trouble for you? Isn't it you who has always sought issues with me? Gu Tian scrutinized Sui and remarked, oh, Sui, you're quite charming. I recall the last time at KTV, you were with another girl. No, you were waiting outside for her, right? And now, you've brought a different girl? A different one? Yi questioned Sui, puzzled. Just as Gu Tian was about to speak, Sui interrupted. Besides, this time she isn't accompanying me. I am here as a friend, accompanying her. Sui deliberately emphasized the word friend, leaving Gu Tian unable to continue. He added, I must say, Sui, wouldn't mind being with that girl. As she is certainly more appealing than you, Gu Tian. You must concede that point. Gu Tian, initially inclined to be angry, found herself unable to deny the truth. Indeed, those girls were all more attractive than her. Who are they? Yi inquired. This is my earlier acquaintance, Sui replied, gesturing towards Gu Tian. As for this individual, Sui continued, Yi, do you recall how you were evicted by the landlord last time? Our landlord claimed that a tenant had offered double the rent to secure our residence. Before Yi could finish her sentence, realization dawned upon her. Don't tell me this person is. Indeed, Sui affirmed. What a coincidence, isn't it? He is the one who offered the landlord double the rent. Had it not been for him, you would not have been forced to leave. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head slightly. Well, you see, we have the means. Offering double the rent for that property is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree, Wang Hao? Absolutely. Wang Hao straightened up, affirming Gu Tian's statement. Sui, not wishing to linger on the matter, suggested, Yi, let us proceed inside. All right. Once they entered the hall, everyone took their respective places, with Yi and her companions positioned at the back, while Wang Hao also found himself at the rear.